Chapter 3191 Destroying Heaven and Earth. The heavenly tribulation covered heaven and earth, trapping all lifeforms within its domain. Its destructive will filled this domain. This was the rage of the heavenly Taos. It could destroy the very world. Heavenly tribulations could only be endured, not fought. This was a principle that had never changed from the beginning of time. But today, Long Chen was challenging the heavenly tribulation. When Long Chen and Qin Feng suddenly appeared, these assassins didn't think about how to handle them. They didn't believe that these two would just send themselves to their death. Thinking that it was a trap, they paid more attention to the surroundings. That one moment of doubt gave Long Chen his chance. Everything was within his calculations. These assassins were all crafty. They had habits ingrained into them to always figure out the situation first before moving. Hence, their first reaction would be to figure out why he had appeared here. It was that meticulous hesitation that resulted in them falling into his trap. At this moment, heavenly might locked onto every single person. They had become targets of the heavenly tribulation. The most appalling thing about this tribulation was that there were no heavenly tribulation law swords descending down toward the divine lords. The so-called heavenly tribulation law swords were the judgment of the heavenly tribulation. Those swords would kill anyone disturbing the heavenly tribulation, and they could ignore a person's cultivation base to wipe them out. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they couldn't contend against the heavens. These assassins weren't that afraid of Long Chen's tribulation because as long as they killed him before the heavenly tribulation law swords descended, everything would be over. However, they had been locked down, but the law swords still hadn't manifested. That meant that they were not considered disturbing the heavenly tribulation by being there. In other words, the power of Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was so high that their existence here didn't disturb it. Thus, the law swords didn't appear. Such a heavenly tribulation probably hasn't appeared more than a few times in all of the immortal world's history. Muttered by Shala's mother. Just now, even she hadn't reacted. It was the Dean who had brought them away. Otherwise, they might have been covered by the tribulation as well. Kill him quickly. The Bloodkill Hall's experts had a bad feeling. A sensation of death welled up inside their hearts. However, before they could move, Long Chen attacked the tribulation once again. A giant saber image left a crack in the clouds. After that, the tribulation clouds slowly swirled and descended. The pressure increased until it was like a river of stars was pressing down on them. As a result, the earth crumbled and collapsed. The buildings of the Bloodkill Hall were destroyed. It looked as if Judgment Day had come. Some of the Four Peak experts were unable to endure that pressure and directly exploded. No, many of those Four Peak experts belonged to the Heavenly Swell domain and had participated in the 9 Prefecture Convention, as well as the sneak attack on the High Firmament Academy. Now, they paid the price. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let us off. We were forced to do this. A Four Peak expert cried out, only for the distraction to cause him to be crushed by the pressure. Forced. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed. This isn't the first time I tell you not to provoke me. But you simply don't know what respect is, treating my warning as pleading. Let you off. Who will let off the innocent disciples of the High Firmament Academy who were killed? When you killed them, did you think about this day? All of you can die. Even the wild thunder booming in the air couldn't cover up Long Chen's roar. His voice was filled with killing intent. When Long Chen slashed the tribulation clouds once again, the slowly descending clouds came to a brief stop. At that moment, the world fell deathly silent. They could only hear their hearts beating. In that instant, terror filled all of their hearts, including the Divine Lords. They suddenly found that they couldn't move. At this time, they couldn't charge at Long Chen even if they wanted to. Those Divine Lords finally understood just what kind of foolish mistake they had made by hesitating. Their one chance at survival had slipped out of their reach. The heavenly tribulation clouds began to swirl like a giant vortex. All of a sudden, the center of it lit up, like a fiend's eye that had just opened. That eye was thousands of miles wide. At this moment, the entire world grew blindingly bright, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Boss, I feel like I might die. Looking at this terrifying tribulation, Qin Feng turned green. At first, he had been very excited to undergo tribulation with his boss. That would definitely benefit him immensely. However, sensing this power, he felt like he was an ant within a storm of steel. Just touching it would cause him to turn into dust. Long Chen smiled. It really was a correct decision to bring Qin Feng here. Even in the face of death, he could still joke around. Aren't you satisfied to bring so many others down with you in death? Said Long Chen. A bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down. From a distance, it looked like a silver flood. In front of it, humans seemed completely minuscule. When the pressure soared, this territory of the Bloodkill Hall was completely destroyed. All the buildings were gone and the earth sank. Anyone below the Divine Lord realm turned into splatters of blood. The High Firmament Academy's higher-ups were stunned to see this. Even with all their experience, seeing millions of experts slain in an instant horrified them. The Bloodkill Hall had gathered the experts of over 100 sects, as well as the experts of multiple branch halls. But just like that, they were slain. Whether it was primals or ordinary disciples, as long as they were below the Divine Lord realm, they were wiped out. Witnessing so many deaths occur in an instant was such a shocking sight that couldn't be described with words. The lightning then fell on Long Chen's body. When that happened, the divine statue rumbled. Enputa's statue was the only construction remaining in this area. Long Chen allowed the torrent of lightning to fall on him. The silver flood was composed of countless lightning runes, and they exploded like volcanoes when they struck his body. Long Chen could ignore this level of lightning. But Qin Feng was unable to. His body instantly turned bloody. However, he clenched his teeth and bitterly endured. This was a huge opportunity for him, as it was the fastest way to increase the power of his physical body. It was the key to fully unlocking the power of his new dragon blood. As more lightning poured down, even divine lords started to reach their limit. Although their realm was high, the power of their physical bodies couldn't compare to Qin Feng's. In front of this heavenly tribulation, their realm was meaningless. Divine lords began to get crushed into a mass of terror and regret. After a while, only over 100 primal divine lords still managed to hang out. They came from outside of this domain, and they were true experts. But in front of this terrifying heavenly tribulation, they didn't dare to even move or dodge. They couldn't resist. As soon as they made any move, it would draw the attention of the heavenly tribulation, and that was no different from courting death. This was Long Chen's tribulation, so the heavenly tribulation was targeting him. If they made any moves, the tribulation would turn its attention on them. The tribulation is already so terrifying right from the start. Can Long Chen really survive it? Asked an institute head worriedly as he looked up at the heavenly tribulation. It was only going to grow even more powerful. Chapter 3192. You're finally here. This terrifying tribulation made everyone afraid. Furthermore, it had just started. If Long Chen really was in danger of failing, no one could save him. Anyone who tried to would definitely die. It had nothing to do with how high that person's realm was. Don't speak to avoid getting caught by the heavenly tribulation and invoking karma, said the dean. Hearing this warning, the other higher-ups of the academy shuddered. They instantly shut their mouths. Any karma grasped by the heavenly Taos would be troublesome. At this moment, the heavenly lightning raged like an angry sea. This place became a sea of lightning. The remaining experts of the Bloodkill Hall were like tiny boats trying to survive within this raging sea. They didn't dare to flee or resist, so they could only bitterly endure. Qin Feng coughed up blood. The lightning ravaged his body, almost tearing him apart. He was reaching his limit. He had just refined the Resonance Dragon's reverse scale, so his physical body had grown terrifyingly powerful. Just the power of his physical body surpassed the primal divine lords of the Bloodkill Hall. However, he was at the center of the tribulation with Long Chen. The pressure he was enduring was far greater than what those experts were enduring. Just then, a curtain of light appeared over Qin Feng's body. A lightning dragon could be seen within that barrier, and it devoured some of the lightning attacking him, reducing the pressure on him until he could just barely manage to hang on. There was no need for Long Chen to say anything. Qin Feng was also aware that every extra second he could endure during this heavenly tribulation would benefit him immensely. He refused to let himself admit defeat or fall unconscious. This was his conviction. This heavenly tribulation wasn't even targeting him, it was targeting his boss. If he couldn't even endure this bit of power, how could he be qualified to follow his boss any longer? Bai Shishi watched as Qin Feng clenched his teeth and endured. She sighed inside. As expected, there were no shortcuts to becoming an expert. Previously, she had been shocked by Qin Feng's powerful will and mental strength. Now that she saw him facing the wrath of the heavens, his body being pushed to the limit but still persevering, she understood. The will of the heavenly Taos was like a sharpening blade tempering a person's will. Having also gone through the heavenly tribulation, she knew just how terrifying it was. Furthermore, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was like a heavenly punishment. The sharpening blade became a hammer, so it wasn't sharpening him. It was hammering him. It was hard to imagine just how great the heavenly might that was crashing down on them was. Seeing how ashen those primal divine lords were and how they didn't even dare to move, it had to be terrifying. Now Bai Shishi could understand just how Long Chen could resist the will of a world king. No matter how powerful a world king was, could they surpass the heavens? Bai Shishi felt a bit regretful. If she could be like Long Chen and dared to challenge the heavenly tribulation, she didn't know just how much stronger her will would be. Of course, after thinking about it calmly, if she failed, it would be the end of everything. More lightning runes poured down without any sign of weakening. Instead, they simply grew stronger. Long Chen had his upper body bare and his hands raised toward the heavens. He seemed to be bathing in lightning. Although this lightning was wild, it was absorbed into his body like water in a dried-up water bed. Those lightning runes went from rampaging tigers to gentle sheep once they were in his body. They gradually merged into his flesh and blood. After the dragon blood had changed his body, he was now many times stronger. Furthermore, the golden dragon blood gradually transformed, going from gold to red. But when it became red, it grew even more active than before. Long Chen didn't know why such a thing would occur. All he knew was that this was a good thing. Through the baptism of this heavenly tribulation, the golden dragon essence blood would truly become one with his body. As he sucked in this lightning, millions of tiny lightning dragons swam through the air. They were continuously absorbing the lightning. However, Lei Long was only absorbing them bit by bit, afraid that it would affect Long Chen if too much was absorbed. Furthermore, Lei Long was also controlling the intensity of the lightning pouring down on Qin Feng, not letting it surpass his limits. Long Chen had said that the big feast was coming later, so there was no rush. Suddenly, the void shuddered and countless lifeforms fell from the heavens, charging at Long Chen. Some of them were of the human race with strange clothes, but there were also all kinds of beasts. There were dragons, phoenixes, goblin monsters, wild devils, demonic beasts, and many more. Many of them were things that people had never seen before. Those lifeforms roared and charged at Long Chen as if he was the one who had killed them when they were alive. An aura of resentment erupted. It was as if the gates to hell had been opened. The heavenly tribulation has manifested the resentful spirits of the dead. These are all lifeforms he killed in his life, exclaimed Bai Zontang. Legend had it that those who had killed too many people would have a chance to face such a manifestation during their heavenly tribulation. Those lifeforms that had been slain would manifest during the tribulation to get revenge on their killer. It was said that these heavenly tribulation manifestations were connected by the karma of the heavenly Taos. These resentful lifeforms absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation to match the power of the one undergoing tribulation. Normally, such a manifestation declared that the person undergoing tribulation would be killed for sure. Such a tribulation was not just difficult to survive, it was practically impossible to beat. These lifeforms continued to pour out limitlessly. They easily surpassed the billions. Even the Bloodkill Hall's experts were affected. However, the Bloodkill Hall's experts didn't attack back. Someone had summoned divine energy barriers, only to be torn apart. A lifeform that looked like a human skeleton wielding a giant blade slashed through his defenses and struck, causing him to cough up blood. These lifeforms were covered in lightning, and their attacks contained the might of the heavens. Even primals, who were capable of blocking the attack, were unable to block the will of the heavens that attacked them as well. As a result, that person's mind almost shattered. Chant the Divine Sutra, summon divine protection, someone from the Bloodkill Hall shouted, and everyone began to chant at the same time. After that, their foreheads split open, and blood poured out, condensing into chains that linked them all together. Enputa's divine statue glowed. At this moment, a divine mark appeared on his chest. Its light joined with those blood chains, and the statue's closed eyes flew open. Enputa's aura manifested. Enputa, you're finally here. I want to ask you, how do you feel now? Long Chen smiled as he fought off the attacks of those lifeforms with a lightning blade. Chapter 3193 accompanying to the end. Long Chen slaughtered the attacking lifeforms with his lightning blade. At this moment, the millions of lightning dragons were no longer holding back. They grew larger and began to devour the lightning lifeforms. Those lifeforms didn't have their own wills. All they wanted was to kill Long Chen. However, they didn't know how to attack Lei Long because it was also a lightning spirit. They only struggled but didn't fight back against Lei Long. As a result, Lei Long had an immense advantage over them and crazily slaughtered them. Countless lightning lifeforms kept on descending, but the lightning dragons were devouring them. By the time they got through, only a few managed to reach Long Chen, and he was able to kill them easily. Everything was under control. He even had the space to antagonize Enputa. When Enputa's divine statue opened its eyes, his god aura unfurled. His divine spirit had been summoned by the call of those divine lords, which allowed him to possess this statue. When Enputa saw the destruction before him, he was shocked and enraged. The Bloodkill Hall's elite troops had been wiped out, with only a few people persevering. The most unendurable thing was that his divine statue had 2 splashes of urine on its head. This was an unbelievable humiliation to him. As a result of his fury, his divine might was unleashed. The will of a world king raged, and it caused the heavenly tribulation to shudder. As a result, an even stronger and more terrifying heavenly pressure crashed down. All those primal divine lords coughed up blood, cracks covering their entire bodies. It was the same for Qin Feng. This sudden heavenly might had nothing to do with the lightning. It was something that directly targeted the will, so Qin Feng felt like he might collapse at any moment. Even Enputa's statue became covered in countless cracks. The might of the heavens would not allow anyone to provoke it, not even a world king. You're the one courting death. I told you not to provoke me, but it seems that you didn't hear me clearly. You want to play this game with me. Don't think that you have the advantage because you have lived for countless years. When it comes to these kinds of tricks, Boss Long San is the true ancestor. If you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end. You think you're a badass? Just try to be badass this time too. Do you still want your divine inheritance? Do you still care about these chess pieces? Sneered Long Chen fearlessly. Everything happening right now seemed to be within Long Chen's expectations. The Academy's experts sighed in the distance. When this fellow wanted to, he could calculate things perfectly. Enputa is caught now. If he dares to use his divine energy, it will be considered going against the heavenly tribulation. The wrath of the heavens will not only kill those primal divine lords, but it will also destroy his divine spirit and statue. That will wipe out all the accumulated karmic luck he has built up for tens of thousands of years in the heavenly swell domain. Furthermore, most terrifying of all, attempting to kill Long Chen in his tribulation would be considered a disruption of the tribulation. The karma will definitely be recorded by the tribulation. Unless he isn't planning on undergoing another tribulation again in this lifetime, the karma will be settled the next time he advances. It will very likely take his life. This young fellow is truly skilled, praised an institute head. Toward the end, he didn't mention Long Chen's name specifically to avoid karma. However, everyone knew that he was talking about him. Enputa was a world king, a large figure even when counting the immortal world as a whole. However, he had been bullied by a junior like Long Chen to the point that he didn't even dare to retaliate. If the positions were switched and they were the ones in Enputa's position, they also wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, there was a danger of losing. Chapter 3194 Black Sword. This is the 4-peak selection. An institute head cried out in shock. Those sharp swords contained all the essences and attributes of the 10,000 Taos within heaven and earth. This should be the final segment of the heavenly tribulation. However, why was it different from other people's tribulations? Other people had their heavenly Tao runes hidden in the void. But here, the heavenly Tao runes were hidden within sharp swords. Every sword contained destructive power. Even the institute heads felt fear toward them. Qin Feng, focus, shouted Long Chen. This was the final moment. Qin Feng had to endure. Boss, I can hold on. Qin Feng's vision was starting to blur. It felt like an endless hell was closing in on him. This pressure almost made his will collapse. As for Long Chen's voice, it seemed to be like a whisper of the wind in Qin Feng's ears. His body shuddered as he concentrated his final bit of power on staying conscious. The millions of lightning dragons gathered, condensing into one giant dragon that wrapped around Long Chen and Qin Feng. However, even its combined body seemed weak in front of those sharp swords. They easily pierced into its body, leaving giant holes. Fortunately, it wrapped itself around them in multiple layers, and some of those lightning swords exploded within its body. Long Chen eyed those swords. He then suddenly made his move. His hand reached out 4 times. 4 of those swords were caught by Long Chen and stabbed into Qin Feng's body. As a result, his body became covered in cracks and almost shattered. Just like that, Long Chen grabbed Qin Feng and sent him flying out like a cannonball. That direction was where Bai Shaola's mother and the others were. Bai Shaola's mother hastily formed hand seals. When Qin Feng reached the edge of the heavenly tribulation, space twisted and he was transported right in front of them. The heavenly tribulation is chasing. The institute heads cried out. The tribulation clouds in the sky were rumbling, preparing to spread toward them. Just at this moment, Long Chen charged into the heavens with lightning raging on top of his black saber. A giant saber image tore through the tribulation clouds. Seemingly enraged by Long Chen, they ignored Qin Feng. As the range of the tribulation shrank, the power of the lightning swords raining down on Long Chen instantly increased. However, the others had no time to look at Long Chen. They had to heal Qin Feng, who was on the verge of death. The current him only had half a breath of life more than a dead person. Blood, flesh, tendon, bone, and all of them were ranked 7 runes. Did Long Chen want him to die? Bai Zontang examined the 4 bloody holes in Qin Feng's body. There were 4 different violet runes sealed inside them. He had actually given Qin Feng 4 ranked 7 runes at once with similar properties. This was no different than murder. No. Stop wasting words and heal him. He really will die like that, urged Bai Shishi's mother. Bai Zontang hastily got to work. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, they managed to protect Qin Feng's life. However, when it came to those 4 heavenly Tao runes in his body, there was nothing that they could do. They could only let him slowly absorb them. During this time, Qin Feng would probably have to suffer quite a bit of pain. But it was all worth it. Only once Qin Feng was saved did they turn back to Long Chen. A dragon mark had appeared on Long Chen's black saber, and it was covered in wild lightning. Those lightning swords were being hacked apart. Lei Long had merged its power into the black saber, aiding Long Chen against the heavenly tribulation. Even so, countless lightning swords continued to strike Long Chen's body. Those swords stabbed into his body and exploded. Their power was easily enough to kill a divine lord, as every sword contained destructive will. It was not like other people's heavenly tribulations where the heavenly Tao runes were the reward for passing the tribulation. There was no such choice for Long Chen to make. All the heavenly Tao runes were simply trying to kill him. Because of them, Long Chen was quickly covered in blood. Some of those runes flickered with a 7-colored coldness that directly pierced straight through his body. Peak rank heavenly Tao runes. When they saw the 7-colored light, they knew that it was the manifestation of a peak rank heavenly Tao rune. However, those lightning swords looked the same as the others. It was only when they pierced through Long Chen's body or struck his saber that they would reveal their light. It was as if they were hiding themselves. Suddenly, Long Chen roared and raised his saber. With nothing blocking their way, those swords pierced into his body. After that, a giant saber image tore into the heavens. Long Chen's saber fell. Suddenly, amongst those countless swords appeared a black lightning sword. Why is it black? There's no record of such a thing. The institute heads exclaimed in shock. They had never seen or heard of such a thing. The black saber collided with the black sword. When the black ripples spread from the point of collision, the other lightning swords were blasted apart. The power of that black sword was truly terrifying. The collision shook Long Chen's insides and turned his arms numb. Lei Long, hurry. My survival depends on you, transmitted Long Chen. At the same time, the primal chaos space's life energy poured into his body. Lei Long crazily absorbed the lightning runes in the air. Only when it was strong enough could Long Chen resist the power of that black lightning. Otherwise, he would be killed by this tribulation. He had just knocked away the first black sword when another black sword appeared behind him. Not giving him any time to dodge, it pierced through his back and out his chest, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. What is this? Bai Shishi started to panic. Those black swords contained destructive power, and it was impossible to tell what kind of rune they contained. There was some terrifying, sinister aura on top of them. It wasn't something that should appear within a heavenly tribulation. No one answered her because no one knew what those black swords represented. The sinister aura gave them chills. Only the dean was lost in thought as he looked at the black swords. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3195 Crisis of Life and Death. Long Chen's chest was pierced through, and black lightning still lingered on top of the wound. That sinister aura gave even Bai Zontang and the others the chills. This was a kind of unknown power. How could such a thing appear in a heavenly tribulation? However, Long Chen's expression was still completely calm as he faced those black lightning swords. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Seeing him like this, Bai Shala's mother now understood why he had said that he was very familiar with this. Long Chen's lightning-covered blade slashed the black swords repeatedly. With every clash, ripples would spread and shatter the other lightning swords. Even peak rank runic swords were nothing in front of those black swords. Those black lightning swords seemed to have come from hell. They were sinister and domineering. It seemed that they wouldn't rest until Long Chen was slain. Furthermore, every blow was incredibly heavy and required all of Long Chen's power to receive. As a result, cracks could be seen all over his body. Fortunately, the primal chaos space was filled with wood foundation divine trees that offered him an enormous amount of life energy. Because of them, he quickly healed. It went without saying that the wood foundation divine trees were truly powerful. Even injuries of the heavenly Daos could be instantly healed by their life energy. Without them, Long Chen would have died long ago. At this moment, the void shuddered and another black lightning sword appeared. The three black swords then weaved through the air, repeatedly striking Long Chen. No matter what he did, he was unable to break them. Everyone's heart clenched. If those black swords didn't break, then considering that they were in the heavenly tribulation, they would have an unending supply of energy. But Long Chen would run out of energy sooner or later. The three black swords danced around him, and Long Chen fought intensely against them. As for the other lightning swords, he no longer had time to bother with them. As long as they didn't strike him in his vitals, he let them strike him. He needed all of his attention on those black swords. Even though the swords containing rank 7 runes could pierce his skin, they weren't able to pose a mortal threat to him. He only had to be a bit more careful of the peak rank 7 colored runes and avoid being struck in his vital parts. As for rank 6 swords and below, they could be ignored. But even then, there were too many rank 7 and peak rank lightning swords. They repeatedly injured him. Anyone else would dream of obtaining a peak rank rune. However, those heavenly Dao runes were now the swords trying to take his life. The higher-ups of the academy didn't know if this was simply how his tribulation should have been, or if it was due to him continuously provoking the heavenly Daos, causing them to unleash this heavenly punishment. In any case, they had never seen such a terrifying tribulation before. Furthermore, they only dared to watch and didn't even attempt to record it. That might be instantly sensed by the heavenly Daos. Even if the act wasn't punished immediately, it might cause karmic retributions for them later. It might even implicate the karmic luck of their families, resulting in their family line coming to an end. Such a heavenly tribulation could not be recorded. Anyone who tried would suddenly start to encounter all kinds of misfortunes. They definitely wouldn't have a good ending, and anyone tied to them might also be affected. Thus, such a thing could only be transmitted through word of mouth. As time passed, such a thing would become a story that people doubted the veracity of. However, this black lightning seemed to be some kind of taboo, so they only dared to look. They didn't dare to even spread word of this, afraid of it bringing some kind of bad karma. Suddenly, another black bolt appeared in the air. Just as Long Chen was fighting the first 3 black swords, the fourth one slashed into Long Chen's body with no warning at all. Long Chen was almost cut in two and blood flew through the air. His abdomen was almost emptied. Bai Shishi and the others covered their mouths, almost crying out. Long Chen was just a bit off from dying. How close! Long Chen's heart shook. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this and had Lei Long place a layer of lightning over his bones. This layer of lightning was black. It was the power that Lei Long had just started to absorb by blocking the attacks of these black swords. Long Chen quickly drew out the energy of the wood foundation divine trees to heal. But afterward, his expression changed. This time, his wound was too severe. The wood foundation divine trees were starting to show signs of withering. In other words, any more life energy he extracted might kill them. If he took another wound like that, it might take all their remaining energy to recover from it. Then it would be difficult to escape death. I can't continue like this. Long Chen felt an unprecedented feeling of danger. He would die if he continued like this. Lei Long, help out! Long Chen shouted inside. As one black sword flew over, Long Chen swung his saber, blocking it. At the same time, a black lightning rune appeared on his left palm. He snatched the sword. The moment he grabbed the black sword, the void shuddered along with Long Chen's arm. After that, the flesh of his arm was blown off all the way to the bone. Countless black runes flowed on top of his bones and then formed chains that bound the black sword to his hand. In that instant, the will of the heavenly Tao's poured into his mind sea. The gushing power tried to overwhelm his mind sea and blow it apart. But then, the divine gate in his mind sea opened. The divine gate star blazed as if it had been disturbed by the black lightning, and the mysterious energy pouring into his mind sea was absorbed by it. At the same time, Long Chen's Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Nethergate stars also lit up. Every star had a black lightning rune appear on top of them. Following that, 6 stars appeared behind Long Chen, shattering heaven and earth. An irresistible power then erupted, crushing all the swords in the air. However, after a single flash, those 6 stars vanished without a trace. It was as if it was nothing more than an illusion. As for the black sword, it escaped his hold. Long Chen felt like his body had changed, but he was unable to tell what that change was. Lei Long. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals. A whirlpool then appeared on top of his hand. Lightning summoning art. The shattered swords left lightning runes remaining in the air. They were instantly sucked into Long Chen's lightning whirlpool. At the core, a lightning mark gradually grew brighter. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. A giant lightning dragon then appeared within the world, emitting endless dragon might. Chapter 3196 Purgatory Eyes, Sealing Art. Long Chen had taken the risk of grabbing one of those black lightning swords and attempting to absorb it. It was because only once Lei Long had absorbed enough of this black lightning would it be able to protect him from it. Otherwise, even with the healing ability of the Wood Foundation divine trees, he would still die. However, he hadn't expected such a thing to occur. The lightning sword hadn't been absorbed, but a strange rune had appeared on the 6 stars for a moment. Moreover, the 6-star battle armor had manifested on its own accord. He didn't know what kind of power had been activated, but other than those black swords, the rest were all shattered. Since he was unable to absorb the black sword, he immediately switched to absorbing all those shattered lightning swords. Their runes were quickly absorbed by Lei Long. Lei Long crazily devoured all those runes, and its power instantly soared. Its dragon might shook the heavens. Normally, Lei Long was unable to absorb so much at once, but those shattered lightning swords had lost their own will and didn't resist as they were absorbed. Lei Long's thunder force instantly soared to an incomprehensible level. Just then, the 4 black swords pierced toward Long Chen once more. They flew straight at him. As the heavenly Taos had locked onto him, there was nowhere for him to run. Lei Long roared, and a dragon claw larger than a mountain clashed against those 4 black swords. The earth was torn apart by the claw. However, the 4 black swords seemed to be able to ignore Lei Long's power, swimming through its body like fish in water. Long Chen once more blocked with all his power, only for his arm to almost be destroyed. He was sent flying. Lei Long, don't fight them. Join forces with me, shouted Long Chen. He saw that those 4 black swords absorbed some of Lei Long's energy when they pierced through its body, while Lei Long's attack was completely ineffective. This seemed to be a matter of quality. Although Lei Long had just absorbed a huge amount of thunder force, it didn't make up for the gap in nature. Lei Long instantly vanished, transferring all its power to Long Chen. As a result, a lighting battle armor appeared on Long Chen's body. His black saber flickered with black lightning. With Lei Long supporting him, he was able to greatly reduce the damage those black swords were doing. Even if they did manage to strike his body, the protection of the lightning armor would prevent major wounds. Long Chen's confidence rose. With this lightning battle armor, he could greatly reduce the amount of life energy being used. Like this, there was still hope. Just then, the 5th black sword appeared. When it manifested, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. After that, the 6th sword appeared, and half the tribulation clouds vanished. Finally, the remaining tribulation clouds shuddered and shrank, transforming into the 7th sword. The final 3 swords had absorbed all the power of the tribulation. The last one in particular possessed divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. When it came for Long Chen, he was unable to block it and was sent flying, hacking up blood. Even his lightning battle armor was on the verge of crumbling. Lei Long hastily condensed the armor again, but Long Chen's expression changed. Lei Long was already doing its best to absorb this black lightning, but the black lightning was difficult to absorb. Even up to this point, the amount that Lei Long had managed to absorb was not able to match these lightning swords. The final 3 lightning swords in particular seemed to possess double the power of each previous sword. Hence, the 7th sword was something that made even Long Chen shake. It wasn't something he could survive. The black swords contained destructive power and the will of the heavenly Taoes. It had an absolute suppressive effect on a person's physical body, soul, mind, and will. Anyone else would be unable to endure the very first sword. Their mind would crumble. After all, no matter how strong a person was, how could they fight the heavens? Bai Shishi and the others were watching worriedly. The final 3 swords in particular made their souls hurt just by looking at them. Such a heavenly tribulation was simply impossible to pass. Long Chen continued to fight against the attacks of the 7 swords. His lightning armor was constantly breaking. He was coughing up blood, his body on the verge of destruction. The wood foundation divine trees in the primal chaos space were gradually withering. They finally reached the point where they could no longer heal his injuries. He thought about using the primal chaos space. Perhaps he could draw these swords into the primal chaos space. But he didn't do that in the end. The primal chaos space was for drawing in physical objects. These lightning swords were manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. They had no actual body to be drawn in. This was Long Chen's first time in life feeling such despair. He had used up everything. Lei Long wasn't able to absorb this black energy fast enough, and Huo Long was unable to help in this scenario. The primal chaos space was also out of life energy. I really will die like this. I can only gamble. Long Chen suddenly clenched his teeth. He tore off the eye patch on his left eye, and it suddenly opened. The mark of the 3 flower pupils appeared in that eye. Black fluctuations came out of it. It was like a black hole sucking in all things within heaven and earth. 3 flower petals appeared in the air and twisted. The black lightning swords were sucked into that void. The 7 lightning swords shuddered, trying to escape the bindings of the 3 flower pupil. At this moment, sharp pain racked Long Chen's eye. He felt like it was going to explode. However, this was his only hope. Even if his eye hadn't fully healed yet, he had to use it. As heaven and earth rumbled, the 10,000 Taoes collapsed. The entire world was like a shattered mirror as it was covered in cracks. The black mark in the sky twisted and black energy spread from it. It was sinister and wild. All of a sudden, Long Chen felt like a door was opened inside his body, and some kind of mysterious energy was awoken. The mark of the 3 flower pupils suddenly shrank to the size of the tip of a pin. After that, the 7 black swords vanished and blood poured out of Long Chen's eye. 7 swords also appeared in the 3 flower pupils' mark in his eye. It's a sealing art. Long Chen was delighted. He still had no idea what kind of hidden power the purgatory eyes possessed. However, today, by using them, he managed to seal those 7 black swords. Blood continued to pour out of his left eye, but even all the pain that he was in didn't drown out his delight. He hadn't expected to accidentally succeed. Long Chen closed his left eye and put his eye patch back on. The heavenly tribulation was finally over. Just as he sighed, his expression changed. At this moment, in his weakest state, he felt a strange energy trying to extract his blood-soul energy. He was enraged. That legendary thing was finally making its move, and it wanted a piece of him as well. Long Chen was about to fight it off when a voice rang out in his mind. Let it absorb it. Chapter 3197 Sowing a Seed. Long Chen was startled. That was the voice of the dragon expert. Plant a seed in the spring, reap the harvest in the autumn. The voice rang out once more before its presence disappeared. After that, no matter how Long Chen called out, no response came back. Long Chen had many questions about how the others were doing, but those questions were left unanswered. Long Chen felt his blood-soul energy being drawn by that energy. It was like a little thief. However, as long as he wished to, he could resist. Ultimately, he chose to listen to the dragon expert and act as if he hadn't sensed anything. Fortunately, it didn't extract much of his blood-soul energy. It just left him with a wave of weakness and dizziness. He could feel that blood-soul energy being wrapped up by some mysterious energy and sent far, far away. It then vanished from his senses. In a dark place that Long Chen couldn't see, there was a giant blood sea containing endless energy. Another drop of light appeared and entered the blood sea. That was Long Chen's blood-soul energy. His blood-soul energy entered the blood sea. After that, an invisible energy slowly merged into the blood sea, silently leaving its own strange mark. That mark belonged to Long Chen. Long Chen was already exhausted from his fight against the 7 swords. Hence, when his blood-soul energy was extracted, his vision turned dark, and he finally couldn't endure any longer. He then fell unconscious, falling from the sky. A pair of gentle arms caught Long Chen. looking at the bloody and exhausted Long Chen. For some reason, she felt some indistinct stinging pain in her heart. She now knew where Long Chen's strength came from. His path was rugged, bumpy, and covered in thorns. Behind his power lay an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears. Compared to Long Chen, she felt like she had paid very little. She had put in effort, of course, but compared to Long Chen, it couldn't amount to anything. It made her feel ashamed. Suddenly, she turned red. She realized that she was holding Long Chen, and it was inappropriate. She hastily handed him off to the Pill Institute's head. I truly didn't expect that such a terrifying heavenly tribulation would exist in this world. The experts from outside the domain plus the assassins of the Heavenly Swell domain's Bloodkill Hall were all slain. Even Enpuda was powerless, sighed an institute head. The Bloodkill Hall's presence was gone from this domain, and even Enpuda's divine statue was shattered. His faith energy had been exhausted by the tribulation, so the statue was unable to remain intact. With the statue destroyed, his inheritance in the Heavenly Swell domain had been pulled out by the roots. The efforts of tens of thousands of years were destroyed by a single heavenly tribulation. If Enpuda wanted to spread his Bloodkill Hall here again, he had no choice but to start over. Without the faith energy of this divine statue, he could no longer manifest himself in the Heavenly Swell domain. It could be said that he had suffered a huge defeat this time. However, it's unknown if the Bloodkill Hall will once more come back and launch an attack on the High Firmament Academy, said Bai Shala's mother. This time, Long Chen had destroyed Enpuda's inheritance in the Heavenly Swell domain. This enmity was even greater than killing Wei Yun, so there was no way Enpuda would simply accept this. If he dares to come to us, can we not just strike back? I'll directly bring people outside the Heavenly Swell domain and slaughter the Bloodkill Hall's branches. If I can't beat Enpuda, I can at least kill his followers with no problem, snorted Bai Zontang. No need to worry. This time, Enpuda was simply testing the High Firmament Academy, and it was most likely incited by Lord Brahma. Moreover, it isn't convenient for our academy to reveal too much of our power due to certain factors. Fortunately, Long Chen has resolved things here. Lord Brahma is very cautious. He never does anything he isn't assured of, so he won't make any rash moves before figuring out our bottom line. He is someone with immense restraint. Having endured for so many years, he won't let his emotions get the best of him now. Anyway, there's no need for everyone to be worrying so much for nothing. Let's return. The dean ordered everyone to go back to the academy. They looked back at the devastation one last time and then at the unconscious Long Chen. They finally left. A while after they were all gone, figures appeared in the distance, flying over. When they saw the wreckage of the Bloodkill Hall as well as the remnant destructive energy in the air, they didn't even dare to get close. The smell of blood still hung in the air. That was enough to tell them that countless people had died. Those corpses were all from some supreme experts. These experts were drawn over by the disturbance. Unfortunately, they had come too late to witness anything. However, the wreckage alone was unbelievable for them. The Bloodkill Hall was destroyed just like this. Even after gathering so many experts, they were unable to escape their fates of being wiped out. The experts didn't dare to stay here for too long. After a brief look, they returned to the sects to report the news. Hence, this information rapidly spread. The High Firmament Academy didn't bother concealing the matter of Long Chen undergoing his tribulation. On this very day, hundreds of sects in the Heavenly Swell domain disbanded. Long Chen had said that the day he ascended to the Four-Peak Realm would be the day that his retaliation started. Any sects that had attacked him at the end of the 9 Prefecture Convention would either have to disband or have him visit their door. Many sects had been waiting to see how the wind blew. When the Bloodkill Hall had sent out the call for them to join forces against their common enemy, they had grouped up to launch a sneak attack against the High Firmament Academy. Now, most of their peak experts had been killed by Long Chen's heavenly tribulation, so the survivors instantly panicked. Some of these sects had lost their leaders, and their people began to kill each other to fight over the sects' treasures. All the sects that had participated in the attacks against the High Firmament Academy disbanded. Some sects even attacked them at this time, stealing their resources, mines, and spirit fields. They took advantage of this time to expand their territory. However, it was dangerous to expand like this. Who knew if the Bloodkill Hall would return and attack them? But when profit was lying right in front of them, it was difficult for these people to retain their rationality. The chaos lasted half a month, and hundreds of sects collapsed. Some of them hadn't attacked the High Firmament Academy, but as they had a history of grievance with the Academy, they disbanded as well. Perhaps they were just afraid of the worst-case scenario. Long Chen had terrified them. Wanting to live, they didn't have any wild thoughts of anything else. After this chaos, no one in the Heavenly Swell domain dared to mention restoring the name of the domain to the Dao Dan domain. All eyes within the Heavenly Swell domain were on the High Firmament Academy. They all wanted to see what their next move was, or perhaps it should be said what Long Chen wanted to do next. On this day, Long Chen finally woke up after sleeping for half a month. As soon as he opened his eyes, sharp pain racked his left eye and blood poured out of it. He hastily shut his eyes. "Child, you have guts. You actually sealed such a terrifying thing in your eye." Bai Shaola's mother was standing in front of him. She shook her head and sighed. Chapter 3198 Lei Linger manifests. Long Chen's eye was in sharp pain. Blood continued to flow out of it. Bai Shaola's mother helped him wipe away the blood. White light appeared on her palm. When that light shone on his eye, the pain slowly faded. "Isn't it only because I had no other way? I used up all my trump cards. If I didn't do something reckless, I would have lost my life," said Long Chen helplessly. Even when he was unconscious, he had vaguely felt the pain in his eye. But during this time, he had also sensed that someone seemed to be pressing on his eye to relieve the pressure slightly. Now he knew that Bai Shaola's mother had been standing by his side this entire time. "Then why did you anger the heavenly tribulation and fight against the heavenly Daos? Weren't you playing with your life?" she demanded. With the support of the white light from her hand, his eye stopped bleeding. The pain lessened quite a bit, but he still didn't dare to open it. "What do you mean, angering the heavenly tribulation? Even if I didn't anger it, its power wouldn't have dropped. I'm all too familiar with it. I just quickened the pace a bit. I just skipped some of the steps because I was worried about those bastards escaping," said Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen could still smile at this time, Bai Shaola's mother was speechless. This child had played with his life to the point that he was used to it. That didn't seem like a good thing. He could still smile so cheerfully after barely escaping with his life. "I made a new eye patch for you. There's a spatial formation on it. Can you suppress that thing? However, those black swords are truly bizarre. No one has any way to deal with them. For now, you will be unable to open your eye." Bai Shaola's mother took out a new eye patch. There were runes covering it. When he put it on, a cool feeling fell over his eye. The sense of pain completely vanished. Many thanks, senior." Long Chen was endlessly grateful. Thanks to her skill in pupil arts, his eye would no longer be in pain. That was enough. As for the energy of the 7 swords, he would think of a way to slowly refine them. After saying a few more words, Bai Shaola's mother left. Long Chen looked inside himself. He found that countless runes had appeared within his bloodline. These were the heavenly Dao runes that had appeared during his tribulation. Originally, he had thought that those heavenly Dao runes would be absorbed by Lei Long. He hadn't expected them to appear in his blood. After this tribulation, he found that all his aspects had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation, whether it was his physical body, soul, mental energy, and even his flame energy. The 4-peak realm normally only strengthened the 4 attributes that a person chose to decide their future cultivation direction. However, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation had resulted in all the heavenly Dao runes being sucked into his blood without him even being aware of it. Is this related to those 7 black swords? Long Chen suddenly thought of those 7 swords. Due to having to fight them off, he hadn't even had time during the tribulation to absorb those heavenly Dao runes. Long Chen focused his mental energy on his left eye. His left eye instantly began to sting. But this investigation didn't cause anything odd. Long Chen found that in the 3-flower pupil of his left eye, the 7 swords were embedded into the center of the flower. They contained such terrifying power that he shivered just sensing them now. He had almost died to these 7 swords. They were completely bizarre. They contained every kind of energy in the world. It seemed that they had no weaknesses. There was nothing that suppressed them. If the purgatory eyes hadn't worked, Long Chen really would have died. Although he had long since expected his tribulation to be terrifying, he still hadn't expected it to have reached this extent. As he examined them more closely, he found that the 7 swords were covered by a mysterious dark energy. They actually didn't repel each other. Instead, they seemed mutually attracted to each other. The dragon expert had said that the purgatory eyes were the window to the dark energy inside his body. Could it be that these 7 black swords also contained dark energy? Wasn't it said that heavenly tribulation was purely on the side of Yang? How was there dark energy? Long Chen suddenly shuddered. He had a feeling that his current understanding of heavenly tribulation was being toppled. Just then, a light cry rang out, drawing him out of his stupor. His arm shook. A 3-inch miniature person jumped onto his palm. That was a violet-haired girl. Her eyes had lightning runes flickering in them that contained destructive power. Lei Linger, you've finally transformed again. Long Chen was delighted. This meant that Lei Linger had finally obtained the acknowledgement of the immortal world's heavenly Taos. It could leave Long Chen and freely control heavenly lightning. This heavenly tribulation gave me greater control. I've finally regained that feeling of freedom that I had on the martial heaven continent. However, the suppression of the heavenly Taos here is stronger. I can only transform into this small form, and I can't form hand seals myself, said Lei Linger. No need to worry. You've fully regained your spirituality. You're only a step away from truly transforming, said Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, can you send me into your eye? I can absorb the power of the 7 swords, said Lei Linger, hopping onto his shoulder. Are you sure you can absorb them? You won't be rejected, asked Long Chen. This was no joke. One mistake could be fatal. I'm sure. Those black swords contain thunder force, along with other energies. Due to the other energies, I was unable to directly absorb them. But they don't reject me, said Lei Linger confidently. All right, try it. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Leaving the 7 swords in his eye forever was no solution. It wasn't as if he could only keep one eye open for the rest of his life. If Lei Linger was so confident, then she could try it. Lei Linger transformed into a lightning rune that Long Chen slowly sent into his left eye. He was prepared to drag her out at any moment if something happened. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no change when Lei Linger entered. The 3-flower pupil didn't react, and the 7 swords merely quivered ever so slightly before falling silent. The lightning rune slowly spread like a web towards the 7 swords. However, the swords still didn't react. Through this net, Lei Linger began absorbing their power. However, it was extremely slow. The swords didn't even seem to sense it. Seeing that, Long Chen relaxed. The problem with his eye was being resolved. He continued looking within himself. He suddenly noticed a swirling vortex beneath his dantian. The 7th star. Chapter 3199 7th star, Violet Tower. The whirlpool was right below his dantian, corresponding exactly with the Nethergate star above his dantian. However, it wasn't a star yet but just a tiny whirlpool. Originally, this location was empty, but after Long Chen had advanced to the 4-peak realm, this whirlpool appeared. Violet Tower Star. A name appeared in Long Chen's mind as soon as he saw the whirlpool, along with a complicated pill formula. The Violet Tower pill's main ingredient is the Devil Eye Water Lily. That's a life form of the undying race. Although he was mentally prepared when he read through the pill formula, his heart sank when he saw the names of the ingredients. The Devil Eye Water Lily was a terrifying existence of the undying race. Its position was only second to the undying willow. It was said that when its devil eye opened, all spirits had to submit. Furthermore, the Devil Eye Water Lily only existed in the crack between the Devil World and the Undying World. Long Chen had read through many books but only knew its name. He didn't even know what it looked like. If he wanted to obtain the Devil Eye Water Lily, he would have to set foot into that terrifying crack. There was no way to describe just how far away that was from the heavenly swell domain. There were also other difficult ingredients to gather. The eye of the devil dragon, the fang of the bloodbath, the gall of the deep-sea soaring serpent. Furthermore, these lifeforms had to have reached the 4th rank. In other words, the level of divine lords. The Violet Tower pill is a 4th-tier medicinal pill. In other words, I have to become a divine lord before condensing the 7th star. Long Chen had condensed the 6th star a bit too early, resulting in a deviation from the original path. Although he had managed to condense the 6-star battle armor, it had never reached its original potential. After igniting his divine flames, he found that this deviation was definitely not a good thing. His foundation with the 9-star hegemon body art was unstable, so he didn't want to take any further risks with it. Fortunately, there's still enough time. I can take this slowly. Long Chen comforted himself. He had just advanced to the 4-peak realm, but the cyclone of the 7th star had appeared. It should be the preparation for the 7th star. Such a thing had never occurred before. This made him feel like the seventh star was different from the previous 6 stars. The cyclone appeared before he consumed any pills, and it gave off a domineering feeling of refusing to wait. Furthermore, he also noticed a cyclone covering the Fengfu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and Nethergate stars. Long Chen suddenly thought of how when he had forcibly tried to absorb the Black Sword's power. Back then, the 6-star battle armor automatically appeared and unleashed its divine might. That wave of power shattered all the lightning swords other than the black swords. Now that he thought back to it, he wondered if these cyclones were related to that. The 9-star hegemon body art was growing stranger. Even he, as the master, was completely befuddled. The cyclones seemed to bring some kind of mysterious energy into the stars as they revolved. This strange energy was connected to the world, but it was an unclear feeling. Long Chen studied them for a long time but didn't receive any answers. Hence, he simply gave up on finding out anything more about this change. He looked around at the rest of his body, which had been tempered by the lightning and was even stronger. He struck his own chest, and it shook the room. It was like the collision of 2 treasure items. The true dragon essence blood had fully merged with my body thanks to the tribulation. This body of mine probably isn't much inferior to an actual true dragon. Sensing the surging power within him, Long Chen felt a wave of emotion. He liked this feeling of explosive power. After that, he checked the primal chaos space. All the wood foundation divine trees and the precious medicinal herbs were withered. He had sucked up all their energy during the tribulation, and it would take another ocean of corpses to revive them. He wasn't able to get so many in a short time, so he would take this slowly. At this time, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others came in. They had all advanced to the 4-peak realm, and their realms were very steady. Some of them had even reached the 4th heaven stage. Seeing that Long Chen was awakened fine, they were jubilant. Most of them hadn't seen his tribulation, but the rumors spreading had reached them. His tribulation had killed so many experts and destroyed the Bloodkill Hall's presence in this domain. Even Enputa's divine statue was broken. That was enough to tell them just how terrifying his tribulation was. When Long Chen returned, he was already on his last breaths, his body on the verge of collapse. It was truly frightening. Just now, Bai Shaola's mother spread the word that Long Chen had woken up, so they all came running in to see him. Long Chen saw everyone here except Li Kai. Startled, he had a bad feeling. Did Li Kai not pass the trial? As soon as Long Chen asked this, everyone's smile vanished. An expression of grief and hatred appeared on their faces. Qin Feng was the one who took a deep breath and did his best to calmly say, "Boss, we didn't tell you about this matter. Li Kai passed the trial, but, just before you came out of seclusion, the Bloodkill Hall launched another sneak attack, and he was killed by them. We didn't inform you of this matter in order to not disturb you at that time." Long Chen fell silent. He recalled that just before he came out of seclusion, the Bloodkill Hall had organized another attack. That time, they charged into the inner academy and managed to kill some disciples before being slaughtered. He hadn't thought that Li Kai would be amongst those that were killed. Just as Li Kai came out of the trial, he was killed by the Bloodkill Hall. Li Kai had been willing to risk his life to join the Dragonblood Legion. He had stepped into an incredibly difficult trial and passed, only to be killed. "Boss, don't feel bad. You destroyed the Bloodkill Hall and killed so many of their experts. He can rest in peace," said Qin Feng. Long Chen sighed and shook his head. "In the future, our Dragonblood Legion will no longer recruit anyone. Remember this." "Boss," Qin Feng was startled. "Listen to me, this matter is cursed," said Long Chen. Qin Feng was shocked. He pondered over his words and seemed to understand. Was this due to karma? If Li Kai hadn't wanted to join the Dragonblood Legion, he wouldn't have died. On the Martial Heaven continent, he had said that he was an inauspicious person. Wherever he went, mountains of corpses and seas of blood followed. Those whose lives weren't tough enough would die sooner rather than later if they followed him. Now that he thought about it, did Li Kai encounter this calamity because of this? His life wasn't tough enough, so it resulted in this when he tried to join. Long Chen had previously rejected Li Kai, but seeing his tough character and loyalty, even Qin Feng vouched for him. Unexpectedly, it only harmed him, so Qin Feng felt remorse. "Let's go. Take a trip with me." Long Chen patted Qin Feng's shoulder comfortingly. He knew what his brother was thinking. "Go where?" We're going to the Bloodkill Hall. There's still one more matter for me to do, said Long Chen. He left the High Firmament Academy with all of them. Chapter 3200 Tying Up Loose Ends. A large head was dug out of the wreckage that used to be the Bloodkill Hall. That was the head of Enputa's divine statue. The divine statue had shattered during the tribulation, but the head was still intact. Boss, what's the point of this? Is this valuable? Asked Bai Shaola. Every single one of them was holding a chain and pulling the head. It's not worth crap. This head is the source of Enputa's faith energy here. That idiot actually thought that I wouldn't know. As long as this source remains, his karmic luck in the heavenly swell domain is not completely severed. As long as he is given a few centuries, he'll be able to activate it once more, allowing him to recruit more people and spread his belief here, said Long Chen. Boss, are you saying that we can sever his roots by breaking this head? His hands will never be able to stretch into the heavenly swell domain again. Asked Bai Shaola excitedly. Not bad, you're getting smarter. But you're only half right. This source cannot be directly broken. Breaking the head just like this won't work, said Long Chen. Then what? Asked Bai Shaola. Long Chen didn't reply directly. Instead, he ordered the Unfettered Alliance and the Luo Gate's disciples to tie the head to their flying boat and set off. They dug a hole near a city and buried Enputa's head there facing down. Only its neck was still at the surface. The head was hollow, and they could see faith runes covering its insides. With the neck facing up, it became a giant receptacle. Over the next 2 days, Long Chen invited some craftsmen to construct a single temple over it with small rooms. Every room had a hole leading to below. After a while, Bai Shaola and the others realized that he was constructing a lavatory for everyone. After it was finished, Long Chen had people spread the word that no matter who it was, anyone who relieved themselves here would obtain a detox pill. At first, people didn't quite understand. But following his call, quite a few of his worshippers came and consumed his detox pills. Before anyone could say anything, they immediately rushed into the stalls and things started flowing. They were delighted to find that this detox pill's effect was amazing. It effectively expelled the pill toxins that they had accumulated. That was extremely beneficial for their future cultivation. Such an effective detox pill wasn't something that they could even buy with money. Hence, they immediately began calling their friends over as well. Long Chen said that this was to celebrate the destruction of the Bloodkill Hall. Anyone who came, regardless of cultivation base and gender, could obtain a detox pill. The only problem was that the quantity was limited, so it was first come, first served. Boss, if Enputa learns of this, he'll definitely die of rage. Filling his head with crap, is this referring to his brains? Laughed Xin Feng along with the others. Enputa had launched 2 attacks on the High Firmament Academy and killed many disciples. This enmity was truly deep. Seeing Long Chen treat his statue like this was delightful. That's only one part of it. I told you that the source of his faith couldn't be destroyed with brute power. However, corrosive toxins are capable of it. It won't be long before it is fully gone. He wants to play schemes with me. I'll play him to death. Of course, I will also spread the image of his head filled with crap. After all, doing good things without leaving behind my name isn't my style, said Long Chen. All those books that he had read weren't for nothing. The ocean's worth of knowledge gave him countless methods to deal with things. This time, he was settling things once and for all, severing Enputa's claw. Now everyone understood. He hadn't gone to such efforts just to vent. It was to end this matter. Li Kai should be able to rest in peace, sighed Xin Feng. As soon as Li Kai was mentioned, the mood fell. Li Kai's death means that his branch in his family's power struggle will fall. They might even. The speaker was one of the disciples of the elite group. They knew what Li Kai's death signified. When they first followed Long Chen, they managed to charge into the inner academy, becoming true elite disciples with limitless prospects. They were originally squeezed out of their families, but as they grew stronger and Long Chen rose, their families recognized their potential. Almost all of them had become the official heirs of their families. Of course, they didn't forget to settle things with those that had harmed them. This was life. This was the cultivation world. Whoever had the power would get revenge for when they didn't have it. However, now that Li Kai had died, his family branch's position was no longer stable. When the positions were reversed, the old enemies would resurface. This constant revenge was bloody. No need to worry. Who doesn't know that Li Kai is one of Boss's subordinates? Who dares to touch his family? That would be a slap in Boss's face. Who has those guts? Said Bai Shaola. However, Qin Feng and the others shook their heads. Bai Shaola was thinking too simply. He didn't know just how cruel the world was. Long Chen was too far away for them to be afraid of him. His name was not able to protect anyone. It was the same even for the elite disciples that were still alive. They all had to be cautious against their competitors. They weren't with their families right now, and they were too far to help. Many things could happen without them being aware of it. Li Kai has a little brother who just passed the exam 2 months ago and entered the academy, right? Asked Long Chen. Yes. It's said that his aptitude is no lower than Li Kai's. Li Kai greatly loved this little brother of his, said Qin Feng. Long Chen nodded. Have him come see me when we get back. What was to be Li Kai's will be his. Li Kai traded his life for that. Qin Feng shook inside. He knew what Long Chen was referring to. He was going to give the heavenly Dao fruit that was originally for Li Kai to his little brother, turning him into a primal. In his tribulation, he had killed countless experts, so he now had over 600 heavenly Dao fruits. In other words, adding together the 4-peak realm and the Divine Lord realm, over 600 primals had been slain. If news of the heavenly Dao fruits spread, it would definitely drive countless people crazy. Long Chen had to keep it secret. Li Kai's brother could be given one, but he definitely couldn't be informed about what it was. After all, such a heaven-defying existence would cause Long Chen to be hunted down within the immortal world. In just a month, Enputa's head was packed to the brim. Long Chen left behind a batch of detox pills for some people to guard while he returned with the others to the academy. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw some disorder ahead. Where is Long Chen? Does he dare to come out and fight? Within this disorder was a person roaring. His aura was shockingly powerful. He was actually a primal. Chapter 3201. An expert from outside. He was a large expert with strange clothes and a heavy rod in his hand. He was in the mid-4-peak realm. This person was blocked by the academy's disciples outside the mountain gates. He was shouting, but he didn't make a move. I've already told you many times, senior apprentice brother Long Chen isn't inside the academy. We'll tell you when he gets back. If you disturb Fairy Shishi with your shouting and get crushed by her, don't blame us then. Responded those disciples. Bullshit. I've waited 2 days. I came from outside this domain and passed through the Devil Sea just to fight Long Chen. What? Does he not dare to come out? Roared that expert. I'm telling you, senior apprentice brother Long Chen isn't here. He just went out when you came. Furthermore, do you think that he would be afraid of you considering his power? Why would we have to lie to you? Isn't that senior apprentice brother Long Chen? Just then, that disciple noticed Long Chen and the others walking over. That large man turned to look at Long Chen. His eyes shone brightly with 4 colors as he shouted, Long Chen, I came to challenge you to a fight. Do you dare to accept? You are from outside this domain. Long Chen cocked his head at him curiously. Correct. My surname is Shu and my name is Zishang. I am from the Heavenly Star domain. I crossed the Devil Sea to come to the Dao Dan domain just to fight you. Do you dare to accept? Shouted the one who called himself Shu Zishang. Long Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and shook his head. I dislike such senseless challenges. Even if you win, what will it prove? As a cultivator, you must fight against powerful enemies. You cannot cower. Turn every expert into a whetstone for yourself, constantly training so you can become a true expert. Declared Shu Zishang arrogantly. Have you reached the point where you have no more opponents in the Heavenly Star domain? Asked Long Chen. No. Shu Zishang deflated. Long Chen rolled his eyes. Then is something wrong with your head? You have so many experts to challenge in your domain, so why did you come here? Did you think that I'm a soft persimmon that will be easier to crush? So you can find a sense of existence for yourself. Qin Feng and the others also laughed. This fellow's aura truly was powerful, but it seemed that his head wasn't very good. At the very least, he was still waiting at the gates obediently. Even if he was getting impatient, he didn't charge in or injure others. Who cares about all that? I'm already here. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Shouted Shu Zishang, directly throwing away any sense of logic. I'm going to say something that you won't like to hear. You aren't a match for my boss. How about I accompany you for a few exchanges? Said Qin Feng, stepping forward. He knew that his boss disdained fighting someone like this. Let alone Long Chen, even Qin Feng disliked such a challenge. It was only done by people who had nothing better to do. However, This person had come from so far away. If Qin Feng didn't give him a little taste, he'd feel bad. Are you looking down on me? I'm challenging him, raged Xu Zishang. He viewed it as an insult that Long Chen wouldn't accept his challenge. Qin Feng didn't bother wasting more words with this foolish fellow and appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, Qin Feng's palm landed on his chest. As a result, Xu Zishang was sent flying away from the entrance like a shooting star. Xu Zishang was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. Qin Feng had already had mercy on him. If Qin Feng had wanted to kill, he would have directly attacked his vitals, and this guy would already be dead. Just this one shove was enough for everyone to see that Xu Zishang was raised pampered, someone who didn't know how high the heavens were. Xu Zishang stabilized himself in the distance, and his expression changed. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so powerful. That doesn't count. I wasn't ready. We're starting over. Take my rod. Xu Zishang's manifestation appeared and his primal bloodline raged. However, just as he raised his rod, his expression changed once again. Now, a blade was pressed up against his neck. Xu Zishang hadn't even managed to unleash his attack before Qin Feng grasped his weakness. Qin Feng himself was speechless. Was there really such a weak primal in this world? He saw countless fatal openings in his moves just now. Can you tell me how you managed to live for so long? Qin Feng looked at him oddly. This doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Xu Zishang's expression grew exceedingly unsightly. All right, I'll give you one more chance so that you're fully convinced. Qin Feng retreated and pointed his saber at Xu Zishang. Just as Qin Feng retreated, Xu Zishang smashed his rod and directly stole the initiative. It was a bit contemptible. However, when his rod smashed down, it was sent flying out of his grasp. He coughed up blood, also flying back. Inadequate technique, inadequate power. Are you convinced now? Qin Feng put away his saber, shaking his head. Even he felt that this was a completely meaningless one-sided battle. Xu Zishang was shocked and angered. Looking at his bleeding hand to Qin Feng who hadn't even summoned his manifestation, he almost couldn't believe it. You have the barbarian race's bloodline. Suddenly, Long Chen looked at Xu Zishang closely. He saw brightly colored granules in Xu Zishang's fresh blood. That was the mark of the barbarian race. Wild's blood also had such a thing. Those granules had transformed into runes in the final battle of the martial heaven continent. They had linked together like chains. However, in comparison, this Xu Zishang had very few granules in his blood. But Long Chen couldn't be mistaken about that aura. My ancestors were from a branch of the barbarian race, but their bloodline has almost been erased over time, said Xu Zishang. He no longer had any of his previous arrogance and obediently answered. The heavenly star domain has the barbarian race within it. Asked Long Chen. If he could find the barbarian race, perhaps he could find Wild. The heavenly star domain doesn't contain the barbarian race, only some descendants from one of their branches. The true barbarian race is in the desolate domain, answered Xu Zishang. You're only descended from a branch, and your bloodline was almost severed, but you still managed to awaken a primal bloodline. That's hard to believe. Long Chen instantly grew curious. This was a rarely seen regression to an ancestral state. Yes, my father, the emperor, also said the same thing. He said that I can definitely become a supreme expert. Xu Zishang once more became arrogant. This bloodline of his was his greatest pride. You're even from their emperor race. Of course, I am the prince of one of the heavenly star domain's mighty 5 emperors. Hey, where are you going? Long Chen and the others directly began walking away when Xu Zishang's story reached this point. Stop bragging. Due to that trace of the barbarian race's bloodline, I can accept you as a little brother. But if you think that you're some prince, you can scram. Go back to where you came from. Long Chen's voice rang out from a distance. Xu Zishang was silent for a moment. He then suddenly jumped and chased after them. Wait for me, I'm willing to follow you. Chapter 3202 Flourishing Academy. When Long Chen and the others entered the High Firmament Academy, Xu Zishang followed them. However, after seeing how terrifying Qin Feng was, he no longer dared to be arrogant. After asking him about his origins, Qin Feng and the others almost beat him up. What mighty 5 emperors? The truth was that 4 of those so-called emperor races were already destroyed, and his branch of the emperor race was so incredibly weak that others didn't even view them as a threat. Hence, they were ignored. In the heavenly star domain, they could only tuck their tails between their legs. They didn't even dare to fight or provoke anyone for fear of their family being destroyed. Xu Zishang felt immensely stifled by this. He felt that as a primal, he was the hope of his emperor race rising once more. Hence, he had to find someone to fight to raise his prestige. It just so happened that he saw Long Chen's display at the 9 Prefecture Convention in a photographic jade. However, the photographic jade only showed him the scene but didn't transmit the immense divine power raging at the time. Hence, he felt that he should be on par with Long Chen, and that he might even win if he fought him. As a result, he slipped out of his family territory, crossed the Devil Sea, and came to the Heavenly Swell domain. It was unknown if he was simply incredibly lucky or else, but the Devil Sea's fiends ignored him, perhaps feeling that he was too weak. Hence, he crossed through safely. Ever since ancient times, crossing the Devil Sea was always an extremely dangerous task. Those sea demons and devil monsters viewed the human race as prey, especially powerful cultivators. The stronger a person was, the more these creatures desired to consume them. Consuming strong cultivators would strengthen them. Thus, for Xu Zishang to cross it alone, this could be considered an impressive feat. However, everyone also saw that his head wasn't very good. It seemed a bit one-tracked. Bai Shaola was the happiest about his arrival. He finally found someone even more foolish than him. Of course, it was due to this foolishness that he decided to cross the Devil Sea alone. However, Long Chen had read some introductions about the barbarian race in the history books. In truth, the barbarian race should not be considered part of the human race. More accurately, they were part of the spirit race. They received the blessing of the heavenly Taos, so their physical bodies were extremely powerful. It was said that in the desolate era, the barbarian race stood at the peak of the food chain. They could cross mountains and seas, tear apart the sky with their bare hands, and crush stars with a single punch. However, as time passed, it was unknown if their bloodline regressed, or if the heavens retracted their blessing, but the current barbarian had lost most of their divine abilities. Even though they weren't as terrifying as the legends, the barbarian race still had an illustrious name in history. Despite that, there weren't many records about them in the High Firmament Academy. Furthermore, some records about them within the bone books had mysteriously vanished. Long Chen thought of the skeleton of the barbarian race that he had encountered on the Martial Heaven Continent's Julie's secret realm. He then recalled his conversation with Yu Xiaochen. That barbarian race expert had asked Yu Xiaochen about the barbarian race, and Yu Xiaochen had said that the Mother Star had collapsed, and that the barbarian race had fought to the death. Long Chen clearly recalled her mentioning the Dark Era and how 8 epochs had passed, as well as some God-sealing world. Back then, he had thought that this related to the continent's secrets. However, now he felt that it was very likely a secret of the actual immortal world. Even now, he had not learned anything about those matters. It was as if part of history had been erased. If Yu Xiaochen's words were true, then the barbarian race that Xu Zishang was speaking of was definitely not the pure-blooded race. They were just a branch of the barbarian race. That was why there was such a difference between them and the legendary barbarian race. Seeing Xu Zishang, Long Chen thought of wild. He wanted to learn more about the barbarian race from Xu Zishang's body. However, Long Chen wasn't in a rush to interrogate Xu Zishang. Upon returning to the Inner Academy, Long Chen directly gave him the status of an Inner Academy disciple. Recently, countless disciples had been flocking toward the High Firmament Academy to join it. One reason was because the dean had appeared at the 9 Prefecture Convention and forced away Enputa's clone. Long Chen had also destroyed the Bloodkill Hall, killing countless experts. Meanwhile, no news came from Enputa's side, so the High Firmament Academy had once more risen to its former position, the overlord of the Heavenly Swell domain. People had thought that the academy had declined, but now they realized that it was still the old academy. No matter how much it declined, the other sects still couldn't compare to it. Thus, countless experts had come to register. Due to there being so many examinees, the academy was busy conducting exams. Luckily, there weren't that many rules for the recruitment. As long as the examinees passed the exams, they could join. The fact that the dual champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention, Long Chen, was here caused countless disciples to come. He was a heaven master and had to hold 2 classes a month, so most of those disciples came in hopes of gaining some pointers from him. After the 9 Prefecture Convention, people went through the records and found that he truly was the only one to perfectly espouse the principles of the martial Tao and put them to practice. They felt that his comprehension of the heavenly Taos was based on his experience, and his pointers could save them from going down the wrong paths. In fact, Countless people had wanted to register right after the 9 Prefecture Convention, but then the Bloodkill Hall had joined forces with the other powers to attack the academy. With those dark undercurrents, no one dared to make any rash moves. After Long Chen's tribulation, those enemies were killed and hundreds of sects disbanded. Only then did people feel comfortable rushing over to register. It had to be known that those disbanded sects would not have done that unless they had no other choice. It meant that whether it was Enputa or Lord Brahma, no one was supporting them. With that confirmation, people brazenly registered. Some sects even sent their most outstanding disciples over because the High Firmament Academy was different from other sects. As long as you paid the tuition fee, no one would be rejected, nor would they stop people from leaving after attending classes. There was simply an application to fill in before they could leave to another sect. Otherwise, they would be treated as traitors. The High Firmament Academy would not treat people badly. They would give the leaving disciples a fair evaluation, and other sects could use that evaluation to decide how to raise them. There was a huge line at the gate, but some people didn't need to queue to register. Those people were primals. Such an expert could be directly accepted through an instructor's interview. After a few questions, as long as there were no problems, they could become a disciple. Only the most talented disciples were given the privilege of directly becoming inner academy disciples. After all, they were the main force of any sect. In just a few days, over 50 primals had joined. But Xu Zishang was the first one from outside of this domain. Luo Bing, contact your Luo family. I'm preparing to take a trip there to talk about our collaboration, said Long Chen. Chapter 3203 Going to the Ying Prefecture. Long Chen found Luo Bing and Luo Ning. The two of them had advanced to the Four-Peak Realm in Crane Cry Valley. Furthermore, they had each found a rank 6 blood rune and smoothly refined it. Luo Bing had even managed to grab a rank 7 rune. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the power to subdue it. In the end, she wisely chose to let it go. Reality showed that her decision was correct. After she absorbed the rank 6 rune, she had used up most of her energy. She almost failed in the middle of her tribulation, and it was very dangerous. Fortunately, both of them had obtained a rank 6 rune, as well as 3 rank 4 runes. That made the two of them incredibly excited. Now, the two of them had stabilized their realms solidly at the first heaven stage of the Four-Peak Realm. Long Chen had expected the two of them to be delighted, but when he said that he wanted to visit their family, they dodged his gaze. Luo Bing said, Long Chen, your eye isn't healed yet. Why not go later? Why, is it not convenient? Long Chen was startled. It's not inconvenient. Luo Bing stalled. I'll say it. The Luo family is surrounded by enemies and doesn't want you to get involved for fear that the Luo family will owe you a greater debt, said Luo Ning directly. Surrounded by enemies? Asked Long Chen. Well, Luo Bing still hesitated. Luo Ning irritably said, what is there to hide about? If the family head asks about it, I will bear the responsibility. The Ying Prefecture borders the Devil Sea. To the left, it borders the Shang Prefecture. It's unknown if it's the Chu family's doing, but a huge number of devils have started pouring out of the Devil Sea and attacking the Ying Prefecture cities. As for the Chu family, they are also secretly gathering their forces, seemingly in preparation for a sneak attack. Hence, the Luo family has entered its war state. The family head might consider it inappropriate to tell you these things, so we weren't supposed to tell you. Long Chen curled his lips. The Luo family was really rigid. They didn't want him to get involved because they didn't want to owe him anything further. Long Chen had advanced to the Four-Peak Realm and was freely capable of using the power of his divine flames. His dragon blood had also fully merged with him during the heavenly tribulation. Hence, he didn't fear anyone below the immortal King Realm. Ning if the family head learns that you told this to Long Chen, you'll be punished, scolded Luo Bing. What's there to be afraid of? If I have to be punished, then I'll be punished. For the Luo family, if I didn't even have this bit of courage, I wouldn't be fit to be a descendant of the Luo family, said Luo Ning indifferently. Gather your things, I'm going to report this, and then we'll immediately leave, said Long Chen. He wanted to go to the Luo family. He felt that the timing was good as he wanted to investigate his mother. Although the academy didn't restrict his movements, he had to tell them where he was going first. This was simply manners, the foundation of being an adult. Long Chen first found the deputy dean, and as expected, the deputy dean didn't say anything about it, just telling him to be careful. After that, he wanted to go see Bai Shishi's mother, but he found that she wasn't in the academy and neither was Bai Zontang or Bai Shaola's mother. Since that was the case, he could only go back. At this moment, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others were ready. The Unfettered Alliance's disciples, the Luo Gate's disciples, they all gathered excitedly. What are you doing? You're disciples of the academy. This is a private matter and not something arranged by the academy. How can I bring you out as well? Long Chen looked at these excited fellows speechlessly. Those disciples were instantly disappointed. Mu Qingyan's mouth moved a few times, but she didn't say anything. Looking at her, Long Chen said, I know what you're thinking, but remember, you are a sword cultivator. To cultivate the sword is mostly to cultivate the mind. Getting infected by so much murderous aura will affect your realm. The sword is the lord of all weapons, the only one that can be worn as an ornament. Do you understand? Mu Qingyan nodded. I understand. All listen to Brother San. Long Chen smiled. For her to say such a thing meant that she didn't really understand. But if she didn't understand, then she didn't understand. There was no way for him to explain it more clearly. She could only rely on herself to comprehend it. Boss, I have to go, declared Bai Shaola, afraid that Long Chen would toss him away. Xu Zishang also said, me too, I want to bear witness to the Dao Dan domain. It's the Heavenly Swell domain, corrected Qin Feng. Yes, the Heavenly Swell domain. I want to see what the sea demons of the Heavenly Swell domain look like. When I crossed the Devil Sea, I didn't see a single one. So infuriating, said Xu Zishang. Don't show off. If you had encountered a sea demon then, you would no longer exist in this world, said Qin Feng. This fellow actually knew how to show off his accomplishments. Hearing this, Xu Zishang blushed. After that, Long Chen looked at everyone. If the Luo family's disciples wish to return home to work for the Luo family, then there's naturally nothing wrong with it. As for the rest of you, there is no such thing. If you want to get stronger, you don't need to always stay with me. The High Firmament Academy has countless experts registering, so there will be plenty of heavenly geniuses for you to compete against. The rankings of the Inner Academy will change every day. All of you should learn from that competition. Go do your own things. In the end, Long Chen only brought Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Xu Zishang along with Luo Bing and the rest of the experts of the Luo family. They numbered slightly over 30 people. Why haven't I seen young Master Chengchuan and Bai Shishi lately? Asked Long Chen on the flying boat. Young Master Chengchuan directly left without saying anything after his tribulation. He was in a great rush. As for Bai Shishi, after your tribulation, she went to the field of bitter reincarnation. It seemed that she was provoked, said Bai Shaola. Is she crazy? Long Chen was shocked. Bai Shishi had also gone to do the bitter reincarnation trial. Although she was powerful, that was a trial that targeted a person's mental strength and will. She wasn't too skilled in this regard, so she was going to face endless torment. I feel the same. Who knows? She's always been cold, so no one knows what she's thinking. Bai Shaola shrugged. Long Chen shook his head. He recalled Bai Shishi's stubbornness. Perhaps his tribulation was what had provoked her. However, it had to be known that he had faced off against heavenly tribulation from the day he entered the cultivation world. If she wanted to increase her mental strength and will, there were many ways to go about it. There was no reason to go to such extremes. One accident and her mind might be damaged. However, she was simply that stubborn. No one could change the decisions that she made. But if she succeeded, her mental realm would definitely transform, and her mental energy would become unmatched. She would be like an unsheathed sword. Long Chen and the others sat on the flying boat, going through several transportation formations for 2 days before arriving at the Ying Prefecture. As soon as they arrived here, the smell of blood assaulted them. Chapter 3204 Luo Family Grand Elder. The scent of blood hung in the air. It was like a wet market where people constantly killed fish in it. As soon as Long Chen, Luo Bing, and the others stepped out of the transportation formation, people immediately came up to confirm their status. When Luo Bing showed her status as a disciple of the Luo family, they immediately let them through. During normal times, there was no need for such strict checking. However, this was a special period. The Ying Prefecture was jointly guarded by 3 large powers, but they all blindly followed the lead of the Luo family. It could be said that the Ying Prefecture was rather safe under the leadership of the Luo family. Thus, a status plate of a disciple from the Luo family was the greatest confirmation. After that, They entered another transportation formation that brought them into an ancient city, and then there was another transportation formation. This transportation formation was the one that could bring them throughout the Ying prefecture. Long Chen had Luo Bing bring them to the Luo family's fortress. He wanted to see just what kind of existence came from the Devil Sea. The scent of blood grew even denser after the next transportation formation. They then got on the flying boat again and flew for 2 hours before arriving at a boundless shore. The sapphire blue water was part of the famous Devil Sea. The more you looked at it, the more frightening it became. It was like a bottomless abyss. No one knew what sort of monsters lay within its depths. However, this was different from the martial heaven sea ring. There was no tide nor waves, it was just a body of dead water. Even from a distance, they could see countless figures cleaning up the battlefield by the shore. There were countless corpses piled up, and their blood soaked into the seawater. Those giant corpses were oddly shaped sea demons. Some were armored manatees, sea serpents with giant fangs, crocodiles with a blue flap on their backs, and many others that Long Chen had never seen before on the martial heaven continent. When their flying boat got closer, they saw that over 10 giant crossbows were pointing at them. Those crossbows were hundreds of meters long. Based on their auras, even a late-stage divine lord would probably be killed by them. Stop, who goes there? After Luo Bing stopped the flying boat, Long Chen and the others stepped down. However, as soon as Long Chen appeared, countless startled cries rang out. Long Chen was currently the most famous expert of the entire Heavenly Swell Domain's junior generation. His fame had soared with the 9 prefecture convention, and he had countless worshippers and people who viewed him as an idol. Thus, as soon as he arrived, he caused a ruckus. None of them had expected Long Chen to come here. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what are you doing here? At this moment, Luo Shui flew out of the crowd and came to him, pleasantly surprised. She had also advanced to the 4-peak realm and had reached the 2nd heaven stage. However, she was currently still covered in blood and had many wounds on her. Even so, those wounds didn't cover up her delight when seeing him. I managed to finish some of my more pressing matters, so I was hoping to come to the Luo family for a look, said Long Chen. My apologies, I didn't expect the Luo family to be so busy. I hope I didn't disturb you. Luo Bing and Luo Ning exchanged a glance. This was clearly to cover up Luo Ning telling him that secret. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are always welcome. Come, let me introduce you. This is our Luo family's grand elder, said Luo Shui, introducing him to an old man with a sharp face and a sharp gaze. He was a late-stage divine lord, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. With his thin lips and stuck-up nose, he seemed like a very stubborn person. The elder's gaze showed no emotion. Long Chen was originally going to bow and exchange some pleasantries, but with that reception, he couldn't be bothered. Seeing that, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others tensed. But they didn't dare to say anything. Have I offended senior? Asked Long Chen directly. Luo Qingyang was my grandson. Long Chen was startled. No wonder his gaze wasn't friendly. The grand elder said, Luo Qingyang was a disgrace to the Luo family. I don't blame you for that matter. But I am not happy. I dislike you, but as an elder of the Luo family, I also cannot be rude. Thus, Long Chen smiled. I understand. If the positions were reversed, I would be the same. Luo Qingyang went down the path of no return. Although I didn't lead him, it cannot be said that it had no relation to me. I do not mind that senior doesn't like me. As long as someone does not harm me or the people beside me, I won't mind at all. From the martial heaven continent to the immortal world, Long Chen had seen all kinds of people. As for this old man, his stubbornness was practically etched across his face. Luo Qingyang had betrayed the family because of his pampering, so this old man was definitely enraged by the betrayal, more so than anyone else. That was why he didn't show a friendly face toward Long Chen, regardless of this betrayal not having much to do with him. Then I'll thank you. I'm busy, so I won't accompany you. Shui can keep you company. The grand elder left just like that. Luo Shui stuck out her tongue and said to Long Chen, this elder's temper is very explosive. When he learned of Luo Qingyang's betrayal, he coughed up blood and almost became bedeviled. If it hadn't been for the family head, he might have followed Luo Qingyang's footsteps to the afterlife. He was originally the vice family head, and he was the one who requested to be demoted to grand elder. Moreover, he also punished himself with 300 beatings of the wooden staves. He really isn't bad. Don't take his stubbornness to heart. Haha, naturally, I like this character, said Long Chen, not minding at all. He wasn't so petty. Long Chen, I didn't expect that you would come here. Just then, the void shook and a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Luo family's commander of their protector corps and the second son of the current family head. He was also Long Chen's maternal uncle. Luo Chengwu was pleasantly surprised to see Long Chen come here. The latter was currently blazing as brightly as the sun in the heavenly swell domain. Long Chen immediately greeted him and asked him how he was. He learned that Luo Chengwu came to take over the guard duty. The people here had just fought a huge battle. They were being switched out so that they could rest and recuperate. Senior, are these corpses useful to you? Long Chen pointed to the sea demons. Those things were trash to others, but they were treasures to him. Before Luo Chengwu could answer, an ear-piercing alarm rang out. All the experts that were in the midst of changing shifts instantly tensed. Chapter 3205 Deep Sea Crocodile Bull. Luo Chengwu shouted. The experts in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield and taking over immediately retreated from the front lines, all their weapons appearing in their hands. Long Chen, I didn't expect the sea demons to attack twice this time, so I can't accompany you. I have to direct the battle, said Luo Chengwu. Of course, Senior is busy. I also want to experience just how powerful the sea demons of the Devil Sea are, said Long Chen. He wanted these corpses, but now wasn't the time for such a thing. I'll take my leave. Shui make sure to treat our important guests properly, ordered Luo Chengwu, flying off to a distant tower. That was the commander tower, the core of the battlefield. Not only could he see the entire battlefield from there, but there were even formations that allowed him to see deep into the sea. That way, he could gain information ahead of time. The sound of the alarm also came from there. This alarm prevented the sea demons from catching them off guard. Every time I see this kind of scene, I feel my blood heating up, said Qin Feng emotionally. Millions of experts were getting into position. You really are real heroes. You're not nervous in the face of such a large battle at all, praised Luo Shui. Whether it was Long Chen or Qin Feng, they all possessed a fanaticism toward battle. It seemed that they never feared any battle. I'm not a hero, I'm just following boss. If I'm not in battle, I'm on the way to battle. I'm already used to it. Every time I see something like this, I want to charge to the front, said Qin Feng with a bitter smile. Just then, the calm water began to ripple. In the distance, giant waves began to soar. It was like a giant wall of water was crashing toward them. When they saw that, countless expressions changed and Luo Shui was also shocked. For the waves to be so big, this attack is probably over 10 times larger than the last attack. After fighting the sea demons for so long, they managed to grasp a general pattern. The size of the waves generally corresponded to the scale of the attack the sea demons were launching. Damnable Chu family, what did they do to make the sea demons suddenly start attacking us? At this time, Luo Qing also came over. She spoke hatefully. Although the Luo family bordered the Devil Sea and often had to deal with sea demons coming onto the shore, the scale was never so big. However, just over half a month ago the Luo family's disciples discovered the tracks of the Chu family in the surroundings. They then immediately got a bad feeling. As expected, the very next day, a huge number of sea demons started attacking the Ying prefecture. All the sects of the Ying prefecture, under the guidance of the three major forces, joined hands to resist the sea demons. There had been over 100 million people injured in this half-month, and over 10,000 deaths. Furthermore, the Shang prefecture's Chu family also began to assemble, seemingly wanting to take advantage of the sea demons' attack. As a result, the Luo family's forces were diverted to two sides, one side blocking the sea demons, and the other side to guard against the Chu family. With their power diverted, they were much weaker. Fortunately, the Luo family had a great deal of prestige within the Ying prefecture. The various large powers didn't participate in the personal enmity between the Luo family and the Chu family, but they sent out their elite experts to handle the sea demons. The Luo family also sent over a large number of experts to lead the troops of the large powers. They guarded a long defensive line. If the sea demons broke through this defense, they would kill countless innocent commoners. Suddenly, the seawater in the distance exploded and giant sea demons larger than mountains came out. The front half of them looked like a bull, but they had a long crocodile tail behind them. Their horns flickered with silver light. They were all fourth-ranked sea demons. Fourth-ranked sea demons were roughly equivalent to the human race's divine lord realm. But that was only in terms of cultivation base. They possessed immense power and tough defenses. In a one-against-one, if they were fighting in the sea, humans definitely wouldn't be a match for them. However, on land, these water element lifeforms definitely faced a certain restriction. Adding on that sea demons were ultimately demonic beasts with low intelligence, the human race had quite an advantage. Despite that, to see millions of Divine Lord-level sea demons appear out of the water at once was a frightening sight. Just the sight alone gave them immense pressure. Deep-sea crocodile bulls. This is bad. Luo Shui's expression changed. This kind of sea demon possessed powerful scales and immense power. If the Divine Lords focused on fighting, then the countless sea demons behind them would fall upon them, and if they weren't careful, they could be eaten. If they used the large-scale equipment that they had, although their attacks were sharp, using them was very expensive. The price for such a thing was not easy to accept. It wasn't just the crossbow bolts that were expensive. Even the crossbows themselves could only shoot 10 large-scale bolts before they needed their runes to be reinscribed. It was a laborious and expensive task. Just then, hundreds of crossbows lit up. Their bolts shone with cold light. Clearly, in the face of these sea demons, human lives were more important. They could only endure the pain of paying such a price. After all, every Divine Lord was important to the defenses of the Ying Prefecture. They were the foundation and couldn't be lost. Boss, let's charge in as well. Qin Feng was eager to join in. Every Dragonblood warrior had the same warlike blood flowing in their veins. However, Long Chen shook his head. In a battle of this scale, the rhythm must be controlled. If the rhythm is broken, countless lives will be lost. In such a large battle, an individual's power is minuscule. They have to listen to orders to prevent more losses. Unless you can block all the sea demons on your own, it would be best not to ruin the tempo here. With Qin Feng's power, he didn't fear these sea demons. The Dragonblood warriors were experienced, and even on his own, he had the power to protect himself even if he was surrounded by these sea demons. However, if Qin Feng did go forward, then the crossbows wouldn't be able to be unleashed. The hesitation caused by his sudden action would affect the entire strategy. It didn't matter that Qin Feng was powerful. In the end, he was still young, and youngsters all liked to show off, especially in front of millions of experts. But now wasn't the time. Hundreds of crossbows shot out giant bolts that tore through those deep-sea crocodile bulls. Long Chen was surprised to see them explode once the bolts pierced their bodies, unleashing a rain of blood. After the explosion, their fragments shot out and also damaged the nearby targets. A single giant bolt possessed immense power. The deep-sea crocodile bulls collapsed rapidly, but very quickly, the hundreds of crossbows grew dim. They had to be repaired before they could shoot more ammunition. Just then, Luo Shui's status plate lit up. At the same time, countless experts charged toward the rest of the sea demons. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the commander has ordered Divine Lords and 4 peak primals to attack. Do you want to come along? Asked Luo Shui. Chapter 3206 Collecting Corpses. We're definitely going. Senior apprentice sisters' matters are our matters as well. I, Bai Shaola, am willing to fight at the very front for senior apprentice sister. Declared Bai Shaola immediately, afraid that Long Chen would refuse. Bai Shaola was still childish. The more people there were, the more he wanted to show off. That was especially true after the 9 Prefecture Convention. His primal bloodline had awakened along with many divine abilities of his 3 flower pupils. If he still didn't show off, wouldn't all of that be a waste? You can go. I'll hold the line, said Long Chen, taking out a silver bow. Long Chen had come to investigate his mother's case, not to show off. This bow was a treasure item of one of the Divine Lords he had killed. In its original master's hands, it had been left to the side. The master couldn't even draw it. In the heavenly tribulation, he had blocked the heavenly tribulation with the bowstring, trying to reduce his wounds. However, Long Chen then spotted it and found that it was actually not an ordinary bow. After that, he told Lei Long to kill him and take that bow stealthily. With that bow, he indicated that everyone could charge forward without needing to keep an eye on the rear. They could slaughter as many sea demons as they wished. Qin Feng and Bai Shaola instantly charged out. Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils appeared and space twisted, sending him, Qin Feng, and Xu Zishang into the midst of the deep-sea crocodile bulls. Xu Zishang didn't even understand what was happening when he found himself staring into the nose of one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls. He jumped in shock, and before he could react, a single snort from the deep-sea crocodile bull sent him flying like a cannon. He flipped through the air and smashed into the ground. At the same time, countless experts were flying past him. Those were the Ying Prefecture's divine lords and four peak primals. As they passed him, they glanced at him oddly. Xu Zishang was shocked and enraged. As soon as he came here, he was embarrassed. Just as he got up, a giant black figure shot toward him. He jumped and hastily dodged. As a result, fresh blood splashed through the air. That was a giant head, the head of a deep-sea crocodile bull. When Xu Zishang looked, he saw Qin Feng flying past a headless corpse. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had taken the head of one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, while he was embarrassing himself. With a furious howl, he took out his rod and manifestation, charging forward. Just then, another deep-sea crocodile bull was slain by Qin Feng. Seeing this, the Ying Prefecture's experts were shocked. The deep-sea crocodile bulls had tough hides, and even treasure items had difficulty piercing their flesh. But Qin Feng killed them easily. Long Chen nodded as he watched Qin Feng kill the sea demons. He was quite smart. Long Chen had imparted the first form of Split the Heavens to him and told him to think of his own way to have his dragon blood energy activate his acupuncture points. Now, this fellow had reached an initial level of skill in this technique. Every blow of his saber now contained the power of his dragon blood. His sharp saber chi was not something that a physical body could block. Once he fully mastered the first form of Split the Heavens, his power would definitely be astonishing. Although it definitely wouldn't be as powerful as the Split the Heavens that was unleashed with the 9-star hegemon body art as a foundation, it definitely wouldn't be inferior to any other battle skill of the immortal world. Just with an initial level of skill, Qin Feng was stunning everyone. With every stroke of his saber, Qin Feng killed a deep-sea crocodile bull. His attacks were incredibly sharp. As for Bai Shaola, he was forming hand seals in the air and murmuring something. Suddenly, 10 of the deep-sea crocodile bulls stiffened. The mark of the 3 flower pupils appeared in their eyes. Those deep-sea crocodile bulls roared and began biting their fellow deep-sea crocodile bulls. He awakened such a divine ability. Long Chen was startled. Bai Shaola had actually gained a soul-controlling pupil art. This was different from a beast tamer's slave mark. This technique was even more domineering. Let alone against these sea demons with their weak spiritual strength, it could even be used against humans, turning them into his puppets. Another deep-sea crocodile bull was slain by Qin Feng, causing Bai Shaola to cry out painfully. He shouted, "Big brother Qin Feng, can you look at their eyes first before killing them?" This soul-controlling pupil art was an extremely high-level technique, and in order to properly control these sea demons, Bai Shaola shared their senses. Hence, the sensation of them being slain was also transmitted to his body. Due to this being his first time putting this technique into practice, his control wasn't that great. If he had reacted faster, he could have retracted his control just as it was slain. But he still hadn't reached that level yet. "Sorry, Shaola, you should have your puppets go kill further away from the main battlefield to prevent more mistakes," shouted Qin Feng. This couldn't be blamed on Qin Feng. That particular deep-sea crocodile bull had yet to fall completely under Bai Shaola's control. By the time that Qin Feng noticed, it was too late for him to stop. Hearing that, Bai Shaola felt that it was reasonable. He sat down on one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, and over 100 deep-sea crocodile bulls charged toward the sea demons at the rear. Seeing that Bai Shaola had gained control of so many of them in such a short time, the others were stunned. His pupil arts were truly terrifying. Furthermore, as time passed, his control grew even greater. He actually managed to gain control over an army of deep-sea crocodile bulls. However, when he reached 300 of them, he found that he had touched his limit. Any more and his soul energy would be spread too far, and there would be danger of a backlash. The sight of Qin Feng controlling 300 deep-sea crocodile bulls charging through the rest of the sea demon race had become a focal point. It was an even more stunning sight than Qin Feng. Behind the deep-sea crocodile bulls were a group of comparatively weaker sea demons. It seemed that the deep-sea crocodile bulls were there to tear open a hole in their defenses so that the other sea demons could charge through. Mountains of sea demons piled up, larger than city walls. With such a huge number, the sea demons could directly step over their comrades' corpses and step over the walls. The old corpses had yet to be cleaned up, and now a new batch came. Things grew dangerous. Some people began to gather the corpses, preventing them from piling on top of the walls. Seeing that his opportunity had come, Long Chen shouted, You can focus on the battle. Leave the corpses to me. Long Chen extended his hand. Thunder force spread in a net, and all the corpses within his range instantly vanished. Chapter 3207 Sea Devil. Long Chen's thunder force was like tentacles. Any corpse wrapped by his thunder force was pulled into the primal chaos space. Although Lei Linger was still refining the black sword sealed in his left eye, that didn't prevent him from using thunder force. This thunder force might not be strong enough against a real expert, but it was more than enough to suck corpses into the primal chaos space. Seeing Long Chen gather so many corpses in an instant made the experts on the walls jump. Although everyone had astral spaces, it wasn't for corpses. Astral spaces were viewed as pure lands by most people, and these corpses would infect them with death spiritual qi. It would affect their karmic luck and maybe even reduce their longevity. Thus, the immortal world's experts did have astral spaces, but would also have spatial rings or spatial bags to store things. But those spatial items had limits to how much they could store. Considering how huge these corpses were, they wouldn't be able to fit too much before they were filled. As for those top-grade spatial rings, they were very expensive. People rarely spent money on such an extravagant thing. There were perhaps only 10 to 20 such things in the Ying prefecture because they were usually not more useful than ordinary spatial rings. After the last attack, the spatial rings that people used for these corpses were mostly full now. Usually those corpses were disposed of in some wilderness. Otherwise, even ignoring the rot, the smell would be too disgusting. If they weren't moved, just the smell would choke the commoners of Ying prefecture. Long Chen flew across the wall, gathering all the corpses. The battlefield was instantly cleaned up. As others were shocked, Long Chen was delighted. These corpses were quickly nourishing the wood foundation divine trees. They were gradually recovering. The dead medicinal ingredients were also coming back to life and flourishing. His tribulation had shown him just how important the wood foundation divine trees were. If they had been strong enough, why would he have been forced to take the risk of using his purgatory eyes? As long as he could hold on long enough, Lei Linger would slowly manage to devour the black lightning. Long Chen didn't like the feeling of having all his trump cards used up. He preferred having everything under his control because his luck was always lacking. He didn't like gambling, so he could only trust in his power. The wood foundation divine trees were his greatest protection. He had to do his best to nourish them as much as possible. After gathering the corpses, Long Chen stood in the air, overlooking the battlefield. The majority of the deep-sea crocodile bulls had already been slain. It wouldn't be long before the remainders were wiped out. As the deep-sea crocodile bulls were slain, the army of the Ying prefecture's experts started to switch out. The regular four-peak experts stepped into the battlefield. Without the threat of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, the other experts could join the fight. Considering how large this battlefield was, it couldn't be left to just the top experts. They had to be given time to recover. Otherwise, continuous battles would exhaust their power, and if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be able to handle things. Those experts were the core force of the battlefield. They had to be protected. Thus, on the battlefield, it was always the middle and lower level warriors that took the heaviest losses. There was no way around it. This was the cruelty of battle. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sea demons still showed no signs of stopping. More and more of them were coming out from the depths. Long Chen, you should have Qin Feng and Bai Shala rest a bit. The sea demons normally attack for 3 days at a time. The scale of this attack in particular is rather large, so it might last even longer. They've used up half their physical energy. They need a break. Luo Shui and the others returned to Long Chen's side covered in blood. They had tried telling this directly to Qin Feng and Bai Shala, but they refused to listen, especially Bai Shala. He was too delighted by his control over these sea demons. You can rest. No need to bother with them. There won't be any danger, said Long Chen. He had his own calculations when it came to Bai Shala and Qin Feng. But that one, Luo Shui looked at Xu Zishang, who was shouting even louder than the sea demons yet hadn't killed more than a few of them. She was most worried about him. He was truly foolish. Even with all his power, he had no idea how to properly use it. Xu Zishang had come with Long Chen and the others. Moreover, Qin Feng killed those deep-sea crocodile bulls with one stroke of his saber. After they were killed, he killed a whole mass of the other sea demons with each swing. As for Bai Shala, there was even less that needed to be said about him. He was controlling the sea demons and directing them to kill each other. That was even more stunning. In comparison, Xu Zishang was incredibly weak. He couldn't compare to Qin Feng and Bai Shaola, or even the other four peak primals. He was the weakest of them all, so he could only win back some confidence when comparing himself to ordinary four peak experts. He seemed to have received a mental blow and was doing his best to kill those sea demons. But the results weren't anything beyond ordinary. Considering how hard he was trying, he was definitely rapidly using up his energy. His aura was clearly starting to drop. If this continued, something unexpected could easily take his life. It had to be known that new sea demons might appear at any moment. It's fine. He has been suppressed for a long time. His primal bloodline almost wasted away. If he doesn't awaken it now, it will regress. It's up to him to reawaken it, said Long Chen indifferently. He had known Wild the longest, and so he had a certain understanding of the barbarian race's bloodline. Wild had never formally awakened his bloodline, but his essence blood had already condensed chains. On the other hand, Xu Zishang had awakened his bloodline, but the runes in his bloodline were still scattered and couldn't condense into a single link. There was no way he could unleash his full potential like that. Thus, while his aura was shocking, his actual killing power was curiously low. This was a typical case of having power but no way to use it. The main reason was that those runes in his essence blood had yet to condense. Practice was progress. Abandoning was regression. Xu Zishang was forced to live like a bug in a crack in his home. He didn't dare to show off at all for fear of drawing a calamity. Thus, although Xu Zishang had worked hard on his cultivation, he never had a chance to use it, resulting in even his primal runes starting to dissipate. Fortunately, he had come out now. If he had continued like that for 3 to 5 more years, his primal bloodline would be gone. This was his best chance to reawaken that bloodline. He needed to get stronger. When that desire grew to a peak, his bloodline runes would sense his need and awaken. Suddenly, a roar came from deep within the sea. That roar was like thunder from a clear sky, shaking the entire battlefield. Luo Shui and the others' expressions changed. That's the deep sea devil race. Chapter 3208 Two-headed. Six-horned sea serpent. Deep sea devil race. When Luo Shui said these 4 words, her voice trembled. Long Chen then saw expressions of terror appear on the other experts' faces. How could the deep sea devil race appear? That damn Chu family, what did they do to even draw them out? Cursed the Luo family's experts. Long Chen had read countless books in the High Firmament Academy's library, but there were no records of the devil sea inside it. It was a taboo topic that could not be written on paper. I don't know how many of the deep sea devils will appear. Will we be able to hold on? Just then, a sharp alarm pierced across the battlefield, and all the experts retreated. Bai Shaola then ordered his army to be the rearguard. Long Chen suddenly noticed that the seawater had changed. The sapphire blue water was turning black, and Long Chen saw dark figures rising out of the depths like black clouds. Sinister auras gradually got closer. The black seawater exploded and a giant figure charged across the surface of the water. It was a two-headed serpent. Six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen was startled. This was something that he had encountered on the martial heaven continent. Was the six-horned sea serpent actually a species from the immortal world? However, this six-horned sea serpent had 2 heads, and its horns were golden just like its scales. Also, its pupils were not vertical like the six-horned sea serpent on the martial heaven continent, but horizontal. As soon as it appeared, devil chi erupted. That aura was sinister, ominous, and bloody. Just feeling that aura drew out the fear in the depths of people's souls. A divine lord realm deep sea devil, the two-headed six-horned sea serpent. Luo Shui cried out in shock, recognizing this sea serpent. Nice. This one is mine. Bai Shaola cried out as well, but his cry was one of excitement. Stars were shining in his eyes. This was the mightiest monster he had ever seen. He then quickly formed hand seals, sending his army of deep-sea crocodile bulls at the two-headed six-horned sea serpent. Those crocodile bulls were as large as mountains, but they appeared much smaller in the face of the six-horned sea serpent. With just a single roar from the six-horned sea serpent, those crocodile bulls stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the mark of the 3 flower pupils dimmed, and expressions of terror replaced that mark. Bai Shaola was shocked. They were actually escaping his control. Bai Shaola instantly had a bad feeling when saw the souls of the crocodile bulls shaking. Just as he started to feel like he would lose control, he took the initiative to detonate them. As a result, those crocodile bulls charged at the sea serpent and detonated one by one. The explosions shook the sea, unleashing huge waves. When 300 crocodile bulls exploded together, their power could be considered equal to an ultimate destructive move. But the sea serpent was only forced back by it, not injured. Bai Shala was surprised but also delighted. He then quickly formed hand seals, and his manifestation of a large pair of eyes appeared behind him. They were like the eyes of a heavenly god. Affected by the eyes, the golden sea serpent shuddered and became immobile. A faint mark slowly appeared in its eyes. Damn, this little fellow has some ability. Bai Shala's pupil arts were somehow effective against this sea serpent. That was a bit outside of Long Chen's expectations. It had to be known that those deep-sea crocodile bulls were fourth-ranked sea demons whose combat power was only at the level of ordinary divine lords. Outside of the sea, their power was also limited. However, this sea serpent was different. Based on that towering devil chi and its astonishing bloodline pressure, it was almost on par with a primal divine lord. Even such a terrifying lifeform was unable to resist the three flower pupils. Bai Shala had just awakened his bloodline power, and his control over the three flower pupils was still rough. But he could still do this. Based on this, it seemed possible that the Heavenly Eye race truly possessed the ability to hack stars, slash moons, and invert the cosmos. Perhaps that was no exaggerated legend. Qin Feng, take the right. Long Chen suddenly shouted. Qin Feng was beside Bai Shala, protecting him. He immediately swung his saber to the right. No Dragonblood warrior ever slacked when it came to Long Chen's orders, so he reacted instantly. That didn't just require absolute trust but also constant drilling and training to create that habit. This habit could decide life or death. When Qin Feng's saber fell, the sea exploded. Another giant sea serpent's tail was whipping toward Bai Shala with shocking speed. However, this tail struck Qin Feng's saber just as he attacked. As a result, the saber image exploded, and the tail was knocked away. Huge waves erupted on the sea. Qin Feng's expression changed. That attack came without any warning. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's warning, Bai Shala would have been struck. He couldn't move while he was trying to control the sea serpent. Shala, leave, there's not just one sea serpent, shouted Qin Feng. There was no longer any time for Bai Shala to do his thing. Hence, Qin Feng grabbed him and ran. Just then, the water exploded once more, and two giant heads soared out. Just as Qin Feng said his warning, another two-headed golden sea serpent charged out. One of those mouths opened, unleashing a giant spinning water arrow. It was as quick as lightning and pierced through a distant mountain. Just then, the three flower pupils spun in Bai Shala's eyes and space settled. He and Qin Feng appeared beside Long Chen. He had used his spatial art to dodge that water arrow. One sea serpent after another appeared out of the water. Upon seeing this, people's hearts sank. These sea serpents were no ordinary sea demons. They had devil chi coiling around them, so they were the true devils from the depths of the sea. They were nightmares. What a pity. Just a bit more and I would have had it. Damn it, if only I had listened to Mom and trained more, I definitely could have controlled it. Said Bai Shala hatefully. Ever since his bloodline had awakened, Bai Shala started to get flighty. Having awakened so many divine abilities at once, he almost felt unmatched. He had no sense of danger, nor did he have the patience to bitterly practice those abilities. He couldn't endure that boredom and dullness. He only liked it when others stared at him in shock and worship. Now he regretted it. If he had listened to his mother, he wouldn't have needed so much time to take control of the sea serpent. As furious roars rang out, hundreds of golden sea serpents charged out. What shocked Long Chen was that their target was actually Qin Feng. He suddenly came to a realization. These deep-sea devils didn't come out because of the Chu family. They were drawn over by the resonance dragon blood. What? Luo Shui and the others were startled. Chapter 3209 Raging flames fill the heavens. Boss, you absorbed the true dragon essence blood, so they should be drawn to you, no? Qin Feng also saw that these sea serpents were eyeing him. He felt a chill. I didn't use my dragon blood power, so they naturally didn't sense it. Let's not talk about such useless things. Those serpents are quite powerful. Since you drew them over, it's honest to handle them. Luo Shui, please tell Senior Luo Chengwu that there's no need for him to do anything big. I'll deal with them, said Long Chen. Long Chen saw runes starting to light up on the commander tower. This was clearly the preparation for some big move, and such a thing would definitely cost a lot. Since the serpents were drawn over by them, he couldn't make others pay the price for it. Luo Shui hastily went to report it, but the commander tower's runes continued to shine. Clearly, Luo Chengwu was preparing for the worst case if Long Chen couldn't stop the sea serpents. Although it would cost an immense price, lives were always more important than money. Shaola, bring Qin Feng into their midst. Buy me some time, ordered Long Chen. Boss, can you not kill them all? Leave me one behind. I want to ride it back to the academy, said Bai Shaola. He wasn't worried for Long Chen at all like the others. Instead, he was worried for the sea serpents. Scram, is there any space in the academy to release such a thing? Get to work, scolded Long Chen. This little fellow was actually thinking about getting himself a mount. Bai Shaola was still childish and liked to show off. He was a bit similar to Guo Ran in this regard. If the two of them met, they might become an inseparable pair. Bai Shaola sadly formed hand seals. In just a moment, he and Qin Feng vanished. Long Chen then stepped into the air, soaring up like a bolt of lightning. As he held his right elbow with his left hand, a flame lotus gradually grew in front of him. He then began chanting, and the sound of a sacred sutra resounded throughout heaven and earth. At that moment, the entire world became fiery. The flame lotus on Long Chen's hand rapidly grew. As he chanted the Nirvana scripture, flame energy gathered from every direction. The fourth volume of the Nirvana scripture was activated, filling the world with what sounded like the murmuring of gods. It was a sacred and holy aura that made even immortals and devils lower their heads. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to become the god of fire. All the flame energies in the world were under his control, and they had to listen to him. This was Long Chen's first time going all out with the fourth volume of the Nirvana scripture. He hadn't been able to use it before due to the worry that his body wouldn't be able to endure such immense flame energy. The other important thing was that in battles against others, he rarely had a chance to accumulate so much energy. After all, his enemies weren't so stupid as to just patiently wait for him to accumulate power. However, after refining the Golden Dragon scale and condensing the Golden Dragon battle armor, as well as advancing to the Four-Peak realm, he no longer had so many misgivings. He freely utilized the flame energy of heaven and earth. Bursts of flames gathered from every direction. Standing in the sky, Long Chen condensed all this flame energy into his flame lotus. It greedily consumed all this energy and rapidly inflated. The flame lotus was like a starving beast. No matter how much it consumed, it never became full. It grew larger and larger along with its terrifying pressure. Jaws dropped down below as people stared at that giant flame lotus. They felt a sensation of death coming from it, one that made their hair stand on end. It had to be known that Long Chen's lotus wasn't targeting any of them. Despite that, these experts had a feeling that this thing could definitely take their lives. At the 9 Prefecture Convention, Long Chen made his name known. In the Divine Flame realm, he had killed Divine Lords, even slaying the City Lord of Silver Moon City, a late-stage Divine Lord. As for his heavenly tribulation that had wiped out all the experts of the Bloodkill Hall, that was a shocking matter, but no one here had seen it. When they heard such a thing, it was treated as nothing more than a story. Some people even guessed that the heavenly tribulation was nothing more than a pretense, and what had truly wiped out the Bloodkill Hall's experts was the current dean of the High Firmament Academy. The dean had perhaps borrowed Long Chen's tribulation to unleash a destructive blow. After all, they didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak, so they made Long Chen the one responsible. At the same time, they gave him another layer of brilliant light. Thus, most people only half believed that Long Chen's tribulation had killed all those experts. They would be more willing to believe that the High Firmament Academy's dean had secretly made a move. That made far more sense. As a result, while there was no need to question Long Chen's power, it hadn't reached a mythic level. People trusted what they saw with their own eyes and judged the truth on what they had experienced. The basic evaluation that most people had for the current Four-Peak Long Chen was that he could definitely kill ordinary Divine Lords easily, but Primal Divine Lords would be a bit difficult. Perhaps 1 or 2 Primal Divine Lords weren't a match for him, but he definitely wouldn't be able to fight 5 of them at once. Long Chen was still the number 1 figure of the junior generation in their hearts. It was just that people should be rational. They shouldn't turn Long Chen into a god in their eyes. However, when this flame lotus appeared, the world shuddered and the 10,000 Daos wailed. Ordinary Divine Lords were as tiny as ants in front of it. This fellow is even more terrifying than the stories. He's not human, he's a monster. The Four-Peak Primals and the Divine Lords all stared in horror. From now on, if anyone else questioned Long Chen's power, they would definitely beat them. Long Chen's flame lotus continued to grow. As for Bai Shala and Qin Feng, they were shuttling across the battlefield, occasionally appearing and then vanishing. Those sea serpents were crazily chasing down Qin Feng and couldn't be bothered to even look at the other experts on the land. Suddenly, Long Chen's flame lotus began shuddering. Long Chen thought to himself, my body is fine. But Huo Long has reached its limit. This flame lotus was controlled by Huo Long. When the flame energy of heaven and earth surpassed Huo Long's control, that was a dangerous moment. It might just explode before even leaving his hand. However, this power is enough. Long Chen smiled. He suddenly shouted to Bai Shala, get out of the way. After that, the giant flame lotus fell down like a meteorite from outside the heavens, smashing straight toward those sea serpents. Chapter 3210 Apocalyptic Flame Lotus. Bai Shala used his spatial art, sending him and Qin Feng away. Just as they vanished, a giant flame lotus exploded amongst the sea serpents. The flame lotus smashed into the sea, sinking the surface of the water and forming a giant depression. As the flame lotus disintegrated, heaven and earth shuddered. After that, huge waves exploded. Flames and water wove together into a vortex of destruction. Astral winds that were mixed with the seawater unleashed a storm upon Ying Prefecture. As a result, giant waves struck the wall on the coast, and the experts behind the wall heard thunderous rumbling. They all turned pale. This power had surpassed their understanding. The huge waves gradually stopped. Looking at the Devil Sea, they saw that flames were still burning on top of it. But now, countless corpses littered it, and the water was boiling. Long Chen's flame lotus had actually ignited the sea water. Ever since ancient times, water and fire would subdue each other. People had never heard of a flame capable of igniting water. In truth, it wasn't the water that was burning. It was Long Chen's flame energy that had entered the sea. Due to the repulsion of water and fire, the flame energy that had sunk down below was released back to the surface. Unlike on land, the power of the flame lotus wasn't able to spread limitlessly in the water. It was contained by the water, and more of it continued to float back to the surface, causing people to feel like the water was burning. However, Long Chen's attack did cause countless burnt corpses to float to the surface. Those corpses were as big as mountains. Even the sea serpents, which were originally golden, had turned charred black. They were all dead. The temperature was just perfect. Long Chen smiled. If this attack was unleashed on land, not even a trace of these corpses would be left. The seawater had reduced the flame lotus's power, allowing these beasts to retain their corpses. That was precisely what Long Chen wanted. It wasn't perfect at all. My treasures, not even one is left alive. You poor babies, you all died so miserably. Bai Shala had a mournful expression as he looked at the corpses of the sea serpents. Those sea serpents truly did appear mighty, so he wanted one as a steed. He thought that Long Chen would leave a few alive for him, but they were all dead now. Such good mounts had been turned into roast snakes. Seeing this scene, Bai Shala almost wept. Luo Shui and the others recovered from their shock. Looking at Bai Shala's expression, they didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Such terrifying sea serpents had actually been treated as pets by him. It had to be known that those were no demonic beasts but deep-sea devils. Little fellow, if you want to follow boss, you need to grow up a bit. With how smelly these things are, can you use them as mounts? Won't you choke from the smell first? Furthermore, with boss, you can find any good mount that you want. Don't embarrass yourself and boss here, scolded Qin Feng. Who cares if they're smelly or not? Wait, how are they smelly? Take a sniff, don't you think? They smell kind of tasty. Bai Shala took a few deep sniffs, and Qin Feng rolled his eyes. However, after being cooked like this, they truly didn't smell bad anymore. Shala, this sea serpent isn't a demonic beast. It's a deep-sea devil. You can't eat their meat, or you'll be infected by their devil blood soul, said Luo Bing hastily when she saw Bai Shala itching to try it. Alright, stop messing around. Clean up the battlefield. Who knows when the next attack will come? Shouted Long Chen to stop Bai Shala. Long Chen had ended the battle with a single attack. The world extermination flame lotus had exploded in the depths of the sea, killing the other sea demons that had been swimming over. As far as the eye could see, the sea was covered by endless corpses. Cleaning them all up would definitely take some time. Long Chen, this attack really was marvelous. You helped us out immensely. Otherwise, if we had activated the attack of the Commander Tower, we'd need to tighten our belts for maybe half a year, said Luo Chengwu, walking over. Senior is too kind. Those sea serpents were clearly drawn over by Qin Feng's resonance dragon essence blood. We were just cleaning our own butts, said Long Chen. Commander, Long Chen isn't an outsider. There's no need to be overly courteous. That's right, Long Chen, didn't you say that you want those corpses? Do you want their demonic cores? Asked Luo Shui. No, I don't need their demonic cores. I only want their corpses, said Long Chen. For ordinary experts, the demonic cores were the real treasures. They contained the essence of the sea demon's life. The Ying Prefecture fought against the sea demons every year, putting a large amount of manpower into dealing with them. However, thinking about it, obtaining those demonic cores made it so that their work wasn't for nothing. With it, they could compensate the families of those who died, and there was always a surplus. If they had enough power to guarantee that there were no losses, then their gains were quite considerable. Furthermore, as they were collaborating with the Huayan Trading Company, there was no need to worry about the market. The flesh of these sea demons is trash, not valuable at all. Why would you want it? Asked Luo Ning. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. It really wasn't easy for him to answer this question. Ning how can you randomly ask about other people's secrets? Luo Chengwu immediately gave Luo Ning a look. But he knew that Long Chen was closest with Luo Ning and Luo Bing, so Long Chen wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Thus, he wasn't in a position to chide her too much. If you want the corpses, then it's simple. We have countless spatial rings here packed with their corpses. We were going to toss them in the wilderness, but if you want them, you can take as many as you want. I don't know if you can hold so many though, said Luo Chengwu. Whether or not he could hold enough. What kind of joke was that? His primal chaos space was absolutely gigantic. I want as many as you have. How coincidental, you have something you need to get rid of that I absolutely want. It's so convenient, laughed Long Chen. This really was a nice coincidence. Really, I'll have people bring over 10 of our largest spatial rings. In just a bit, the Luo family's experts brought over 10 spatial rings. Long Chen opened them and found that they weren't bad. They had a space of 1,000 square miles and were packed with corpses. Long Chen didn't need to bring the spatial rings into the primal chaos space, so he directly brought the corpses inside. In just a few seconds, the 10 spatial rings were emptied. Seeing that Long Chen could take the corpses like that, Luo Chengwu was pleasantly surprised. This would save them quite some trouble. Luo Chengwu ordered people to take the spatial rings and clean up the battlefield. He also ordered people who still had corpses in their spatial rings to bring them to Long Chen. As a result, countless corpses piled up within Long Chen's primal chaos space. The wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. Sensing their immense life energy, Long Chen clenched his fists. His trump card had finally returned and was growing even stronger. Chapter 3211 The Hesitation of the Inner Heart. Almost all of the Ying Prefecture's experts had spatial rings with a large number of sea demon corpses in them. There was no way around it. They fought with the sea demons year-round, and these corpses had to be disposed of in a far-off, desolate land to avoid affecting others. However, with Long Chen accepting them all, they didn't need to make the extra effort. There was no transportation formation leading to that desolate wilderness. Moreover, it was said that there were some legendary desolate creatures living in the depths of that land, and even immortal kings didn't dare to enter too deeply. Every time they sent the corpses there, they did it carefully to avoid disturbing those terrifying creatures. Now, there was no need to worry. Long Chen took all those corpses off of their hands. Due to the immortal world's laws, it wasn't so easy to create spatial rings. Making it required a craftsman on the level of an immortal king to insert the spatial runes as well as precious materials. Fortunately, people already had astral spaces, so there weren't many scenarios where spatial rings were required. To waste such extravagant items on storing corpses was naturally very uncomfortable for these experts, but it was better than simply casting the corpses on their land. With an unending stream of corpses entering the primal chaos space, the wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. The region of the black soil was so big that all these corpses combined were nothing more than an appetizer for it. The wood foundation divine trees were only 3 meters thick, but they were 200 miles tall. Looking from the top, they were so thin that they were like threads of silk. It was an extremely odd appearance. In fact, they were so tall that Long Chen was starting to worry they would break themselves. However, at 300 miles tall, they stopped growing taller and began to thicken. The rate at which they thickened was far slower than when they grew taller. As they thickened, their life energy multiplied. As Long Chen emptied the spatial rings, more spatial rings were available to gather more corpses on the battlefield. The Ying Prefecture's experts then split up the tasks, with a portion of them gathering the corpses and a portion of them gathering the cores. Long Chen even saw people recording things as they worked. Clearly, they had their own system that was very effective for handling the cores. However, Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus had not just killed the sea demons at the surface but also the ones that had yet to come out of the depths. Because of it, millions of experts worked for 6 full hours before the battlefield was emptied. When the battle spoils were publicly announced, people couldn't believe their ears. They had obtained over 100 million cores. Just how many sea demons had Long Chen killed with that one attack? It had to be known that not every sea demon had a core. Due to their power not being concentrated in a core, their power was distributed throughout their bodies, making their physical bodies incredibly powerful. However, the lack of a core also meant that they couldn't use divine abilities. To humans, they were slightly easier to deal with. After fighting with the sea demons for so many years, the Ying Prefecture's experts were aware that amongst third-ranked sea demons, or 4-peak sea demons, only 30% had a core. Amongst fourth-ranked sea demons, around 50% had a core. That was because for sea demons without cores, it was harder to accumulate enough energy to advance. In other words, Long Chen had killed far more sea demons than the number of obtained cores. It was an unimaginable number. After learning about all this, Long Chen understood why he had gained so much life energy. The sea demons gave him more life energy than the devil beasts due to the former lacking cores. Everyone looked at Long Chen reverently. As for the junior generation, their blood was boiling fiercely. They would never be able to forget that attack in this lifetime. Luo Chengwu actually felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the number of cores they had gained. Many of them were top-grade cores, and the cores of the sea serpents in particular were very valuable. Long Chen said that he didn't want the cores, but they were incredibly valuable. Furthermore, this wasn't just a matter for the Luo family but the entirety of the Ying Prefecture. However, only the Luo family owed a debt for this. That was a bit inappropriate. Even so, Luo Chengwu also knew Long Chen's character, and he knew that Long Chen might get angry if he forcibly tried to split the profits with him. This fellow was very proud, so Luo Chengwu could only put this matter aside for now. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the Devil Sea once more returned to its deathly silence. However, this calmness was extremely frightening. It felt like some terrifying monsters might just charge out of the depths at any moment. "Boss, I think I should go back." At this point, Xu Zishang came over to Long Chen dispiritedly. Long Chen smiled. "Why, did you receive a blow?" Xu Zishang nodded. "I had no chance to use my power and be a hero at home. It was difficult to get out this time, and I wanted to get famous in the heavenly swell domain, only to find that when I had a chance to use my power, I had no power at all and was no hero." Xu Zishang's words were very downhearted. This battle had shown him that he was far too weak to the point that he had the urge to kill himself. He had never thought that his status as a primal, something that he was so proud of, was nothing more than a joke. Bai Shaola, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others all felt a bit bad for him. He was truly pitiable. When frogs at the bottom of the well saw the outside world, it wasn't just excitement at seeing the greater world but also a great blow to their confidence. The current Xu Zishang seemed to have lost all hope. Like Shaola and Qin Feng, "You call me boss, and I don't reject you. That's because you have the barbarian race's blood in your body. I once received a favor from one of the barbarian race's experts, and he bestowed me with a treasured blade, Blood Drinker. I also have a brother from the barbarian race. It can be said that my relationship with the barbarian race runs very deep. As long as you really want to get stronger, you will definitely obtain your wish by following me. As for being a hero, you might have misunderstood. Someone with strong martial power is not a hero. I can only make sure that you get stronger. As for turning you into a hero, that's not possible for me," said Long Chen. I really can get stronger?" asked Xu Zishang, his hope reigniting. "Don't get emotional. Boss has never said any empty words. Just properly follow boss in the future, and even a fool like you can get a fool's blessing," said Qin Feng, dragging Xu Zishang to the side. He saw that Luo Chengwu seemed to want to talk with Long Chen. "Long Chen, Our Luo family is ashamed to make you join in a fight as soon as you arrive here. The Devil Sea has settled now, so why don't you come to my humble home? The family head must have been looking forward to seeing you, said Luo Chengwu. He had arranged to bring Long Chen and the others back to the Luo family. When Luo Chengwu mentioned the family head, even Long Chen couldn't help having his heart beat faster. He knew that this was his mother's father, his grandfather. However, Long Chen didn't know if he would be able to control his rage when he saw his grandfather. Would he be able to hold back from questioning why the family head had tossed aside his own daughter like that? Long Chen didn't know just how he should face this grandfather of his. Hence, he took a deep breath. I can only take things step by step. If being forceful doesn't work, I can only be even more forceful. Chapter 3212 Bloodkill Order. Luo Chengwu left things in the hands of one of his trusted subordinates. After using the commander tower to investigate the ripples of the Devil Sea once more, he left with Long Chen and the others. However, just as they walked out of the commander tower, they saw the Grand Elder walking over with a group of people. Grand Elder, why have you come? Luo Chengwu was startled. He had just taken over the Grand Elder's shift here. Why would the Grand Elder return? The family head has ordered me to bring Long Chen back. You are to continue guarding this place. The Chu family has done something to the Devil Sea, and we cannot be the slightest bit careless right now, said the Grand Elder. Luo Chengwu nodded. It truly was not good for him to leave the front lines, but since Long Chen had come to them, it would be rude if he didn't personally accompany him. It would be as if he didn't view Long Chen as important enough. However, it would be appropriate for the Grand Elder to accompany Long Chen instead. Furthermore, it was the family head who had ordered the Grand Elder to receive him. That was naturally to get rid of the grudge between the Grand Elder and Long Chen. Then I'll entrust this matter to you. Long Chen, you can go with the Grand Elder. The family head and the others are also waiting, said Luo Chengwu with a smile. Long Chen nodded. Grand Elder, I'm sorry to trouble you. My handling of your grandson's matter truly wasn't good enough. I ask that you not take offense. Long Chen extended a hand as he walked toward him. After all, I did not do that intentionally. Let us have this matter end like this. His meaning by extending his hand was quite clear. Everyone could shake hands and let the matter rest. Hence, Luo Chengwu nodded in praise. Even at such a young age, even in possession of such power, Long Chen didn't let his arrogance control him. Even though Luo Qingyang's matter couldn't be blamed on him, he took the initiative in reconciling, expressing his magnanimity and giving face to the Luo family. The Grand Elder hesitated slightly, and Luo Chengwu said, Grand Elder, Long Chen has expressed his sincerity. Don't be so stubborn. If the Grand Elder didn't give Long Chen face, then Long Chen would very likely turn hostile right here. Luo Chengwu knew that the Grand Elder was stubborn, but this matter related to the entire Luo family's honor. He trusted that the Grand Elder would make the correct decision. As he expected, the Grand Elder also extended his hand. When they locked hands, Luo Chengwu sighed with relief. Just then, as Long Chen held the Grand Elder's hand, Long Chen's left hand pierced through the Grand Elder's chest. Blood splashed. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The Luo family's experts instantly took out their weapons, their killing intent soaring. Long Chen, what are you doing? Luo Chengwu was shocked and enraged. He was unable to understand why Long Chen would want to kill the Grand Elder. Furthermore, flame runes were flowing on top of Long Chen's arm. They were still condensed, so the Grand Elder's life was entirely in Long Chen's hands. No one dared to make any rash moves. Everyone was dumbfounded. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others didn't dare to believe their eyes. Let alone them, even Bai Shaola and Qin Feng were stunned. Why? Raged the Grand Elder. Long Chen smiled. That smile had a touch of derision to it. Why ask when you know the answer? You aren't the Grand Elder. You're all fakes. Hearing that, everyone was even more shocked. Even Luo Chengwu was startled. The Grand Elder's appearance, gaze, and even his spiritual fluctuations were all familiar. How could it be a fake? Long Chen snickered. Your imitation is truly amazing. Even your spiritual fluctuations are able to match the real one. Regretfully, fake is fake. There are always flaws. The Grand Elder does have hostility toward me but no killing intent. That's your fatal mistake. In the lower world, I often fought against your Bloodkill Hall's assassins, so I've seen all your tricks. That hesitation you had over shaking my hand was because you were pondering whether or not to kill me at that moment. The hidden runes on your palm also vanished when you extended your hand. My guess is that you're a clone, and when you saw the chance, you wanted to kill me, but the true body ordered you to abandon that chance. The clone cannot defy the will of the true body, so you could only accept it. I don't know if all of what I said is correct, so do you have anything to say? The Grand Elder suddenly laughed, as expected of the existence that the killing god has issued the bloodkill order for. I was seen through. The Grand Elder's words stunned everyone. This Grand Elder really was a fake. Just then, the figures beside the Grand Elder moved. But a cold light flashed, and those people were cut in two. Luo Changwu sheathed his sword. Other than Long Chen, no one saw what he had done. Even Long Chen was stunned inside. The speed of his sword was astonishing. First came his will and then the actual thought. Clearly, Luo Changwu had launched his attack before they even moved. This was a kind of mental lock. As soon as an opponent moved, the body automatically reacted. That was an extremely profound realm. Furthermore, the moment he attacked, violet light appeared on his sword. That was his bloodline divine ability. Although Luo Changwu hadn't used much of his blood qi, Long Chen still sensed his bloodline pressure. He was definitely a primal divine lord, and an extremely frightening one at that. Clearly, Luo Changwu was hiding his true power. His expression was extremely ugly at the moment. The Bloodkill Hall has gone too far. They really think that the Luo family is easy to bully. For the Bloodkill Hall to dare to assassinate people within the Luo family's territory was already an insult and provocation, but even more importantly, the target was a guest like Long Chen. This was clearly looking down on them. For the assassins to even disguise themselves as the Grand Elder and the others, it was intolerable. Even with his patience and steadiness, Luo Changwu's anger flared. He directly killed those people. Ha ha ha, the Bloodkill Hall has issued the Bloodkill order. All the Bloodkill assassins within the 9 heavens and 10 lands have their sights on Long Chen. Do you know what the Bloodkill order signifies? It is the highest glory and honor for the one who accomplishes it. Such a thing has only been issued 3 times throughout all of history. The one who accomplishes it will receive the Bloodkill order badge, and that glory will drive the killing god's followers crazy. Do you think they will care about your Luo family, some insignificant descendants of the violet blood race? Sneered the fake Grand Elder. Long Chen indifferently said, the Bloodkill order is a bit interesting. But the Bloodkill Hall's assassins are supposed to be at the same realm as the target and even the level lower. How is there a divine lord assassin here? The Bloodkill Hall really is shameless. You clearly don't really care about honor and glory, but you wish to be claimed as the most glorious and honorable assassins. You have no bottom line. You'll assassinate anyone with no rules at all but still want to look all elegant and classy. It seems that packing Enputa's divine statue with crap was correct. All your heads are full of crap. You blasphemed the killing god. You will face your retribution sooner or later. Roared that assassin. Clearly, Long Chen's words had stabbed him where it hurt. When the news of Enputa's divine statue being used as a dung pit spread, countless people were dumbfounded. As for Enputa himself, he was enraged. That was what resulted in the Bloodkill order. If you want to find my true body through this clone, you must be dreaming. The assassin suddenly roared, and his body rapidly inflated. Long Chen shoved his arm, and the assassin was thrown into the air. He then exploded. Even in death, you have to disgust me. As expected, sneered Long Chen. He turned to Luo Changwu. Senior shouldn't be angry. The Bloodkill Hall is a group of shameless fellows. Let us go see the family head. Let's go. We won't let this matter end like this. The Luo family isn't an existence that anyone can bully. We'll report this to the family head. Luo Changwu took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. He then brought Long Chen and the others away. Chapter 3213 Honing Heavenly Staircase. Using the Bloodkill Hall assassin's clone, Long Chen had tried to pinpoint the location of his true body. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to succeed. Long Chen could sense that the true body was secretly watching things here from a certain location, but it was too far, or he was using some secret art. Hence, Long Chen was unable to tell the exact location. Just as Long Chen was tracking the clone's blood soul power back to its source, the assassin chose to detonate his clone. Long Chen's goal was clearly seen through. Although the clone was dead, Long Chen was still a bit worried. This fellow was hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any moment. Long Chen felt like a pair of eyes was watching his back. This person was a late-stage primal divine lord. If Long Chen had been the slightest bit negligent, this assassin would have had a chance to kill him. It had to be known that assassins were killers who killed people across realms. Long Chen wasn't that afraid of himself being targeted. He was more worried about this fellow targeting the people beside him in order to provoke him. In his fury, he might show an opening. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were willing to use any means necessary to achieve their goal. Back then, they had even used a child like Dong Mingyu in an attempt to kill him. That was enough to show him that they deserved to be exterminated. Other than Enputa, they had no respect for anything, so they were capable of doing anything as well. That was the most troubling thing for Long Chen. It could be said that Enputa had made his absolute determination to kill Long Chen this time. His Bloodkill order turned Long Chen into the target for all his followers, making it so that Long Chen would be pestered to death. Come then, let's see if you have more people than I can kill. Long Chen sneered inside. Within the Heavenly Swell domain, Enputa was too afraid of the High Firmament Academy to come himself. Hence, he could only send his followers. Furthermore, for Enputa, a world king, someone who had made a name for himself countless years ago, to come personally kill a four-peak disciple would be a complete loss of face. After all, Enputa had quite the reputation to uphold in the immortal world. In other words, as long as Long Chen didn't leave the Heavenly Swell domain, Enputa wouldn't be able to come after him personally. It seemed that he was testing the attitude of the High Firmament Academy by sending Divine Lord assassins. That seemed to still be within the realm of tolerance for the High Firmament Academy. Perhaps the Academy had faith in Long Chen and only viewed these assassinations as trials. Long Chen had only heard of the Bloodkill order today, and he believed that the higher-ups of the Academy couldn't have not known about it. They simply hadn't told him about it. Long Chen hadn't even finished anything in the Luo family, but the Bloodkill Hall was once more causing trouble. Long Chen had a belly full of fire, but when he thought of Enputa's head filled with crap, he felt a bit better. The current Long Chen needed to maintain a good mood. He couldn't always get angry, or the negative emotions would nourish the dark energy. Moreover, his eye had yet to recover, so he didn't dare to once more unleash the power of the purgatory eyes. He was constantly wearing an eye patch, making him appear like a one-eyed person. Although he didn't really care what he looked like, he did feel a bit uncomfortable. "Senior, what is going on with the Devil Sea? Why would so many sea demons come onto the land? What did the Chu family do?" asked Long Chen as they sat on the flying boat back to the Luo family. This battlefield did have a transportation formation that could directly bring them, but that would be rude. Thus, they sat on a flying boat. This was Long Chen's first time in the Ying Prefecture, so the Luo family had to be a good host. The Ying Prefecture was also known as the Wetlands Prefecture. There were countless mountain ranges with glades and ponds around them. It was a very beautiful scenery, but Long Chen wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. He wanted to know about the Devil Sea. Luo Chengwu answered, "There is a certain legend about the Devil Sea. It is said that some terrifying devil died within it during the Primal Chaos era, and the Devil Sea was formed out of its blood. It has an irregular form, like snakes of the entire immortal world. The Devil Sea is not actually in the shape of a sea but more like a river. It grows, producing endless sea demons and deep sea devils. It is said that there are many levels in its depths, and the deeper you go, the higher the status of the devils you'll find. The so-called sea demons that we've encountered are nothing more than the lowest level of pawns, the most active but weakest group. Due to the current, some sea demons often wash up on land, and finding lifeforms here, they'll try to consume them. To put it more frankly, whether it is sea demons or deep sea devils, they are like fish in the sea, coming wave by wave. Once a wave is killed, there's no way to predict when the next wave will come. The sea serpents that you killed very rarely appear. They normally view sea demons as their food and rarely come onto land. What is that devil from the Primal Chaos era?" Bai Shala couldn't help interjecting. Luo Chengwu bitterly smiled. "No one can say for sure. Such a legend is hard to believe." Since Long Chen asked, I tried to answer, but don't take it too seriously. The human race's history could only be traced back to the immemorial era. As for the desolate era, there were only some primitive diagrams that people couldn't understand. They could only try to infer things based on their own imagination. However, every person inferred different things. Those diagrams were difficult to comprehend. Thus, there were many legends of the desolate era, but their veracity could not be confirmed. That was even more true of the Primal Chaos era that occurred even further in the past. Thus, many legends were just treated as stories to be heard. There was no need to take them too seriously. No wonder I didn't encounter a single sea demon when I crossed the Devil Sea. It seems that I didn't run into that wave, said Xu Zishang. Luo Chengwu nodded. Your luck was good. Due to the mist on top of the Devil Sea, if you travel too fast, it will cause friction that wears down the runes of a flying boat. Thus, traveling between the Heavenly Star Domain and the Heavenly Swell Domain through the Devil Sea will require at least 20 days. Normally when crossing, especially when crossing the center, you'll encounter several waves of attacks, maybe even dozens. Only a few powers have experts with blood runes to drive those sea demons away. Others will have to endure the attacks, and especially when crossing the center, that will easily disturb the deep sea devils. Once a fight starts, you will very likely find yourself buried within the Devil Sea. For you to have crossed the Devil Sea by yourself, your luck is truly heaven-defying. Even now, I'm finding it hard to believe. Hearing that, Long Chen sank into thought. At this moment, an exceedingly brazen thought rose within him. He felt like the Devil Sea was a good place. The Luo family was located within a range of stone mountains. Stone swords were like forests, and not a single blade of grass grew. This place almost seemed a bit desolate. Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. With Long Chen's arrival, countless experts came to greet them. After all, Long Chen's medicinal pills had helped them out immensely in their time of need. The Luo family would naturally welcome him warmly. Suddenly, just as he was off of the flying boat, a detached and mighty voice rang out as if descending from above the 9 heavens. Bring him to the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Chapter 3214. Who is more arrogant? That voice wasn't loud or angry, yet it contained unquestionable might. Even Long Chen felt his heart pounding when he heard it. Just from this voice, Long Chen could sense the pride and stubbornness within the speaker's bones. Just the voice alone made his heart fall. He was similar to Long Chen in some areas. This person would never change the things that he had decided on, nor would he ever feel remorse for the things that he had done. As a result, it was probably going to be a clash of two sharp points. Long Chen had come to investigate his mother, but just this voice made him feel like it was going to be far more difficult than he had expected. As for Luo Chengwu and the other members of the Luo family, when they heard the voice mention the Honing Heavenly Staircase, all their expressions changed. But not one person dared to contradict him. Family head, Long Chen has just set foot into the Four-Peak Realm, said Luo Chengwu hesitantly. However, no response came. Clearly, the family head had decided on this matter, and there was no room for negotiation. After a bit, seeing no response, Luo Chengwu sighed and turned to Long Chen apologetically. Long Chen, maybe you shouldn't have come. Why don't you go back and return when you've reached the Divine Lord realm? What, is that Honing Heavenly Staircase a mountain of blades or a deep fryer? Asked Long Chen. You might not know this, but the Honing Heavenly Staircase is a trial ground of our Luo family. There are 99 steps on it, and it is a remnant from ancient times. The first 49 steps are for Four-Peak disciples, while the top 49 steps are for divine lords. My talent is limited, and I only reached the 79th step. Afterward, I never tried again. In the recent history of the Luo family, only the family head managed to climb all 99 steps, and he did it at the late Four-Peak realm. To have you, someone who has just advanced to the Four-Peak realm, also climb the Honing Heavenly Staircase, it truly is difficult, said Luo Chengwu with difficulty. After all, in so many generations of the Luo family, only one such terrifying figure had appeared, and now he was using himself as the standard. No, it should be said that he was requesting an even higher standard from Long Chen. However, Luo Zichuan possessed absolute authority within the Luo family. No one could question his orders, not even Luo Chengwu, his own son. On the other hand, Long Chen had helped the Luo family immensely in their time of need and was viewed very importantly by the Luo family. For them to treat him like this was a bit unacceptable. Luo Chengwu was unable to comprehend what his father was thinking. Since the family head wishes it, wouldn't it mean that I'm afraid if I don't go? If the family head could climb it, well, while I naturally can't compete with the family head, I do have the courage to at least try, said Long Chen. Knowing that this was a trial his grandfather had set for him, Long Chen felt even greater ire for him. He had already given the Luo family so many benefits. Even if the Luo family was arrogant and didn't need to fawn over him, it seemed that they weren't qualified to stand on airs with him, no. If it weren't for his mother, would he have to suffer this grievance? They wanted to test him. Then come, Long Chen was also extremely proud and arrogant. Luo Zichuan was using his own path to test Long Chen, so how could he retreat? The feeling that Long Chen got from Luo Zichuan was that he was exceedingly prideful. Even though Long Chen had helped the Luo family, if Long Chen wished to speak to him, he had to have the proper qualifications. And those qualifications were for him to ascend the Honing Heavenly Staircase. For there to be such an unreasonable person in this world made Long Chen angry. Fine, he would use his power to show that he didn't lack the same arrogance. Luo Chengwu also saw that despite Long Chen's smile, he was a bit angry. That was precisely what he had been most afraid of. The Honing Heavenly Staircase wasn't something that could be forcibly climbed. If a person couldn't recognize their limit and forced it, they would die. It was unknown just how many arrogant heavenly geniuses of the Luo family had died climbing the Honing Heavenly Staircase. If Long Chen lost his life here after overstepping his limit, wouldn't the Luo family become the laughingstock of the world? He didn't understand why his father would do this, but Luo Zichuan never explained his actions. From the top to bottom, all members of the Luo family simply had to obey him. Luo Chengwu saw Long Chen's anger and couldn't help feeling profoundly helpless. If he tried to advise Long Chen now, it would instead be viewed as looking down on him, making Long Chen want to show off even more. After all, at such a young age, they cared especially about being looked down on. Then let's go. I hope you can stay calm. If you really can't do it, don't force it. That is very dangerous. Luo Chengwu patted Long Chen's shoulder. All he could do was tactfully express his opinion. Junior understands. I cherish my life more than anyone. I won't lose it for nothing, said Long Chen. This uncle of his was at least not bad. He wasn't as irritatingly overbearing as his grandfather. Hearing that, Luo Chengwu was a bit more at ease. If Long Chen really could understand how to retreat when he needed to, that would be excellent. Bai Shaola and the others were attended to by other people from the Luo family. Only Long Chen followed Luo Chengwu past layers of stone trees at the rear. Luo Chengwu's expression was grave, and he didn't say a word. Long Chen smiled. Senior, there's no need to be worried. Luo Chengwu shook his head. The family head's thoughts are known only to himself. Even as his son, just like my big brother, I never know what he's thinking. Ever since we were young, we could only listen to his orders. Only junior sister. Luo Chengwu suddenly shut his mouth, an expression of pain appearing in his eyes. Long Chen's heart pounded. He knew that this junior sister of his was his mother. Long Chen wanted to ask him more about her. He so badly wanted to tell him that he was his junior sister's son. However, he couldn't. At the very least, he still couldn't lay all his cards on the table. He wanted to ask where his mother was and reunite with his father first. As for the grievance between his mother and the Luo family, that wasn't something that could be resolved with martial power, nor was it something that he could resolve. This family head was too stubborn, so stubborn that others couldn't breathe. Clearly, Luo Chengwu was full of respect and reverence for him, and although he didn't approve of his father's methods, he was powerless to change anything. The Luo family inhabited this stone mountain range. There was a stone forest with caves all around for the Luo family's people to cultivate in. On the way, Long Chen noticed that the Luo family's territory was even larger than he had expected. However, such a big family didn't have that many people. It was a huge land, with few people. He knew that due to the Chu family's tricks, the majority of the Luo family's forces were distributed to the other battlefield. In less than an hour, as Long Chen walked, the stone trees in his sight became taller and taller until he saw a stone cliff soaring into the clouds. Looking from a distance, he saw clouds circling the waist of the mountain. It gave off a grand and heavy feeling. Just looking at it made his soul twinge. At the foot of the mountain were stone steps, and every step was several meters high. It was as if the steps were for giants. This is the Honing Heavenly Staircase. The family head is at the top. Be careful. Sometimes retreating is the wisest option, said Luo Chengwu, once more patting Long Chen's shoulder before leaving. Long Chen stood at the bottom of the stone staircase. Staring up at the path that led beyond the clothes, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his leg to start the climb. Chapter 3215 Honing Trial. The instant Long Chen stepped onto the first stair, countless runes lit up throughout the staircase. It was like a beacon leading straight to the heavens. At this moment, Long Chen felt an invisible energy press down on him and he curled his lips. Back in the day, he had climbed the netherworld heaven staircase. Now he was climbing the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen took giant steps, climbing up the stairs one by one. Just as expected, the pressure grew the higher he climbed. However, this was nothing to Long Chen, and he climbed according to a specific tempo. It was only at the 30th stair that he actually felt some pressure. That pressure couldn't be said to be heavy to him. On the 40th stair, he felt that invisible energy started to press down on his will. The will was the foundation of the Tao heart, and this place should be a place for tempering the will. Long Chen couldn't help smiling. He had walked out of countless predicaments and arrived at the immortal world after climbing through a mountain of corpses. No one could shake his will, not even the heavens. When Long Chen reached the 50th step, space twisted around him. An enormous pressure pressed down on him like he was suddenly carrying a mountain on his back. Luo Chengwu had said that the first 49 steps were for 4 peak disciples, while the latter steps were for divine lords. As expected, at the 5th step, Long Chen had a different feeling. The pressure on him had increased by over 10 times. It wasn't just targeting the will but also the physical body. As he pressed onwards, the pressure only grew. But Long Chen still didn't feel it to be too much. For an ordinary divine lord, their physical body would have reached the limit. But for Long Chen's physical body, it was still unable to pose a threat. At the 60th step, the pressure grew explosively once more. And at the 70th step, his essence blood involuntarily quickened. His blood was instinctively circulating to resist the pressure. The 70th step was enough to crush ordinary divine lords. It had surpassed the tolerance level of the majority of divine lords. At the 79th step, Long Chen sensed a powerful tearing power. It was like invisible hands trying to pull him apart. This step was Luo Chengwu's limit. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. This uncle of his must not specialize in the physical body, otherwise with his will, he could definitely progress further. On the 80th step, Long Chen's body instinctively bent. He felt the space above him had been restricted, making him unable to stand up straight. With a snort, Long Chen forced his body up. The stone step rumbled and runes exploded. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if he was trying to lift up a star. His whole body began to hurt slightly. In truth, there was no need for him to do this. As long as he bent down, he wouldn't have to endure this much pressure. However, Long Chen's pride refused to allow him to lower his head. That would be a concession, a display of powerlessness. That was already a kind of failure, especially on the honing heavenly staircase when someone was watching him. Furthermore, he had a feeling that if he lowered his head, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. One concession led to further concessions until there was nowhere left to go. The 81st step caused the pressure to increase once more. At the 85th step, his divine flames automatically ignited. After that, at the 89th step, he felt immense power crashing down on him, and it was like he was within the chaotic flow of space, with his body being torn apart. The next moment, golden dragon scales appeared on top of his body, and a dragon cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. Wild blood chi formed a pillar of golden light that scattered the clouds and changed the color of the world. In that instant, all of the Luo family's territory shuddered. Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Xu Zishang were accompanied by the Luo family's experts and drinking tea when they heard the dragon cry. They then saw golden light split apart the clouds in the distance and jumped in shock. Qin Feng's expression changed. No need to panic. Long Chen is charging up the honing heavenly staircase. He'll definitely have to use his full power, said Luo Chengwu. This wasn't the result of someone fighting Long Chen and forcing him to go all out. In truth, while Luo Chengwu had returned to accompany Qin Feng and the others and said such words, all of his attention was on the honing heavenly staircase. That spot, the Luo family's experts stared at that height in shock. Yes, he's already reached the 90th step, said Luo Chengwu. He was also shocked. He hadn't expected Long Chen to get there so fast. However, the faster you went, the greater the pressure at the end. The final 9 steps in particular were the true honing steps. At the same time as Luo Chengwu was shocked, he was also worried. The 90th step, he's so powerful. The Luo family's experts didn't dare to believe it. Everyone knew that other than the family head, no one in the Luo family had reached the 90th step. On the other hand, quite a few people managed to reach the 89th step, but at the 90th step, the pressure would become a raging flood. Many people had tried to resist that flood only to be washed away, killed without a trace. On the other hand, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, Luo Ning, Luo Qing, and those familiar with Long Chen didn't feel too much shock. They were filled with anticipation instead. They had personally seen how strong Long Chen was, so they truly felt him to be omnipotent. They all hoped for Long Chen to be able to reach the peak. Just as the Luo family was shocked by Long Chen's display, Long Chen faced an unprecedented crisis. Standing on the 90th step, he felt the raging flood crashing upon him. His soul ached as if a grindstone was grinding away at it. Moreover, the flood was actually capable of moving through his body. It was like millions of flies were grinding away pieces of him. Now, Long Chen understood where the name of the Honing Heavenly Staircase came from. The first few steps tested a person's aptitude. It was the later steps that were the true start of the Honing. Qi, blood, flesh, tendon, bone, soul, mind, will. Whether the part had form or was formless, it was being ground. It was an indescribable pain. It was no wonder that only the family head had ever managed to climb the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Such pain was unendurable. There are still 9 steps. Long Chen took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and raised his foot to the next step. Chapter 3216 Immortal King Zichuan. When Long Chen stepped onto the 91st stair, he felt heaven and earth twisting around him, and even the scenery around him vanished from sight. Everything around him was in chaos. He felt wild winds and flickering lightning. This is heavenly Tao energy. Long Chen hadn't expected this. The Honing Heavenly Staircase was actually controlling heavenly Tao energy. Its heavenly might was not much inferior to his own heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, this heavenly might was tearing at his body, grinding away at his will and corroding his soul, trying to make him admit defeat. The moment he stepped foot on this stair, he felt as if he had turned transparent. Foreign power pierced through his body, while his flesh and soul were undergoing a painful grinding. The more he resisted, the greater that power. However, Long Chen's will was firm. He ignored this pain and continued climbing. With every step he took, the Honing Heavenly Staircase shuddered. It was as if the world was rocking with it. In the distance, the Luo family's experts watched nervously. The 95th stair. Luo Shui clenched her fists tightly. Long Chen had gone so far. He was only a bit off from the top. Long Chen's dragon scales were now glowing. Waves of dragon might came from them, and a dragon roar rang out, mixing with the roaring of the heavenly Taos. At some point, black clouds roiling with lightning had appeared in the sky. The might of the heavens shook people's souls. I heard that starting at the 90th step, the heavenly Taos becomes the whetstone that grinds and polishes you, allowing you to unleash your sharpness. Regretfully, other than the family head, no one else has reached there. The family head has never mentioned what happened on the Honing Heavenly Staircase either, said one of the Luo family's elders. Only when Long Chen reached that level did they understand that the true Honing started with the last final steps. As for them, they weren't even qualified to come into contact with that Honing. In front of that heavenly might, people had to bend down and cower. Who had the guts to resist the heavens? Even if you had the guts, you needed a strong enough physical body. After all, you could have guts but not the conditions to back it up. Just as the Luo family's experts were discussing it, Long Chen once more pressed onwards, climbing 2 steps in one go and reaching the 97th stair. Just then, the scenery changed once more. In front of Long Chen appeared a waterfall dashing down upon him. Long Chen's body shook as this waterfall contained the power of the 10,000 Taos. Traces of blood began to leak out of his dragon scales. This Honing Heavenly Staircase really is something good. Long Chen was surprised as he sensed this power. As expected, every single major power possessed its own treasures. There was no way to estimate the value of this divine item. If he had come here earlier, then his last tribulation might not have been so dangerous. This item was the best thing for tempering a person's will. It could be considered one of the fastest paths to make a person stronger. On the 98th step, lightning fell on Long Chen's body, and the immense power popped all over his scales. At this moment, space began to solidify, time turned slow, and sound became ephemeral. Long Chen could hear his bones creaking. Whether it was the pressure of the mind or the flesh, it had doubled. Without the golden dragon battle armor, his body would probably have been flattened. Long Chen took a deep breath and stepped toward the 99th step. Long Chen grunted. The space above him collapsed, and he was almost crushed. Now it was as if the entire cosmos was above his head, trying to crush him and take his life. Long Chen frowned and roared. His hair flew in the wild wind as all his power erupted. Cracks appeared in the space above him. At this moment, the void exploded, transforming into fragments of spacetime. Long Chen then coughed up a mouthful of blood, cracks covering his entire body. After that, the pressure was gone, and Long Chen looked behind him, smiling. He had finally succeeded. Bai Shaola cheered, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others also shouted excitedly. After so many years, someone had finally ascended the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Long Chen didn't disappoint them. At the top, Long Chen saw another staircase, startling him. Was there more? However, when he stepped foot onto it, he found that it was nothing more than an ordinary staircase. It continued to a stone house. Within this barren mountaintop, there was only a single, lonely, exceedingly simple stone hut. There was a stone stele in front of it with various weapons stabbed into it. Only the handles were exposed, so it wasn't possible to tell what sort of weapons they were. There was also a figure sitting on top of the stele. His back was facing Long Chen, as straight as a javelin. His hair reached his shoulders, and each strand was perfectly straight like steel wires. He was like a mountain, immovable. He was the family head of the Luo family, the one who had saved the Luo family from a crisis. He was the only supreme master of the Luo family, the legendary figure, Luo Zichuan. Staring at his back, Long Chen felt his heart quickening. Despite this person not releasing any aura, he gave Long Chen a sense of pressure that was even greater than what he had sensed from Enputa. He didn't know if it was because this person was his grandfather, causing him to be nervous. Only through his mouth could he learn about his mother's whereabouts. You should not have come. Luo Zichuan spoke, his voice flat and cold. It wasn't aloof and out of touch with reality, but it still gave off a feeling that made others not dare to defy him. It was as if his voice was a divine edict that could not be defied. Why not? Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to keep his voice calm. Luo Zichuan slowly turned and Long Chen finally saw his face. He looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. The most handsome man that Long Chen had ever met was young Master Chengchuan, but this Luo Zichuan was not inferior to him at all. The most unforgettable thing about him was his pair of violet eyes. They were like amethysts, and divine light was present deep within those eyes. It was as if stars were flowing within them. When those eyes stared at him, Long Chen's body shuddered. He felt like all his secrets were exposed in front of them. These eyes could see through a person's heart and soul. Hence, Long Chen turned ice cold. It was as if he was stripped and thrown into a land of ice and snow. Luo Zichuan's eyes contained a dark killing intent. He said, "Because I will kill you. Outsiders cannot be permitted to stain the Luo family's bloodline." Chapter 3217 Fury Explodes. Long Chen's heart pounded. He didn't know whether or not Luo Zichuan was trying to swindle information out of him. I don't know what Senior is talking about. Luo Zichuan's violet eyes glowed. He shook his head. As expected, once the blood of outsiders stains it, even my violet blood race's pride is lost. You really disappoint me. Although it doesn't matter whether you make me happy or disappoint me, you won't be able to escape your death in either case. However, for you to be such a coward, it's really disgusting. It proves that my decision is correct. Long Chen raged, "What are you talking about?" Luo Zichuan's words provoked Long Chen's fury. If it weren't for his mother, would he have to suffer such a grievance? For his mother, he could only endure. But now he felt his dignity being trampled on, and he couldn't control his anger. In the face of Long Chen's anger, Luo Zichuan coldly said, "When Chengwu went to see you, he brought back a photographic jade of you, and I instantly recognized you. That stubborn gaze is practically identical to your mother's. Everything you are doing is just in search of your mother. You actually ascended to the immortal world. You should have continued to endure until you became an immortal king. Perhaps by running rampant in other regions, you could see enough to find your mother. Regretfully, youngsters really are youngsters. They like to walk shortcuts and take risks, without realizing just how devastating the consequences of failure are. I, Luo Zichuan, have killed countless people in my lifetime, and now I actually have to kill my own grandson. Just thinking about it, don't you think it's ironic?" Long Chen was shaken. So Luo Zichuan had long since seen through his identity. Long Chen had actually thought himself smart by coming here to see if he could dredge up something about his mother, but he was too naive. "If you know that I'm your grandson, why do you want to kill me? Why did you imprison my mother? Are you even human?" Upon realizing this, Long Chen's eyes reddened and he roared with fury. Thinking of how his mother was once imprisoned in that ice land, Long Chen felt like a blade was stabbing him. She walked the wrong path. Naturally, she must take responsibility for her own failures, said Luo Zichuan coldly. Bullshit. Is choosing your own lover something wrong? Luo Zichuan was still icily calm in front of Long Chen's anger. He indifferently said, she is from the bloodline of the Luo family, and she possessed the only potential to awaken the immemorial bloodline. Then her child would definitely inherit the ancestral bloodline of the violet blood race. That's why she had to marry within the family, for the resurgence of the violet blood race, to pass on this lost inheritance. What dogshit logic is that? You think my mother is some tool for breeding? Some bargaining chip for the resurgence of some lost race? What dogshit pride? You are nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite. Cursed Long Chen. He was mad with rage. How could such a father exist in this world? Luo Zichuan coldly said, every person has their own responsibility within this world. Your mother was the only hope of the violet blood race rising, and she knew what she was carrying on her shoulders. However, her willfulness has thrown millions of lives of the family in peril. Do you know that the peace of the immortal world is about to shatter? Do you know that the price of her actions is countless lives of the Luo family? Do you know that she possesses a sacred body that is restricted by the heavenly Taos? She can only have one child in this life. In other words, if she wants a second child, you must die. So I can only kill you. This is for the Luo family. It doesn't matter if you hate me or curse me. Even if I have to carry the name of infamy for eternity, I will still kill you. Immortal King Zichuan, might as well be dogshit Zichuan. You lack the ability, so you pass the burden onto your own child. Although I am nothing more than a newcomer in the immortal world, I know that I will carry my own burdens. If I can't, I won't force others to carry them instead. Life and death are up to the heavens. So sacrificing others for your own gain is the style of your Luo family. I spit on you. If you want to kill me, then come. Let's see just how you kill me today. My creed in life is to look down on death, to fight to the death against anyone who tries to suppress me. Come, I won't have mercy on you just because. You're my grandfather. Long Chen roared and his black saber appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Luo Zichuan. Even if he was facing a world king, even if it was his own grandfather, his will to fight still overflowed. His anger had nowhere else to go, so he could only fight. The life and death of the Luo family had nothing to do with him. He only cared about his mother. Giant families like this in the immortal world didn't have familial emotions to speak of. Long Chen didn't have a sense of belonging in this place or anywhere in the immortal world. The people here didn't have many familial emotions, and what they had was a sense of profit. For profit, they could sacrifice anything. That was the most unacceptable thing for Long Chen. Luo Zichuan nodded with Long Chen's saber pointed at him. Not bad, you do have some of the Luo family's backbone. Backbone? Are you joking? If the Luo family had any backbone at all, they wouldn't sacrifice a single girl's emotions while struggling on death's door, sneered Long Chen, spitting on this praise. Luo Zichuan didn't defend himself. He stood and descended from the stone steel. After that, he rubbed the steel, lost in memories. He muttered, I don't even know how many years it has been since I last fought. Every saber here has its own story. If I directly killed you, you might not admit defeat even in death. Since you're in the four-peak realm, I'll suppress my realm to the four-peak realm. No need. Otherwise, if I kill you with one blow, I won't have the face to see my mother, sneered Long Chen. Hearing this statement, Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen oddly. After a long moment, he said, are you prepared to die? You're wrong. As long as I still have a single breath left in me, I won't admit defeat. Even in front of Enputa, I didn't cower. As for you, perhaps I can't defeat you, but you can't kill me, said Long Chen coldly. The most painful thing for Long Chen was that if it was anyone else, he could fight using his normal style, trading life for life. But he couldn't do so against Luo Zichuan. If Luo Zichuan died, would his mother forgive him? Long Chen was hesitating over this matter. He didn't know what he should do. Luo Zichuan shook his head. You're very arrogant. Unfortunately, your power doesn't match your arrogance. Do you really think that your current self is unmatched in this realm? I'll put it bluntly. You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. You have not seen any true experts yet. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the steel. With a light sound, a saber popped out of the steel and landed in his hand. This blade's name is Blooddrinker. Blooddrinker was the name of an ancient battle god of the barbarian race. The weapons of his subordinates were all named Blooddrinker regardless of quality. When that battle god died, his entire branch fought to the death with him. The blood drinker sabers were almost all lost. In the divine flame realm, I happened to find one. Although its quality is only at the spirit item level, it has accompanied me throughout the 9 prefectures and has slain countless experts. Others called it the blood drinker wild saber. As for myself, before becoming an immortal king, they called me wild saber Zichuan. Prepare yourself. I'm about to attack. Looking at this saber, Luo Zichuan seemed to be recollecting his youth. A fire ignited in his eyes. Long Chen raised his saber. His essence, qi, and spirit were at his peak. Luo Zichuan gracefully swung his saber. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, slashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen hastily blocked, only for him to be shocked that he was blocking nonsense. As an intense sensation of death enveloped him, he instinctively tilted his head backward. Chapter 3218 The Difference. Long Chen was shocked. Just now, he had clearly blocked it. So why had he missed? If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, his head would have already fallen to the ground. It was his first time seeing such a bizarre move. Icy sweat soaked his back. That attack is based on the principle of time that I comprehended in the divine flame realm. Although it's nothing more than the barest scratch of the surface to that principle, it allowed me to be unmatched in the same realm. Your timing, speed, angle, and power were all correct. Unfortunately, you don't understand that time is the toughest Dao path in this world. The reason you could be unmatched in the heavenly swell domain is because your enemies were useless, not because you are so powerful. If we were born in the same generation, you would have become one of the ghosts beneath my blade, a stepping stone for my own cultivation. Luo Zichuan's saber was pointed towards the ground. He stared at Long Chen like an emperor looking at a peasant. Time and space are the foundation of the heavenly Daos. Only someone close to the heavenly Daos can comprehend them. Is that so amazing? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen rubbed the blood off of his neck. The wound instantly healed. His gaze was icy. He knew that he had encountered an expert that was terrifying to the peak. The laws of time and space. Long Chen also tried to delve into their profundities. However, he wasn't close to the heavenly Daos. He was expelled by them. How could he research them? It wasn't that he didn't want to research them, but that the heavenly Daos would not permit him to research them. Now that this matter was also mentioned, he was further incensed. It's my turn. Long Chen's black saber transformed into a bolt of black lightning hacking towards Luo Zichuan. His immense spiritual strength locked onto Luo Zichuan. Right now, Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base to the same realm as Long Chen. Long Chen could directly lock onto him. The only gratifying thing was that with his realm suppressed, he could still be locked down by mental power. In other words, in the same realm, his mental power was far inferior. Showing off brute power is not the essence of the Saber Dao. You're disappointing me more. Luo Zichuan snorted and swung his own saber. When Long Chen's saber fell, in one single exchange, he heard 8 collisions. His arm trembled. His power had been reduced 8 times. Originally, he had been trying to use this mental energy lock to force Luo Zichuan into a direct exchange. Then he would have the advantage, as he was using his strength against his opponent's weakness. However, when their sabers collided, Luo Zichuan's saber quivered rapidly. The power of his attack was reduced 8 times, and was easily blocked by Luo Zichuan. Suddenly, a sensation of danger filled Long Chen. Golden dragon scales appeared on his left arm. He hastily raised his arm behind him. A saber slashed into his arm from a bizarre angle, cutting it all the way to the bone. Even the golden dragon scales were unable to block this saber. If it weren't for his tough bones, his arm would have been severed. Your sense of danger isn't bad, but your head is a bit foolish. As I thought, you shouldn't be in this world. When Luo Zichuan's icy voice entered Long Chen's ears, his anger once more flared. Long Chen's saber danced. In his fury, he didn't care if this was his grandfather or not. He was going all out, attacking in a suicidal manner that forced his opponent to exchange injury for injury. He had no choice but to go all out. A mortal king had suppressed his realm to the same as his. He hadn't even used his violet blood qi, but he was still suppressing him. Long Chen had never faced such a setback. If he lost, he would be killed. He couldn't possibly care any longer about this grandfather of his. His saber fought against death. No skill or rhythm, it's just random hacking like some ruffian. My Luo family's blood has been completely wasted on you. Luo Zichuan's saber was both light and heavy. It changed specifically to counter any move that Long Chen made. Luo Zichuan easily countered him. Long Chen's techniques that had forced countless people to choose between life and death were like child's play in front of Luo Zichuan. His saber simply easily resolved his attacks. An occasional lethal attack would sometimes strike, at such a perfect timing that Long Chen couldn't even attempt to dodge. He could only use his body to block. In just a few short moments, Long Chen's body was riddled with wounds. Luo Zichuan suddenly shouted, and his saber hacked down. Long Chen blocked, only to be shocked by how Luo Zichuan's lithe saber was suddenly emitting explosive power. His saber went flying out of his hands, and he tumbled back. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the direction he was sent flying was the honing heavenly staircase. When he landed on top of it, he instantly felt a terrifying current crash down upon him. Long Chen tumbled down the staircase, all the way to the foot of the mountain. At last, he smashed into the hard rock at the bottom, leaving a human-shaped imprint with countless cracks around it. Just then, a saber also plummeted down from the sky, stabbing into the rock beside him. That saber was his black saber. Long Chen looked back up the honing heavenly staircase. He stared into the clouds. He felt a pair of eyes staring arrogantly down at him. Those eyes were icy, not with disdain, but apathy. That made him even more incensed. Long Chen stood. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The world spun around him, and he collapsed just like that. What's going on? Where's the honing heavenly staircase? Just as Long Chen reached the 99th stair of the honing heavenly staircase, it vanished from sight. Even the mountain was gone. It was shrouded in mist. Bai Shaola cried out in shock. It's unclear. Perhaps the family head has something he wishes to communicate with Long Chen that he doesn't want others to see, said Luo Chengwu. However, at the same time, he felt a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. However, this mysterious father of his didn't tell him, his own son, what he was thinking. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only wait with everyone else. After an unknown amount of time passed, Long Chen woke up. While he was unconscious, the primal chaos space automatically helped him recover. When he woke up, he was once more at full power. Long Chen took a deep breath. He pulled his saber out of the ground and rested it on his shoulder. Without a word, he once more charged up the honing heavenly staircase. He once more arrived in front of the stone hut. Luo Zichuan was standing beside the stone stele, seemingly waiting for him. Luo Zichuan had already placed his blood-drinker saber back into the stele. He pressed his hand against the stele once more. Another saber leapt into Luo Zichuan's hand. That saber was actually a dragon saber. A dragon bone. Long Chen was stunned when he saw this saber. This saber was actually made out of a dragon bone. Chapter 3219 Sharpening. This saber is called Jia. Jia is a rune amongst second-generation Julie immortal characters. It is the name of the reverse dragon. A dragon has 9 sons, all of them different. One is a defiant son, Jia. Upon reaching adulthood, Jia gave rise to 2 reverse scales. Jia liked to kill and devour his own race. Jia was cruel but liked to act like a good person. Jia was evil yet liked to deceive people. Jia was an evil sort amongst dragons, and this saber is an ancient remnant. Although its divine energy has all run out, its murderous aura has not lessened. When I obtained it, I liked its sharpness, and I challenged experts from outside my domain. In 10 years, not one person could oppose me. This saber-holding stone behind me is a collection of my life. Every saber has its own story. I wonder how many you can endure. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with his bone saber in hand. This bone saber made him think of Dragonbone Evilmoon. Evilmoon was pitch black, but this bone saber was white as jade. This bone saber looked as if it had been eroded with age. It was most likely incredibly old. No matter how powerful the weapon, it could not escape the encroachment of time. However, this dragon bone seemed to contain an evil spirit. Once it was released, it would devour people's souls. Long Chen raised his saber once more. Come. Luo Zichuan didn't stand on courtesy. With a single step, he seemed to teleport, appearing to Long Chen's left side. His saber slashed towards his ribs. The angle was perfectly calculated to be the most difficult for Long Chen to defend. Long Chen tilted his arm, surprisingly using the hilt to block the bone saber. He was sent flying back, and as he did so, he swung his saber to the side, aiming for Luo Zichuan's head. Luo Zichuan raised his saber and blocked. Both sides instantly separated. One attacked perfectly, one defended dangerously. After this exchange, the two of them had switched positions. Not bad. You're not thinking so rigidly about only using the blade. It can count as a slight improvement. But it won't change your fate of being killed, said Luo Zichuan, a trace of praise finally appearing in his eyes. After saying that, he once more attacked. His attack was simple, straightforward, direct. It was his first time unleashing such a single attack against Long Chen. Long Chen didn't receive it. Instead, taking advantage of the length of his saber, he forcibly attacked Luo Zichuan. He had to take the initiative, or he would die to his hands. Luo Zichuan's saber was extremely long, almost stupidly so. It was rather awkward to use, to the point that it could be considered a fatal weakness. But it was also its strong point as well. Whenever Long Chen was unable to endure, he could take advantage of its length to attack. This would give him opportunities and give him a chance to breathe. However, the slightest misjudgment would spell his end. He would have to pay a terrible price. Originally, Long Chen expected Luo Zichuan would be forced to retreat. But his bone saber seemed to come to life. Like a dragon, it passed through Long Chen's saber and pierced his chest. Despite already moving back as the bone saber stabbed towards his chest, Long Chen was unable to completely avoid it. He didn't even have time to use his dragon scale armor before his body was pierced. A flexible saber. Long Chen's expression changed. This dragon bone blade was almost alive. It could be soft or hard. The moment it stabbed him, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if there was some powerful poison on top of it. The most shocking and enraging thing for Long Chen was that in front of Luo Zichuan, the power that he was so proud of could never be unleashed. Whether it was his astral power, his divine flame energy, his golden dragon power, his thunder force, his flame energy, there was no way to use any of them. The moment that he did, it was true that his power would grow explosively, but at the same time, his speed would be impacted. No matter how powerful the move, it was useless if it couldn't strike his opponent. Luo Zichuan's moves flowed perfectly like water. Every single one of his attacks forced him back. It was as if they were playing chess, and Luo Zichuan was attacking steadily. One wrong move, and Long Chen's board would collapse. Ultimately, Long Chen was always forced to play passively. No matter what he did, he could only buy a few breaths. Luo Zichuan was constantly suppressing him. He had no opportunity to unleash any bigger moves. Luo Zichuan's attacks were too fast. In fact, he couldn't even unleash small moves. Most of the time, he was forced to passively defend. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a terrifying saber master. He had never imagined that a single saber could show a million transformations. Every part of the saber contained profundities to take advantage of. Compared to Luo Zichuan, he was like a local ruffian fighting a master of their craft. They simply weren't on the same level. This feeling of powerlessness was one that sparked despair. The difference was too great. Long Chen was the dual champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention. He had drawn heavenly tribulation that killed countless experts. For him to now receive such a blow, it was like a hammer leaving stars in his eyes. That dragon bone saber was sometimes like a roaring dragon, and sometimes like a viper striking out of its cave. Its attacks were sometimes sharp, yet sometimes mighty. It left Long Chen bloodied. Long Chen fought with his life on the line, but there was no way for him to bypass the saber, nor could he completely stop it. When Long Chen had discussed the Tao, he had said that all techniques had their flaws. Thus, attacking with a styleless style was the correct choice. However, Luo Zichuan's techniques were all brilliant. There might be flaws, but they were completely covered up. Furthermore, if an opening did appear for just a glimmer, despite seeing it, there was no way for him to grasp it. Long Chen bitterly fought for an hour. They exchanged thousands of blows. Luo Zichuan's techniques continued to come out in an unending stream, not one of them repeating. Suddenly, an opening was grasped by Luo Zichuan, and Long Chen was once more sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen once more landed at the bottom. His saber stabbed into the rock beside him. He once more coughed up blood and fainted. After sending him down, Luo Zichuan slowly reinserted his bone saber into the stone steel. He stood there at the peak, his arms clasped behind him. His violet eyes stared at the foot of the mountain, through the layers of clouds. He saw the bloody, unconscious Long Chen. His handsome face was completely expressionless. Long Chen woke up. Looking at his bloodied robes, he thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had expected to encounter the expected on the honing heavenly staircase. He had already put on some ordinary clothes that he didn't care about. Long Chen stood up. His clothes were a complete mess, but he didn't care. He once more picked up his saber, took a deep breath, and climbed up the honing heavenly staircase. Despite his torn clothes and his bloodied appearance, his back was still straight. His will was still solid. His steps were steady. He walked up without the slightest fear. However, even Long Chen himself was completely unaware that his aura was starting to change. It was just like a dull blade was being sharpened, allowing it to reveal its sharp light. Chapter 3220 A Fair Battle. As saber light flashed like lightning, thunderous sounds rang out and even the void was sliced apart. Two sabers continued to whistle, unleashing overwhelming saber chi. Long Chen didn't even know how many times he had been sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Every time he got back up, Luo Zichuan switched to a different saber. Every saber had its own history, its own particularities, and its own techniques. Every time Long Chen thought that he was grasping the style, when he came back up, he found that everything that he had grasped about the previous saber was useless. Long Chen fought Luo Zichuan's tempest of attacks for 6 hours before being sent down the honing heavenly staircase once more. He left a hole in the rocks below yet again. Long Chen was incensed. In the last 3 fights, he had finally grasped something. Although he was still suppressed, he was able to last longer and longer, so he saw the hope of victory. In that last attack, in the 6-hour fight, he had attacked 16 times, taking the initiative those 16 times. Despite seeing hope, he was still defeated. Luo Zichuan's saber techniques were completely ephemeral, so there was no pattern for Long Chen to grasp. It seemed like there was no particular rule to his moves. Every move seemed to come without any warning. The most infuriating thing to Long Chen was that no matter what he did, Luo Zichuan suppressed him. Once he was suppressed, he began to exhaust his power, and after being exhausted to a certain extent, he would be sent flying. He was like a drowning person being beaten in the water, not being given any breathing room. Every fight was a sullen one. Once he couldn't hold on any longer, he was sent flying. Even now, he couldn't find any way to counter Luo Zichuan and could only continue to fight with his life on the line. Also, he couldn't understand just how such terrifying high-tempo attacks were not exhausting Luo Zichuan at all. The most dejecting thing was that from the start, Luo Zichuan was fighting with the cultivation base of the Four-Peak Realm. Long Chen had never felt so stifled in his life. Fortunately, his will was tough, and he refused to admit defeat. As he fought Luo Zichuan, he also learned his techniques, using his own moves against him. Once Long Chen recovered, he clenched his teeth and charged up the staircase once more. He was so used to it that he reached the peak in almost an instant. As soon as he saw Luo Zichuan, he directly attacked without saying a word. This time, Luo Zichuan was using a golden saber. It was a rarely seen curved saber that was like a crescent moon. His techniques once more changed. He seemed to be one with his saber, and Long Chen didn't even get a single chance to counterattack. Facing a torrent of saber images, Long Chen didn't even last 2 hours before being sent flying. Long Chen couldn't help cursing. He had definitely been scammed. He refused to believe that Luo Zichuan had mastered so many saber forms while in the Four-Peak Realm. Even if he worked to death, he couldn't have mastered so many. Those saber forms all required endless training and drilling to be able to flow so smoothly. For Luo Zichuan to say that he wasn't bullying Long Chen, he was absolutely shameless. Despite that, Long Chen clenched his teeth and charged back up. Now, Luo Zichuan had switched to a dual saber style. As a result, Long Chen couldn't even last a single hour before being sent flying again. Long Chen was shocked. Luo Zichuan was practically a monster who had walked the saber Dao to the pinnacle. With 2 sabers in his hands, it was like Long Chen was fighting 2 people at once. Long Chen was completely unable to fight back or even see his opponent's moves clearly before being knocked down. Anyone else would have despaired, but Long Chen charged back up. Time passed bit by bit. Long Chen was being knocked down over and over, but he always charged back up. Luo Zichuan continued to switch saber forms, but Long Chen gradually managed to last longer. One time, Long Chen felt like he was on the verge of exhaustion, about to be sent flying again. However, just at that moment, his pores opened, and a huge amount of life energy poured into him from every direction. It was like someone who was drowning was given a chance to peek his head out of the water and take a deep breath. In that moment, Long Chen almost shouted from emotion. He seemed to have grasped how to breathe. With that breath, his aura exploded and even his senses grew clear. His saber then smashed into Luo Zichuan's saber, which resulted in both of them shaking and retreating a few steps. Long Chen had an excited expression. He felt like he had finally grasped something and the world had grown clear. His mind had gone through a baptism. Luo Zichuan shook his head. It took you this long just to grasp the power of heaven and earth. You are the most foolish person that I've met. Since you have comprehended the power of heaven and earth, I can finally kill you with ease. All this effort to make you comprehend this power was just to give you a chance to fight fairly. Kill me or be killed by me. You can only choose one. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the stone steel again. It then shuddered, and violet light soared into the heavens. At this moment, a heaven-shaking saber cry rang out. And with it, a long and ancient violet saber appeared in Luo Zichuan's hand. This saber had violet chi surrounding it. It rumbled, drowning out all the other sounds of the world. Other than the saber cry, no other sound could be heard. A light appeared in Luo Zichuan's eyes as he eyed this saber. He seemed to have finally come out of his sheath. He said, "This saber's name is Violet Fern. It is a divine weapon that the violet blood race forged with special techniques in ancient times. However, this kind of secret art has long since been lost with the decline of the violet blood race. All of my sabers were found by myself, and only this Violet Fern is different. It was given to me. This saber is what gave me the power to pull the Luo family out of crisis and make it reach its current glory. It is also what activated my violet blood divine pupils, which is what allowed your mother to inherit the immemorial bloodline. But that was ruined by you. You are not guilty, but for the family, I must kill you. Once I resolve this accident, everything will go back to the correct path. I will not let anyone block the path of the resurgence of my violet blood race. You talk so much, but you're still an old fogey who doesn't hesitate to sacrifice the happiness of your daughter for the family. You turned your own daughter into a tool for breeding. I really look down on people like you. Let's not waste more words. Come, I will use my own power to defeat you. I will show you that your so-called bloodline is nothing more than a huge joke." Long Chen's anger once more flared when his mother was brought up. This stubborn old man really was obstinate. Down to his very core, Luo Zichuan rejected Long Chen. That was the greatest insult Long Chen had ever experienced. At this point, Long Chen had comprehended countless principles of the Saber Dao throughout their fight. He had also grasped how to breathe, so he no longer had any misgivings. Stamping his foot on the ground, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his saber slashing toward Luo Zichuan. Chapter 3221 The Grand Dao is Formless. The two sabers clashed, causing an explosion of violet chi and black chi. As a result, the mountain rocked and a wild chi wave spread in every direction. In the Luo family, countless experts stared in the direction of the Honing Heavenly Staircase. However, it was shrouded in mist, so they couldn't see what was happening. They could only hear metal clashing. It had been over 10 days and that sound continued all this time. Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, and the others had no idea what was going on. The Luo family's disciples were also confused. Today, the sound started once more, but they also saw black and violet chis twining around each other like two giant dragons, soaring into the heavens, shaking the stars. Within the roiling mist, they just barely managed to see two silhouettes but nothing more. Within the mist, Long Chen and Luo Zichuan's sabers were still interlocked. Their gazes were as sharp as their sabers as they stared at each other. It was like two invisible blades were clashing as well, and space twisted wildly. This was a clash of mental strength. You're improving quickly, but you're still a fool. You don't understand how to use the Tao. All that brute power of yours has nowhere to go. A cultivator must understand that light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Life and death, existence and non-existence, long and short, high and low, the end of one signifies the birth of the other. If a cultivator doesn't understand this, they are like a phoenix with no wings, a dragon with no claws, the heavens without the sun, moon, and stars, the earth without rivers and lakes. When there is no cycle of life, that is true death. Even the heavenly Taos are incomplete, leaving space to grow. You already know that you are lacking things, but you refuse to borrow the power of the heavenly Taos. That is truly the pinnacle of foolishness. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen coldly. Suddenly, violet chi burst out of his saber, and Long Chen felt an immense power knock him back several steps. With every step, he left a footprint on this stone mountain. The hardness of this mountain surpassed that of a treasure item. Even all this fighting hadn't damaged it. However, this time, it was as if Long Chen was being pressed down by the power of the heavenly Taos. He felt like his bones would shatter. When he stabilized himself, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a huge joke. I want to borrow that power, but do you think the heavenly Taos would allow me to? Even without it, I can still beat you, roared Long Chen. Previously, Luo Zichuan had only been fighting Long Chen with his basic saber arts. Now, he was using the power of the heavenly Taos. As for Long Chen, he was rejected by the heavenly Taos and unable to use that power. On the martial heaven continent, he was capable of forcibly absorbing the power of heaven and earth for himself. But in the immortal world, it was no longer possible for him to force the heavenly Taos to give him their power. Long Chen refused to submit to the heavenly Taos. His hostility toward the heavenly Taos had not diminished at all here. How could he submit to the heavenly Taos and beg for its power? Luo Zichuan coldly shouted, "The Grand Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Grand Tao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The Grand Tao is nameless, nourishing all life. All things within heaven and earth have their own orbit. Why would the heavenly Taos only target you? That assumption is you covering your eyes with a leaf so that you don't see the mountain. The true heavenly Taos are formless, emotionless, and nameless. The heavenly Taos are simply the executors of the laws of heaven and earth. For you to think that the heavenly Taos are targeting you is nothing more than a fanciful thought from you. Just like in society, you can't possibly obtain everyone's approval. If someone targets you, are you going to view that person's entire family as an enemy? Their entire race. The spring rain is a blessing for the farmer, while the pedestrian curses the mud. The autumn moon is like a mirror that beautiful women enjoy, but it is hated by the robbers. If even the heavens cannot satisfy everyone, how can a single person do that? Long Chen was shaken, especially by the final part of Luo Zichuan's words. Rain was both a blessing and a curse. The farmers' crops were nourished by it, but the travelers were forced to stay indoors or get muddy. The autumn moon was beautiful and bright. Friends and children would play beneath its light. But this light was what the robbers cursed, reflecting their ugliness. Even an omnipotent existence like heaven and earth could not satisfy everyone. So how could a single person obtain everyone's approval? Your darkness shrouds your heart, shrouding your sixth root, your sixth sense, and your sixth perception. The heavenly Taos nourish all things in this world. Why would they single you out? Your foolishness is due to your conceit. The final 9 steps of the honing heavenly staircase are there to temper a person's arrogance. They must cast aside their arrogance and treat the heavenly Taos with respect and gratitude. Then they will naturally feel the blessing of the heavenly Taos. Water can carry a boat, but it can also drown it. To control the heavenly Taos is like trying to stay afloat in the mighty waves. To be enemies with the heavenly Taos and not receive their support, a single person will sooner or later drown beneath the turbulence. The heavenly Taos do not specifically target anyone or specifically favor anyone. Your fate is in your own hands. It has nothing to do with the heavenly Taos, said Luo Zichuan. Was that true? Long Chen felt lost. From the moment he had set foot in the cultivation world, he had been constantly targeted by heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulations were always different from other people's. Every single time, it was a tribulation that wanted to take his life. If anyone else said such words, he would definitely scoff at them. But these words were coming from Luo Zichuan, and they shook Long Chen. Think carefully. When you breathe, what power is it that is entering your body and helping you recover? Continued Luo Zichuan. An expression of disbelief appeared in Long Chen's eyes. With this one reminder, he instantly thought of something. In order to fight fairly with Luo Zichuan, since Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base, Long Chen also didn't use his astral power, nor did he immediately use the primal chaos space to recover from wounds. He thought that it was the primal chaos space's automatic healing abilities helping him recover. But with this reminder, he suddenly realized that it wasn't the primal chaos space. It was the power of the heavenly Taos. It was heavenly Tao energy that helped him recover. Long Chen couldn't believe it. Long Chen raised his saber and slowly closed his eyes. His saber was an extension of his body that he used to sense this world. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. There was no sound. When he closed his eyes, he saw more. He saw Luo Zichuan's saber quivering according to a set rhythm. There were 8 most optimal attack angles based on that quivering. He saw the threads of violet chi as they circulated. In that instant, Long Chen had a feeling of absolute control. He was no longer viewing the world with his eyes but through the angle of the heavenly Taos. He could clearly sense it. It was unbelievable. Now Long Chen understood just how big the gap was between him and Luo Zichuan. Before this, he was like a blind man. Now he could finally see. That feeling simply couldn't be described with words. Suddenly, a streak of violet light flew straight toward Long Chen's head like a bolt of lightning. Luo Zichuan had actually launched a killing blow with no warning at all. Chapter 3222 Saber Teller. Long Chen then sent his saber piercing forward. Sparks flew as the tips of two sabers collided. The tip was the sharpest part of the saber. To use such a small surface area to block an opponent's attack was crazy. If others were present, they wouldn't be able to believe it. Luo Zichuan attacked without any warning. Every time, Long Chen was forced to rely on his sense of danger and immense combat experience to tell where the attack was coming from. Sometimes, he was clearly grasping where the attack would land, but he wouldn't be able to tell what kind of path it would take. So he was always flustered when he blocked. This time, it was different. He was focused on sensing the world and saw a completely different world. He felt like this world was under his control. The moment Luo Zichuan attacked, Long Chen grasped the orbit of his attack, and the tip of his saber perfectly stopped him. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with a touch of praise in his violet eyes. Not bad. Conceit has its good points as well. Once you comprehend something, you won't doubt it. It can be said that you have grasped it. Only now did Long Chen understand that this grandfather of his had never wanted to kill him from the start. He had been using his own method to teach Long Chen what the Saber Dao was, and what the Heavenly Daos were. If Luo Zichuan truly wanted to kill Long Chen, that last attack of his would have been impossible to dodge. Many thanks, family head. Long Chen put away his saber and bowed to Luo Zichuan. He was completely convinced by this terrifying grandfather of his. Today, he learned what it meant for there to be a heaven beyond the heavens. Thinking of how he had thought that he was unrivaled within the same realm, he had truly been as naive as a frog at the bottom of a well. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with mixed emotions. You're foolish sometimes, yet intelligent other times. You're wise sometimes, yet impetuous at others. You're a mix of contradictions. I see light in your eyes but also darkness. There are too many variables on you that make people uneasy. To tell the truth, if it weren't for this saber, there's an 80% chance that I would have killed you. Are you still bothered by the bloodline problem? Long Chen's anger flowed once more. In the end, Luo Zichuan still didn't acknowledge him. Luo Zichuan nodded. Your violet blood has withered. I used my own violet chi to press you to the border of death, but your violet blood didn't react at all. No matter how great your talent, no matter how stunning your cultivation technique, without the violet blood, it still means nothing when it comes to the violet blood race. Do you know, if you had the violet blood, then as you grew, it would cause a resonance with the entire family's bloodline. On your own, you would be able to lead the entire Luo family to glory. This is the only chance of my Luo family rising before this time of peace comes to an end. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. His supreme blood was in Long Aoshan's body. He hadn't killed him on the martial heaven continent, leaving him alive as a tracker that could help Long Chen search for his father. If he did find Long Aoshan later, he wondered if he could reclaim his supreme blood. Long Chen suddenly had a grand hope. He rejoiced that he hadn't directly killed Long Aoshan back then. What does that have to do with your saber? Asked Long Chen. This saber was given to me by a mysterious saber teller. At that time, my Luo family was in crisis. I asked him what the price was, and his answer was that in the future, my descendant had to go find him. After obtaining this violet fern, I awakened my violet pupils and violet blood power. I defeated the enemies surrounding us, settling the internal and external troubles, stabilizing the Luo family. That person never appeared again though. Even after all these years, there hasn't been the slightest trace of him. But when you entered the Luo family, Violet Fern let out a rumble. I knew that you are the descendant that the saber teller spoke of. A person must keep their promises. That saber teller allowed me to save the Luo family, so I naturally can't kill you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen was astonished by this. There was actually such a story. Saber tellers. Long Chen had seen legends about them in the Academy's ancient texts. They bestowed precious sabers to people in urgent need and always forecast something that would occur. When that prophecy occurred, the saber teller would once more appear to fulfill the initial promise. Saber-tellers were mysterious existences. There were many legends about them in history, but there were no true records about them. That was because saber-tellers were related to the secrets of heaven and earth. Thus, they could not be recorded. What was known about them was simply their ability to give prophecies and that they would lend sabers. Their promises must be fulfilled, or calamity would descend. The saber, the Tao, the follower. To use the saber is to follow the Tao. No followers, no Tao, the heavens collapse. With followers, one with the Tao, the heavens at peace. This was the only true record regarding saber-tellers that he had read in those ancient texts. Everything else was just legend. Long Chen had always thought that those saber-tellers were nothing more than legends. After all, he refused to believe that there was really such a thing as prophecy in this world. Hence, he hadn't expected such a thing to actually occur to him. This saber-teller had come during Luo Zichuan's youth. At that time, Luo Zichuan hadn't reached the immortal king realm, nor had he married and had children. How did the saber-teller know that after so many years, a youth that ascended from the lower plane would come to the Luo family? That was all so bizarre that he couldn't possibly believe that it was a coincidence. Just how did Luo Zichuan know this? Would he make such a mistake? There was also no way that he would bother making up such a lie. Thus, Long Chen was bewildered. Alright, since you are the one that the saber-teller forecast, that means that his prophecy has come true. I cannot kill you. Right now, I'm going to really start attacking. If you are killed now, that simply means that this is all a misunderstanding. I won't be holding back with the next attacks. Whether you live or die is up to how tough your life is. Luo Zichuan's saber rumbled and violet chi exploded out of it. After that, battle intent sword, and a sharp will locked onto Long Chen. Why do we have to keep fighting? Asked a startled Long Chen. Do you think that you've really comprehended the saber Tao? You're a long way off. If you want to be my grandson, you must have the power that I approve of. I will transmit my life's teachings to you. Comprehend it if you can. If you can't, you will be killed. Luo Zichuan once more became cold, his eyes emotionless. Then I'll ask the family head for some pointers. Long Chen's own battle-intent sword. Against a powerful expert, he didn't get discouraged at all. He thirsted to get stronger. Luo Zichuan and Long Chen shouted at the same time. It was like two claps of thunder. One old and one young expert charged at each other. Chapter 3223 Perfection appears flawed. Long Chen and Luo Zichuan were both sent flying, both of them speckled with blood. But Long Chen had more blood on him. You still dare to hold back at this time? Do you want to die? Barked Luo Zichuan. If I kill you, I won't be able to face my mother. She's had a hard enough time. I can't add to her pain. Blood slowly dripped down Long Chen's body, but his aura remained in its strongest state. Fool, if you don't use your full power, how will you comprehend the true saber Tao? Without comprehending the true saber Tao, you will be cut down by others. With your power, even 10,000 of you won't be able to kill me. Keep holding back and I'll kill you. Rather than dying to someone else in the future, it would be better for you to die to my hands. Luo Zichuan's eyes began to grow brighter until they were like two violet suns. A violet sea appeared behind him. For the first time, Luo Zichuan summoned his manifestation. Violet chi filled the world, and a majestic bloodline power was unleashed. In that instant, Long Chen felt the surrounding space press down on him fiercely. It was as if Luo Zichuan had become the ruler of this space, and a single thought from him could kill Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. Luo Zichuan had said that he would only use his power to the limit of the four-peak realm. Hence, Long Chen hadn't expected him to become so terrifying after activating his primal bloodline. Despite being in the four-peak realm, his aura was far more terrifying than late-stage divine lords. With Luo Zichuan's primal bloodline activated and his manifestation out, Long Chen felt an intense sense of danger. He knew that Luo Zichuan didn't want to kill him, but with him going all out, if Long Chen couldn't receive this attack, he would definitely die. Even Luo Zichuan himself wouldn't be able to stop it. Divine Ring. Battle Armor. A pillar of light exploded out of Long Chen, forcing back the violet chi. After that, a dragon roar resounded throughout this space, and the entire Luo family shuddered, its buildings creaking. In just a bit, cracks appeared in some buildings, and the Luo family's experts hastily activated the formations, protecting those buildings. Luo Chengwu, Qin Feng, Xu Zishang, Bai Shaola, Luo Bing, and the others all stared in shock in the direction of the Honing Heavenly Staircase. They saw two pillars of light, one violet and one golden. They blasted away the clouds, piercing the firmament of the heavens and forming a giant vortex. It was even possible to see a twisted starry river within that vortex. It's been so many years since I've seen the family head's manifestation. Back then, with a violet sea over his head and the violet fern in his hand, he killed those powerful experts until they collapsed and fled in terror. Countless elders of the Luo family grew emotional when they saw the violet light. They had followed Luo Zichuan in that battle back then. They felt like they had returned to that period. I didn't expect that the family head would personally instruct Long Chen. Even the three of us never got any pointers from him. Luo Chengwu bitterly smiled. His memories of his father were rather vague, and he didn't recall his father ever hugging him. The number of times that he had seen him did not surpass 10. Luo Zichuan was mysterious and emotionless. Others respected and revered him, treating him like a god. Not one person was ever capable of analyzing his thoughts. However, Luo Zichuan was personally guiding Long Chen now. Furthermore, it had almost been 20 days. Looking at this scene, even Luo Chengwu didn't know what exactly he was feeling inside. As their sabers collided, divine light raged. Their sabers were wrapped with heavenly Tao energy, unleashing giant saber images that made it look like enormous sabers were clashing. It was like a battle of gods. This was Long Chen's first time feeling so refreshed. He felt like he had limitless power, like Kunpeng swimming in the vast sea and soaring above the 9 heavens. He felt free. The two retreated at the same time. Luo Zichuan's violet chi returned within him, and Long Chen deactivated his battle armor. Long Chen was extremely grateful to Luo Zichuan, and he also felt great reverence for him. Luo Zichuan was definitely the strongest person Long Chen had met. His attainments of the Saber Dao seemed to have reached a kind of peak. The current Long Chen was a completely different person from before he had come to the Luo family. Thanks to Luo Zichuan's sharpening, he had turned from a dull blade to a divine blade unleashing a brilliant light. The fight can end here. You have essentially comprehended 70% of my saber realm. The remaining 30% would only restrict you if I taught it to you. In that case, you would only ever become a second Luo Zichuan and never surpass me. Next, I will teach you some principles. Whether or not you can understand is up to yourself. Luo Zichuan sat lotus-style on the ground. Long Chen also respectfully sat in front of him, listening with rapt attention. You have comprehended the saber realm but have neglected saber techniques. This is unacceptable. Your mental realm is extremely high, and you've comprehended many principles. But great intellect has drawbacks. The honing heavenly stair has 99 steps, but you think that only the final 9 steps have any use. It's like a starving person who eats 50 buns just to feel full. He thinks that the 50th bun filled him, while neglecting the contribution of the first 49. Within the laws of heaven and earth, what is most important is progressing in the correct sequence. If your footsteps are too big, you will neglect many things. The most perfect things look as if they have flaws. Wisdom lies within small things. In the same principle, the major Taos lie within the minor Taos. By grasping the small things, it leads you to bigger and bigger things, until you can see the whole universe, said Luo Zichuan. Junior understands. Whether or not something has a use depends entirely on whether a person feels that it has a use or not. Long Chen nodded. Through this battle, he comprehended many things that he had previously neglected. As a heaven master, he understood countless principles. But after his battle with Luo Zichuan, he was completely ashamed of himself. Back then in the Tao discussion convention, he had brazenly said that everyone else was spouting nonsense. Now he felt like he was slapping his own face. Luo Zichuan was a true example of someone experienced with both theory and practice. Long Chen had walked many paths. But he was always looking forward, while neglecting his own footsteps. Although he stood at this height, he neglected his process of rushing over here. He had not taken the time to enjoy the scenery at every stop. Long Chen had always felt that memorizing saber techniques was weaker than fighting freely. If he had a technique, it would have a flaw. Only styleless forms lacked flaws. At least, that was what he had thought. However, Luo Zichuan had used himself to show him just how important proper technique was. Long Chen had not reached the realm of needing no form but had tried to comprehend the essence of a formless form. It was the very picture of someone with a high standard but little ability. That was a grave taboo for a cultivator. He had actually been doing such a taboo without even realizing it. That was why Luo Zichuan scolded him as foolish. Now, Long Chen was fully convinced. Luo Zichuan nodded. Not bad, for you to be able to say such a thing means that you have truly understood. Other than that, let us discuss the heavenly Taos. Do you know why the heavenly Taos dislike you? Chapter 3224 Going Down the Mountain. Long Chen shook his head. He had always thought that the heavenly Taos were targeting him and trying to get him killed. As for why, he really couldn't say. The heavens place great responsibility on people. But those people must first be tested. Their muscles might break, their stomachs are empty, and they turn into nothing but skin and bones. This struggle is what turns them into people capable of great power. All true experts have gone through their own struggles. For the heavenly Taos to reject you, for the human Tao to bully you, it is the storm that rages across the plain, leaving only the tough grass. It is the fire that leaves behind only the true gold. The moment I saw you, I could sense that brutality deep in your inner heart. Although your eyes have been sealed, I can sense that terrifying dark energy. If you are allowed to grow, you will possess the power to destroy the entire world. In theory, you should be a divergent of heaven and earth, someone who should not exist in this world. Such an existence will face heavenly punishment and be wiped out. And yet, you are still alive. That means that you have great goodness in your heart, and the heavens will not kill you. But your heart also has great evil, so the heavenly Taos desire to wipe you out. You are a combination of contradictions, so the heavenly Taos have also become contradictory. Whether you are destroyed or not rests on the line between good and evil, said Luo Zichuan. Are you saying that the heavenly Taos are not destroying me because I have good in my heart, but they don't like me because I have evil in my heart? But all people have good and evil in their hearts. Why are they targeting me? Asked Long Chen. Luo Zichuan nodded. That is the real question. But you shouldn't be asking me this question. You should ask yourself. Ask myself. Long Chen stared blankly. Suddenly, his heart jumped. Was it his status as a 9-star heir? Luo Zichuan stood up and turned his back to Long Chen, looking into the distance. He muttered, the current heavenly Taos are no longer the old heavenly Taos. There is a mysterious existence with supreme power affecting the neutrality of the heavenly Taos. However, there is one thing that you must understand. The heavenly Taos and the human Tao, they are all good and bad. Some people will harm you, and some will help you. You must be clear on which ones are enemies and which ones are friends. Don't view everyone around you as an enemy just because of the one enemy in front of you. Long Chen was shocked. Luo Zichuan had also seen something about him and was warning him. Was he saying that it was because of the 9 stars that Long Chen was targeted by the heavenly Taos? However, at the same time as he was targeted, he also received a portion of the heavenly Taos protection. He was not abandoned by the heavenly Taos. It was just that he was constantly rejected by heavenly Tao energy. It was only now that Long Chen's thinking changed. Unfortunately, Luo Zichuan was being rather obscure with his words. He didn't say anything directly. Long Chen also didn't dare to be sure that his guess was correct. For you to use heavenly Tao energy will be 100 times more difficult than others. Today, you have only opened the door. You'll need to slowly comprehend and experience it yourself in the future, said Luo Zichuan. Luo Zichuan had opened a door for Long Chen. This was a door to an entirely new world, so Long Chen had truly benefited immensely. You have too much power. Compared to the saber in your hand, you rely more on your own power. That is currently the area that you are lacking the most compared to me. The heavens have the laws of the heavens. All things have their own attributes. Hence, a saber is not just an extension of your body. It is the link connecting you to heaven and earth. However, I am unable to teach you such a thing. The only one who can teach you is yourself. If I tried to explain it with my saber, then after that teaching, only one of us would be alive. That would no longer be a lesson but a killing. You will need to rely on yourself to learn those things. But you also don't need to be in a rush. Right now, you don't even have a suitable saber for yourself. Perhaps one day it will find you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen instantly thought of Dragonbone Evilmoon. It had once been his most trusted companion. With it, perhaps Long Chen would be able to gain deeper insights into the saber Tao. When it came to the saber, his only technique right now was the first form of split the heavens. But in front of Luo Zichuan, Long Chen had no chance of unleashing it. Luo Zichuan's attacks were like a tempest, so big moves like that were a joke in front of him. There was no chance of unleashing it. Trying to would be no different than suicide. However, after this battle, Long Chen saw a new direction for split the heavens. He could change it, allowing heavenly Tao energy to merge into it, greatly shortening the cast time. He was looking forward to it. Long Chen stared at Luo Zichuan's back. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Grandfather, let's go. The food has been prepared." Luo Zichuan interrupted him. Just like that, he began descending the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen followed him. Before this, he was always sent tumbling down. Now that he was walking down, he found that descending the mountain was even harder than climbing it. He found it difficult to control his own body. Life is like climbing one mountain after another. Beyond the mountain you see before you, there is always another mountain. But most people can only see what is right in front of them. Once they reach the peak of the mountain, they gaze into the distance and see an even larger mountain. To get there, you must descend the mountain that you have climbed. Many people are only capable of climbing, but not descending. They do not realize that the descent is preparation for the next climb. Thus, countless people become dispirited and depressed when they descend the mountain. By the time the next mountain is in front of them, they have no more energy and are powerless to climb it. These valleys are the greatest trial in a person's life. Only when your Tao heart is steady while crossing these valleys can you make all your preparations for the climb. You have done well in this regard. No matter what kind of despair I forced you into, your Tao heart remained unshaken. That is something I was unable to achieve in my youth, said Luo Zichuan as he walked. Every single one of Luo Zichuan's words contained deep meaning. But Long Chen only wanted to ask where his mother was. He wasn't too interested in these words. "Grandfather, my mother." Luo Zichuan suddenly stopped. Long Chen was so frightened that he almost instinctively whipped out his saber. Without turning back, Luo Zichuan lightly said, "Do you not understand what climbing down the mountain means? Sometimes your path might look like it's leading you away from your target, but surprisingly, it is precisely the only correct path. You cannot tell your identity to anyone, including those uncles of yours, understood?" Long Chen helplessly nodded. Luo Zichuan truly was mysterious. Most of his words were vague. However, he understood that Luo Zichuan did not wish to talk about his mother. As for why, Luo Zichuan definitely had his reasons. For him to say this, he was essentially telling Long Chen not to mention this matter again. At the same time, the matter of him being his grandson was to be kept secret. Even his uncles were to be kept in the dark. Long Chen vaguely felt like there was something big that he didn't know going on. Chapter 3225 Resolve Grudges. Long Chen and Luo Zichuan descended the mountain. The Luo family's experts had already started lining up and greeting them. When they saw Luo Zichuan, all their eyes shone brightly with a reverence that came from deep within their souls. The food had been prepared, and there were all kinds of piping hot delicacies. Luo Zichuan naturally sat at the head of the table, but Long Chen was seated directly to his left. Only then did the rest of the Luo family's experts come in and take their seats. On Luo Zichuan's left side was Long Chen, and on his right side was Luo Chengwu. The rest were all the main pillars of the Luo family. Amongst them was the Grand Elder, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and the others also had a table. That was the only table for the youngsters at this feast. However, even once all the Luo family's experts came in, they simply stood beside the tables. Not one person dared to sit, let alone start moving their chopsticks. Luo Zichuan smiled. "Today, we have an important guest. This is no ordinary family feast, so there's no need to be constrained. Sit." Everyone sat. Bai Shaola cast a glance at Luo Ning and the others, meaning that he felt the Luo family's rules to be truly strict. Even eating couldn't be done casually. "Although my Luo family might live in just some corner of the world, our wares are very luxurious. These foods are all high quality. You definitely won't be able to get the same food in the High Firmament Academy," said Luo Zichuan. He actually personally served Long Chen. Long Chen was overwhelmed with favor. As for Luo Chengwu, he smiled as if relieved of a heavy weight. All his worry of the past few days was set aside. "I haven't seen the family head smile in many years," said the Grand Elder with his own smile. "Ha ha ha, it seems that you're not much better than me in that regard," laughed Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts laughed. The Grand Elder was famed for his strictness, so they could probably count the number of times that he had smiled in this lifetime with 2 hands. The Grand Elder had made great contributions to the Luo family. Having followed Luo Zichuan in his slaughter back then, he was the only surviving member of his 10 great generals. Within the entire Luo family, only the Grand Elder dared to speak like this to the family head. Other than Luo Bing and the others, the rest of the members that were qualified to come here were the backbone of the Luo family. Hence, if they weren't accompanying Qin Feng and the others, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the rest would not be qualified to come here. These elders saw that the family head was very happy. The atmosphere gradually grew warmer. Family head, I cannot express my thanks enough. This toast is for you. Long Chen stood and raised his cup to Luo Zichuan with both hands. He truly felt immense reverence for Luo Zichuan. In the past few days, under Luo Zichuan's guidance, he felt like he had been reforged. Luo Zichuan raised his own cup. Even when it came to drinking wine, his movements were clean and easy. I'll raise this cup of wine to everyone. You've worked hard for the Luo family during these years. Zichuan thanks you, said Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts hastily stood. This toast made them all emotional. This encouragement from Luo Zichuan was the greatest recognition for them. I'll raise this third cup to congratulate the Luo family on its new companion. From this day onward, Long Chen's matters are the Luo family's matters. Luo Zichuan once more raised his cup. Seeing this, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, and Long Chen hastily drank. This cup was for them. After those 3 drinks, Luo Zichuan turned to Luo Chengwu and patted him on the shoulder. The Luo family has been depending on you and Chengwen all these years. You've done very well. I'm very satisfied. Luo Chengwu was overwhelmed. It was the first time his father was treating him so closely. He hastily said, "It's all thanks to the family head's guidance. My big brother and I have only made meager contributions. The Luo family hasn't been all that outstanding lately. I cannot accept your praise. Every person has a different style for governing a family. I specialize in offense, not defense. In a chaotic world, I will guide the family to victory. But in a peaceful world, I can't do anything. The 2 of you have done very well in my eyes," said Luo Zichuan. Many thanks for your praise, father. Luo Chengwu was extremely emotional. It was his first time calling him father instead of family head. Luo Zichuan nodded. I'm going out on a trip to resolve my grudges from all those years ago. I'll leave the family to the 2 of you. Luo Chengwu was shocked out of his happiness. You're going out, but now, all the Luo family's experts jumped in shock. The Devil Sea had been exceptionally lively during this time. They might launch an incredibly strong attack at any moment. Moreover, the Chu family was also making some moves. Now the Luo family was surrounded by enemies. As the mental pillar of the Luo family, if Luo Zichuan left at this critical time, no one would have confidence. I was preparing to wait for this matter to settle before leaving, but I find that there's no need. I need to resolve that matter soon. The longer it drags on, the worse it will get. The Luo family will be left to you for now, said Luo Zichuan, looking at Luo Chengwu and Long Chen. He smiled and then vanished from sight. Once Luo Zichuan left, Long Chen saw that the expressions of all the Luo family's experts grew solemn. Did the family head say anything to you about this? Luo Chengwu turned to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. The family head didn't say anything about this. Luo Zichuan was truly an incomprehensible existence, leaving just like this with no warning or explanation. He was very mysterious with his matters. Long Chen had countless questions, but he was completely unable to see through this grandfather of his. The banquet instantly grew tense. Other than Xu Zishang and Bai Shaola, no one was in the mood to eat and drink. After the banquet, Long Chen told Luo Shui to take Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Xu Zishang to the Honing Heavenly Staircase. He also told Qin Feng that he had to bring the 2 of them to the 90th star. That was his mission. After entrusting that to Qin Feng, Long Chen wanted to see Luo Chengwu, only to find that the Devil Sea had once more attacked, causing Luo Chengwu to return to lead things. After that, Long Chen took a transportation formation back to the Devil Sea and found that there was a flood of sea demons charging onto the shore. But this attack wasn't as powerful as when he was here last time. The defenses were holding on easily. Long Chen came to the commander tower. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Chengwu, the 2 of them stared at the endless Devil Sea. Luo Chengwu sighed, I don't know if my father will be able to return this time. What? Long Chen was startled. Father only brought violet fern. He left its sheath to continue maintaining the Luo family's karmic luck. Thus, this time, Luo Chengwu's voice quivered slightly. Long Chen felt a chill. He knew that something was out of the ordinary. Chapter 3226 Secret of the Violet Blood. The treasured saber violet fern was matched by its sheath. They were one set and complemented each other, so they had to be together to unleash their greatest power. However, Luo Zichuan had only brought the saber, not the sheath. That made Luo Changwu feel uneasy. Luo Zichuan had previously told him and his big brother that Violet Fern's sheath had the life teachings of his saber Dao. If something happened to him, those teachings must be transmitted to future generations. Hearing that, Long Chen was startled. Where did the family head go? Luo Changwu shook his head. Father never tells us what he's doing. But if my guess is correct, he has gone to that place. Where? Pressed Long Chen. Luo Changwu hesitated. In the end, he sighed and said, Father did say that you can be trusted. The Luo family doesn't need to keep any secrets from you. Fine, I'll tell you. This relates to the secrets of the Luo family. Luo Changwu told Long Chen a story that made his heart pound. The Luo family was originally the grand and famous violet blood race of ancient times, an existence on par with the Julie and Heavenly Eye races. Before each family head died, they would always transmit a secret that was kept from others. That secret was that the Luo family was nothing more than a tiny weak branch of the violet blood race. The true violet blood race was trapped in a danger zone. But before being trapped, they managed to send out a small group of their people with lower quality bloodlines. After that, those people ended up scattered throughout the immortal world. Many people in the immortal world possessed a trace of the violet blood race's bloodline. However, over time, that trace had been diluted to the point that it could be considered non-existent. Thus, the people from the violet blood race that had been sent out silently merged with the rest of the immortal world. As for the Luo family, it began with one of those people. For millions of years, they had one mission, and that was to save the violet blood race that was trapped in the danger zone. The crux to saving them was to restore their ancestral violet blood. According to Luo Zichuan, Luo Ningxuang was their only hope of saving the violet blood race. However, Luo Ningxuang rebelled against this, secretly going to the lower plane and having a child there. That was why Luo Zichuan was so infuriated that he imprisoned her. These were all secrets of the Luo family. The only ones who knew of them were Luo Zichuan, Luo Changwu, and Luo Changwen. Now there was a fourth person who knew of it. The reason why Luo Changwu told Long Chen these things was because he felt that since his father had elevated Long Chen to the most trustworthy position, there must be some deeper meaning. So while he hesitated, he still told him. Hearing this, Long Chen understood just why Luo Zichuan had such an urge to kill him. This truly was related to important matters. Luo Ningxuang was the only hope of the Luo family. As a result of an accident arising from many factors, a string of karma was formed and bound. Luo Zichuan was about to succeed in the mission that the Luo family had been entrusted to for millions of years, only for the stubbornness of a single woman to ruin all those efforts. How could he not be angry? Long Chen had truly hated Luo Zichuan at first. After learning all this, he could only bitterly smile. If he was Luo Zichuan, what would he do? I worry that my father is unable to wait that long and has gone there. Although his bloodline is the purest of the current Luo family, and his power is unsurpassed, he has not reached the point of reviving the ancestral bloodline, nor has he awakened the violet blood divine abilities. I'm afraid, Senior is worrying too much. Someone as wise as the family head won't sacrifice a body that still has a use for no reason. The family said that he was going on a trip to resolve his old grudges. That doesn't necessarily refer to this matter. It's very likely his own personal grudges, said Long Chen. All he could do was comfort Luo Changwu. In truth, he was also very worried. But considering Luo Zichuan's wisdom, Long Chen didn't really believe that he would do such a foolish thing. He must have another reason for leaving. Furthermore, for him to tell Luo Changwu that Long Chen could be trusted to this extent, it was essentially entrusting the Luo family to him. Even so, Long Chen still didn't have a good feeling. The fact that Luo Zichuan had transmitted his life's teachings to him probably wasn't a good omen. However, he had already gone. Luo Changwu didn't even know where the danger zone that the violet blood race was trapped in was, so panic and worry wouldn't have any use. If my mother made a mistake, I will take care of it. I need to find Long Aocean and see if I can restore my violet blood. Just as Long Chen had this thought, he had another thought. If he restored his violet blood, what would happen to his dragon blood? Would they clash? Long Chen felt a headache. The matter of the Luo family was too complicated. It wasn't something that he could figure out now, so he could only take things step by step. Fortunately, he felt that someone with Luo Zichuan's wisdom wouldn't put his mother in any real danger. That made him temporarily at ease. "Senior," said Long Chen. "Don't call me senior. It would make us feel distant. I'm only a bit older than you. You can call me big brother," said Luo Chengwu. What, if the seniority was messed up to that extent, wouldn't his mother beat him? Long Chen hastily said, "I feel like martial uncle would be best." Actually, Long Chen should call him uncle. But at least this way, the seniority was not a mess. "Martial uncle, since the family head trusts me to this extent, I must treat the Luo family as my own family. So let us talk frankly. I wish to know exactly how strong the Luo family is," said Long Chen. Luo Chengwu said, "I'm ashamed to say it, but our Luo family has always been dependent on father. He is the only immortal king. Including myself and my big brother, there are 11 peak divine lords with awakened primal bloodlines. But even after so many years, none of us are able to take the final step. If junior sister was present, with her talent, she would have long since reached the immortal king realm. With 2 immortal kings, father probably wouldn't have it so tough." Luo Chengwu was ashamed. He and his brother wished to share his father's burden and step into the immortal king realm. Unfortunately, the barrier to that realm was like a heavenly chasm that firmly blocked them, not allowing them to see any hope of crossing it. The Luo family had 11 primal divine lords, 500 ordinary divine lords, and 46 4-peak primals. In truth, that foundation was very powerful. Outsiders were unaware of just how many primals they had. To the outside world, the Luo family had no primal divine lords and only had 6 4-peak primals such as Luo Shui and Luo Qing. The rest were kept hidden. However, 4-peak primals in the heavenly swell domain had great difficulty maintaining their primal bloodlines when attacking the divine lord realm. Only a few were able to luckily maintain their primal bloodlines. As for Luo Chengwu and Luo Chengwen, the reason that they were able to maintain their primal bloodline was because Luo Zichuan had protected them. It was said that Luo Zichuan had paid quite the price for that. "Martial uncle, pick out 600 elite disciples. I'll help them awaken their primal bloodlines," said Long Chen. Luo Chengwu jumped in shock. He didn't dare to believe his ears. Chapter 3227 Wood Foundation Divine Arrow. "Martial uncle, the family head has shown me his kindness. I naturally must repay him. I have a method to stimulate people's primal bloodlines, but you must keep this method secret. In the entire immortal world, you are the only one who knows this secret," said Long Chen solemnly. His mother had caused the Luo family to lose the chance that they had been waiting millions of years for. Also, Luo Zichuan had now left, and it was unknown just whether or not he would return. Hence, Long Chen felt like he and his mother owed the Luo family. If he wanted to repay them, then he had over 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He was prepared to create 600 primals for the Luo family. Hearing this, even someone like Luo Chengwu was shaken. A technique to activate a person's primal bloodline. What kind of heaven-defying ability was that? Seeing how solemn Long Chen was being, he knew that this was an absolute secret. If the rest of the immortal world were to learn of this, there would be no escaping his death. "I understand. At most, I will tell this matter to my big brother. There will be no problem with its secrecy," promised Luo Chengwu. Long Chen nodded and took out 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He then gave them to Luo Chengwu. "Martial uncle, I'll leave you to pick the people. What's important isn't aptitude but strong willpower and perseverance." Luo Chengwu accepted the fruit with disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming, unable to imagine how this fruit could create primals. Long Chen had Luo Chengwu handle things, while he took over the commander tower. Luo Chengwu wasn't entirely at ease, so he sent the Grand Elder to help Long Chen. With the Grand Elder present, Long Chen chose to sit to the side and meditate. He wished to carefully comprehend the teachings that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Luo Zichuan's saber Dao appeared to be all mixed up and chaotic. Occasionally, a blow came in one style, and then another blow came in a different style. In truth, all those styles had long since been trained until they were ingrained within him. By using this method, he showed Long Chen just how important it was to have many techniques. All techniques had their own flaws, but the important point was whether or not your opponent could grasp those flaws. In all these years, Long Chen had always followed a free style. He simply fought as he pleased, and he thought that he had reached the top level in this realm. Only now did he realize that he was still dithering outside the door to this realm. He was like someone who didn't understand the slightest bit about the martial Tao trying to fight others. His random moves might be difficult for others to block. However, when he fought a true expert, he came to realize just how much he was lacking. He had to take things step by step. If he truly wanted a free, formless style, then he had to first learn many techniques. Without entering the first realm, how could he skip to the formless realm? If he hadn't encountered a masterful teacher like Luo Zichuan, he would still be lost. Now that he had broken his bias toward learning those techniques, it was time to start studying them. He had to find his own style of the Saber Tao. Time passed bit by bit. The Luo family led the Ying Prefecture's experts in repelling the waves of sea demons. Finally, the Devil Sea grew calm once again, and the battlefield was cleaned up. All the corpses were naturally handed to Long Chen. Mountains of them were then sent into the primal chaos space. Right now, the wood foundation divine trees were no longer growing taller, but they were getting thicker and thicker. From 30 meters thick, they had grown to 300 meters. After reaching a width of 300 meters, Long Chen found that their wood was even harder than metal. Moreover, their weight was not inferior to iron, and their toughness was astonishing. The wood of the wood foundation divine trees was perfect for creating spears, bows, and arrows. It was both tough and hard, extremely valuable. They hadn't even reached full maturity yet, but already possessed such toughness. It was truly shocking, very worthy of being a legendary tree. Long Chen then cut off a branch the width of an arm, and it took him quite a bit of work to fletch it into an arrow. He couldn't help sighing over it. This was a natural divine arrow. Wooden arrows were the easiest arrows to conceal within heaven and earth as they pierced toward their target. They didn't make much noise and were harder to sense. They might be even more effective than those noiseless arrows. Long Chen took out a bow and stood atop the commander tower. Overlooking the battlefield, he suddenly raised his bow. With a snap of the bowstring, that arrow vanished from sight. The arrow whistled through the air, and a rain of blood fell. After that, a black-robed figure fell from the sky, his head pierced by the arrow. He was already dead, an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. Startled cries rang out. That was a divine lord, and he was already dead. But the remnants of his blood chi were astonishing. He must be a primal. Another heavenly Tao fruit falls into my hands. Long Chen smiled. The wood foundation divine trees were truly spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Using them to make arrows, with no arrowhead, the arrow pierced through the air, silent and invisible. Adding on his own archery technique, that assassin that was hidden in the void couldn't even make a sound before being killed. Just now, Long Chen suddenly sensed a faint aura that seemed like it wasn't even there. If it was before, even if he could sense it, he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the location. This was an expert skilled in concealing himself. However, the current Long Chen was no longer the old Long Chen. Through Luo Zichuan's training, he could control the power of heaven and earth. Through that, he was easily able to grasp the assassin's location. Before this, Long Chen could only pinpoint the assassin's location if the assassin got close or attacked. Now, with the aid of heavenly Tao energy, his divine sense was one with the world. He could see further and clearer. According to Luo Zichuan, it was much more difficult for Long Chen to use heavenly Tao energy. But he naturally had sharp senses. Just by borrowing the slightest heavenly Tao energy, he was like a tiger with wings. The assassin whose clone had disguised itself as the Grand Elder had been hidden too far away for Long Chen to sense back then. But now, Long Chen definitely would be able to find him. After all, not everyone was as terrifying as Luo Zichuan. Although Long Chen had taken a blow during his fight against Luo Zichuan, it didn't cause his confidence to falter. That was precisely the part that Luo Zichuan had praised him for. There were a total of 3. The other 2 ran. Long Chen indicated for everyone not to panic. In truth, he had only been trying to scare off those 3 dislikable fellows. He hadn't expected this random arrow to actually kill one. Who would have thought that the arrows made from the wood foundation divine trees would be so terrifying? They passed through the air silently. It seemed that the records he had read in the academy couldn't be entirely trusted. What he was unaware of was that those records were all accurate. It was simply that the wood foundation divine trees also came in their own levels. Only low-grade ones that couldn't bear fruit were used to make arrows. Those that could bear fruit were all high-grade. Normally, people were unwilling to damage even the smallest piece of bark from them, afraid that this would affect their ability to reproduce. Who would turn them into arrows? Long Chen's method was a complete waste of a natural treasure. If others knew that he had cut off a branch the size of an arm to turn into an arrow instead of a spear, they would definitely curse him to death for being so wasteful. Long Chen had now seen how terrifying the wood foundation divine trees were. Currently, they weren't even fully grown. If they were allowed to mature, how terrifying would be? It seemed that their entire body was a treasure. Long Chen, it actually was true. When Long Chen returned to the Luo family, Luo Chengwu was there. His voice quivered when he saw Long Chen. Chapter 3228 Sword pointed at the Chu family. Long Chen was brought to a secret underground world beneath the Luo family's territory. This was their most hidden place. There were layers of protective formations here, and the spiritual qi was incredibly dense. At this moment, Long Chen saw 600 warriors of the Luo family here, their eyes filled with emotions. Some of them had more, some of them had less, but within all of their eyes, Long Chen saw a trace of violet blood. However, there were no violet pupils. Violet pupils were the mark of their violet blood reaching a certain density. In all the generations of the Luo family, only Luo Zichuan had awakened violet pupils, and that was only because of violet fern. Even so, Luo Chengwu was incredibly excited. Those disciples had all become primals. He felt like he was in a dream. This fruit was absolutely heaven-defying. Long Chen then saw Luo Bing and Luo Ning amongst them. He waved at them. They were unaware that the fruit they had eaten had come from Long Chen. Luo Chengwu classified this matter as the highest level secret of the Luo family. Except for Luo Bing and Luo Ning, the other disciples would become the hidden power of the Luo family. They would not be allowed out of this underground space lightly. If the rest of the world were to learn that the Luo family had produced 600 primals overnight, they would be in danger. At this moment, Luo Chengwu and Long Chen returned to the surface. However, Luo Chengwu's excitement had yet to fade. Long Chen, you are the greatest benefactor of the Luo family. You're too courteous. I am the one who received great kindness from the Luo family, said Long Chen with a smile. Of course he owed the Luo family. Without the Luo family, how could he have come to exist? Long Chen continued, the family head is no longer present, and we are surrounded by enemies. We cannot continue like this. As for myself, I cannot stay in the Luo family forever. I hope to resolve this problem soon so that I can return to the academy. Resolve it? What do you mean? Asked Luo Chengwu. I mean let us pluck out the Chu family by the roots and have them vanish from this world, said Long Chen. Luo Chengwu jumped in shock. That's difficult. The Chu family has a half-step immortal king. Furthermore, they worship Lord Brahma's divine statue. If they use that faith energy, that expert's power will rival an immortal king. Furthermore, the Chu family has plenty of experts. It's unknown just how many of them are being raised in secret. They are all Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite's followers. Once they draw on the power of their gods, their power soars. If we fight against them directly, we won't have an advantage. Most importantly, Father isn't present. We don't have the power to fight them like that. If their higher-ups were to learn that Father is no longer present, it would be the Luo family that is in danger of being destroyed. The Luo family and the Chu family were mortal enemies. They all dreamed of eliminating the other. However, both sides were evenly matched. Without assurance, no one wanted to take the risk of attacking the other. Long Chen shook his head. This is no solution. The Chu family definitely has some secret methods for drawing the Devil Seas sea demons to the Ying Prefecture. With the Chu family also in a position to attack, the Luo family had no choice but to split their attention. You are in a constant tense state. Maintaining that state would make anyone weary over time. The other aspect is that as you lead the Ying Prefecture's experts against the sea demons, although you won every time, there are always some losses. Such constant invasions will slowly grind you down. It doesn't matter whether it is the Luo family or the other forces of the Ying Prefecture, they won't be able to endure forever. If the birth of new geniuses doesn't keep up with the losses, people will naturally get nervous. As time passes, their morale starts to fall. Then when the Chu family adds some more mental warfare, you will crack from the inside, and the Luo family will have no chance of turning things around. Luo Chengwu sighed. I've also thought of all of that. But there is no good way to deal with any of it. However, now we have 600 more primals. Once they grow up, there's no need for them to even reach the Divine Lord realm. Just the peak of the four-peak realm will be enough for us to trample the Chu family. It won't take too long, maybe 2 or at most 3 years. We've been waiting for so many years, we're not missing 2 or 3. Long Chen bitterly smiled. This uncle of his was just as Luo Zichuan said. He was focused on defense, not offense. He always did things steadily, without taking risks. Martial uncle, my character is a bit like the family heads. It can be said that in my life, if I'm not attacking, I'm on the road to attacking. Defense isn't my specialty, but I do have a sharp nose for conflict. Don't you feel that the Chu family's mischief this time is very sudden? You mean, let's think logically. The Chu family suffered setbacks in the High Firmament Academy. Their 4 primal disciples were slain by me in the 9 Prefecture Convention. I used heavenly tribulation to kill so many of the Bloodkill Hall's experts, and countless sects disbanded overnight as a result. Logically, now is not the time for them to make such a move. They should be quietly waiting and watching. Isn't it unnatural for them to provoke the Luo family at this time? Now that you say this, it is a bit strange, said Luo Chengwu, feeling startled. Long Chen continued, thus, there must be something we don't know. Although we don't know what it is, my intuition tells me that the more we hesitate, the more danger there will be. Since you wish to be conservative, how about we launch a sneak attack as a probing blow to see the real situation in the Chu family? What kind of probing blow? Asked Luo Chengwu. I wish to know, how is Uncle Wen's power compared to yours? Asked Long Chen. Big brother is a bit stronger than me. It is said that he has touched the barrier, said Luo Chengwu. Luo Chengwen's realm was a bit higher than his. But just touching the barrier didn't mean that he could progress to the next step. Touching the barrier was equivalent to seeing the path ahead. However, there was still a heavenly chasm blocking that path, and if it couldn't be walked through, it still meant nothing in the end. Alright, it'll take a few days for me to refine some medicinal pills. Once you and the other peak primal divine lords of the Luo family consume these pills, you will all possess the power of half-step immortal kings, said Long Chen. What medicinal pill is so amazing? Luo Chengwu jumped in shock. Long Chen smiled. You'll know when the time comes. So, can we try this? If you really can refine a pill like this, we definitely can try probing the truth about the Chu family, said Luo Chengwu. He was very moved. He was growing more and more shocked when it came to Long Chen. Alright, I'll borrow the precious land of the family head to refine pills in. That's no problem, right? Naturally, it is no problem. Then it's decided. First tell Uncle Wen about this, and wait for my good news, said Long Chen. After saying this, he headed toward the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Staring at his departing figure, Luo Chengwu sighed deeply. Long Chen had truly stunned him. He was a very terrifying youngster. Fortunately, he was a friend of the Luo family. After this, Long Chen smiled a bit sinisterly. What probing blow? Who has time to play with them? We're going to play big. The pitiable Luo Chengwu still had no idea that he had been conned by his nephew. In Long Chen's eyes, there was no such thing as a probing blow. If he were to launch an attack, it would be to end things once and for all. Chapter 3229 Collective Honing. Xu Zishang coughed up blood. He was at the 79th stair and was sent flying back, unable to reach the 80th step. Hence, Xu Zishang was tumbling down the stairs. On the 60th step, Bai Shaola hastily got out of his way. Just like that, Xu Zishang was sent flying past him, landing on the ground, his body almost deformed. Bai Shaola quivered. Xu Zishang was truly ruthless. He had tried over 10 times, only to end up in this miserable state every time. But he never gave up. Bai Shaola then looked up to see Qin Feng at the 90th stair. The latter stayed in his position for a long moment before suddenly raising his leg to the 91st stair. As a result, with a grunt, he was sent flying down just like Xu Zishang. Originally, Xu Zishang was just lying there like a dead dog. But when he heard that sound, he used all his power to roll to the side. Qin Feng flew right by him, bouncing off the ground and heading toward a boulder. However, that boulder already had a large notch in it, so he simply slid through that path instead of smashing into it. Seeing Xu Zishang in Qin Feng's states, Bai Shaola got goosebumps. This was too ruthless. He had previously felt resentment toward his father for the beatings. But now, he no longer hated his father. Seeing Qin Feng treat him even more ruthlessly, his father's methods no longer seemed all that ruthless. Xu Zishang had originally only reached the 49th step. But when he saw Qin Feng charging up as if his life was on the line, he was also affected and started trying to draw out his potential. In these few days, Xu Zishang had started to awaken his slumbering primal bloodline thanks to the honing in his own efforts. He was aware of how his power was soaring with every step he could progress. This daily improvement shocked him, and he himself didn't quite dare to believe it. You should take a rest. Don't kill yourself. Qin Feng got up, covered in blood. His face had many cuts on it from smashing into the staircase, but he was still lively. This honing heavenly staircase was practically a priceless treasure. Qin Feng wasn't worried about himself, but he did worry about Xu Zishang. After all, the latter had just started to awaken his primal bloodline. If he overestimated himself, he would injure his body. Going too far was just as bad as not going far enough. Brother Feng, I can still hold on. You can continue. Don't let me hold you up, said Xu Zishang, struggling to stand, his face also bloody. Don't use up all your willpower in one go. Perseverance is even more important than explosive power. After all, you'll have many chances to fight as if your life depends on it. Take things step by step, urged Qin Feng. He then charged up the honing heavenly staircase once more. With Qin Feng already going up, Xu Zishang adjusted his condition and also went up. Qin Feng quickly reached Bai Shaola's position. Seeing Bai Shaola's expression, Qin Feng couldn't help smiling. You aren't a body cultivator, so the honing heavenly staircase will be harder for you to climb. There's no need to compare yourself to us. We don't have that talent of yours, so we have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. There is nothing to compare here. Calmly try to comprehend the power of the heavenly Taos, said Qin Feng. Bai Shaola nodded. He was afraid that others would look down on him, hence, Qin Feng's words made him feel better. The Luo family's honing heavenly staircase was usually only open for the Luo family's disciples. It was used to activate their violet blood, so it had high requirements for a person's physical body. On the other hand, Bai Shaola's physical body was weak. For him to have climbed up until here was quite astonishing. Xu Zishang also quickly passed him, leaving Bai Shaola in last place again. Clenching his teeth, Bai Shaola stepped toward the next stair. As a result, as soon as his foot landed on it, a powerful current struck him. Startled, Bai Shaola tried to stabilize himself, but he couldn't stop his body from falling back. In that instant, he felt like his heart had stopped beating. If he fell like those two, then with his physical body, he would be crushed. Just as he panicked, a hand pressed onto his shoulder, stabilizing Bai Shaola's tilting body instantly. He turned back and cried out, "Boss!" The one who had come was Long Chen. Long Chen smiled at him. "Not bad, you actually reached this level. It's beyond my expectations." Hearing that praise, Bai Shaola was delighted. Long Chen's praise was a supreme glory to him. However, don't use your body to forcibly climb. The honing heavenly staircase is filled with profundities. Try to sense the spatial energy here, and corroborate your own spatial energy with this place. It's not a case of the higher you climb, the greater your gains. You have to comprehend the experience as well. This will increase your comprehension of spatial energy, said Long Chen. Yes, boss, I understand, said Bai Shaola. Long Chen nodded. Although Bai Shaola was a bit foolish and childish, when he needed willpower and perseverance, he could bring them out. He wasn't afraid of suffering hardship. Combining this trait with his good talent, he would definitely grow up into a capable person. Long Chen quickly reached the 80th stair. Xu Zishang had just charged up to that stair, and in the face of that terrifying pressure, he was kneeling on the ground. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder as encouragement. This fellow had started to transform. A good start was very important. In just a few days, Xu Zishang's aura had completely changed, and that showed that he truly had the determination to get stronger. When Long Chen reached the 91st stair, Qin Feng had just managed to stabilize himself there. He was standing tall. Long Chen was also proud of him. Every Dragonblood warrior was outstanding. Qin Feng had actually figured out the crux of the honing heavenly staircase. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth to resist its pressure. Although it was just the slightest trace, it was what allowed him to stand here. It had to be known that Luo Zichuan had sent Long Chen tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase many times, and Long Chen was still like an oaf charging up, forcibly resisting the power of the honing heavenly staircase. Using Luo Zichuan's words, there was no cure for his foolishness. Teaching people to get closer to the heavenly Taos was the most important use of the honing heavenly staircase. According to reason, someone who couldn't use heavenly Tao energy couldn't reach the peak. It was like a lake. If you wanted to cross it, you had to know how to swim. However, Long Chen was a marvel who managed to take a single deep breath and walk across the bottom of the lake to reach the other shore. Although Luo Zichuan scolded him for being foolish, he was also quite shocked by that accomplishment. Long Chen was the first person in history to break that rule. However, Qin Feng didn't have that power, so he had to figure out how to cross properly. As a result, he could comprehend this method faster than Long Chen. Furthermore, he wasn't rejected by the heavenly Taos. That was his advantage. Long Chen could also see that the 91st stair was essentially Qin Feng's limit. His chance of getting to the 92nd stair was very low. After all, his realm wasn't high enough. Long Chen reached the peak. The stone hut was still there, but Luo Zichuan had vanished. For some reason, Long Chen felt a bit lost. Although Luo Zichuan was strict, he was definitely one of the people that he respected the most. Long Chen sorted out his emotions and calmed down. After that, he took out his pill furnace and the medicinal ingredients. Just as he was preparing to refine pills, some heat came from his left eye. After that, the void shuddered and a black-robed girl appeared in front of him. Chapter 3230 Preparing for Battle. Lei Linger. Long Chen almost didn't dare to believe his eyes when he saw the girl in front of him. Lei Linger had been born with violet clothes. However, now she was wearing black robes, and her pupils were as black as ink, seemingly containing boundless destructive power. Big brother, hug. When Lei Linger extended her hands, two cute dimples appeared on her adorable face. Seeing this, Long Chen laughed and hugged her. The current Lei Linger was growing more and more like a human. Even her emotions were expressed on her face. On the martial heaven continent, although Lei Linger had been able to transform and was close to Long Chen, she somehow had given him a reserved feeling that was different from Huo Linger's enthusiasm. Fortunately, in the immortal world, she was growing more spiritual. Also, since Lei Linger and Huo Linger were both personally raised by Long Chen had a great deal of sentiment and affection for them. Big brother Long Chen, I've fully absorbed the energy of the black lightning. I can help you beat bad people now. Lei Linger raised her fist and laughed. Long Chen looked into her eyes. There was sword light flickering deep within them now. Long Chen felt a chill. Even now, Long Chen still felt some fear toward those black lightning swords. After all, they had almost killed him. Now that Lei Linger had absorbed them, she was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hence, Long Chen felt his spirits lift. As expected, fortune was found in danger. Lei Linger had transformed again. She had naturally comprehended lightning techniques on the martial heaven continent. And here in the immortal world, she could still unleash them. She could also come up with her own techniques based on her power. Since this was the case, she would become another powerful trump card for Long Chen. Most terrifying of all, she no longer needed to depend on him and was entirely capable of fighting on her own. Just then, Long Chen's arm shook and a flame dragon also jumped out, coiling around Lei Linger. Hee, don't worry, you'll transform soon too. We can then help Big Brother beat up bad people together, declared Lei Linger, comforting Huo Long. Lei Linger, protect me. We're going to refine pills. With Lei Linger here, Long Chen felt much steadier. He opened the pill furnace and started refining medicinal powders. When all the medicinal powders were poured into the furnace, Huo Long wrapped around the pill furnace, lighting up its runes. As time passed, the pill furnace began to tremble, along with the entire mountain peak. Long Chen pressed his hand against the pill furnace. His spiritual strength wrapped around it, sealing it tightly until the immense power inside of it could not escape. The pill furnace then quivered, as if a beast was trying to break free. The ground shuddered intensely. After that, Long Chen sighed and opened the lid. A pile of broken fragments were present inside. The medicinal fragrance then assaulted his nose, but the pill was nowhere to be found. The third-tier explosive blood pill must be a giant pill in order to be effective for divine lords. Furthermore, it must reach the level of a treasure pill. After not refining pills for so long, my technique is rusty. Also, it truly is difficult to refine a giant explosive blood pill. Long Chen shook his head. If it was an ordinary explosive blood pill, then Long Chen would have no problem refining one on the level of a treasure pill. With his skill, a single furnace of pills might end up having 1 or 2 top-grade treasure pills. However, Turning 9 pills into one giant pill while also maintaining its quality was truly difficult. Ever since he entered the immortal world, Long Chen rarely refined pills. It was always Huo Long and the Moon and Star refining furnace helping him refine them. Long Chen sat for a while and then continued refining pills. After failing 7 times, he was starting to feel dejected. This was truly difficult. Long Chen stood and paced around for a while. Suddenly, he eyed the stone hut. Having a sudden thought, he walked toward it. The stone hut was very simple. Other than a stone couch, there was nothing else. But upon getting closer, he saw a mural carved into the wall. The mural depicted 9 star clouds surrounding one giant star. Around the star clouds were 4 giant black figures. It was unclear what they were, but they seemed like 4 terrifying beasts wishing to devour the entire world. The mural was very messy, almost like a child's graffiti. Yet within these messy lines, countless profound mysteries seemed to be hidden. Long Chen was unable to understand many of those lines. He was only able to see the 9 star clouds, the giant star, and those unclear black figures. Looking more closely, he suddenly noticed that there was a single black dot within the 9 star clouds of the immortal world. This seemed to be a specific mark. This mark wasn't something that he could read. However, he could clearly tell that this mark was not part of the original mural. It was added afterward. It was clearly different from the other lines. Could it be that this is where the violet blood race is trapped? Long Chen's heart shook. He felt like he was staring at something he wasn't supposed to see. Luo Zichuan's residence was not a place that others could come to. The main thing was that no one else was capable of climbing the Honing heavenly staircase. Most likely, this secret was something only Long Chen and Luo Zichuan knew of. Even Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen were in the dark about it. The immortal world was enormous, and the knowledge he knew was like a drop in the ocean. Regretfully, there were many ancient tomes in the High Firmament Academy that he could not read without reaching a high enough realm. After seeing this map, Long Chen felt like the immortal world was truly hiding far too many secrets. He truly had a long path to walk. After settling his emotions, Long Chen left the stone hut and once more started refining pills. After failing 2 more times, he finally succeeded. A pill the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of Long Chen. Light flowed around it, and it thrummed with life energy as if it was alive. I suppose it can count as a success. Long Chen sighed deeply. This was a top-grade 3rd-tier giant treasure pill. If sold, its value would be incalculable. Lay Linger, nourish it with some thunder force and expel the remaining impurities. But be careful. Long Chen passed the giant pill to Lay Linger. In the mortal world, Lay Linger had helped Long Chen by using tribulation lightning on the pills that he refined, giving them a baptism to turn them into tribulation pills. However, in the immortal world, only 6th-tier pills and above were qualified to undergo tribulation. The 6th-tier pills were for mighty world kings. It was said that once a pill reached the 6th tier, it would possess its own spirituality, its own spirit. It needed to obtain the recognition of heaven and earth to exist in the world. That was why they needed to undergo tribulation. However, it was different for Long Chen. Now that Lay Linger had transformed, she was capable of using Thunder Force to expel the remaining impurities in medicinal pills and leave a lightning mark within them. Such a pill had essentially obtained the recognition of the heavenly Taos, allowing it to unleash its peak medicinal effect. To put it frankly, this was a way to cheat the heavens. However, as long as the heavens didn't find out, it didn't matter. Before this, Long Chen truly wouldn't have dared to have Lay Linger nourish them. But it was different now. Nourishing pills would be no problem for her. Long Chen continued to refine pills, and he failed twice more before succeeding again. He then found the feeling, succeeding in the refinement 7 times in a row. Afterward, he failed and succeeded in succession. In total, he refined 11 top-grade giant pills. These were for the Luo family's 11 primal divine lords. After that, he refined over 500 ordinary explosive blood pills. Although they weren't giant pills, they were still of treasure grade. He then descended the mountain and went to see Luo Changwu. "Martial uncle, help me gather some people. I want to fletch some wood arrows." Chapter 3231 Descending upon the Sheng Prefecture. When the craftsmen saw Long Chen take out a branch of wood that was 3 feet thick and 300 miles long, they were completely dumbfounded. The arrows that they crafted were always made of high-quality metal, not wood. However, when they examined this wood, they found that it was harder than metal, causing them to jump. Even Luo Changwu was stunned. Although he had read many books, he didn't recognize this wood. He had never seen such tough wood. This piece of wood was actually only from a branch. If it was the trunk, then it would be even tougher. But Long Chen was unwilling to sacrifice a wood foundation divine tree. This branch was already enough to make hundreds of thousands of arrows. However, this wood was so tough that turning them into arrows would take quite a bit of labor. Long Chen definitely couldn't afford to waste so much time on that. Fortunately, these craftsmen were very capable. They quickly found suitable tools to fletch the wood, turning this branch into as many arrows as possible while wasting as little as they could. When the first arrow was done, Long Chen took out his bow and shot the arrow. It instantly vanished, and an explosion occurred in the distance. It had struck a thick metal shield, blasting it apart. "What a sharp arrow!" exclaimed Luo Changwu. It was his first time seeing an arrow with such terrifying power. Most importantly, it vanished from sight as soon as it left the bowstring and didn't make any sound. It was as if it had merged into space, becoming impossible to track. This still isn't too great. If it was a wood element expert who shot it, it would be even sharper, and the arrow would contain their wood energy. That energy will instantly explode when the arrow strikes its target. Even if the opponent is another wood cultivator, they won't necessarily be able to block it, said Long Chen with a smile. Of course, these arrows were extraordinary. They were from a branch of the wood foundation divine tree and contained powerful wood energy. Hearing that, Luo Chengwu immediately found some wood element experts. Long Chen was surprised that they actually used a human target to test it. At this moment, an arrow was shot into the shoulder of a divine lord. As a result, that divine lord's body instantly stiffened. His body became covered in a bark-like pattern, and he was unable to move. When the arrow was plucked out, the wood cultivators tried to heal him. They then spent a full hour working on him before he was fully recovered. This terrifying arrow shocked and delighted the Luo family's experts. "Martial uncle, you should gather 300 wood element archers. Even if they aren't that skilled in archery, in a large-scale battle, they can close their eyes and randomly shoot, and they'll still hit a few. These archers will be what we use for our sneak attack. After they're done, we'll retreat. Their power doesn't really matter as long as they can shoot," said Long Chen. "That's no problem. With our years of fighting the sea demons, almost everyone in the Luo family has practiced their archery. Although they're not necessarily divine archers, they have some skill in this regard. Picking out 300 elites will be no problem," said Luo Chengwu confidently. Long Chen had already handed him the pills. This was Luo Chengwu's first time seeing a giant treasure pill. After being nourished by Lei Linger, these pills had almost no flaws at all. Just by holding them in his hand, Luo Chengwu felt his violet blood starting to surge. The power of these pills was terrifying. Originally, he was still a bit worried. But these arrows and pills made him fully confident. With these arrows, 4 peak disciples could easily slay divine lords. After 3 days of preparation, they were ready to leave. Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Xu Zishang also came with them. After the tempering of the Honing Heavenly Staircase, it was as if they had been transformed. Xu Zishang in particular appeared different. His gaze was sharper. Luo Chengwu led a group of the Luo family's experts along with 300 elite archers. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing were also present. The Luo family didn't intend on hiding them. After gathering, they secretly went through a transportation formation. When they came out, there were already people waiting for them. "Greetings, Uncle Wen." Long Chen hastily bowed toward the head of this group. This person looked very similar to Luo Chengwu, but he appeared even steadier than him. He was Long Chen's uncle, Luo Chengwen. "Chengwu has already told me about your matters. We are one family, so I won't say any overly courteous words. Since the idea was proposed by you, you will lead this sneak attack. The 2 of us brothers will follow you," said Luo Chengwen with a smile. "Uncle Wen, since you already said that, I won't stand on courtesy, haha. To tell the truth, if you're going to listen to me, I feel a bit more assured." Long Chen laughed. This sneak attack naturally must be led by Long Chen, or it could easily fall into chaos. If Luo Chengwen was also willing, Long Chen would naturally take over that privilege. Luo Chengwen and Luo Chengwu laughed along. They did like this character of Long Chen's. It was simple and direct. This place is where the Ying Prefecture connects to the Sheng Prefecture. It is also the only path from the Ying Prefecture to the Sheng Prefecture. There are countless experts gathering on the other side. They seem to be waiting to gather enough forces to attack us. If we want to pass, we will definitely disturb them, said Luo Chengwen. The Ying prefecture was almost an island surrounded by the Devil Sea. It bordered the Sheng prefecture, but their relationship wasn't very good, so naturally there were no direct transportation formations between them. There was simply this mountain range connecting the two. Thus, when the Sheng prefecture's experts began to gather here, the Ying prefecture's people would naturally notice. While the Luo family allowed for peaceful coexistence between the various forces within the Ying prefecture, the Chu family in the Sheng prefecture claimed the land for themselves. When they became the boss of this place, they began expelling outsiders and adding Lord Brahma's followers to their territory. With such a powerful backer, they quickly became the only force within the Sheng prefecture. Although there were countless sects in the Sheng prefecture, they all had to listen to the Chu family's orders. This was a display of the Chu family's dominance. Considering that the forces of the entire prefecture belonged to them, the Luo family was unable to obtain any advantage over them. Even after so many years, they were in a stalemate. Since it's a sneak attack, we naturally won't charge over and alert them. We are sneak attacking the Chu family, not the Sheng prefecture. Pulling the carpet out from somebody is the true King Dao, said Long Chen mischievously. Sneak attacking the Chu family. Luo Chengwen was startled. He then looked at Luo Chengwu because this brother of his had said that they were organizing an expedition to get a closer look at the Chu family's movements. Luo Chengwu simply shrugged, indicating his own innocence. Long Chen had said that it was a sneak attack, so he had assumed it was an attack on the Sheng prefecture's experts in order to draw out the Chu family's experts. After a brief fight, they would then see what kind of power they had. Long Chen hadn't said that it was a direct attack on the Chu family. If they were going to go all that way, would it even be a probing blow? Luo Chengwu instantly had a bad feeling. Considering Long Chen's guts, he had no idea what Long Chen would do. Luo Chengwen had even said that they would listen to Long Chen just now. If they were to ask for details at such a point, it would appear rude. Don't worry, we are simply probing them. If their power is fake, we'll fight. If they do have power, we won't fight them directly. After all, I, Long Chen, am not fond of taking losses, said Long Chen. Thinking of that, this was true. Long Chen was famous within the heavenly swell domain. His intelligence did not lose out to anyone. Now that Long Chen said this, the two of them felt rather bad. Shaola, now is the moment to display your ability, said Long Chen. By Shaola's spirit's sword, as he formed hand seals, his eyes glowed. Space twisted around them, and they vanished. Chapter 3232 Mysterious Altars. The Chu family was located at the southern foot of the Sheng prefecture's Sheng Heaven mountain range. Their backs were against the mountains, and to their left was a large river that was like a dragon snaking around the Chu family. As for the mountain, it was just like a crouching tiger. This was a treasured land. It was as if a dragon was coiling around it and a tiger was at its back. Adding on the protection of the Grand Formation, all the Sheng prefecture's spiritual qi gathered at the Chu family. The spirit-gathering formation sucked away the spiritual qi from all over the Sheng prefecture. From this, it could be seen just how the Chu family treated others. Ordinarily, a spirit-gathering formation would only cover your own territory. For example, the High Firmament Academy's spirit-gathering formations wouldn't affect the other powers and cities nearby. For the Chu family to spread their reach this far was a kind of theft. It was clearly harming others to benefit oneself. The Chu family's spiritual qi might be abundant, but the other sects and powers would be affected. However, with the Chu family being the overlord of the Sheng prefecture, they didn't dare to get angry and could only silently endure. The Chu family had activated their spirit-gathering formations to the highest level, so streams of spiritual qi were gushing toward them. Furthermore, all the grand formations had been activated. The Chu family was on a state of high alert. Does the Chu family know that we're attacking? The Grand Elder stared at their state of high alarm worriedly. That's impossible. Other than us, no one else knew that we were going. Long Chen must be correct. The Chu family is brewing some tricks, and they've locked down. Our own eyes are unable to transmit any news through this blockade. This is not normal, said Luo Chengwen. During this time, the Luo family's eyes within the Chu family had all vanished. They were unable to transmit any news and couldn't warn them of anything. According to Luo Chengwen's guess, the Chu family couldn't have found all their spies, just like how the Luo family had no way to eliminate all of the Chu family's spies in the Luo family. But it was simple to lock down all news from escaping. They simply had to place everyone in one place and keep watch over them. If anyone tried to send some words out in such a state, they would be instantly exposed. Bai Shaola's spatial arts had managed to bring them all the way to the heart of the Chu family without anyone being the wiser. But these formations blocked him. Seeing this, Bai Shaola felt quite regretful that he hadn't studied any spatial arts for breaking through formations. His mother had taught them to him, but he had simply devoured all of them in one gulp without considering them. He had never practiced those techniques even once. Having no assurance of being able to slip through this formation, he couldn't possibly risk everyone's lives on the attempt. Now what? With such a high state of alert, it's impossible to sneak in. We can only attack directly. The Grand Elder looked at Long Chen. Although he had some bias when it came to Long Chen due to Luo Qingyang, in the face of the big picture, he was able to set aside that personal prejudice. No need to rush, everything is within expectations, said Long Chen, smiling to indicate that everyone didn't need to worry. He turned to Bai Shaola. Can you use your spatial technique to see inside? Bai Shaola nodded. His 3 flower pupils circulated and everyone closed their eyes. They then began to see through the formation through Bai Shaola's sight. Unexpectedly, despite the formations set up on the outside, they couldn't see anyone inside. It was only when they saw that the buildings were packed with disciples that they understood. Just as Luo Changwen had expected, the Chu family's people had gathered everyone to keep an eye on each other. Even some children were included. Look further back, I can sense a strange aura, said Long Chen. Bai Shaola's sight quickly passed through one building after another. Even these layers of formations were unable to stop him from seeing through them. The Bloodkill Hall's people, Qin Feng suddenly cried out, drawing everyone's attention to a certain building. There were hundreds of cloaked figures inside. They seemed to be discussing something. Don't look at them, said Long Chen hastily. Bai Shaola immediately shifted his vision, passing through them. Amongst that group of cloaked figures, one of them seemed to have sensed something and looked around. But they didn't sense anything further and returned to their original location. Their hearts shook. That person was definitely an expert amongst experts. It had to be known that Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils were capable of looking through these layers of formations, allowing him to see things with the same viewpoint as the heavenly Taos. But that person still sensed it. Long Chen sneered as he recognized that person. He was precisely the one who had used a clone to disguise as the Grand Elder and tried to assassinate Long Chen. Bai Shaola suddenly cried out. Within the most hidden area of the Chu family, there were 5 altars. They had various tributes on top of them. Meanwhile, the Chu family's experts were holding large tools, pouring some kind of bloody-like fluid into the totems on the altars. Those totems looked like 5 different beasts. They had never seen them before. When the liquid was poured into them, various runes lit up on the altars until they were like balls of light. Ha ha ha, it's done. Devil Kings of the Netherworld, hurry up. The blood of the Luo family is waiting for you. One of the Chu family's elders laughed as he saw the altars shining. Beside him were over 1,000 experts of the Chu family who also laughed along. Those people were all at the Divine Lord realm, and amongst them were close to 100 primals. Luo Changwen and the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. Although they had done their best to overestimate the Chu family, they hadn't expected their foundation to be so powerful. Thinking about it, if the Luo family didn't have Luo Zichuan standing guard, the Chu family would have probably long since attacked. Those 5 altars also gave them a sense of terror. Although they didn't know what those Devil Kings were, they could tell that those Devil Kings were definitely prepared for Luo Zichuan. Now that they were here, Luo Changwu felt regretful. He should have ordered all the Luo family's experts to attack, instead of only bringing these few people for a sneak attack. Those 5 altars were glowing brighter and brighter. If they didn't immediately stop the Chu family, then they might not be able to endure this attack. Even if Luo Zichuan was present, they might not be able to endure it. Luo Changwu looked at Luo Changwen, who then shook his hand and pointed at Long Chen. He saw that Long Chen was eyeing those 5 altars indifferently. He didn't seem nervous. From those 5 lights, Long Chen sensed the aura of the netherworld. Now, an impossibly beautiful face appeared in his mind. That beautiful face then split in 2, becoming 2 people. Leng Yuyan, Ming Kangyu, are you still doing alright? Long Chen sighed inside. These 2 women were carved into his heart. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed those emotions and said, get ready. I'm about to attack. Chapter 3233 Sharp Attack. Just like this, What's the plan? How are we supposed to cooperate? Luo Chengwu jumped in shock. Prepare themselves. What were they supposed to prepare? Black lightning appeared on top of Long Chen's left hand. He smiled. There's no plan. I'll break the formation and immediately eliminate the idiots from the Bloodkill Hall. Bai Shaola, bring them into the formation. Archers, ignore everything else other than blindly shooting at those altars. Take advantage of the chaos to destroy those altars. I don't know what method they're using, but they're trying to summon lifeforms from the netherworld. If those lifeforms descend, it will be too late for anything else. We'll have to be pragmatic about it when the time comes. If we can fight, we'll fight. If we can't, we'll run. But the altars must be broken. After saying that, Long Chen shot off and descended out of the sky, his left hand chopping toward the formation. At this moment, black lightning exploded. Long Chen was like an arrow. These terrifying formations were as weak as paper in front of the black lightning. Over 10 layers of defense were instantly pierced. Long Chen smashed into the building where the Bloodkill Hall's experts were gathered, and the building instantly collapsed. A flame lotus in Long Chen's hand exploded, and flames devoured that entire building. It happened so fast that the Bloodkill Hall's experts were still in the midst of discussing something when the flame lotus exploded. As a result, an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the entire Chu family. Long Chen was so fast that the flame lotus exploded first, and the alarm rang second. Within the endless flames, a wretched figure flew out. However, just as he escaped the flames, a black saber pierced through his back and out his chest. Blood splashed. Long Chen's figure appeared behind that person. Didn't you say that I wouldn't be able to find your true body? Now, are you convinced? With a light quiver, that elder of the Bloodkill Hall was blasted into blood mist. A translucent figure then flew out of his body and tried to flee. However, that figure was shattered by another stroke of Long Chen's saber. Idiot, after condensing a clone, your Yuan spirit is no longer whole. Did you think that you could escape? Were you dreaming? Sneered Long Chen. After killing that elder's Yuan spirit, using his saber as the bridge, Long Chen went through the fragments of the elder's soul, trying to grasp some images. In those images, Long Chen saw the elder exchanging some things with the Chu family. Then the altars were constructed. After that, someone came bringing some strange things from the Devil Sea. Based on those images, the Chu family's actions this time were incited by the Bloodkill Hall. Through those fragmentary images, Long Chen could get a general guess of what had happened. This was clearly a scheme where the Bloodkill Hall was using the Chu family's enmity against the Luo family to draw Long Chen out. Considering Long Chen's close relationship with the Luo family, and that the Chu family was also mortal enemies with Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't just sit still while the Chu family was making things hard on the Luo family. After all, youngsters all felt like they were capable of anything. Once Long Chen was outside of the High Firmament Academy, they would have no more misgivings. After all, the High Firmament Academy was an extremely powerful existence, and they didn't dare to attack him inside. But outside, everything was possible. Unfortunately, the Luo family had a terrifying immortal king like Luo Zichuan standing guard over it, so they didn't dare to directly attack there. Thus, the Bloodkill Hall had come prepared. They had constructed these altars to summon the Netherworld's Devil Kings to handle Luo Zichuan. After that, they would wipe out Long Chen together with the Luo family. That way, even the High Firmament Academy couldn't interfere. After all, this was a personal grievance between the Luo family and the Chu family. The High Firmament Academy had no excuse to interfere. This was a well-calculated scheme. Although Long Chen was unaware of all of it, just these images allowed him to guess this much. Shouts rang throughout the Chu family. At this moment, one of those shouters was silenced just as he spoke, an arrow protruding through his head. That divine lord was killed with a single arrow. Just as the formations were broken, Bai Shaola seized the opportunity to silently bring everyone over to the altars. There was no need for orders. The 300 elite archers unleashed a torrent of arrows and shot the divine lords on the altars indiscriminately. They shot using those wooden arrows as if they cost nothing. On the other hand, the Chu family's experts roared and activated their manifestations, but then the wave of arrows struck them. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Even if they protected themselves with divine energy, it was useless. Their protective divine light was pierced through, and their bodies turned numb. Quite a few of those experts directly fell to the ground, twitching. Some of them sprouted roots that dug into the ground. It was a terrifying sight. As hundreds of divine lords collapsed, the other experts of the Chu family were shocked and immediately took out their weapons, activating their bloodline powers. As a result, saber light flashed like lightning and sword images filled the air like mountains, all collapsing on the Luo family's experts. The primal divine lords unleashed their full power. As the very space collapsed, those arrows flying through space were no longer able to reach them. Archers, fall to the rear and continue shooting. Don't let them get close, shouted Qin Feng. Only the initial wave could have such a large effect. Once the other side was prepared, the wooden arrows were no longer so threatening. The alarm of the Chu family continued to ring out, so the Chu family's experts and the experts of sects subordinate to them must be rushing over. In this case, these archers were in charge of buying Long Chen some time against them. Luo Changwu, Luo Changwen, the Grand Elder, and the other primal divine lords charged as well. Suddenly, the void shuddered and the world changed color. A giant black saber image then soared into the heavens, slashing down like an unstoppable heavenly blade. Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen almost shouted when they saw that saber chi. They thought that their father had come. That domineering saber aura was actually quite similar to Luo Zichuan's. The saber slashed down like a starry river, slaying all the Chu family's experts that were in their way. Countless people were blasted apart. After the saber fell, one of the totems on the altar shattered. The altar instantly dimmed. After breaking one totem, Long Chen rushed toward the next one. The Chu family's experts shouted in a panic. These 5 totems almost exhausted the resources they had been gathering for countless years. If the totems were destroyed, all their efforts would be for nothing. Can you stop me though? Sneered Long Chen. A primal divine lord had just reached Long Chen when Long Chen's body swayed. Just like that, he flew past him with a flash of black light. As a result, that expert came to a stop, and a line of blood appeared down the middle of his body. Following that, his body split apart. He was cut in two. Chapter 3234 King Item. An explosion rang out as Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen broke a totem as well. Both of them had violet chi billowing around them. With a single slash of their swords, the totem exploded. The two of them were truly worthy of being the Luo family's top experts. Once they unleashed their full power, the other primal divine lords of the Chu family were unable to stop them. They also knew that they had to break the altars, or things would turn sour quickly. Thus, the two of them instantly started off at full power. No one was able to stop them from breaking the altars. Long Chen's saber also slashed through the air. The Chu family's experts in his way were killed, unable to stop his saber that was slamming into the totem. The lives of the Chu family's experts that had blocked it reduced the power of this attack, but the totem was still split apart. The altar also turned dim. Long Chen then looked at Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen. The two of them were charging toward the other altar. Meanwhile, the rest of the Luo family's experts were protecting their path. Long Chen immediately rushed for that last altar. As long as the altars were destroyed, the Chu family's schemes would fail. One of the Chu family's experts charged in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, his aura grew explosively, and Long Chen jumped in shock. That primal divine lord actually detonated right in front of Long Chen. The terrifying power was like a volcano erupting. The life of a primal divine lord exploded right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back by that terrifying power. His legs dug into the ground, leaving a long ditch. He almost spat out blood. Long Chen hadn't expected the Chu family's people to be so vicious. They actually used their own life to stall for time. Another primal divine lord charged at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately unleashed a slash of his saber, not giving him time to detonate. Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen were dealing with the same problem. The Chu family's experts seemed to have gone insane. They were detonating just to block the Luo family's experts. The Grand Elder roared furiously and charged but was suddenly grabbed by Luo Changwu. Now wasn't the time to force it. They would be the ones to lose out. Just then, a rain of arrows flew through the air. A small squad of archers had appeared here, and hundreds of the Chu family's experts fell. Qin Feng was directing the combat. As he had stopped the rest of the Chu family's experts from reinforcing them, seeing this critical situation, he sent a group of 100 archers to assist. It was very effective. The Chu family's experts were once more caught off guard by the arrows, causing the arrows to be very effective again. As a result, the pressure on Luo Changwu and the others decreased. They charged forward. The Chu family's experts went insane, and a few charged at those archers. These troublesome fellows had to be eliminated now. Long Chen's heart turned cold. He knew that that group of disciples was done for. No one could save them. He and the Luo brothers needed to eliminate the remaining altar. As for Qin Feng, he was dealing with countless experts and was already being forced back. Their side wouldn't be able to hold out for long. However, despite knowing that they would die, those disciples simply continued to unleash arrows. They faced death indifferently, treating every person that they killed as profit. The Chu family's experts quickly reached them. Quite a few of them were killed, but the remaining few quickly wiped out those archers. However, none of those archers made a sound. They were all stubborn warriors. Seeing this, Long Chen clenched his teeth, killing intent blazed in his eyes. As lightning appeared beneath his feet, he charged left and right. With every swing of his saber, an expert was slain, and he rapidly got closer to the altar. Right now, he had to rely entirely on fundamental techniques. There was no opening for any big moves. If it hadn't been for Luo Zichuan's pointers, Long Chen would definitely be at a disadvantage here. Even in front of this many primal divine lords, Long Chen was still attacking and defending steadily. Hence, the Chu family's experts pounced on him, detonating one after another. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to summon his battle armor. His saber danced as he got closer to the altar. Suddenly, a black figure shot out of Long Chen's body. Lei Linger flew away from Long Chen's body, heading toward the altar. With everyone's attention on Long Chen, they didn't expect someone else to suddenly appear. At this distance, by the time they reacted, Lei Linger had reached the altar. A black sword appeared in her hand and she struck the altar. As a result, the altar exploded. Right now, Long Chen had the urge to slap his own face. He had actually forgotten that Lei Linger could now leave his body. If she hadn't reminded him, he would be wasting this trump card. Lei Linger had taken the form of a lightning girl. After destroying this altar, she flew toward the other altar. Anyone who tried to stop her, whether they were primals or simply ordinary divine lords, were simply blasted apart. Stop her! The Chu family's experts began self-detonating in front of the final altar. Ripples spread in every direction, and even Lei Linger was forced back. Just then, a dragon roar rang out and Long Chen was clad in golden armor. With everyone's attention on Lei Linger, he finally had a chance to summon the golden dragon battle armor. Long Chen then stamped on the air. The void collapsed, and he shot out like a meteor. His saber slashed toward the final altar. Even in this twisting space, even with the Chu family's detonating experts, Long Chen's saber could ignore the laws of space to crush it. The twisting space that was the result of their detonations was unable to stop Long Chen's saber. This saber contained the essence of the saber Dao that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Just as his saber was about to strike the altar, the void twisted and a pill furnace appeared, exploding Long Chen's black saber. As a result, Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. He felt like his body had almost collapsed. The divine might of that pill furnace was terrifying. Countless divine runes flowed on top of the pill furnace. Eyeing it, Long Chen actually got a familiar feeling. Day-night furnace. Long Chen cried out. He instantly thought of the Pill Valley's divine item. Although the construction wasn't the exact same, the runes were a bit similar. The aura in particular was alike. At this moment, the pill furnace slowly spun, and divine light flowed out of it. A figure then appeared on top of it. It was a withered elder that looked like a corpse that had crawled out of its coffin. Golden light shone in his eyes. So you actually recognize the origin of this pill furnace. His voice was dry and raspy, and it raised people's hair. Upon seeing this elder, Luo Chengwu and Luo Chengwen's expressions changed. That's a king item. Chapter 3235 Snatching the King Item. A king item was the divine weapon of a world king. Only world kings that were also craftsmen were qualified to create one, and their power could truly destroy heaven and earth. The Luo family and the Chu family had been fighting for so many years. However, the former had never once heard that the Chu family had a king item. How did such a terrifying pill furnace appear here? Luo Chengwu and Luo Chengwen's hearts sank. A treasure on this level could only be stopped by Luo Zichuan's Violet Fern. But Luo Zichuan had brought Violet Fern away. Even the scabbard of Violet Fern wasn't able to unleash its full power without Luo Zichuan personally using it. The thing that they felt most helpless about was that there was no retreat for them at this moment. They could only fight. Now, they felt regret. They shouldn't have only done this probing blow. They should have gathered the full force of the Luo family for this attack. But it was too late to regret anything now. If they retreated now, what would they use to stop the Chu family's devil kings? They couldn't stop now. The pill furnace was shining with divine light, and standing atop the pill furnace was an elder. That elder was the Chu family's current family head, Chu Yingxiang. The current Chu Yingxiang had summoned his manifestation. Within that light, a vague figure could be seen. It was fallen Daynite. Long Chen instantly recognized it. Adding on the pill furnace, it was clear that this fellow was a follower of fallen Daynites. Fallen Daynite and Lord Brahma truly were two birds of the same flock. Even their followers were shared. Long Chen shook his head, and his bloodied hand instantly recovered. Call over Luo Zichuan. Chu Yingxiang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle as he looked around. Crushing a little Chu family doesn't require the family head to do anything. The few of us are more than enough to destroy your Chu family. Long Chen had lost his saber, but his gaze was not at all subdued. He didn't panic. Actually, the truth was that he was almost drooling as he stared at the pill furnace. He was like a hungry wolf eyeing meat. A king item pill furnace. Just how badass would it be to use that to refine pills? Hand over the pill furnace and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back and shouted. Hearing this, Luo Chengwu and the others almost fainted. What was this child saying? Right now, they had to hurry up and decide whether they were to keep fighting or flee. Time was incredibly precious. This battle was led by Long Chen, so they didn't know what strategy he had. They simply stared at him. The rest of the Chu family's experts also came to a pause. Only Qin Feng continued to lead the rest of the Luo family's experts against the Chu family's experts. But here, everyone was simply clenching their weapons tightly, ready to keep fighting at any moment. What a huge joke. If Luo Zichuan doesn't come up, you'll all be annihilated. Let's see if he shows himself or not, sneered Chu Yingxiang. He formed hand seals, and the divine statue behind him instantly grew clear. That figure within the light was clearly fallen Daynite. When his figure appeared, the pill furnace rumbled and shot toward Long Chen. Luo Chengwu, Luo Chengwen, and the others all knew how terrifying king items were. They prepared to join forces against Chu Yingxiang when Long Chen laughed. What kind of wolf are you trying to be? As your altars were destroyed and your Chu family's people were slain, you simply cowered, praying to your god. You only dared to come out once the god's radiance was bestowed upon you. Do you think that you're unrivaled with fallen Daynite's protection? Who told you that this pill furnace was used like this? Long Chen formed hand seals behind his back, and a lotus mark appeared on his palms. Long Chen then shoved his hands forward. As a result, 2 flame lotuses bloomed, and flame chains shot out, binding the pill furnace. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You don't know your own power. Chu Yingxiang sneered disdainfully. Just as the pill furnace was about to smash into Long Chen, the space behind Long Chen twisted, forming a giant black hole. As Long Chen opened the primal chaos space, the flame chains dragged the pill furnace into it. Just as the primal chaos space was opened, that mighty pill furnace went from a tiger to a rabbit. It cowered, and it didn't even dare to resist. The black hole then sucked in the pill furnace. Chu Yingxiang was shocked. When half the pill furnace entered the black hole, he sensed that he was losing connection to the pill furnace. Chu Yingxiang instantly panicked. This pill furnace was the priceless treasure that fallen Daynite had given the Chu family. However, to truly obtain this reward, they had to do something worthy of it, and that would be killing Long Chen. Right now, Chu Yingxiang was only borrowing it. If the pill furnace was lost and Long Chen wasn't slain, then the Chu family would have committed a grave sin against their god. The Chu family might be mercilessly erased. In order to obtain this treasure, the Chu family had meticulously arranged this trap, using the devil's seed to entrap Long Chen and the Luo family. This should have been a surefire method, but unexpectedly, Long Chen had appeared here right at the critical moment. Long Chen's sudden appearance was out of nowhere. Afraid that Luo Zichuan was hiding, Chu Yingxiang hadn't dared to directly charge out. Instead, he had prayed to fallen Daynite, gathering the faith energy inside his divine statue for himself. The Chu family's experts were fighting so crazily because they knew that if they failed this time, the Chu family would be doomed. Hence, they had no choice but to throw their lives away. Chu Yingxiang turned green with fear. If Long Chen took the pill furnace, then how would he fight Luo Zichuan? Chu Yingxiang then roared, his divine energy raging. The might of an immortal king was fully unleashed. As a result, countless cracks appeared in the air, as if the world would shatter. Chu Yingxiang grabbed one ear of the pill furnace, pulling it back with all his might. But Long Chen was activating the power of the primal chaos space, sucking it in. Since half the pill furnace had been sucked in, its powerful suction was even stronger now. Chu Yingxiang unleashed his full power and essentially entered a tug of war with the primal chaos space. However, no matter how great his power or if he was supported by divine energy, even if he now had the power of an immortal king, he was still unable to pull it out. Damn thing, can you resist? Long Chen pulled as hard as he could. However, he felt the pill furnace slowly being pulled out. He was unable to beat Chu Yingxiang. If only the pill furnace would fight. Then that would provoke the primal chaos space, and it would definitely put the furnace in its place. However, it was like a frightened rabbit, not daring to resist or even run. Long Chen began to worry. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to beat Chu Yingxiang. Good chance. Attack together. After Luo Chengwen sent orders to the top experts, all of them bit down on a medicinal pill hidden in their mouths. As a result, their blood qi erupted, and violet qi soared into the heavens. Their blood qi power instantly multiplied several times, and they charged at Chu Yingxiang. Chapter 3236 The Chu Family's Sinister Scheme. God Barrier. Seeing Luo Chengwu suddenly unleashing such power, Chu Yingxiang was shocked. Their auras had instantly reached the half-step immortal king realm. Following his shout, the earth split open, and two divine statues rose out. Those two statues were of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. The Chu family's divine statues were actually buried underground. Once they appeared, divine light erupted out of them, forming a giant barrier protecting Chu Yingxiang. Luo Chengwu and the other's swords slashed onto the barrier. The barrier rumbled but didn't immediately break. However, as they continued to attack, the two statues began to shake. Cracks began to appear on top of them. The divine statues won't last much longer before they break, shouted Luo Chengwu. They continued to attack, and their immense power caused the earth to shake. Countless buildings collapsed. Ignore me. Stop that girl. Just as countless experts of the Chu family rushed toward Chu Yingxiang to help, he shouted at them. Lei Linger had reached the final altar. Lei Linger's sword slashed into the altar, and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Cracks appeared on the totem. One more slash would break it. Just as she was preparing her second strike, a primal divine lord of the Chu family charged over at her with a golden rune on his forehead. His blood qi ignited, and he forced her back. The Chu family's divine lords rushed over to her, their blood qi igniting. Right now, their auras all soared, igniting longevity. Pretty vicious. Long Chen was surprised. With the appearance of the two divine statues, they were supported by divine energy. Using that divine energy, they burned their own longevity in exchange for raising their power as high as possible. Burning. Their longevity was like burning their own lives. It was an irrecoverable, self-damaging technique. It was extremely vicious, but the temporary power that could be gained by doing so was also very terrifying. Lei Linger was surrounded by hundreds of divine lords. Even then, she was constantly cutting them down. It was just that there were too many of them, and their divine energy compressed space. She tried to get past them several times to attack the totem but was unable to succeed. She was gradually forced back more and more. The Chu family's experts were truly going crazy. As soon as they became unable to stop Lei Linger, one of them would detonate just to force her further back. These detonations also affected their comrades beside them, occasionally killing them. They had no choice but to throw their lives away. If they failed, then the entire Chu family would be destroyed. Their numbers dwindled. Lei Linger ended up being the reaper of their lives, but they continued to persevere. In the distance, the sound of killing also rang out. Qin Feng's saber was unstoppable as countless experts fell in his path. Xu Zishang followed behind him. At this moment, 3 flower petals spun in Bai Shala's eyes. Space then layered and countless people were caught in that layered space, bewildered until they were crushed by the spatial pressure. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing followed the 3 of them. Behind them were the Luo family's 200 archers. They were blocking wave after wave of experts. Qin Feng's mission was to stop them so that Long Chen and the others could fight at ease. If they failed, then Long Chen's side would be thrown into greater danger. Most of these experts belonged to the various forces within the Sheng prefecture. There were too many divine lords to count. The fortunate thing was that the Luo family's archers were truly powerful. The arrows made by the Wood Foundation divine trees possessed terrifying killing power. Just with their pitiful numbers, they were able to block that army all the way until now. The Chu family's territory had transformed into a sea of blood. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Chu Yingxiang were still fighting over the pill furnace, but Long Chen found himself more and more at a disadvantage. He cursed the pill furnace's item spirit for not resisting at all, not provoking the primal chaos space. Long Chen had no way to order the primal chaos space to attack, so he grew anxious. This treasure was a must-have for him. Luo Chengwu and the others continued to attack the barrier. Countless cracks had appeared on Lord Brahma and fallen Daynight's statues. They looked like they might shatter at any moment, but they simply refused to. As for Lei Linger's side, the Chu family's experts were constantly being cut down, either by being killed by Lei Linger or through their own self-detonations. The bad news was the final altar's totem was growing brighter and brighter. A terrifying aura began to come from it, making people's souls quiver. It was as if some terrifying beast was about to arrive. They had reached a critical moment. Amongst these multiple battlefields, all that was required was a single breakthrough for the other side to be wiped out. Long Chen's flame chains shuddered as they pulled the pill furnace. If the pill furnace once more landed in Chu Yingxiang's hands, Long Chen would never get such a good opportunity again. Chu Yingxiang was also pulling the pill furnace with all his power. If he could gain control over it again, the battle would instantly become one-sided. Now the question was when the balance of the battlefield would tip over. If Luo Zichuan hasn't come out even at such a time, I'm sure that something had happened to him. Shouted Chu Yingxiang suddenly. The expression of the Luo family's elders twitched. Long Chen instantly got a bad feeling. Their expression was essentially telling the other side the truth. Those old fellows were actually lacking a strong enough mentality to not react. As expected, Luo Zichuan was their mental pillar, and without him, they lost that pillar. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, you can all die. Chu Yingxiang seemed to understand and laughed. The sea of blood on the ground suddenly condensed toward the altar. That final altar instantly turned red from all that blood. Originally, I was planning on using the spirit blood of the Chu family to condense the god's curse, but now there's no need. Since that's the case, let this blood become an offering. Roared Chu Yingxiang. Long Chen's heart shuddered. Chu Yingxiang truly was ruthless as he still had this trump card. All the Chu family's experts that were dying right now were part of his plan. Although Long Chen didn't know what this god curse was, it was clearly a trump card that Chu Yingxiang had been preparing for Luo Zichuan. In other words, when Long Chen came here and started killing people, Chu Yingxiang saw everything and let them continue just to use the Chu family's blood against Luo Zichuan. Long Chen's guess that he had been praying to the divine statue to summon the god's power was actually wrong. In other words, Long Chen suddenly looked toward the altar. He finally noticed that the 5 altars might look identical, but the final altar's light seemed a bit different. Damn, this bastard really is crafty. Long Chen's heart shuddered. That final altar was very likely intentionally preserved by Chu Yingxiang. Just then, the totem absorbing all that fresh blood exploded. A giant blood-colored gate then appeared on top of the altar. With the gate open, an enormous figure came out of it. It was a life form with 2 horns on its head and a bone blade on its back. Its entire body was wrapped in fire. A mortal king. When they saw the terrifying life form, Luo Chengwu and the others felt like they had dropped into an iceberg. A cold chill filled them from top to bottom. Chapter 3237 Bone Blade Flame Devil. This life form was 300 meters tall and had a pair of bull horns. Its head was a cross between a horse and a donkey, and it had 4 limbs and a long tail. Moreover, its body was wrapped in flames, and those flames ignited this world, turning the Chu family's land into a sea of fire. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, which shook the world and tore the earth asunder. The power of a king shook people's souls. Chengwu, bring Long Chen away. I'll buy you some time, shouted Luo Chengwen. Just a single Chu Yingxiang was already hard enough for them to deal with. With the addition of this terrifying life form, they could only flee. Do you think you can get away? You should know that this is a gift I prepared for Luo Zichuan. Since he hasn't come, I'll give it to you instead. Chu Yingxiang laughed. Finally, Long Chen was unable to hold on. The flame chains shattered and the pill furnace returned to Chu Yingxiang's grasp. From start to end, the primal chaos space refused to help Long Chen. Long Chen, run away to the High Firmament Academy. I'll stall for you, said Luo Chengwen to Long Chen when he retreated to their side. That is a life form from hell. It's not human, so there's nothing to fear. The most important thing is for everyone to work together and kill xianxia. Long Chen eyed that giant lifeform. He recognized it as a bone blade flame devil from the netherworld. In his days with Ming Kangyu in the netherworld, due to their bodies being one, their souls touched, Long Chen knew quite a few secrets of the netherworld. This bone blade flame devil was a lifeform from the netherworld. But, upon entering the immortal world, it would be suppressed by the laws here. Although it could control flame energy, it slanted more toward power. Its flame energy was terrifying, but it didn't know how to use it much. Hence, it couldn't count as a terrifying existence to Long Chen. The most thorny opponent here was still xianxia. Just then, xianxia retreated with the pill furnace, hiding behind the bone blade flame devil. He then pressed his hand against the altar, and one lifeform after another came out of the gate. When Long Chen saw 8 different lifeforms from the netherworld appear out of the gate, his scalp turned numb. A single netherworld creature at the immortal king realm could still be slain with technique. But 8, what kind of technique could be used against them? In order to kill Long Chen and wipe out the Luo family, my Chu family has worked hard. We've exhausted all the resources we had accumulated for so long. Adding on the resources from the Bloodkill Hall, you can die happily. Xianxia laughed, feeling very pleased. No matter what scheme you have, no matter what technique Luo Zichuan has, it's all useless. After killing you, I'll send these lifeforms to destroy the Luo family and everyone inside it. Long Chen cursed his luck. This was crazy. There was no other way, so at this moment, the 3-flower pupil appeared in his left eye. He needed to use the power of the purgatory eyes again. In the worst case, he would become a one-eyed person for a few more months. Ha ha ha, patiently await your deaths, laughed xianxia. Just then, the gate rumbled as if a hammer had struck it. Xianxia's laughter was cut off, and he was stunned. This altar should have summoned only 8 of those lifeforms. In truth, of the 5 altars, 4 were fake. When the other altars were broken, their energy flowed into this final altar. This was the trap that xianxia had set up. If the Luo family noticed something and suddenly attacked, they would break the altars. It went without saying that his planning was very meticulous. He always had backup plans. However, according to the Bloodkill Hall, these ancient altars were a kind of contractual summons. They only had 8 contractual runes, meaning they could only summon 8 lifeforms from the netherworld. This contract was like hiring mercenaries. After paying them with their sacrifices, those mercenaries would have to help them out. This contract also had a time limit. After 2 hours, the contract would end, and they would be pulled back into the netherworld. However, all 8 of them had appeared. Why was another lifeform striking the spatial gate? The spatial gate exploded. After that, a pair of giant hands clawed at the void, tearing the sky apart. A humanoid lifeform with a pair of giant wings then appeared. This lifeform was far larger than the bone blade flame devils, which only reached its knees. Its body was covered by scales, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. A terrifying aura instantly crashed down on everyone. The bone blade flame devils were previously roaring arrogantly, but as soon as this lifeform appeared, they didn't dare to move. They even began to quiver. Xianxia was delighted. He hadn't expected such a surprise. He had actually summoned such a terrifying lifeform. Kill them, shouted Xianxia. However, the bone blade flame devil simply quivered and knelt on the ground. As for that final lifeform, it didn't even look at Xianxia. Instead, its gaze turned toward Long Chen. This lifeform actually spat out human words. Its voice was loud, like a divine drum being struck. It was so loud it felt like people's souls would scatter. Luo Chengwu, Luo Chengwen, and the others jumped in shock. This lifeform from the netherworld actually recognized Long Chen. Even Long Chen himself was shocked. He nodded. Yes, I am Long Chen. Good. The Heavenly King mentioned your name before. He had received a favor from you, so he asked us not to make things hard on you. I didn't expect to run into you here though. What a surprise. The giant lifeform actually sat down and grabbed one of the quivering bone blade flame devils. It bit off half of its head. That bone blade flame devil continued to quiver, but curiously, it didn't even dare to make a sound. Only a crunching sound rang out as the giant lifeform bit into the rest of the head. It was like he was eating a carrot. Luo Chengwu, Luo Chengwen, and the others felt a chill. They had never seen such a terrifying lifeform before. Even now, the other bone blade flame devils didn't run. They continued to kneel, as if simply waiting to be eaten. The life form looked at Long Chen curiously. No one can defy the Heavenly King's orders. But I'm curious, how did a weak fellow like you end up doing a favor for the Heavenly King? Heavenly King? Long Chen had no idea who that was. But suddenly, a memory flashed in his head, and he shook. Is it that thing? Chapter 3238 Terrifying Three-Eyed Lifeform. Long Chen thought of when he was in the Netherworld to break through to the Nether Passage realm. When leaving the gates of hell, he had stolen the door knocker. That door knocker seemed to have been a seal. With it removed, a terrifying existence was unleashed. At that time, Long Chen had immediately fled and didn't get a clear look at that figure. Is that Heavenly King of yours a being with 3 heads? Asked Long Chen. Yes, that is our great Heavenly King. Little fellow, you're quite skilled to make the Heavenly King owe you a favor. You should leave this place and come to our netherworld. As the junior brother of the Heavenly King, you will be able to obtain anything you want. The three-eyed lifeform swallowed that bone blade flame devil that was in the immortal king realm in just a few bites. He then grabbed another one and bit it in half. Luo Chengwu, Luo Chengwen, and the others shivered. What kind of existence was this? Immortal kings were consumed like snacks. Furthermore, those lifeforms didn't even dare to resist. Chu Yingxiang's expression changed. He had never expected things to progress in such a way. This terrifying lifeform actually knew Long Chen and wanted a good relationship with him. A bad feeling then rose in his heart. I was the one who summoned you. Since you accepted my offerings, you must follow the contract. I order you to kill them. Chu Yingxiang hid behind the pill furnace and shouted at that terrifying lifeform. Pei. Hearing this, that lifeform spat in his direction. A large skull shot out of his mouth, whistling toward Chu Yingxiang. With a bang, the skull landed on the furnace and transformed into dust. As for Chu Yingxiang, he coughed up blood, and the 2 divine statues crumbled, their divine light dissipating. The pill furnace was undamaged, but Chu Yingxiang was severely impacted and almost died. Moreover, the 2 divine statues supporting him were destroyed. If he hadn't had those 2 divine statues from the start, he would have long since died. But while those 2 divine statues had managed to protect him this one time, it would only be once. Even the skull of that immortal king lifeform was turned into dust. That power surpassed the understanding of everyone present. This was not even an attack. It was a simple spitting of a skull, but it shattered both divine statues and caused Chu Yingxiang to lose their protection. The divine light around him then began to dim. Long Chen suddenly extended a hand. Flame chains once more wrapped around the pill furnace, and it was pulled over to Long Chen. Get back! Chu Yingxiang was shocked and tried to grab it. But he was one step too late. Just now, he had almost been killed, and having lost the support of his divine power, his reactions were clearly a bit slower. Long Chen instantly threw the pill furnace into the primal chaos space. Once it was inside, Long Chen laughed. He almost started dancing with joy. That was a king item. A treasure that only a world king could forge. With it, he was like a tiger with wings. Long Chen, you dare to steal divine venerate Daynight's things. You will face a terrible retribution, shouted Chu Yingxiang as he coughed up blood. That was a king item. Without a world king's power, it should be impossible to control it. The only reason that Chu Yingxiang had been able to use it was because of the support of the divine statues. Hence, even now, he was unable to understand how Long Chen was able to take a king item. Long Chen had taken it just like that, so Chu Yingxiang despaired. He had never expected to lose this way. How had his plan drawn out such a terrifying lifeform? How was this terrifying lifeform connected to Long Chen? Just then, the sky abruptly changed and the stars shuddered. It was as if some power was gathering. Your world's laws wish to kill me. I have to leave, or I'll be killed. The three-eyed lifeform directly killed the other lifeforms summoned by Chu Yingxiang. As for the rest, he tied them up with a cord, seemingly planning on bringing them away. Long Chen hastily cried out, "Brother, can you leave one for me?" "You want to eat one?" asked the three-eyed lifeform. "No, not eat, I just have a use for it," said Long Chen. The bone blade flame devil possessed a devil core with immense flame energy. That was definitely great nourishment for Huo Long. Furthermore, its bone blade was the condensation of its life's energy. It was incredibly tough and was a natural flame element divine weapon. Both the devil core and bone blade were priceless treasures. Alright, I don't mind not eating one. Without you, I wouldn't have found so much prey at once as well. It can count as your reward. The three-eyed lifeform had tied them all up, but due to Long Chen, it tossed one back out to him. It tied the rest of its prey to its waist and said, "Little fellow, do you really not want to come to the netherworld? With the Heavenly King looking after you, you will be able to do whatever you want there." Long Chen was truly moved. This three-eyed life form seemed to be nothing more than a subordinate of the Heavenly King, but it was already so terrifying. Perhaps Long Chen would have it easier there. However, when he thought about it, his action had been entirely unintentional. To have the other side repay that debt was the conduct of a petty man. Furthermore, he had his own pride. He couldn't possibly live off of other people's charity. Ultimately, he shook his head. "I'm grateful for the Heavenly King's good intentions. If you have a chance, please tell him that what I did back then was nothing more than an accident, so there's no need to worry about it. I saved him once, and he saved me once, so we are even. If I have the chance, I might go to the netherworld and drink a few cups with the Heavenly King." Just then, the stars in the sky gathered and the three-eyed lifeform nodded. Glancing at the sky, it dove back into the spatial gate, vanishing. Once it was gone, that terrifying power gathering in the sky also faded. Everything returned to normal. When the three-eyed lifeform appeared, everyone stopped fighting. Now that it was gone, Long Chen turned to Chu Yingxiang and smiled sinisterly. "Your Chu family can rest in peace." Long Chen then grabbed the bone blade flame devil's corpse with his left hand. With a lightning blade in his right hand, he charged at Chu Yingxiang. Chu Yingxiang blocked, only to be knocked back. Without his divine energy supporting him, his aura instantly weakened. "Chu Yingxiang, return my brother's lives." Just as Chu Yingxiang was knocked back, the Grand Elder charged toward him, becoming one with his sword. Two sharp blades stabbed into two bodies. Seeing this, Long Chen jumped in shock. Why would the Grand Elder suddenly go so crazy as to die with his opponent? The next moment, Luo Chengwu's sword slashed down, and Chu Yingxiang's head went flying. As for Luo Chengwen, his sword stabbed into Chu Yingxiang's dantian. This was actually a combination attack. It looked very dangerous on the surface, but with all three of them cooperating, it was the most effective killing blow. With Chu Yingxiang slain, the Chu family's experts despaired. It was unknown who made the call first, but the Chu family's experts began to flee in every direction. Chapter 3239 The Chu family's destruction. Chu Yingxiang's death made the Chu family lose all hope. Having lost the will to fight, the Chu family's experts fled. As for the various experts of the Sheng prefecture, they were led by the Chu family, and the only reason they fought so hard was because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. They were afraid of the Chu family's bloody methods, as well as Lord Brahma's power. But with Chu Yingxiang dead, everything was over. There was no need for them to keep risking their lives. As a result, all of the Sheng prefecture's experts fled. As for Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, and the others, they rejoined Long Chen. Qin Feng and the others were covered in blood. Xu Zishang in particular had several holes in his body, and one of his arms was almost falling from his body. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others were also soaked in blood. Moreover, only over 80 archers remained. Qin Feng's side had also been an intense battlefield. His treasure item saber was now jagged. It seemed that he had encountered a terrifying opponent as well. If it hadn't been for the Luo family's archers, there would have been no way they could stop all those divine lords. Those divine lords had almost gone crazy. Quite a few of them were Lord Brahma's fervent believers. Faith sometimes unleashed a terrifying power. "Grand Elder, are you all right?" Just then, a startled cry rang out. The Grand Elder had exchanged serious wounds with Chu Yingxiang. Now, he was tottering, his face white as paper. When his aura instantly weakened, it caused people to jump. "It's fine. The medicinal effect has passed, so a temporary weakness is natural. Help the Grand Elder recover, and we'll immediately leave." Long Chen grabbed Chu Yingxiang's head as he spoke. Just then, he used Thunder Force to shatter his soul and conduct a quick soul search. Luo Chengwen suddenly shouted, "This battle was between the Luo family and the Chu family. It has nothing to do with others. The Chu family was the ringleader, and the rest of you were simply forced to do their bidding. My Luo family won't place the blame on you. You can also be counted as victims, so the Chu family's businesses here are yours to split up as compensation. My Luo family will not be touching them." His voice reached those fleeing experts. Hence, they hastily stopped and looked back at the Luo family. Long Chen raised his thumb as Luo Chengwen. He truly was skilled. At the next moment, an elder took out a family boat, and everyone quickly got on. After getting on the boat, all the Luo family's powerful experts felt a wave of weakness. Luo Chengwen and Luo Chengwu felt a splitting headache, so they sagged on the ground weakly. This was the aftereffect of the explosive blood pill. It overdrafted their bloodline power to forcibly increase their realm. Fortunately, having gotten onto the flying boat, the outsiders couldn't possibly notice. As they directly left, countless experts instantly turned greedy and charged back. Fuck, the Chu family has bullied us for so many years. It's time for compensation. Grab what you can. Not just that, don't forget to eliminate the Chu family while you can. The Shang Prefecture's experts directly charged back on the Chu family. Being forced to submit to the Chu family was something that they had no choice in. Moreover, only some people were loyal followers of Lord Brahma, but they had mostly been killed by Qin Feng and the others. The others had no feelings toward Lord Brahma and only had hatred for the Chu family. The Chu family was suddenly filled with the sound of battle once more. The Shang Prefecture's experts launched a slaughter against the survivors of the Chu family. Killing people for their treasures was a scene that constantly repeated itself all the time. On top of the flying boat, Long Chen shook his head as he watched the chaos and flames that engulfed the Chu family. People in this world should understand gratitude when weak and respect when strong. The Chu family did things in an overbearing manner. Sometimes leaving people a way out is also leaving yourself a way out in the future. Long Chen's quick soul search on Chu Yingxiang's soul made him aware of all kinds of outrageous acts done by the Chu family. They were enough to enrage him, so their destruction today was retribution for all of that. It's too bad that the Luo family's fallen children weren't here. Otherwise, there would have truly been a slaughter. The Chu family owes us far too much. The Grand Elder clenched his teeth despite being in a weakened state. The Grand Elder had followed Luo Zichuan the longest. He was the last remaining member of the 10 great generals, and it was unknown how many people beside him had died to the Chu family's hands. His hatred for the Chu family had already sunk into his bones. The reason he had gone so crazy against Chu Yingxiang was because he suddenly thought of all his brothers that had died in Chu Yingxiang's hands. Seeing victory in sight, he didn't even care if he died. He was willing to drag Chu Yingxiang down with him. Grand Elder, if you go see our Luo family's ancestors like this, they will definitely curse you, said Luo Chengwen. He knew what the Grand Elder was thinking. He wanted to go accompany those brothers once more, which was why he had launched such a foolish attack. If it hadn't been for Luo Chengwen and Luo Chengwu at the end, he really might have died with Chu Yingxiang. You are correct. If I die like this, so worthlessly when I can still have use, my brothers will definitely curse me. The Grand Elder nodded, taking this lesson to heart. Luo Chengwen nodded. The ancestors of the Luo family were all heroes. They didn't frown at all when going into battle. But for them to go slaughter those weak children and women, even if there is a giant sea of blood's worth of enmity between us, they definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Since they can't do that, and since such a scourge cannot be left alive, this is the best end. The other elders all nodded. Although they hated the Chu family to an indescribable level, after killing their warriors, they were unable to carry out the full massacre. Looking at the sea of fire filling the Chu family, and the countless experts slaughtering and pillaging their land, they knew that the Chu family was truly done for. Even if the Luo family didn't do anything, the Shang Prefecture's experts would make sure that the Chus were torn out by the roots. They were all afraid that the Chu family might rise once more and find them for revenge. It was just like back in the day when the Luo and the Chu families first fought. They wouldn't let this history repeat itself. They would not let the Chu family rise once more. All of them could see the Luo family's mistake. Thus, they would not let that history repeat itself. They were not the Luo family. If those remnants were not annihilated, they would have to worry about their descendants being wiped out. Long Chen, are you alright? Luo Chengwen turned to Long Chen. He was also covered in blood. I'm fine. I didn't even have a chance to use my abilities. It was definitely a vexing battle for me. We only won thanks to everyone's contributions. Long Chen smiled bitterly. It felt like he had never had a chance to really use his full power. Even Lei Linger hadn't had a chance to unleash any big moves. By the time he had a chance to do anything, his saber was broken, and then the terrifying lifeform had prepared. Overlooking the entire battlefield, it felt like he had been the most useless one. This truly was a vexing battle. You're too humble. Without you, the Luo family would probably have been destroyed, said Luo Chengwu. Only now did I understand what it means that the younger generation will surpass the old. Speaking of which, did you manage to find out any of the secrets of the Chu family? Chapter 3240 The Long Clan. Luo Chengwen had noticed Long Chen grabbing Chu Yingxiang's head, as well as sensed his powerful spiritual strength surge. He knew that Long Chen had conducted a soul search. However, he didn't have much hope for this soul search. A half-step immortal king had powerful enough spiritual strength that it would be very difficult for Long Chen to obtain any valuable information from it. Long Chen nodded. I did get some useful information. The operation this time was the result of the Chu family volunteering for it. Having faced multiple setbacks, they were both angry and afraid. They haven't had any outstanding displays in the last few days. After losing out several times, they were afraid that Lord Brahma would stop caring about them. Without his support, the Chu family would not have the power to fight our Luo family. Enputa is Lord Brahma's #1 dog. Chu Yingxiang wished to suck up to the Bloodkill Hall, so they came up with this plan. Most likely, Enputa felt that this plan should work and agreed to it. He provided both the manpower and resources for this operation. It truly has to be said that the Chu family's heads weren't all full of crap. This Chu Yingxiang was quite crafty. His first target was the Luo family. If I didn't come, he would have used this power to eliminate the Luo family. Even if the plan failed, Enputa wouldn't blame him. After all, he had done everything he could. But after I came, he was even more assured, and he ignited a secret incense, which the higher-ups had given him, in the Ying prefecture. It is odorless to us, but the sea demons are quite sensitive to it. They were drawn to it, resulting in their attacks. Then, they simply needed to get into an attacking posture, making us split our attention. They had plenty of time to prepare their trick this time, but we came before they could finish. When Long Chen explained all this, the Luo family's experts sighed. When it came to scheming, the Luo family truly couldn't compare to the Chu family. It's thanks to you. Otherwise, with our characters, we would still be defending. I even opposed your original plan. I'm ashamed. Luo Chengwu bitterly smiled. When Long Chen had first proposed attacking the Chu family, Luo Chengwu had felt it to be too dangerous and had disagreed. Helpless to change his mind, Long Chen had changed the plan to a probing attack. In reality, when Long Chen gave every primal divine lord in the Luo family an explosive blood pill, it was a subtle indication for Luo Chengwu to bring all of them. However, Luo Chengwu acted like he didn't understand Long Chen's intentions and had only brought these few people. Thinking about it, he felt a burst of fear. Just a little bit more and the Luo family would have been destroyed under their passivity. It's fine. Even if we hadn't come, the Chu family would have been crushed by that three-eyed lifeform, laughed Long Chen. Luo Chengwen shook his head. That's impossible. Without you, we wouldn't have sneak attacked the Chu family. Without that sneak attack, he wouldn't have sacrificed the Chu family's blood to draw over those lifeforms. If my guess is correct, it is precisely because Chu Yingxiang was forced to take drastic measures that the disturbance drew over that three-eyed lifeform. Thus, if we hadn't gone over, the Chu family would have slowly and steadily summoned those 8 immortal king lifeforms and attacked the Luo family. Afterward, the positions of who would be destroyed would be swapped. The other experts nodded. This sneak attack had truly saved the Luo family. Even the Grand Elder was grateful toward Long Chen, especially with the way Long Chen mentioned, our Luo family. It truly made them feel like he was one of them. Don't overpraise me. It was a complete coincidence. I've done countless foolish things in this lifetime, but I like to have the tempo under my control. If others want to play chess with me, I'll flip the board. Furthermore, we are one family. The Luo family's matters are my matters. What's the point of so much courtesy? Their praise made Long Chen embarrassed. Ha ha ha, that's right, we're one family. There's no need to talk like outsiders. Luo Chengwen laughed. He was liking Long Chen more and more. He felt close to him. However, he didn't know that this person he had such a high opinion of was also his nephew. Half the blood within him belonged to the Luo family. Uncle, no matter how you put it, this matter is now done once and for all. Long Chen almost called him his maternal uncle and hastily coughed to cover it up. That's right, the Chu family is definitely done for this time. But just to be safe, we'll need to keep an eye on the Chu family's movements in the Sheng prefecture. We won't make the same mistake twice, said Luo Chengwen seriously. This time, they had to erase the Chu family from this world. They would not allow this scourge to rise once more. Uncle Wen, can I ask where the Long clan is within the Sheng prefecture? Asked Long Chen casually. Long Chen had used the most domineering method to shatter Chu Yingxiang's soul, breaking the restrictions within it and preventing him from erasing any memories. However, such a method left him with only fragments to look through that couldn't be pieced together. In these fragments, Long Chen had seen a bit regarding Long Aotian and also a bit about the Long clan within the Sheng prefecture. However, he didn't gain much from those fragments, so he asked Luo Chengwu. The Luo family's seniors twitched when they heard that name. Their expressions grew a bit ugly. Luo Chengwu and Luo Chengwen exchanged a glance. Luo Chengwen was the one to say, the Long clan had some grievances with the Luo family over 20 years ago. Later on, they moved, and no further news came from them. But just over a year ago, they resurfaced in the Sheng prefecture. According to our eyes here, those people entered the Chu family, and then not long after, they were sent away. It is said that the Long clan has an outstanding youngster who summoned a dragon manifestation from the heavens when he entered the immortal world. That caused quite a ruckus in the Sheng prefecture. But the Chu family completely covered up this matter, so we don't know many details. As for where the Long clan went, we don't know. Long Chen, why would you suddenly ask this? Oh, it's nothing. When I did my soul search, I found that the Long clan seemed very important to Chu Yingxiang, so I was curious, said Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this Long clan was the Long family from the martial heaven continent's divine families. However, in the academy, he had never read anything regarding the Long family. As for Luo Chengwu and the others, they clearly didn't wish to talk about this matter. Hence, although Long Chen had thousands of questions, he endured. If the Long clan had left, then wouldn't his father have been brought away by them as well? It had to be known that back then, his father was the strongest expert of the Long family. If it wasn't for his soft heart, he might have destroyed all the divine families. In the immortal world, everything was based on power. No matter what kind of sin his father had committed, in front of his immense talent, it didn't matter. Hence, his father should be all right. However, the matter of the Long clan seemed to be solved on an open wound of the Luo family. So, Long Chen naturally wouldn't force these two uncles of his to talk about it. If the Long clan had left this area, then he had no idea where to find them. He would have to wait until he also left this domain. Long Aotian, I didn't expect that you would be getting along so well thanks to my innate talent. You actually have a dragon manifestation in the immortal world. Make sure to take care of my things for now. I will personally come and take them back later. Long Chen smiled darkly. Chapter 3241 The Luo family's financial crisis. Luo Chengwu and the others then left the Chu family. And just as expected, the Chu family was wiped out. All the mines and businesses that they had once controlled were fought over. At the start, the Chu family had barged into the Sheng prefecture and taken it over in a bloody war. Now the experts were taking everything back from them. But the transfer of ownership was followed by more bloody killing. Although the Chu family was a follower of Lord Brahma, to Lord Brahma, a follower that had no value was meaningless. These sects destroyed the Chu family, and if Lord Brahma asked about it, they could simply join his side. It was that simple. Lord Brahma wouldn't waste time on a useless pawn. Thus, those sects had nothing holding them back from killing and taking everything they wanted. Hence, they went crazy. In a single night, the Chu family was completely destroyed. This overlord was devoured by a pack of wolves. A temporary peace settled, but that peace would be followed by another battle. This pack of wolves would then have to decide who would be the Wolf King. That was the rule of the immortal world. Long Chen returned to the Luo family with everyone. After that, he helped them find a bunch of fist-sized crystals that looked very ordinary. Other than their color and luster standing out a bit, the others couldn't see anything special about them. However, it was these crystals that emitted the specific fragrance that drew the sea demons over. The Luo family then properly stored them. In the future, they might be able to draw the sea demons over in batches as training and also for profit. If they were the ones who controlled the initiative, then they would be able to reduce the casualties. The Chu family's problem was resolved and the Devil Sea was also settled. The Luo family celebrated, but without Luo Zichuan present, it felt like they were missing something. This time, Long Chen once more obtained many heavenly Dao fruits, and he directly gave them to Luo Chengwu to distribute. However, when they saw these heavenly Dao fruits, both Luo Chengwu and Luo Chengwen had embarrassed expressions. Luo Chengwen said, "Long Chen, why don't you keep these divine fruits? Don't you have your own group? Leave it to them. I don't know when I'll be able to join them again, so I want to first create an army of primals in the Luo family, said Long Chen. There was no need to rush things with the Dragonblood Legion. It would have to wait until he was firmly settled outside of this domain. It was unknown how many people were being drawn over to him because of the Bloodkill Order, so he definitely wouldn't be lacking Heavenly Dao fruit in the future. The main thing is, I'll tell you the truth. With the Luo family's current financial state, we are unable to raise so many primals. I actually have mixed feelings about giving 600 people these divine fruits. If I had known that they would have such an effect, I wouldn't have let so many people consume them, Luo Chengwu bitterly smiled. The Four-Peak realm was an expensive realm. Four-Peak, to raise 4 attributes of a person to the absolute pinnacle, allowing them to decide their future cultivation path. Due to their heritage, the Luo family's experts prioritized their bloodlines and then their souls before choosing a specific element. As a result, they could be considered blood cultivators. Although they had produced a single immortal King Zichuan that shook the heavenly swell domain, their financial foundation wasn't as great. To put it frankly, they were actually quite poor. Otherwise, Luo Shui wouldn't risk her life fighting in the 9 prefecture convention just to obtain a treasure item. A treasure item was something that most sects simply gifted their primals. Some sects would even give a primal multiple treasure items. This embarrassing matter wasn't something that they should tell Long Chen. However, Long Chen had shown his sincerity, and these two brothers felt that they had no choice but to tell him. The Four-Peak realm required an enormous amount of medicinal pills. That was because they were raising 4 attributes at once. It was like raising 4 people in one go. In particular, a primal possessed even stronger bloodline power, and raising them required an ocean's worth of resources. Hence, the Chu family already found it taxing to raise a few dozen primals. And now they had 600 primals with an awakened primal bloodline at once. After a moment of excitement, Luo Chengwu almost wept. It felt like he had suddenly given birth to a group of good children, only for him to have no milk to raise them. That feeling truly felt terrible, and yet he was unable to show it. He could only think of a way. Now Long Chen was giving them more, so the two of them had no idea what to do. They were stuck. Long Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, isn't it just a problem of medicinal pills? Have you forgotten that I'm a master alchemist? You've all eaten the pills that I refined. Do you have such little confidence in me? But with so many people, even if you refine pills all day, you won't be able to keep up. What about your own cultivation? Luo Chengwen shook his head. 600 primals had appeared in the Luo family, and adding on their original primals, they needed far more medicinal pills than they had. The amount required would exhaust Long Chen in no time. The Luo family wouldn't allow such a thing. I told you that you're overthinking things. My medicinal pills don't necessarily need to be refined by myself. I have some small secrets that I'll keep to myself, but in any case, we have as many medicinal pills as we need. Even if the Luo family was raising 100,000 primals, there would still be enough pills. Go distribute the heavenly Dao fruits. As for medicinal pills, don't panic. I'll talk to the friends from the Wine Trading Company, and everything will be fine, said Long Chen, forcing Luo Chengwu to take the heavenly Dao fruits. Luo Chengwu was bewildered. He then picked out some disciples for the heavenly Dao fruits. Once those disciples also awakened their primal bloodlines, the Luo family would have close to 1,000 primals. When they grew up, they would definitely be an extremely terrifying force. However, 4-peak pills were a big problem. Every person had different specialties, and thus they needed different pills. There were far too many pills required. For example, if a person picked runes for blood, soul, metal, and bone, the medicinal energies that they needed to consume would be different, and the order in which they consumed them would have to change as well. Only when all 4 attributes were fully satisfied could a person progress to the next level. If a person consumed the wrong pill, resulting in one of these attributes no longer being able to be fully satisfied, there would be no way to advance to the next realm. The 4-peak realm was the most terrifying realm when it came to the pills required. If you had money, then eating the wrong one could be made up for. But people without money could only weep if they consumed the wrong pill. It wasn't that the Luo family didn't want to raise 4-peak primals, but they couldn't raise so many. Seeing such good talent be wasted was even more painful to watch than killing them. Furthermore, for the 4-peak pills prioritizing the bloodline, there was a certain main ingredient required. That was the essence blood of a kind of spirit beast. It was very expensive and was the biggest headache for them. However, Long Chen wasn't worried about these things with the Huayan Trading Company present. Such a popular ingredient could definitely be obtained. With Huo Long and the Moon and Star refining furnace, he could refine as many pills as required. What Luo Chengwu was worried about was nothing to Long Chen. Furthermore, raising the Luo family would allow his heart to rest at ease. It could also count as atonement for his mother, he supposed. Although he didn't think that his mother had done anything wrong, compensating the Luo family would make him feel a bit better. Long Chen sat in front of Luo Zichuan's stone hut and closed his eyes. His mind then sank into the primal chaos space. There was a pill furnace shuddering here like a convict on death row. Hehe, the Chu family's people are actually quite good. They've sent me quite a few good things. Long Chen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at this pill furnace. He prepared to subdue this king item. Chapter 3242. There was an item spirit inside of the pill furnace. But it was very cowardly and didn't dare to unleash its divine might in front of the primal chaos space. From start to end, it was too scared to even resist. It was just like those bone blade flame devils from the netherworld that didn't dare to resist in front of the three-eyed lifeform. They simply allowed themselves to be devoured. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. He had thought that king items were divine weapons of world kings that possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. But Chu Yingxiang simply didn't even have the power to use it. Even if he was able to send it smashing toward Long Chen like a shooting star by relying on faith energy, he was unable to bring out even 1/10,000th of its power. Even then, this pill furnace was very powerful. Long Chen's black saber had directly shattered on contact with it. Long Chen hit the pill furnace. But no matter how he provoked it, the item spirit didn't release the slightest fluctuation. Now Long Chen was getting worried. If he couldn't kill the item spirit inside, how could he use this pill furnace? It had to be known that this was a Daynite furnace. It had Fallen Daynite's mark inside of it. If Fallen Daynite were to sense him using it, he could probably simply order the item spirit to detonate and it would kill Long Chen with it. However, no matter how he tried to draw it out, the item spirit acted like it was dead, refusing to unleash the slightest fluctuation. Useless thing, how could Fallen Daynite make a coward like you? Cursed Long Chen. However, even his curses didn't draw out the item spirit. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This was a priceless treasure, but without killing the item spirit, he didn't dare to use it. What to do? Long Chen thought about it. He didn't dare to allow the Moon and Star refining furnace to devour its soul, as that would be like asking an ant to devour an elephant. The slightest resistance from the Daynite furnace would destroy the Moon and Star refining furnace's item spirit. Big brother Long Chen, let me. Lei Linger then transformed into a lightning rune. She stuck to the pill furnace, and that rune spread like a net, covering the entire pill furnace. Big brother Long Chen, it's very pitiable. It says that it doesn't like you and begs that you don't kill it, said Lei Linger. Long Chen was startled. Lei Linger was actually capable of communicating directly with the pill furnace. That was very curious. Ask it its origins, said Long Chen. After a moment, Lei Linger said that this pill furnace was created by a disciple of Fallen Daynite. After the immortal world's heavenly tribulation, the pill furnace gained sentience and an item spirit. It then had Fallen Daynite's mark branded into it. To put it frankly, it was a slave. Because it was only made less than 1,000 years ago, its item spirit was still very weak. It was then given to one of Lord Brahma's outstanding loyal followers. That follower was an alchemist because only through refining pills could a pill furnace quickly grow up. In truth, this pill furnace was something that Enputa had borrowed from that person. Using it as enticement, he had made it so that the Chu family would unleash their full power to eliminate Long Chen. If they succeeded, Enputa only needed to play a few tricks to take back the pill furnace. Then after giving the Chu family some compensation, that matter would be over. If the Chu family failed, that was even simpler. That alchemist would simply activate the summoning rune, and the pill furnace would directly connect a bridge between them in return. Regretfully, they had miscalculated. Any treasure that landed in Long Chen's pocket could not leave. The reason Lei Linger was capable of communicating with this item spirit was because the item spirit was also a lightning spirit body. However, it was very weak and couldn't communicate with the rest of the world. It was only because Lei Linger was also a lightning spirit that she could understand its spiritual fluctuations. After hearing this story, Long Chen was speechless. Enputa, what is wrong with you? For good or bad, you are a world king, and yet you can shamelessly pull off something like this. The Chu family and Enputa were absolutely shameless, with absolutely no limit to it. Without thinking about it, it was obvious that Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite were probably the same. Lei Linger, tell it that I cannot kill it, but its spiritual seal must be erased. Is it willing to merge with another item spirit? One body, two souls, said Long Chen. After a bit, Lei Linger returned, standing in front of him. It said that anything is alright as long as you don't kill it. Are you sure that it's reliable? Asked Long Chen seriously. This was not a small matter. It must be done cautiously. It's too young and hasn't fully awakened its spirit. It doesn't know how to lie yet, said Lei Linger confidently. After saying that, she smiled oddly. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Girl, are you saying that the human race is the one adept at telling lies? These natural souls of heaven and earth were pure at the start. If they had a good example to follow, they would be good too. But if they had a bad example, they would become bad as well. Lei Linger giggled. No, you're overthinking it. Although that was what she said, her expression said everything. But she wasn't wrong. In the end, the existence most skilled in lying and cheating others could only be the human race. If Lei Linger was guaranteeing this, Long Chen was at ease. With her help, he slowly inserted the Demon Moon Furnace's item spirit, Ling into this pill furnace. He heard his heart pounding in his ears, afraid that he was harming Ling. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a chance to save her. Fortunately, Lei Linger was truly dependable. The pill furnace's item spirit didn't reject the Demon Moon Furnace's item spirit. It actually enveloped Ling with its own energy, and both spirits began to share the power of the pill furnace. When their two spirits merged, Long Chen clearly sensed Ling spiritual fluctuations. He then sighed with relief. The moon and star refining furnace had been revived. Now Ling was also on the verge of reviving. Once she did, Long Chen would have two powerful helpers to refine pills for him. He wondered if she would be able to refine demonic pills once she woke up. As for its slave seal, Lei Linger, can you handle it? Asked Long Chen. No problem, we are both lightning bodies. I just need to draw the slave seal into my body and slowly erase it. If no outside power interferes, it will only take a few days, said Lei Linger. Long Chen nodded. Then there was no need for Huolong to do anything. It just so happened that he had important business for Huolong. Long Chen extracted the devil core from the bone blade flame devil's head, and runes flowed on top of it. He seemed to be able to see a lava sea of energy from those runes. With the devil core extracted, Huolong immediately flew out and coiled around it. Long Chen smiled. This devil core contained terrifying flame energy. It had to be known that this was a flame element lifeform that had reached the immortal king realm. The flame energy contained within its body was absolutely terrifying. Huolong began to absorb that energy. As for Long Chen, he eyed the giant bone blade. Chapter 3243 Zheng Wenlong arrives. The giant bone blade was snow white and was perfectly straight with a slight curve at the tip. The bone blade flame devil had two important parts to its body. One was its devil core, while the other was its bone blade. Those were where its life essence was gathered. This bone blade was a natural divine weapon with blood-red marks flickering on it. Those marks activated its sharpness, but flame energy was required to activate them. Long Chen knew that the bone blade flame devils were terrifying, but he hadn't expected to personally encounter one. It seems that my old weapon didn't suit me, so they sent me another one. The Chu family really is nice. Long Chen stroked the bone blade. Sensing its thrumming energy, Long Chen felt like the Chu family was truly wonderful. However, just as he tried to lift the bone blade, he found that it merely quivered a few times, shocking him. It was actually so heavy. The corpse had been directly put away into the primal chaos space, so he hadn't taken note of its weight. It was only now when he tried to lift it that he found it was shockingly heavy. It was many times heavier than the black saber. Long Chen dragged the bone blade out of the primal chaos space, and it landed on the ground, shaking the entire mountain. Damn, it's dozens of times heavier than the black saber. Long Chen was excited. This bone blade was even more terrifying than he had expected. He had truly profited. Long Chen then bit his finger and drew a mark on the bone blade. His expression was solemn. This was an ancient offering ceremony he had seen in an old text. He didn't know if it would be useful or not. He was using his own essence blood to form an agreement with the blade. The bone blade had no soul. Thus, his own essence blood would be what created the spirit. In the immortal world, once an item's quality reached a certain tier, it was possible to inject spirituality into it. However, that was very cruel. It required the souls of other lifeforms to be injected into the item, turning them into puppets. Only an item spirit on the level of a king item had natural spirituality bestowed upon it by the heavenly Taos. But there was also an ancient rite that used a person's essence blood to inject spirituality into a divine weapon. However, this art had been lost. Long Chen had no guarantee of success. But then, without a spirit, would this giant blade have any use? It wasn't as if he could just smash it at people, no. At this moment, Long Chen's rune was absorbed by the blade, and a pattern appeared on top of it. It appeared to be a vein of blood qi flowing within it. It succeeded. This luck, Long Chen was delighted. He hadn't expected to succeed. As the blood flowed, the bone blade quivered. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with it. Long Chen laughed and pressed his hand against the saber. This giant blade then shrank until it was only 7 feet long. After that, Long Chen lifted it, his hand shuddering. He was almost unable to lift it. It was 7 feet long and 2 inches wide. The blade itself was very thin. After shrinking, its sharp aura was shocking, and he felt that it was cold to the skin. Long Chen then tested it on the ground and found that it was like piercing tofu. It easily cut through this tough rock. What a good blade. No wonder even though the bone blade flame devil was crushed, this blade remained perfectly intact. Its weight is refreshing. Long Chen stared at the bone blade excitedly. It was probably comparable to a king item. After shrinking, it was like an elephant tusk, as white as jade. Looking at it, he was growing more and more fond of it. It can grow and shrink at will. Hee, nice. Once Huo Long is done absorbing the devil core, I'll insert flame energy into it and see what happens. Long Chen rubbed the bone blade delightedly. However, he didn't dare to touch the edge of the blade. Its sharpness was something that hurt his skin before even touching it. He had never thought that a bone blade could be so sharp. This blade could cut through treasure items like tofu. Such a weapon was amazing. He even had the urge to wear it on his back like saber masters. That would definitely be flashy. However, he only thought about it. Not showing off one's wealth was the correct path. After 2 days, the Luo family's spies sent word back that according to what they knew, the entire Chu family had been wiped out. Even some families that had intermarried with the Chu family were implicated. Anyone with the Chu family's bloodline had been wiped out. It could be said that the Chu family's bloodline had been fully severed. The grievance between the Luo and Chu families that had lasted for tens of thousands of years had finally come to an end in their generation. Within the main palace, Long Chen, Luo Chengwu, Luo Chengwen, the Grand Elder, and the other core elders who had participated in the sneak attack had gathered. As the Chu family had been destroyed, they had to discuss how their Luo family should develop now. But for some reason, after learning about their destruction, after feeling like a great weight had been lifted from them, the Chu family's experts also felt a bit lost. The Chu family was actually just a minor blockade. Our Luo family is the descendant of the violet blood race, so we cannot forget our mission. Our goal is where the family head went. After this battle, thanks to Long Chen, I have already taken that step, said Luo Chengwen. Only then did Long Chen come to a realization. No wonder he felt that Luo Chengwen's aura was a bit different. He had become a half-step immortal king. The elders were delighted. This was huge. Even without the family head, the Luo family could now protect itself. Everyone then looked at Long Chen gratefully. Long Chen's explosive blood pill had allowed them to experience the power of a half-step immortal king and had pushed them forward a step. Several of them now touched that barrier. It created a path for them to also become half-step immortal kings in the future. Everyone, don't get overconfident. Enputa definitely won't leave things like this after suffering so many losses. Once everything is in order, I will return to the High Firmament Academy. The Luo family will be my second home. Whatever troubles you have, tell me. But it would be best if the Luo family was more low-key during this time. I will do my best to attract Enputa's attention, said Long Chen. He couldn't stay in the Luo family too long. Otherwise, Enputa would very likely strike the Luo family. You are the one who needs to be careful. The Bloodkill order is very terrifying, warned Luo Chengwu. Hehe, don't worry, I'm not so negligent. Enputa has been constantly sending me gifts. How could I reject him? Said Long Chen with a laugh. Everyone else also laughed when he said this. Who would have thought that the netherworld lifeforms that the Chu family had summoned would cause their own destruction? Even their king item had been taken by Long Chen. That was an absolute treasure. That very day, Long Chen brought Qin Feng, Luo Bing, and the others back to the High Firmament Academy. As soon as he returned, a few disciples ran over. Senior apprentice brother, you're back. There have been countless experts from outside the domain who say that they want to challenge you. There's another expert from outside the domain who says that he's your friend. He said that he is surnamed Zheng. He's been waiting a day already. Zheng Wenlong has come. Long Chen was absolutely delighted. This fellow had finally come. Without another word, he rushed into the inner academy. Chapter 3244. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. As soon as Long Chen entered the inner academy, he was surrounded by a group of experts. There were hundreds of them, all primals. They had come from outside this domain. After Long Chen spread his name in the 9 Prefecture Convention, countless experts near the Heavenly Swell domain came to challenge him. Xu Zishang was one of them, but he was the luckiest. As his head wasn't very good, he had actually barged through the Devil Sea on his own, so he was the fastest. The others had to use the Wayan Trading Company's merchant ships, paying an impressive price to come here. They were all hot-blooded youngsters with outstanding talent and immense arrogance. As soon as they saw Long Chen's overbearing display in the photographic jade, they were provoked. They came to challenge him, and through beating him, their names would resound even louder. Defeating famous experts was the fastest way to fame. Youngsters all possessed their own pride, and their heads were simple. Hence, they always liked to walk shortcuts. Because of this, although the price to pass through the Devil Sea hurt, it was a price that they were willing to pay. It was only when they arrived at the High Firmament Academy that they were completely dumbfounded. Many fellow challengers had come, just to line up. In the last few days, it was unknown how many fights had erupted between them. Some people always felt themselves to be special and cut in line. None of them were willing to take a loss lying down. Thus, all kinds of fights broke out between them. There were over 10 people that the High Firmament Academy had to rescue. Hence, when Long Chen arrived, those idle experts immediately swarmed him. Long Chen, I was first. I challenge you to a fight. One of those experts was afraid others would get the lead, and he immediately charged at Long Chen, unleashing a punch. Powerful chi waves surged out of him. His power was very much not bad. However, people didn't even get a look at what happened. They only saw that expert get sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into a giant steel. That steel was for the Earth rankings of experts. There was a formation protecting it, and that person simply smashed into it like an egg and slid down. Even egg yolk dripped out. When he slid down the steel, his shape no longer resembled a human. Scram, I don't have time for this nonsense. After sending that person flying away, Long Chen ignored these people, heading straight for his residence. At this time, elders of the academy carefully peeled the shattered egg off of the steel. Good, he can still be saved. Send him to the infirmary. Why are all of you doing this? Do you not know that there is a phrase in the Heavenly Swell domain, provoke a Yama King, but don't provoke Boss Long San? Youngsters really don't have any respect. What a shame. Those elders dragged the limp egg away with them, while other elders cleaned up the egg yolk on the steel. Everything was quickly cleaned up. Those experts from outside the domain were dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how this person was defeated. They were confused, not knowing if they should stay here or leave. Hey, don't be dejected. My boss is busy and doesn't have time for you, but we all have time. Furthermore, my boss isn't someone that anyone can challenge. Why not beat me, and then you'll win the qualifications to fight him? Come, we can fight in order of who came first. Don't worry, I won't be as fierce as my boss. As guests that came from so far, we martial friends will make sure not to go too far, said Qin Feng. That instantly made those challengers feel better. After all, they had crossed the Devil Sea to come here. They couldn't return empty-handed. These experts must have quite a few techniques that you haven't seen before. We can exchange pointers, and it will benefit you. Furthermore, the Academy's disciples can watch and also learn. Don't miss this chance. whispered Qin Feng when he saw that Bai Shaola and Xu Zishang were confused. Only then did everyone realize why Qin Feng was so enthusiastic. As a result, they received these challengers. They requested the academy to arrange a martial stage to exchange pointers. Once the news spread, countless disciples were excited and came over to get the best seats to watch. Long Chen ignored all those. With just a single glance, Long Chen could tell the depth of these challengers. Perhaps their talent wasn't bad, but their true combat power wouldn't be much stronger than Xu Zishang when he had come. They were all arrogant fellows who thought themselves to be peerless geniuses and wanted fame. True experts naturally wouldn't waste all the time and effort to cross domains just to challenge him. That was because true experts didn't need approval from others, nor did they care about fame. Brother Long, it's been many years, but you are still the same as ever. Zheng Wenlong also appeared the same as before, steady and refined. But when he saw Long Chen, he couldn't help spreading his arms and folding Long Chen into a fierce embrace. This is great, us brothers have finally been reunited. I feel much steadier inside now, said Long Chen emotionally. The battle of the martial heaven continent had thrown Zheng Wenlong into immense danger, while Long Chen had done his best but hadn't had the ability to save him. Fortunately, he had survived on his own. It's all thanks to the wealth god that we have met once more. I know that my path to wealth will once more shine gloriously. I'm sure you don't mind me putting it like that, ha ha ha. Zheng Wenlong laughed. The two of them were both filled with emotions at being reunited. Of course I don't mind. This is the core of a businessman. I'm at ease with you handling my business, said Long Chen, smiling. Zheng Wenlong was the businessman that Long Chen trusted the most. He could even entrust his life to him. When I first entered the immortal world, I had to start all over. The Huayan trading company's rules are all fair. The greater your business, the better you do, the greater privileges that are afforded to you. Fortunately, I received the wealth god's care. I can rapidly rise, and you are my main benefactor. Hee, between the two of us, there's no need for courteous words. You're going to embarrass me if you put it like that, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen and Zheng Wenlong had mutually helped each other for a long time now, and their cooperation had brought both sides immense benefits. With Zheng Wenlong's arrival, Long Chen felt much better about the future. Have you heard anything about people from the martial heaven continent? Asked Long Chen. I only heard some news about Mo Nian. That fellow's name is an existence that shakes the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It really is a case of only Mo Nian rises to glory. Sighed Zheng Wenlong. Chapter 3245 Helping Each Other. He's so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Yes, he is powerful. But he is being chased down by the experts of countless sects and powers. There is no lack of immortal kings and world kings amongst them, said Zheng Wenlong. What did he do? Long Chen was shocked. He had thought that he himself was already strong enough, but he hadn't expected Mo Nian to be even more ruthless. He was actually being chased by experts on that level but was still able to stay alive. Zheng Wenlong smiled bitterly. Mo Nian has resumed his old trade. He is studying all kinds of ancient tombs every day, and he's not picky. Anything he sets his sights on, he will directly excavate. It doesn't matter what the status of the master of the tomb is, or what kind of place it is. It is said that he has joined the immeasurable palace, apprenticing himself under Taoist Keida. It is said that his master is also the target of hate from the entire immortal world. As for Mo Nian, it is truly a case of the student surpassing the master. His grave-robbing talent is not at all inferior to his master. Most importantly, his guts are quite big. Even being hunted down, he continues to rob more graves. Wherever he goes, he visits the tombs as well. It's even more of a rampage than his master back in the day. He has 3 priceless treasures on him, a drab helmet, some worn-out boots, and a shovel. These 3 things make it so that even immortal kings are helpless against him. Even when world kings come for him, he can still flee. Tell me, don't you think he's terrifying? Damn, even world kings can't capture him. Mo Nian's doing quite well, said Long Chen, growing envious. It seemed that this fellow had found himself a good master. As for the news about the others, I haven't heard anything. The only reason I heard about Mo Nian is because he's notorious in the immortal world. It's been over a year since I ascended to the immortal world. However, almost all my time is spent on studying the immortal world's treasures and knowledge. I also study appraising techniques from my seniors. This is fundamental to all disciples of the Huayan Trading Company, as every merchant must have a master-level skill in this regard. Just as I smoothly finished this apprenticeship and was preparing to start my business, you appeared. Zheng Wenlong smiled. Long Chen nodded, knowing that Mo Nian was doing so well gave him peace of mind. Following that, Long Chen told Zheng Wenlong about what he needed. The materials for refining 4 peak pills and the essence blood of spirit beasts could all be provided by Zheng Wenlong. The only problem was that Long Chen was asking for as many of those ingredients as possible. As Zheng Wenlong had just started his business, there was no way he could act as he had on the Martial Heaven continent, where he could directly provide anything. There were still many restrictions on him, and he didn't have that much authority in the Huayan Trading Company. Knowing this, Long Chen didn't waste words. He took out 100,000 divine whisker daffodils and hundreds of thousands of various top-grade spirit pills. Moreover, there were also 2,000 treasure pills and quite a few wood foundation divine trees. Upon seeing this many treasures, Zheng Wenlong was instantly delighted. Long Chen had never disappointed him. These divine whisker daffodils were filled with spiritual qi, so even a single one of them could be sold for a great price. What about 100,000 then? That was a terrifying number. Other than that, the medicinal pills could also be sold for an unimaginable price. In order for the moon and star refining furnace to quickly grow, Huo Long had never paused, so the two of them were constantly refining pills. However, most of the pills were no longer useful to Long Chen, and it just so happened that he could leave them to Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was truly worthy of being an elite businessman. He actually recognized the wood foundation divine trees. At that moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Long Chen, this thing, Zheng Wenlong not only recognized it, but through the patterns of the wood, he could tell just how great these wood foundation divine trees were. A wood foundation divine tree capable of bearing fruit. If others knew that someone had cut off the branches of such a treasure, they would definitely curse this person to death. As long as you can sell it, I can get you more. I need all kinds of materials urgently as we need to hurry and charge forward. So can it be sold? Asked Long Chen. Of course, it can be sold for a very high price. Wood element immortal kings can turn the wood into goods, and they can insert wood spiritual energy into it as well. It's the best thing for assisting the cultivation of a wood element disciple. It's a treasure for families focusing on wood element cultivation, said Zheng Wenlong. Then how to deal with them will be up to you. I need the resources that I mentioned. Once you return to the Huayan Trading Company, make an assessment and get me those materials for 4 peak pills. It doesn't matter what element the materials are: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, blood, bone, muscle, or soul. As long as they can be used for 4 peak pills, gather them. If those elements can't be used on my side, I'll refine them into pills and you can sell them. I can work fast and won't make it hard on you, said Long Chen. What he was lacking the most was 4 peak pills because the Luo family had so many 4 peak experts. Although the High Firmament Academy definitely had the materials to make the pills, the amount that Long Chen required was astonishing. He couldn't make things hard on the academy. After all, this was the Luo family's matter. To use the academy's things to raise the Luo family's talents was inappropriate. Alright, I'll bring these goods away, and I'll immediately start sending you things. Zheng Wenlong gave Long Chen a list with the names, qualities, amounts, and production dates of various treasures that he had. Even though he was so familiar with Long Chen, giving this list was part of his duties as part of the Huayan Trading Company. Once Zheng Wenlong left, Long Chen finally thought of those experts that had come from outside the domain. When he asked about them, he learned that Qin Feng had gathered them at the martial stage so that they could exchange pointers with the academy's disciples. Unfortunately, they were disappointed to find that these experts were not strong. On his own, Xu Zishang defeated 18 of them in a row, with not one person being able to exchange more than 3 blows with him. In the end, he was bored and had the newcomer primals who had joined the academy fight them. However, Xu Zishang didn't laugh at them. He knew that when he had first come, he wasn't much stronger than them. During this time, the reason a gap had been made between them was because he had gone to the Luo family's honing heavenly staircase, which allowed him to sharpen himself. He was filled with gratitude toward Long Chen, as well as rejoicing in the fact that he had made the right choice back then. If he hadn't gotten so hot-headed as to run to the heavenly swell domain, would he possibly be as powerful as he was right now? The fights between these experts and the Academy's newcomer primals resulted in those experts only winning a minority of the fights. Moreover, when they learned that Xu Zishang was nothing more than the weakest person amongst Long Chen's subordinates, they almost coughed up blood. They had seen a recording of Qin Feng fighting, and they felt that he was nothing more than a footman. But when Xu Zishang said that he couldn't even receive 3 blows from him, those geniuses were dumbfounded. How come they didn't see anything outstanding in their photographic jades? Photographic jades only recorded images but not the true profundities of a person, let alone that invisible pressure and might that appeared on the battlefield. I'd advise you to not waste time and join the High Firmament Academy like me. Just follow boss as well, shouted Xu Zishang. Those experts stared at him. That was actually a very moving thought. Chapter 3246 Becoming Dean. Xu Zishang said that he was about the same as the rest of them, but after spending just 1 month with Long Chen, he had completely transformed. If Xu Zishang was telling the truth, then staying here would be a very wise option. It's very simple for you to become disciples of the High Firmament Academy. You just need to pass the exam. But if you want to follow me, then let me say that Boss Long San doesn't keep trash by his side. Not everyone is qualified to be like Xu Zishang. Even if you become disciples of the High Firmament Academy, you won't definitely get to follow me. So think this through. In my eyes, all of you are novices with quite a bit of arrogance. I don't even know where this confidence of yours comes from. The Bloodkill Hall has issued the Bloodkill order on me. I trust you understand what that means. Without sufficient power, following me is no different than courting death. If you die, then you die, but the main thing is that I would lose face. In the future, wherever I go, I will be the focal point. If you want to be my attendants, you have to have the corresponding power. Long Chen's voice rang out. Only now did those disciples realize that Long Chen had been secretly watching them. His voice was indifferent and contemptuous, like a king's voice. Quite a few people disliked this as this was clearly an insult. But there was nothing they could do. Long Chen was too powerful. Even his weakest subordinate, Xu Zishang, was so powerful that none of them could last more than 3 exchanges against him. Stop looking down on others. Our families, backgrounds, aptitudes, and everything else are all amazing. Our future cultivation paths are wide and open roads, as our elders have long since arranged things for us. Even if we can't beat you now, you'll be tossed behind us in the future. Shouted one of those experts from outside the domain. What a joke, said Long Chen disdainfully. Does having a family, background, and aptitude mean that you can become an expert? Only an idiot like you would believe it. A good blade must be sharpened. True experts are made through slaughter, while all of you are greenhouse flowers who don't know crap. Don't think that being a primal is something to brag about. Let me tell you, even if Qin Feng was in the Divine Flame realm, in a 1-against-1, not one of you would survive 3 blows of his saber. Trash that hasn't even set foot into the battlefield dares to spout such big words. Everyone around you must have lied to you to make you think that you're unrivaled. In truth, you are all trash. If it weren't because you had come from so far away and that it could count as we are drawn together by fate, I wouldn't even bother to say anything. You're too arrogant. When Long Chen called them trash, those experts were fully enraged. They all looked like they were about to throw themselves at Long Chen. When is Boss Long San not arrogant? You should just return to where you came from and continue living around a bunch of bootlickers. Pray that your family's power continues to rise, otherwise, once a battle erupts, people like you will only be pigs for the slaughter, said Long Chen. He then turned and left. These people were truly a group of children. In their families, due to their talent, they had servants praising them, so they weren't much better than idiots. No matter what he said to them, they wouldn't understand. He had already given them their chance. Once he left, those experts felt awkward. What were they supposed to do now? They were unwilling to leave just like this, but if they stayed here, they would feel a bit shameless. No matter what they chose, they would lose face. Xu Zishang, we're all from the Heavenly Star domain. I've also heard of you. Is this Long Chen really so powerful? Asked one of them suspiciously. I don't know how powerful he is. But a single slap from him is definitely more than enough to kill all of you. Since you know me, you should know the awkward position of my family. You should also know how powerful I am. I kindly advised you, but you actually suspect my boss. I, Xu Zishang, am quite foolish, but I didn't expect you to be even more foolish, said Xu Zishang coldly, his friendliness vanishing now that they were suspecting Long Chen. "How about we stay for a while? Otherwise, if we leave like this, what will we say?" proposed one of them. All of them had said that they would defeat Long Chen and bring photographic jades back to prove it. If they returned empty-handed, what about all that bragging? "Fine, we're already here, so we might as well treat it as a vacation," said another expert. With those people taking the lead, quite a few people ended up staying in the academy. For some, they felt like they were humiliated and wanted to leave. However, what were they supposed to say when they got back? After all that bragging would come to bite them. As a result, over 500 disciples from outside the domain decided to stay. Fortunately, the High Firmament Academy accepted them easily. As long as the disciples followed the rules and paid the tuition fee, the academy didn't restrict their freedom beyond that. Furthermore, this was the oldest academy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although it had declined, its foundation was still shocking. Staying here, they could learn many things. That would also count as not leaving empty-handed. Over 500 primals joined the High Firmament Academy just like that. But the academy didn't express much joy over it. It was completely an attitude of if you want to stay, then stay. But if you want to leave, then leave. Everything was done according to the rules, and they weren't given preferential treatment. As a result, more and more of those disciples felt that the academy was unfathomable. Furthermore, after experiencing the academy's scripture pavilions, they began to enthusiastically search for things related to their cultivation techniques. In the High Firmament Academy, you could get practically whatever you wanted as long as you had money. Hence, these hedonistic children were finally shaken. Upon entering the academy, these disciples began to charge up the rankings. The heaven rankings were for 4-peak disciples. But ever since Bai Shishi and the others had entered the 4-peak realm, the names on the heaven rankings had completely changed. The Heaven Female Alliance occupied half of the top 100, while Bai Shishi was ranked 1. Her position was unshakable. As for Long Chen, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and the others, they weren't interested. Long Chen didn't bother competing with Bai Shishi. With the addition of these experts, the rankings changed once more. The top 100 in particular would change with every passing day. The competition was exceptionally intense. The entire academy grew livelier due to their addition. As a result, the competitions on the martial stages continued from dawn until dusk. However, Long Chen ignored all of this and went into seclusion. He had to calm down and comprehend the things that Luo Zichuan had passed down to him. Using them, he would recreate the first form of Split the Heavens. But just as Long Chen was going into seclusion, the deputy dean found him. "The academy has a mission for you. Are you willing to complete it?" "What mission?" asked the startled Long Chen. "How does being the dean of a branch academy sound?" asked the deputy dean with a smile. Chapter 3247 Vile Dragon Domain. "Are you joking with me? Go be dean of a branch academy?" Long Chen stared at the deputy dean in disbelief. The deputy dean laughed. "What would be the point of such a joke? I'm being serious. This is also the will of the dean. Of course, you can accept or refuse. It's up to yourself. The academy will not force any disciple to do something they don't want to do." Long Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Does our High Firmament Academy really have branches? How come I've never heard of them?" "Of course we have them. The High Firmament Academy is the most ancient academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. How could we not have branches? If you are interested, I'll explain it to you," said the deputy dean. Long Chen was naturally interested. He hastily poured some tea for the deputy dean and quietly listened to his story. As he explained, Long Chen came to understand just how glorious the original High Firmament Academy was. Their branches were spread throughout the immortal world. As for why they declined, the deputy dean didn't say much. He merely said that some things had happened, resulting in the destruction of countless branch academies, leaving behind only the main academy. The branch academies were still there, but after tens of thousands of years, they were nothing more than ruins. Some had also been occupied by others. Right now, the academy was planning on sending Long Chen to one of those branches. According to the deputy dean, as long as the main academy was present, then the branch academies would still have karmic luck flowing within the ruins. As long as a new tower was built on top of those ruins and ignited, the karmic luck would flow again. Once the karmic luck was activated, the main academy could directly construct a transportation formation connecting the two. In the future, the Academy's disciples could come and go without passing through the Devil Sea. There will probably be many challenges. No. Long Chen was no fool. The deputy dean might put it simply, but if it was really so easy, the Academy would have long since done so. Of course it will be difficult. Very, very difficult. Countless forces will not permit such a thing to occur. Of course, that includes Lord Brahma. Even Palace Master Bai Zontang wanted to try it, but the dean refused to consent to it. However, for some reason, he sent me to ask you, said the deputy dean. Clearly, he was of the opinion that Long Chen shouldn't go. But since the dean had sent him, he had to fulfill his duty. If Lord Brahma is watching, how can we succeed? Even if the divine tower is built, once they come, won't we have to run? Asked Long Chen in confusion. No, once the divine tower is built, the High Firmament Academy's experts will not permit it to be destroyed by anyone. The main thing is that the tower must be built quickly without others damaging it in the process. That's the main difficulty. All the ruins are being monitored, so any actions we make will be noticed, said the deputy dean. That's far too difficult. How can I, a four-peak disciple, possibly do it? Demanded Long Chen. This was an impossible task. To build a tower right under people's eyes, with failure spelling death. I feel the same way. But the dean said that you are the only one in the High Firmament Academy that can do this. But don't feel any pressure. The dean also said that you can do it if you want. But if you don't want to do it, then don't force it, said the deputy dean. Is there a reward? Long Chen couldn't help asking. The deputy dean laughed. The dean said that you would ask that. As long as you can do this, then in the future, the High Firmament Academy will be your steadiest support. After all, you are the dean of a branch academy. At any time, the High Firmament Academy will stand behind you. Furthermore, it is the type of support that means no matter the price. Long Chen's heart leapt. What did that mean? Was the Academy willing to go to war with Lord Brahma for him? No matter the price. That clearly referred to Lord Brahma. The High Firmament Academy had been acting low-key for so many years, so were they announcing their comeback? However, Long Chen could hear the confidence in the deputy dean's voice. The High Firmament Academy was truly not afraid of Lord Brahma. But if they weren't afraid of Lord Brahma, why had they been suppressed for so long? Why were they only starting their counterattack now? No matter how Long Chen racked his brain, he was unable to figure it out. But this reward truly did move him. With such a powerful backer, he could do so many things in the future. Where is the branch academy? You haven't said which branch. What kind of forces surround it? Is there any more detailed information? Asked Long Chen. The branch academy that you will reconstruct is the 7th branch, and it is located at the end of the Vile Dragon Domain's Dragon Spine Mountain Range. The Vile Dragon Domain is different from the Heavenly Swell Domain. The human race's cultivators are not the dominant force there. It is the opposite. The human race can only cultivate there with their tails pressed between their legs. The Vile Dragon Domain was once the land of the Vile Dragon race, and thousands of different Vile Dragons lived there. They set up their own independent regime, so the wild beasts, demonic beasts, and devil beasts there ran rampant. Moreover, the spiritual chi there is dense and more suitable for beast cultivation. As those beast races dislike the human race has a tough time living there. However, it is also a land of countless treasures. All kinds of precious medicines can be found there. Thus, it is a very dangerous area, but humans continue to risk it and go there for adventure. In my personal opinion, your talent is extraordinary and you are smart, but this matter will still be extremely dangerous for you. You should carefully consider your decision, said the deputy dean. Vile Dragon Domain. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. Did the dean want to send him there because he had true dragon essence blood? The Heavenly Swell Domain was like a prison. Others were unable to enter as they pleased. Hence, if he wanted to join up with the others, he would have to have a way to get out. However, if he simply left without a powerful backer, he would also be forced to tuck his tail between his legs. And if he could reconstruct the 7th Branch Academy, that would be a solid stronghold for everyone to gather at. Long Chen could also see that this was the High Firmament Academy's first step in returning to their past glory. However, what kind of trump cards the Academy had or what their plans were, they were all unknown to Long Chen. But leaving the Heavenly Swell Domain was at the top of his priority list. I'm prepared to try it, but I need some time first, said Long Chen. The deputy dean nodded. There's no rush. If you agree, then the Academy needs to prepare some things. However, remember, do not tell others about this matter. No other person can hear of it. Long Chen was startled. He wasn't such a talkative person. But for the deputy dean to so sternly warn him of it, he found it odd. Vile dragon domain. I'm looking forward to it. Long Chen felt a trace of excitement. If this step was completed, it was one step closer to the day of the Dragonblood Legion gathering once more. Chapter 3248 Peakless Pill. The sound of a broom sweeping across the ground was constant. At this moment, an elder was sweeping the floor, and beside him stood another elder. The latter was the High Firmament Academy's dean. Long Chen has agreed to it. But I still feel like we are starting a bit too soon. There are still no omens, said the dean respectfully. There's no choice but to be a bit early. It is precisely because the situation is unclear and the lines of fate are muddled that this must be done. By the time things are clear and the omens have arrived, it will be too late. We are all within the board. No matter how wise you are, can you beat the player controlling the board? Moreover, Long Chen exists outside the board, not restricted by heaven and earth. It's said that rashness is worse than calmness, but calmly waiting for that chance to come is worse than taking the initiative and messing up the board some more. In any case, you won't be constantly controlled, said the sweeping elder, neither quickly nor slowly. But so many powers are watching in secret. If we do things wrongly, then, right and wrong are relative. There is no absolute right or wrong. Something might seem right at this moment, but after a few centuries or millennia, you will find that it was wrong. Being wrong isn't something to be afraid of. The real worrisome thing is being so worried about being wrong that you don't dare to take action. After waiting and waiting, your chance will slip out of reach and you will be fully and truly defeated. We all know that the peace of the immortal world will soon end. It would be best to take action ahead of time. The player waits for the opportunity to ripen, but what is there for us to wait for? If Long Chen is not the destined one, he won't be able to cause any waves before they're drowned. There's no need for you to worry. If he is the destined one, then he exists to defy the heavens. The board will then be flipped. None of the pieces will be able to make the moves that they are supposed to make. That is bad to the player, but good for us. So, don't be afraid of being wrong. The board is already like this. Even if you want to make the wrong move, there are no wrong moves to make, said the sweeping elder. Disciple understands, but this operation is too dangerous. Should we not notify the Battle God Palace and have them secretly protect him? Said the dean. No, the Battle God Palace's power cannot be exposed. But if we let Long Chen go just like this, it's no different than sending him to his death. The dean frowned. There is no way around that. Some things look dangerous on the surface, but aren't actually dangerous. Some things look safe, but can cause a calamity. Long Chen is not like other 9-star heirs. He is not so reckless. Since he has agreed, he definitely has his own method. You just need to watch in secret. Are you anxious because your granddaughter and grandson are going? The sweeping elder suddenly paused and looked at the dean. The dean was embarrassed and nodded. If Long Chen goes, Bai Shala would be enraged if he didn't get to go as well. If such a big thing was kept from Shishi, who knows what that stubborn girl would do? After all, she has always been the most outstanding in her generation. If she doesn't participate in this mission, she will find it unacceptable. It really is a headache. Bai Shala had now become Long Chen's faithful follower, the kind that couldn't be thrown off even if Long Chen tried. After returning from the Luo family's territory, Bai Shala's entire temperament changed. Because of it, even his father and mother were moved. The current Bai Shala was no longer a child but a true expert who could stand tall. Furthermore, he had begun seriously studying pupil arts from his mother, and the amount of work he was putting in was gobs macking. He was like a completely different person. As for Bai Shishi, although she expressed indifference toward the conflict between the Luo family and the Chu family, the dean was well aware she was not happy about this matter. However, that was not the academy's matter, and she didn't have any deep relationship with the Luo family's disciples. Because of this, Long Chen hadn't brought her, and there was no way for her to fault him for that. Even so, the dean could clearly feel that she was displeased over it. If this matter with the branch academy was also kept from her, her stubbornness might make her feel that the academy no longer cared about her and was focusing on Long Chen. That would have terrible consequences. But to have a group of children go to such a dangerous place, how could the dean be at ease? No matter how high his cultivation base, no matter how dignified his status was, those were still his grandchildren. Although he didn't normally show concern for these children, he secretly watched their growth. His emotions were simply buried within his heart. If these two children were to go with Long Chen without any accompanying experts to protect them, how could he possibly be at ease? The dean was embarrassed to have this question posed to him. After all, although he had posed his concerns with dignity, the truth was that it was out of selfishness. The sweeping elder smiled. The children have grown, and it is time for them to go out for tempering. You cannot protect them for a lifetime. Don't worry, Shaola and Shishi are not fated to die young. Let the children go in peace. The future of this world belongs to them, and they will create that future themselves. Hearing that, the dean relaxed quite a bit. He thanked the sweeping elder and left. Zheng Wenlong's efficiency was truly great. On the third day after he left, the Huayan Trading Company's people sent over an ocean's worth of ingredients for refining pills. Those were all the materials that Long Chen needed, and they could not be grown. For example, the essence blood of spirit beasts, gold essence, earth essence, wind spirit stone powder, zong water essence, etc. As for plants, he could obtain them in the High Firmament Academy and grow them in the primal chaos space. He could get as many as he wanted. Coincidentally, Huolong also awakened at this time. It had devoured the flame devil's core and was finally able to maintain human form. After that, the first thing she did was hug Long Chen. Huo Linger was still as fiery as fire. She was very cute, the kind of cuteness that made people like her from the bottom of their hearts. Also, Huo Linger's flame energy had grown immensely. However, the flame devil's flames were restricted by the immortal world's laws. Rather than strengthening Huo Linger's flames, they had caused the amount of energy that she could hold to increase by over 100-fold. Even though there was no qualitative rise, that was no problem. Looking for higher rankings heavenly flames could be done slowly. Anyway, the High Firmament Academy's heavenly flames were all very ordinary, and there was no need to waste money to buy them. With these materials, Long Chen immediately got to work. He used the Demon Moon Furnace to refine the powders and used the Moon and Star Refining Furnace to refine the powders into pills. The Day-Night Furnace's God Seal had been destroyed by Long Chen, and the Item Spirit's Slave Seal had been absorbed and erased by Lei Linger. Hence, this pill furnace was renamed by Long Chen to the Demon Moon Furnace. However, this pill furnace was incredibly powerful. With an item spirit present but not the ability to control it, he could only use it to refine powders. Through refining these powders, the pill furnace's item spirit slowly got stronger. Once its spirituality was strong enough, it could finally work together with Long Chen to refine pills. 4 peak pills were refined for 4 peak experts based on their needs. There were many kinds of them, and they were normally named by the main requirement. For example, Bai Shishi required metal energy as her number 1 priority. Then her 4 peak pills would be called metal peak pills. The Luo family focused on the bloodline, so their pills were called blood peak pills. Long Chen first refined 2 furnaces of blood peak pills and then let Huo Linger and the Moon and Star Refining Furnace refine them themselves. After that, he sat to the side and considered the pills that he needed. After passing his tribulation, the Violet Tower Star's pill formula appeared in his head. But there was also another formula, the formula for the peakless pill. Chapter 3249 Sending Charcoal in Snow. Peakless pills. This was a pill formula that he had never seen in the academy, nor had he ever heard of it. But it was something that had awakened within him along with the Violet Tower pill. Long Chen knew that these were his 4 peak pills. The peakless pills required 3,600 medicinal ingredients. That was over 10 times the requirement of ordinary 4 peak pills. Long Chen had not advanced a single level in the 4 peak realm because he couldn't refine the pills. For ordinary cultivators, medicinal pills were just supplementary aid that helped people better absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was to get twice the result with half the effort. However, for Long Chen, if he relied on simply absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, his speed would be so slow that it would only cause despair. Furthermore, due to being rejected by the heavenly Taos, it was very difficult for him to absorb the spiritual qi. Even if he used his divine ring and forcibly sucked it in, it would still be far from enough. Thus, medicinal pills were Long Chen's only option for rapidly raising his realm. Peakless pills contained practically all the forms of energy within a cultivator's body that Long Chen could think of. Furthermore, these energies were evenly balanced. If an ordinary 4 peak expert consumed one, it would only harm them. If all their attributes were raised evenly, it would be a complete waste of grabbing those heavenly Tao runes in their tribulation. If all their attributes were even, they would be crippled. This peakless pill was poison to others, but Long Chen had to eat them to raise his realm. Refining these pills was also troublesome. The formula had high requirements for the alchemist. That was why Long Chen didn't directly start off with refining the peakless pills. First he practiced his skills with the blood peak pills for the Luo family. Fortunately, Huo Linger was able to split the work with him. As he used the demon moon furnace to refine medicinal powders, Huo Linger and the moon and star refining furnace refined those powders into pills. As they refined, the moon and star refining furnace improved. It was starting to be able to control the flame within the furnace to the point of condensing furnaces within the furnace. This referred to condensing multiple fill furnaces made of fire inside of it. At first, when it first gained this ability, it was only able to condense 9 furnaces inside of it. In other words, it could refine 9 furnaces of pills at the same time, sharply increasing the efficiency. Now that Huo Linger had transformed as well, with that higher level of flame control, it was able to condense 81 internal furnaces. In other words, it was like refining 81 furnaces of pills at once. That was a shocking ability. Every refinement would produce 729 pills. That would definitely scare a bunch of people to death if they learned of it. However, while the amount was shocking, the quality was decreased. With such large-scale refinement, it was impossible for treasure pills to appear. But they were essentially all top-grade pills. Although their medicinal effect was a bit inferior from average top-grade spirit pills, after they went through Lei Linger's purification, their effect was essentially on par with the top-grade spirit pills sold on the market. That was enough to satisfy Long Chen. The Luo family's disciples, 4 peak pills were usually simply middle grade. They rarely got high-grade pills, let alone top-grade pills. However, the Luo family actually had their own methods for dealing with this. Middle-grade pills contained too many impurities and pill toxins. That could cause a big problem if too much was consumed. However, due to possessing the Honing Heavenly Staircase, when the pill toxins in their bodies accumulated to a certain density, they would use the Honing Heavenly Staircase's power to forcibly expel those pill toxins. It was a good method. But, stripping the body of pill toxins was like removing a tumor. It was very painful, and left them recuperating for 1 to 3 months afterwards. However, top-grade pills contained very little pill toxins, so little that it was essentially negligible. That was why they were 100 times more expensive than middle-grade pills. Naturally, their medicinal effect was also many times greater. Thus, when comparing the two, the Luo family chose to mostly use the lower-cost middle-grade pills. But primals would require over 10 times the medicinal pills that ordinary disciples would require. That was what vexed Luo Chengwu. But this was not a problem for Long Chen. As long as he was given a bit of time, it could be easily handled. After all, medicinal pills could be produced in large numbers on his side. In just a day, Huo Linger helped him refine 50,000 blood peak pills. Long Chen immediately had Luo Bing and Luo Ning send those pills back. When Luo Chengwen and Luo Chengwu saw those 50,000 top-grade blood peak pills, they almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. Furthermore, Long Chen also had Luo Bing send word that this was only a portion of them. There would be more blood peak pills. Problems that could be resolved with medicinal pills were not problems. After their initial delight faded, the two of them began to wonder. Did the family head suddenly leave because he had long since expected this? Luo Bing and Luo Ning were also shocked when they saw the pills inside the spatial ring. Long Chen was actually having them transport such precious things. When they returned to the High Firmament Academy, Luo Ning immediately went to complain about it to Long Chen. How had he not told them in advance what they were transporting? What if they had lost them? Wouldn't they have to kill themselves just to pay for their sins? Long Chen simply smiled. He could get as many of these things as needed. Furthermore, if they were told about them in advance, wouldn't their nervousness immediately sell them out? An ordinary 4-peak primal of the Luo family would take 3 to 4 blood peak pills to reach the first heaven stage. Of course, less could be used, but then it would take more time. It was simply a matter of efficiency. These 50,000 pills were enough for them to cultivate for several months. After those months, Luo Linger would have refined even more pills. After the blood peak pills, Long Chen refined several furnaces of other 4-peak pills for others. He needed the proper proportions of 4-peak pills. he couldn't refine too many of one kind. Once he felt like it was about enough, he would switch to a different variant. It was also during this time that Long Chen stealthily switched out the fruit in Mu Qingyan's fruit bowl for heavenly Dao fruit. Mu Qingyan, Zhang Ling, and Zhang Shu all consumed them, and suddenly awakened their primal bloodline. The three of them were ecstatic, and had no idea what happened. The heavenly Dao fruit gave Long Chen a grand aspiration of raising a primal army. Of course, the Luo family was the true target, but Mu Qingyan and the others couldn't simply be left in the dust. Furthermore, Luo Bing and Luo Ning had become primals. He couldn't favor only them. Mu Qingyan always called him Brother San, viewing him as a real brother. After arranging this, Huo Linger refined the powders of the peakless pill, while Long Chen prepared to refine the pills for himself. 3,600 medicinal powders flowed into his pill furnace. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong, and looking up, his expression changed. Chapter 3250 The Peakless Pill Unpermitted by Heaven and Earth. Long Chen had just sent the medicinal powders into the pill furnace when he sensed the sky above him change. This pill is not approved by the heavenly Daos. Can it even be refined? At this moment, Long Chen's expression changed. As the sky was rumbling, this area became a forbidden space. Long Chen's medicinal pill was no longer able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. And without the energy of heaven and earth, it was impossible to refine a pill. It was like kneading dough without water. It wouldn't condense in the end. There is such a thing. This space had been sealed, so he couldn't absorb anything. However, Long Chen continued refining, and in the end, a pile of medicinal ash was produced. It seems that this peakless pill is a bit odd. The heavenly Daos weren't rejecting me that time, they were rejecting the peakless pill. As soon as the refinement was done, the world returned to normal. But as soon as the next refinement started, when the powders started to merge, this space became restricted once more. Long Chen tried several times and received the same results. The peakless pills were not permitted to exist in this world. Huo Linger, you've memorized it, right? Try to refine it in the primal chaos space, said Long Chen after failing several times. However, these attempts allowed Huo Linger to memorize the method. Long Chen's soul also entered the primal chaos space, and he tried to refine the peakless pill once more. Here, everything went smoothly. However, just as the pill condensed, the primal chaos space shuddered slightly. Long Chen clearly sensed that the primal chaos space had sucked some kind of energy inside. When he opened the furnace, he saw a mix of black and white. There were medicinal pills that looked like living eyes. However, as they gave off no fragrance or aura, there was no way for Long Chen to guess their quality. They seemed like stars with black and white patterns moving across them, manifesting their own orbit. Long Chen then picked one up. Unable to see any clues, he carefully put it in his mouth and swallowed it. When it entered his stomach, he felt a majestic energy spread throughout his body. It was so powerful that it shook his insides to the point that he almost coughed up blood. Long Chen was shocked. It had to be known that he was currently in the four-peak realm, and his body had been strengthened by the true dragon essence blood. But he was unable to bear the impact of this medicinal pill. He felt like a volcano was erupting inside of him, and that energy ravaged every inch of his body. At this moment, the 108,000 stars shuddered intensely. Strange power poured toward them, and their divine flames erupted like oil had splashed onto fire. As the divine flames burned, Long Chen grunted and collapsed. He felt like his entire body was swelling. His blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and even his soul were expanding. With the primal chaos space at the core, that mysterious energy began to circulate, and Long Chen felt like he was going to explode. It didn't feel like he had just swallowed a pill but an entire world. Moreover, the pill contained all the energy of that world, including its own laws. As those laws were absorbed by Long Chen, he felt like they were running rampant throughout his body. He could clearly feel that his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and everything else were branded by those laws. Suddenly, while enduring the pain, Long Chen had a thought. The immortal world refused to allow the peakless pill to exist in this world. Was it because it was absorbing the laws of the immortal world? Long Chen recalled how the primal chaos space was sucking in some kind of energy when the peakless pills condensed. Now he seemed to understand. After an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen felt the pain fade. However, he still felt swollen, like he would burst. Long Chen then activated his inner sense. Looking inside of himself, he saw that countless strange runes had appeared in every corner of his body. It wasn't just his flesh and blood. Even his mind-sea had countless starry runes within it now. Long Chen tried to connect to those runes and found that there was no reaction. No matter what he did, he was unable to control them. After a long time, the swelling feeling faded, and Long Chen tried to move his body. He felt like his body had gotten stronger. But it still felt numb, so he wasn't too sure. However, Long Chen could clearly feel that his spiritual strength had grown stronger. With those starry runes in his mind-sea, his spiritual strength underwent a transformation. Could it be that the peakless pills would improve all aspects of a person? My 4-peak realm is more like a peakless realm, wondered Long Chen. The 9-star hegemon body arts cultivation path was actually so different from other people's. Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and the 108,000 stars, they all have those runes on them. After that, Long Chen unleashed a punch. Rumbling rang out. When his fist paused, space twisted around it. It was a bizarre sight. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. These runes can block the immortal world's laws from restricting me. In other words, when others use magical arts against me, I can actually use these runes to block them. Long Chen was incredibly excited. Luo Zichuan had said that only a portion of the heavenly Tao's laws approved of him and allowed him to borrow their power. On the other hand, 99% of the laws wished to suppress him, resulting in his magical arts being limited. Split the heavens in particular went against the will of the heavenly Tao's, thus a great deal of power had to be expended to use it. There was also his strongest attack, the world extermination flame lotus. Due to the Nirvana scripture, the heavenly Tao's could not stop him from absorbing flame energy. But the world extermination flame lotus had a long cast time. Let alone against a terrifying expert like Luo Zichuan, it was difficult to create an opening to use this technique even against the likes of Gui Yun and Ku Wuya. It couldn't be unleashed against people stronger than him, and using it against people weaker than him was meaningless. Through Luo Zichuan's training, Long Chen had seen countless weaknesses that he had. But ultimately, he had no way around those weaknesses due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao's. Fortunately, the appearance of these runes gave him hope. Right now, he couldn't control them because they were too weak. But once they grew stronger, the restriction that the heavenly Tao's could impose on him would weaken. That made him feel like his future was bright. When the numbness in his body finally faded, Long Chen consumed the second peakless pill. This time, there was no pain as the medicinal energy was immediately absorbed by the countless runes. They clearly grew a bit larger. Now, Long Chen could sense that they were nourished by the medicinal pill. His body was also changing, his power rising. Damn, let's see who in the same realm dares to mess with Boss Long San now. Long Chen clenched his fists with a confident smile on his face. However, when he consumed the third peakless pill, his smile stiffened. Chapter 3251 Dragonblood Warrior Chi Yu. Long Chen found that when the third medicinal pill entered his stomach, its power remained condensed and didn't scatter. It formed a lump of energy, and the runes didn't absorb it. It seemed that they were satisfied and couldn't eat any more. Perhaps they were too full to consume more and needed to slowly digest this energy. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a situation. After just 2 pills, he felt that his physical body had strengthened a great deal. As a result, he didn't dare to imagine just how powerful his physical body would grow once he reached the peak of the 4-peak realm. At the same time, he sank into thought. Looking at the primal chaos space, he had a feeling that it was bestowing some kind of indescribable energy to the peakless pills. The immortal world's heavenly Tao's refused to permit the birth of the peakless pill, perhaps because the pill would absorb some kind of taboo energy. But the primal chaos space somehow gave that energy to Long Chen. Even the immortal world didn't wish to give him this energy. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but he was growing increasingly confident that the primal chaos space was greatly connected to the 9-star hegemon body art. Unfortunately, he knew too little about this treasure that he had obtained from the Julie Secret Realm. Julie Secret Realm, Julie Race. The two names were the same. Just how were they connected? Just as he sank into thought, Qin Feng came rushing over anxiously. Boss, another brother of the Dragonblood Legion has come. Long Chen was startled. Did something happen to him? Long Chen rushed over to the infirmary to see a familiar face. He was Chi Yu. Long Chen naturally knew the name of every Dragonblood warrior. He belonged to the second corps and thus was one of Li Qi's subordinates. But at the moment, He was on his last breaths and unconscious. It looked as if he might lose his life at any moment. Our fairy was just about to be activated when this brother charged over, saying that he was from the Dragonblood Legion and he wanted to see Long Chen. Then he fell unconscious. We didn't have any powerful healing experts on our ship and were barely able to conserve his life with medicinal pills. My apologies, said an expert from the Wuxian Trading Company. Long Chen carefully examined Qi Yu's wounds. His insides had been shattered, and his soul was damaged. Moreover, his body seemed to be under some kind of curse. Even so, the High Firmament Academy's healing experts were truly powerful. These terrible wounds had already been suppressed, so his life was in no danger. He would slowly recover. You're too courteous. I will remember this favor. Long Chen bowed to that expert from the Wuxian Trading Company. The Wuxian Trading Company was truly a terrifying existence. They naturally had goods that had to come and go through the Heavenly Swell domain. Thus, they needed to cross the Devil Sea. Their merchant ships had special runes on them that made it so that they were essentially never attacked while crossing the Devil Sea. With every crossing, some people who wanted safe passage through the Devil Sea would pay a toll to get into the merchant ship. Most experts that came here and went through the Devil Sea chose to use the Wuxian Trading Company's merchant ships. Although it was expensive, it was rather safe. This time, just as they had been about to move out, Qi Yu had come flying over. After spitting out some rushed words, he fell unconscious. Because all the experts from the Wuxian Trading Company knew Long Chen's name, they brought Qi Yu along. Once they were through the Devil Sea, they brought him to the High Firmament Academy. This person was very courteous. He specifically said that Zheng Wenlong had just left when Qi Yu arrived, so they hadn't run into each other. Zheng Wenlong was unaware of this matter, so he shouldn't be blamed. Long Chen was extremely grateful to this person, so he immediately paid for the fairy fee and the medicinal pills. After that, that person said some polite words and took the money. After all, this was a business relationship. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let them lose out. However, if Long Chen had overpaid, the Wuxian Trading Company would also be unhappy. To use the Wuxian Trading Company's words, their money had to be earned using their own abilities, not simply charity from others. After sending off that expert from the Wuxian Trading Company, Qin Feng looked at the unconscious Qi Yu. He then clenched his teeth angrily. There are 7 wounds on his body that could have been fatal. Furthermore, his body seems to have been poisoned. This is clearly a plot using poison. Just who would be so despicable? The Dragonblood warriors were all close. On the battlefield, they wouldn't hesitate to receive the enemy's attacks for their brothers. Hence, seeing Qi Yu in this state provoked Qin Feng's killing intent. The situation probably isn't simple. Qi Yu has actually awakened the primal bloodline on his own. He must have encountered his own special opportunity. Furthermore, his physical body has been strengthened several times. Although he can't compare to you, he's much stronger than other primals. Don't rush. Once Qi Yu awakens, we'll know everything. The Dragonblood Legion won't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If Qi Yu was in the right, it doesn't matter who the other side is. We'll make them pay the price. Long Chen was angrier than anyone when he saw Qi Yu's state. He had a deep understanding of every Dragonblood warrior. They were all straightforward and sincere men, so Qi Yu couldn't possibly have done anything wrong. After a day, with the treatment of the infirmary's experts, Qi Yu gradually awakened. When he opened his eyes and saw Long Chen and Qin Feng, he wept. Good brother, don't get emotional. Your soul has been damaged, and too many emotions can further tear it. Long Chen and Qin Feng were both aggrieved. This man that was unafraid of death was actually weeping. Boss, I'm sorry, I betrayed the Dragonblood Legion. Qi Yu continued to weep. Qi Yu wiped away his tears. He then lowered his head, not even looking at them. When I ascended to the immortal world, I joined the Yuha Prefecture's Yuha Palace. Because my aptitude wasn't bad and I was willing to work for it, I rose to the level of a core disciple. As Qi Yu explained, Long Chen and Qin Feng came to know that Qi Yu had had much better luck than Qin Feng. The Yuha Prefecture was located in the Heavenly Star Domain, which was Xu Zishang's homeland. However, the Yuha Prefecture was on the other edge of the Heavenly Star Domain, so it was further away from the Heavenly Swell Domain. The Yuha Palace was the #1 force in the Yuha Prefecture, and it had an immortal king standing over it. It was a large existence even within the Heavenly Star Domain as a whole. Qi Yu's luck was quite good after ascending. He ended up right in the Yuha Prefecture and joined the #1 power, the Yuha Palace. Due to his aptitude and shocking killing power, the Yuha Palace broke the rules and accepted him inside, and he soared like a shooting star. In just a few months, he rose to become a core disciple. After becoming a core disciple, he still stood out amongst the crowd. He then received the favor of a senior apprentice sister and obtained qualifications to attend a baptism. In just a single baptism, Chi Yu managed to awaken his primal bloodline. Hu Yu was extremely grateful to that senior apprentice sister. Both of their characters meshed, and they gradually became lovers. However, this was also the cause of a calamity. Chapter 3252 Spirit Psychic Bloodline. Chi Yu's senior apprentice sister had the beauty of a flower and the radiance of the moon. She was a famous beauty of the Yuha Palace, and she was also very talented, with an illustrious background. For a woman with such beauty and talent to favor Chi Yu was a great blessing. But then, Zhang Baihei, the great-grandson of the palace master, also loved this beauty. However, she didn't like his impatient and fretful character. On the other hand, Chi Yu's arrival instantly moved her heart. After all, every Dragonblood warrior possessed a bold, powerful, and fearless character. Compared to Zhang Baihei, Chi Yu was far superior. Although Zhang Baihei possessed a powerful background, talent, and aptitude, this woman preferred a man like Chi Yu. She was even willing to have a falling out with Zhang Baihei for him, resulting in trouble. The news of Long Chen's accomplishments in the 9 Prefecture Convention eventually reached Chi Yu. At that point, he was stuck in a difficult position. He wanted to join Long Chen immediately, but crossing the Devil Sea was incredibly dangerous. Furthermore, he was always in the Yuha Palace and had no opportunity to come into contact with the Wyan Trading Company. Thus, he went to consult his senior apprentice sister. However, when she learned that he wished to leave, she cried, feeling like he was abandoning her. She was less important than his so-called boss to him. So, Chi Yu was caught in a difficult position. On one hand, he had sworn to follow his boss to death. But on the other hand, he had a lover whom he had deep emotions for. She had also helped him out immensely during this time. Seeing her crying, ultimately, with a mix of shame and a sense of responsibility, Chi Yu stayed. This was why Chi Yu couldn't look Long Chen and Qin Feng in the eye. In his view, this was already a kind of betrayal. His senior apprentice sister was delighted that Chi Yu would stay behind, and he was also happy to see her happy. However, good things didn't last forever. When Chi Yu went out hunting with some new disciples, those disciples actually poisoned him. A batch of Yuha Palace experts then came out to kill him. After killing those new disciples, Chi Yu was surrounded by over 10 primals in the same realm as him. As he was poisoned and got several serious injuries, he was sure that death had come for him. Hence, he was prepared to drag a few others with him. Just then, he inadvertently saw a cloud swallow foraging for food and then grabbed its claw. Feeling startled, it flew away. The cloud swallow was a spirit beast. Although it wasn't that powerful and was very cowardly, its flying speed was shocking. Chi Yu was flown to some unknown location before being unable to hold on any longer. He then fell from the sky. At that moment, the poison had entered deep into his body, and he had no antidote. Luckily, he then saw the merchant ship of the Wyan Trading Company. Without thinking about it, he charged over and said that he was from the Dragonblood Legion and that he wanted to see Long Chen. After that, he didn't recall anything else. "Boss, Qin Feng, I'm sorry." Chi Yu was choked with sobs, crying like a child. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you abandoned your lover, you wouldn't even be qualified to be our brother. Even if you came, you'd be kicked out of the Dragonblood Legion. As a man, you naturally must know what your shoulders are carrying. If you let your woman suffer, all the Dragonblood warriors will look down on you." Long Chen shook his head. "Many thanks, boss." Hearing that, a knot in Chi Yu's heart finally came undone. "We're all brothers. What's the point of being so courteous? Hurry up and tell us whether those killers were sent by that Zhang Baidiao," demanded Qin Feng. He only cared about who had wounded Chi Yu. "Brother Qin, it was Zhang Baihei." Chi Yu thought that he hadn't said it clearly. "What Baihei? He's no good bird. Speak, was it him? We'll settle things with him." "Fuck, he dares to provoke the Dragonblood Legion. He doesn't know how death is written," said Qin Feng darkly. "I'm fine. I feel like I can handle this matter," said Chi Yu with his head down. "Are you asking for a beating? You don't view me as a brother," raged Qin Feng. He grabbed Chi Yu's collar. Chi Yu's face was forced up, showing his shame. Explain yourself, demanded Qin Feng. Qi Yu took a deep breath. The ones who attacked me were Zhang Baihei's subordinates. There were 8 of them, and it was clearly a trap. He wanted to get rid of me so much that he was willing to kill the other disciples who went out with me. He's gone crazy. Since he failed this time, he will definitely set up eyes throughout the Yuha palace. As long as I dare to go back, he'll send people to kill me. He is the great-grandson of the current palace master. He's also talented and powerful. It can be said he is unstoppable within the Yuha palace. I'm afraid that, you're afraid that I'm not a match for him? Asked Long Chen. Zhang Baihei's character might be trash, but he has a spirit psychic bloodline. He can summon beasts to fight for him. Adding on his own power, he can beat a half-step immortal king. He has power comparable to an immortal king, said Qi Yu, clenching his teeth. Although Qi Yu detested Zhang Baihei, the latter was too powerful, and Qi Yu wasn't on the same level as him. He wanted revenge, but he was unable to do it. A spirit psychic bloodline, comparable to an immortal king. Qin Feng sucked in a cold breath of air. That guy was truly terrifying then. He already possessed such power in the Four-Peak realm. Interesting. Let's go see that Zhang Baihei. Long Chen smiled. In the heavenly swell domain, he was already unmatched in the same realm. He had been a bit arrogant before, but then Luo Zichuan had beaten that arrogance back. Now he knew that he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to spread his gaze further. Only by challenging experts could he know where he was lacking. Long Chen waved his hand. Focus on recovering. Once you're fully recovered, have Qin Feng bring you to the Luo family for some honing. Then we'll go find him and those people that attacked you. It's been unbearably boring around here lately. It's time to get some exercise. Last time, Long Chen hadn't even gotten a real chance to fight in the Chu family. He didn't know just how great the difference between him and an immortal king was. Naturally, an immortal king like Luo Zichuan only appeared once in 1,000 years. Hence, how much stronger was Long Chen compared to an ordinary immortal king? He had the desire to find out. He heard that Mo Nian was able to make even world kings unable to touch him. If he was already so strong, then Long Chen couldn't fall behind. Mo Nian had spread his name throughout the immortal world, while Long Chen's name only resounded throughout the heavenly swell domain. How could he accept that? Long Chen had Qin Feng look after Qi Yu. After that, he went to see the deputy dean. When can you give me the status of the branch academy's dean? I'm preparing to go out. 1. Baihei is a crane. Qin Feng says Baidiao, meaning penis bird. Chapter 3253 Crossing the Devil Sea. Now, Long Chen obtained a white robe with golden embroidery, a belt, a golden crown, an official seal, and a new status plate. Every single thing was marked with the High Firmament Academy's specific mark, which possessed a specific spirit that could not be faked. These were all proof of status. Even before reaching the 7th Branch Academy, Long Chen had obtained the title of Dean. In other words, he was already the Dean of the Academy's 7th branch. However, right now, the only member of the 7th branch was Long Chen. This status was precisely what he wanted. Just how much face did he have now? He was the youngest Dean in the history of the High Firmament Academy. After letting Qi Yu recuperate for 2 days, Long Chen sent Qi Yu and Qin Feng to the Luo family along with the newly refined blood peak pills. That way, Qi Yu could use the honing heavenly staircase. During these days, the medicinal energy stored in Long Chen's body was finally absorbed by those runes. His body then shuddered, and a majestic aura flowed within his body. The first heaven stage, Long Chen felt like the runes in his body had grown a bit. They were also actively moving within his body. After reaching the first heaven stage, Long Chen's aura didn't change that much. But his body was silently changing. Some of those changes were imperceptible to even Long Chen. Just 3 peakless pills had allowed Long Chen to reach the first heaven stage. That was a nice surprise. It seemed that he wouldn't have to stuff himself with the peakless pills just to advance. Eating so many pills all day made him want to throw up. At least, he could avoid that. Long Chen then consumed another peakless pill, and its energy was quickly absorbed by those runes. But the second pill once more stayed condensed. Clearly, those runes needed to slowly absorb this energy. Xu Zishang and Bai Shaola were the busiest these days. Both of them had become the big brothers of these newcomers. Bai Shaola had been bitterly studying the 3 flower pupils with his mother. After learning everything he could, he started using the newcomers as his test subjects. They were fully convinced by his power. It was the same with Xu Zishang. He was also from outside the domain and often exchanged pointers with them. Although Xu Zishang's power wasn't actually that great, that depended on who he was compared to. He couldn't compare to Qin Feng, but for these amateurs, he was very powerful. In just a bit of time, they were all familiar with each other. These arrogant fellows only understood how terrifying Long Chen was after Xu Zishang's teachings. Hence, they grew more and more curious about him. After a few days, Qin Feng and Qi Yu returned. Long Chen then gathered the two of them, as well as Bai Shaola and Xu Zishang. And just as he was preparing to move out, Bai Shishi came. "What are you here for?" asked a startled Long Chen. After not seeing each other for a couple of days, Bai Shishi's cultivation base had shockingly reached the 4th heaven stage. She was now a mid-4 peak expert. Long Chen had just started refining pills, so Bai Shaola and Qin Feng were also in the 1st heaven stage along with him. On the other hand, Bai Shishi had used her own money to buy top-grade 4 peak pills from the Pill Institute. She had money, so she wasn't lacking medicinal pills. Her aura was also extremely condensed. There was no sign of her rapid rate of advancement causing her foundation to grow unsteady. Bai Shishi's talent was truly shocking. Today's Bai Shishi was wearing golden robes. But her hair, which was normally in a high imperial bun, had been let loose and flowed down her back. Her beauty was still as moving as ever, but there was now a sharpness to her aura that made others not dare to get close. "What do you think?" asked Bai Shishi. "What does that mean?" asked Long Chen. "What are you planning on doing?" "I'm going to help my brother get his revenge." "And afterward, how did you know?" Long Chen was surprised. He was preparing to go straight to the Vile Dragon domain after handling Qi Yu's matter. The mission that the academy had given him was a secret. The deputy dean had personally given it to him and told him not to tell anyone else. "So, how did Bai Shishi know? You want to fight over the position of dean with me?" Long Chen asked with a worried expression. "I'll fight over your head." Bai Shishi rolled her eyes. "Do you think I care about some empty title? I want to go out for tempering." Only then did Long Chen solemnly say, "You can come, but outside, you'll have to listen to me. You can't be willful and reckless." Bai Shishi was very stubborn. If the two of them did not agree on something and ended up in a fight, Long Chen would go crazy. "If I feel like you're right, I'll naturally listen." Long Chen's expression sank. Seeing that, Bai Shishi laughed. "How are you such a petty man?" "I'm just joking. You will be the leader outside." Bai Shishi was actually quite afraid of this petty characteristic because Long Chen did have the authority to reject her participation. Only then did Long Chen's expression soften. As for Xu Zishang, he was meeting Bai Shishi for the first time and was dumbstruck by her beauty. Qi Yu then glanced at Qin Feng stealthily. Qin Feng simply shrugged, indicating that there was nothing to do about it. Their boss simply had such a good fate with women. "What are you two doing? Are you playing eye games?" Seeing the two of them stealthily passing intentful looks, Long Chen turned on them. After that, their small group quietly left the academy. Just then, Bai Shishi realized that something was wrong. She asked, "This isn't a merchant ship crossing point. Where are you bringing us?" Long Chen shook his head. "The Wuxian Trading Company's merchant ship will only come back in 7 days. I can't wait that long." "You want to cross the Devil Sea?" exclaimed Bai Shishi. "You're crazy." Bai Shishi was speechless. Long Chen really was capable of doing anything. However, since she had come out with him, she didn't want to make a fuss. She didn't want others to think that she was afraid. Long Chen and the others sat through transportation formations and quickly reached the Devil Sea. The flat seawater was black. This was not the Ying Prefecture but another land that bordered the sea. By flying in a straight line here, as long as nothing unexpected occurred, they would reach the other side in just a day. However, even the Wuxian Trading Company's merchant ships wouldn't be so brazen as to fly so rapidly. They would fly at a calm speed, so one day of travel would turn into several days. When Xu Zishang had crossed the Devil Sea, it had taken him several days. That was because he had gotten lost midway and ended up taking a longer route. The Devil Sea was like a winding river. Some areas were deeper than others, so the right spot should be chosen for crossing it. When the flying boat left the land, Long Chen sent the boat at max speed across the sea. The air then rumbled as it shot through the sky. In just a short moment, giant waves burst out of the sea, and a large figure broke through, its mouth wide open as it attempted to swallow them whole. Chapter 3254. A strange but marvelous idea. No way, we're this unlucky. Xu Zishang cried out in shock. They had just entered the Devil Sea and could still see land behind them. But they were already being attacked. Qin Feng slashed his saber, and that enormous monster was cut in two. It was nothing more than a four-peak realm sea demon. However, after it was slain, the sea around them seemed to boil. Countless sea demons then began rushing over. I don't understand, the few of us aren't even a snack for them. Why do they want to eat us? Exclaimed Xu Zishang. Our bodies are the best nourishment for them. It is said that they view our human race as human pills for their cultivation. In the desolate era, our human race was viewed as food for countless other races. They consumed us to strengthen themselves. However, now the human race is stronger, and it's our turn to kill them. We can extract their essence blood and refine it into medicine. Hehe, it really is a turn of fate, said Qin Feng. He stood at the front of the flying boat, constantly slaying the sea demons that approached them. Then why didn't they want to eat me when I crossed the Devil Sea? Muttered Xu Zishang. Perhaps they felt that eating you would affect their intelligence. Joked Qin Feng. Countless sea demons attacked. Xu Zishang, Qin Feng, and Qi Yu killed them, but they were endless. The three of them had no idea when they would be able to kill them all. Bai Shishi couldn't help giving a reminder. Long Chen, this is both dangerous and slow. Don't tell me that you're planning on killing your way to the other shore. Do you know that if the deep sea devils are drawn out, then even a world king might not be able to escape? Causing a huge disturbance here will definitely draw them out, and then all of us will be doomed. From the start, Bai Shishi had felt that this way of crossing the Devil Sea was unreliable. They had so many people, so they were too big of a target. It was all too easy to draw the attention of the sea demons. Don't worry, since you could think of it, I am also capable of that. Do I look like a fool? Said Long Chen a bit irritably. Did he really need a reminder for this? Fine, I suppose telling you the truth will only anger you, said Bai Shishi indifferently. Long Chen laughed. So, even Bai Shishi could be funny at times. That was beyond his expectations. Shala, control that three-tailed fish monster, shouted Long Chen suddenly. As soon as his voice rang out, their vision darkened. Their flying boat was swallowed by a giant three-tailed fish. Its body was both long and slender, like a pole. It was incredibly fast. This was a fourth-ranked sea demon. After killing so many third-ranked sea demons, they had finally drawn out a fourth rank. Furthermore, it was one of the fastest varieties of fourth-ranked sea demons. Bai Shala formed hand seals. At this moment, his three flower pupils activated, and the mark of his eyes appeared within the eyes of the fish. Haha, it's done. Bai Shala laughed. His hard work cultivating with his mother had caused him to grow increasingly familiar with his pupil arts. He instantly controlled this sea demon. Well done, have it carry the flying boat and bring us away, said Long Chen with praise. Bai Shala could finally be depended upon. This fish was like an arrow bringing them away at shocking speed. Furthermore, there were no waves or wind on the Devil Sea. By fastening the flying boat to the fish's back, it was fast, steady, and safe. Its speed was several times greater than the flying boat. Some sea demons noticed them, but they didn't have this fish monster's speed. After chasing a bit, they were lost far behind them. Bai Shishi couldn't help laughing when she saw Long Chen's pleased appearance. This fellow really never walked the normal path. He was actually capable of thinking of something like this. Bai Shala was particularly excited. He felt like the outside world truly was fun. Everything was novel. When he saw that the sea demons were dumbfounded by their appearance and then tried to chase them, only to be flung far into the distance, he laughed. Crossing the terrifying Devil Sea this way was truly stimulating. Bai Shala was having fun with the three-tailed fish monster, but very quickly, a giant shark appeared and caught up to it. With a single bite, it split the fish monster in two, causing Bai Shala to cry out. This wasn't a sea demon but a deep-sea devil called the deep-sea shark devil. Furthermore, it was in existence at the peak of the fourth rank. It was also a deep-sea devil with shocking speed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to catch up to them. However, just as it bit their transportation, Long Chen punched its head, and with a flash of lightning, its body stiffened. Shala, again, shouted Long Chen. Bai Shala recovered from his shock and immediately used the three flower pupils to control the deep-sea devil shark. Its head was still dazed from being struck by Long Chen's lightning, so it couldn't even resist before falling under Bai Shala's control. Hanging on one of its fins, they charged forward again, and their speed was even greater than before. This refreshing feeling made Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, and the others cheer. Even the icy Bai Shishi wanted to smile. Long Chen looked at her. If you want to smile, then smile. There's no need to hold it back. People should celebrate when happy. Furthermore, you're so beautiful. If you don't smile, it would be a waste. Bai Shishi turned to Long Chen. It seems that your mood is very good. You rarely praise me. Clearly, Bai Shishi's mood was not bad right now. Perhaps she was infected with everyone else's joy, but this happiness was simple and pure. It was like they had returned to their childhood. She had no urge to stab Long Chen. Of course my mood is good. I've been promoted. In the future, I can properly brag. Just thinking about it makes me smile, chortled Long Chen, very pleased. However, on the flying boat, only the two of them were aware of the matter with the 7th Branch Academy. Long Chen didn't state it too explicitly. He could only share how pleased he was with Bai Shishi. So you're such an ordinary person that an empty title is so important to you. Bai Shishi cocked her head at him. Of course it's important. You have a real title, so that's why you don't care about an empty title. We both live in this world, so how can you avoid being one of the many commoners? Furthermore, once I establish the stronghold, I will claim that mountain as its king. My brothers will all come to me. Hee, at that time, you will understand what a truly impressive sight is, said Long Chen with a laugh. The news of the 9 prefecture convention had spread far and wide. That told everyone that he was still alive, and they could calmly cultivate. Once they had raised their realms, they could gather once more. This time, by coming out of the academy, he was prepared to do something big again, letting his brothers know that he had stabilized himself in the immortal world. Those who could come should hurry up and come for some good food and wine. This something big was to rebuild the 7th Branch Academy. His name as Dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th Branch Academy would spread far and wide. Seeing Long Chen's eyes unfocused as if he was in a beautiful dream, Bai Shishi was speechless. She then turned away, and when she did, she suddenly cried out. Chapter 3255 Once more encountering a ghost ship. What a big ship, but why is it so worn down? Exclaimed Bai Shaola when he saw the ship. To the side of their flying boat was an incomparably enormous ship in the distance. From so far away, they could see that its mast was high in the heavens, and there was a sail on it as well. This ship was incredibly worn down as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The mast was rotting, and the sail was ripped. An aura of decay came from it. They had no idea just how many years it had existed for. At the same time as they spotted it, they noticed that the sea demons that were drawn toward them had vanished. The Devil's Sea instantly became deathly calm. There are ghost ships in the immortal world. Long Chen stared at that ancient giant ship, feeling stunned. He hadn't expected to see it in the immortal world. Ghost ship, startled cries rang out. Bai Shaola quivered. Legend is that those who encounter ghost ships will have terrible things happening to them. Are we going to die here? Don't jinx us. Bai Shishi hit him on the head to make him stay quiet. However, even her heart quivered. She had also heard of ghost ships. It was said that those who saw them encountered misfortune and rarely had good endings. The legend was that the ghost ships were reapers of lives. It was unknown if these rumors were true or not. The ghost ship slowly moved across the calm sea, and a strange sound came from it. It was like the wind was blowing its rotten mast. However, in the Devil's Sea, there was no wind. This sound made their hair stand on end. As the giant ship got closer, the originally clear sky became covered in a layer of haze. The world darkened. Is something terrifying coming out? Is it going to swallow us whole? Bai Shaola's voice quivered. He looked around, afraid of something suddenly jumping out. I already told you not to spout nonsense. Bai Shishi wanted to hit Bai Shaola. She was also afraid, and he just had to say something like that. She subconsciously got closer to Long Chen. The strange sound coming toward them was truly just like a wind blowing across a mast. The smell of decay then filled the air. For this sound to ring out within the darkness was like hearing a ghost wailing. Long Chen suddenly roared. Everyone was already tense, and this roar made them all jump. Ha ha ha. Seeing their wretched appearance, Long Chen laughed. Bai Shishi clenched her teeth and hid Long Chen. What is wrong with you? How can you be in the mood to scare people at this time? Hee, don't get mad. It's just a joke to strengthen people's guts, said Long Chen. His appearance made Bai Shishi want to bite him. Don't be so nervous. This isn't my first time encountering a ghost ship. Xiaola, have the shark bring us over to it. We're going toward it. Goosebumps rose on everyone. Long Chen wanted to get closer to this terrifying thing. Boss, the shark is too scared to move, said Bai Xiaola, his voice quivering. Alright, you can leave it here. We'll bring the flying boat over. You can stay here if you want, said Long Chen. No, I'd be more scared by myself. We can go together. Bai Xiaola had been seen through. He then thickened his face and ordered the shark to bring them over. Long Chen, have you really encountered a ghost ship before? Asked Bai Shishi. That was in the mortal world. When I set foot on it, I saw secrets that were not recorded in history. Now that I'm encountering one again, perhaps this is a kind of fate. I can't let it slip past me, said Long Chen solemnly. Ghost ships passed through the past and present, and they contained unimaginable karma. Naturally, someone whose life wasn't tough enough would encounter misfortune if they saw one. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of this. He already had terrible bad luck, so he wasn't afraid of more. When they got closer, they found that it was even bigger than expected. Furthermore, it seemed that the laws of the very world had changed. Long Chen, we should be careful. Don't mess around. This thing is absolutely terrifying, said Bai Shishi, her face pale. She wasn't the only one afraid. Bai Xiaola was shaking, and even Qin Feng and Qi Yu had goosebumps. This ghost ship was extremely sinister. They didn't have a good feeling about getting closer to it. You can wait for me here. I'm just going to take a look and I'll be right back. Long Chen started climbing up the ghost ship. Seeing that Long Chen was climbing up, everyone felt a chill. As soon as Long Chen started, Qin Feng and Qi Yu followed. Xu Zishang then clenched his teeth and followed behind the two of them. Only a brother and sister were left on the flying boat. Bai Xiaola was shaking uncontrollably. You look after the flying boat. I'm going to go with boss. If Bai Xiaola left, then Bai Shishi would be the only one remaining. Even with all her power, in front of this legendary ghost ship, she still felt terrified. Let's go together. Seeing Bai Xiaola going, she didn't dare to stay here alone, so she followed him up. In any case, the shark was under Bai Xiaola's control and wouldn't run. A line of people climbed up a rusty chain. Long Chen then looked back at them. Be careful, don't let the rust pierce your skin. If that happens, you'll instantly turn into a withered skeleton. The chains were gigantic, so Long Chen and the others were like ants climbing on top of it. As the chains were rusty, some of those flakes of rust were very sharp. Strange fluctuations came from that rust. A ghost ship that passed through the past and future was very strange. The rust very likely contained the power of time. Once wounded by it, the power of time might turn someone to dust in an instant. Everyone carefully climbed up silently. All they heard was the creaking sound of the ship, and it felt like their nerves would explode. If anyone dared to let out a roar at this time, it would definitely scare them to death. They quickly climbed up. Once they were at the top, Long Chen indicated for them to be quiet and wait a moment. He carefully stretched his head up to take a look at the situation on top of the ship. Even with Long Chen's guts, he felt a chill. He saw a bunch of decaying battle armor lying on the ground, and the bodies had long since been turned into withered corpses. Those corpses looked as if they could have belonged to the human race, but they were strangely large. Their arms also reached past their knees. They didn't seem to be human. They were already dead, and yet these corpses remained intact. Just looking at them, Long Chen felt a piercing pain in his soul. This was the might of experts. Even when dead, their will wasn't erased. They didn't permit others to look at them. If these lifeforms were alive, they would definitely be absolutely terrifying. Qin Feng and the others slowly looked over as well. They saw tens of thousands of terrifying corpses. Just as they were staring at the corpses, one of those corpses slowly turned its head toward Long Chen and the others. Long Chen instantly had a bad feeling and covered Bai Shishi's mouth. Her scream was covered up. Just then, the corpses began to move. Qin Feng and the others were horrified. Chapter 3256 Yin Soldiers Through the Tao. Don't move. Long Chen sent a message to everyone and then silently looked at those corpses. After looking around, the corpses returned to their original immobile state. Once they were no longer moving, Bai Xiaola and the others sighed with relief. Although Qin Feng and Qi Yu had followed Long Chen the longest and were unafraid of death, they were also covered in cold sweat at this moment. Boss, what are these things? Whispered Qi Yu. Based on your understanding, they should be called death spirits. You ran into some on the martial heaven continent. However, these death spirits seem to lack spirituality. They really are like corpses, but the flame of their souls has yet to fully extinguish. Amongst death spirits, there are also great differences. There's a line of text in an ancient book of the Academy, Yin soldiers through the Tao. They seem quite similar to that record, said Long Chen. Yin soldiers. Bai Shishi's expression changed. That's one of the 6 Taos, the ghost Tao. It shouldn't exist in the same world as us. How can we see them? Humans and ghosts are on different planes. They should not be able to cross, just like how day and night cannot appear at the same time. However, Yin soldiers through the Tao refers to activities of the night appearing in the day. That is why it is called through the Tao. Such a thing only exists in legends. I didn't expect to run into it here, said Long Chen. We're seeing something that we shouldn't see. That invokes a huge amount of karma. We should hurry up and leave, said Bai Shishi, her face growing increasingly pale. You're being foolish. What are you so afraid of? What's so wrong with invoking karma? Without planting a seed, how will you harvest anything? Without harvesting it, how will you know whether the result is good or not? Since we don't know the future, we can't know if this is good or bad. Moreover, since we're already here, we can't leave just like this, said Long Chen. Then what do you want to do? Asked Bai Shishi, her voice quivering. Long Chen hadn't expected someone as powerful as Bai Shishi to be so afraid of these death spirits. It was very unexpected to him. However, it seemed that amongst everyone here, he was the only one who wasn't afraid of the death spirits. That was because he had thunder force that restricted them, but Bai Shishi's metal energy seemed to be a poor match for death spirits. Furthermore, no matter how strong she was still afraid of the unknown within the domain of death. This was simply natural. Long Chen eyed these lifeforms. Based on his estimation, when they were alive, they were definitely at the Immortal King realm or perhaps even higher. There were tens of thousands of them. However, as he looked around, all he saw were more corpses. He didn't see any treasures. Long Chen looked at the mast, sail, and ropes. They were all treasures, but after the passing of so many years, they were no longer useful. Seeing Long Chen's gaze roving around, Bai Shishi was speechless. This fellow was crazy. No. He wanted to steal something from this place. Even after looking for a long while, he didn't see anything valuable. However, just then, he spotted a sword in the embrace of a corpse. The sword was covered in dust, so he couldn't see what its original appearance was. However, when he used his soul to investigate it, his hair stood on end. That sword gave him an extremely dangerous sensation. A treasure. With Long Chen's years of experience snatching treasures, he was sure that this sword was extraordinary. He looked around again and didn't see any other treasures on the ghost ship. The other lifeforms didn't have anything on their bodies. All of you stay here. I'm going in. Long Chen waved to them and climbed over the railing. He rushed over. When Bai Shishi saw Long Chen's actions, she turned ice cold. Just how big were this fellow's guts? Once Long Chen jumped up, those lifeforms turned to look at him. Bai Shishi almost screamed. However, curiously, those lifeforms only looked at him and didn't attack. It was as if their heads were spoiled and they were unable to even think. Long Chen rushed over to the lifeform with the sword. He grabbed it, but that lifeform was holding onto it so tightly that he couldn't take it. Hey, don't be so stingy. You're already dead. Don't hog the toilet if you're not going to poop. Long Chen pulled harder. The sword was finally wrestled free from that lifeform's grasp. The sword was covered in dust, but as soon as it was in his hand, the dust fell, revealing golden patterns. After that, light flowed on top of it, filling the ship. What a good sword. Even after all this time, the scabbard's divine runes had yet to fade. This was definitely a divine weapon. Before he could examine it closely, the lifeform that had been holding the sword suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes actually hadn't withered. When it opened its eyes, Long Chen's soul almost exploded. Without a second thought, Long Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, fleeing. He shouted at everyone, "I've got the treasure. Let's go." Bai Shala and the others immediately rushed down the ghost ship. After Bai Shala summoned the deep-sea devil shark, they prepared to flee. Just then, lightning exploded and Long Chen shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the flying boat. Bai Shala immediately ordered the shark to rush away. "Boss, you're injured," Qin Feng cried out. A bloody hole had appeared in Long Chen's shoulder. Moreover, fresh blood soaked his upper body. Bai Shishi and the others were turning back to look at the ghost ship when Long Chen shouted. Hearing this command, they immediately fixed their heads in the opposite direction. Long Chen himself turned back to see the master of the sword standing at the prow of the ghost ship. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if they could see through a person's soul. The reason why Long Chen didn't want Bai Shishi and the others to look back was because he was afraid that if they saw those eyes, they would see them in their nightmares. Those eyes would then turn into a heart devil that they couldn't forget. However, just as he expected, that life form was unable to leave the ghost ship. The ghost ship sailed away until it was nothing more than a black speck in the distance. After that, the sky brightened once more. With the sky brightening up, it was as if nothing had happened at all. It was like all that was a nightmare that they had woken up from. It made them question whether or not it was real. If they didn't see that Long Chen was covered in blood, they really would feel like it had been nothing more than a dream. "Boss, how is your wound?" Qin Feng saw black liquid dripping out of his wound. It was starting to rot. Long Chen still felt some lingering fear. Damn, things almost collapsed just now. That fellow was very likely a world king. Take note of the surroundings, I'm going to heal. Long Chen then took out his bone saber and began to cut off his rotting flesh. Chapter 3257 Precious Sword Given to a Beauty. Long Chen's wound was rotting the flesh around it. He then sliced off those parts, and new flesh quickly grew out, only to rot as well. "Boss, what were you struck by?" asked Qin Feng in shock. It had to be known that Qin Feng was very familiar with how amazing Long Chen's regeneration ability was. Any wound could almost be instantly healed, so he had never seen such a thing occur to Long Chen. "I misjudged. That fellow was an expert of the sword Dao, and this is the result of him raising a single finger and unleashing sword chi through it. Fortunately, I dodged quickly and used my lightning blade to block it, deflecting most of the sword chi. Otherwise, half my body would be gone right now," said Long Chen. The instant that Lifeform's eyes opened, Long Chen felt an intense sensation of danger well up within his heart. Hence, he instantly fled and condensed a lightning blade, slashing it down in advance. This was one of the moves that Luo Zichuan had taught him. Through heavenly Dao energy, he grasped and cut off the orbit of his opponent's attack. However, that person was too powerful. A single flick of sword chi was enough to pierce Long Chen's lightning blade and strike his shoulder. The lightning blade had blocked most of it, but this sword chi still contained a powerful rotting effect that enveloped Long Chen's wound with some strange law. That was why his new flesh was also rotting. If he ignored it, his entire body would rot. This was a very terrifying ability. Fortunately, the one to be struck was Long Chen. Anyone else would lose their life from the slightest prick. Long Chen cut off his rotting flesh over 10 times before the color of his new flesh gradually became normal. As that strange law was exhausted, the wound finally recovered. "What kind of existence was that?" asked Qi Yu, feeling quite frightened. This was all too bizarre. They are not alive, but they aren't lifeforms of the netherworld either. Also, they are not like the death spirits we encountered on the Martial Heaven continent. On the surface, they appear to be the same, but they actually are different. I can't really say for sure what they are. But in any case, we've gained experience today. And it's not like we lose out. Long Chen smiled and showed off the sword in his hand with a pleased expression. This sword's entire body was golden, and there were ancient designs carved into it. They looked like written characters, but Long Chen didn't recognize a single one. The sword was heavy in his hand. Moreover, there was a halo of light flowing around it like it was alive. It was a divine weapon possessing immense spirituality. "Pretty girl, your luck isn't bad. This is a weapon made for you." Long Chen smiled and handed the sword to Bai Shishi. Hearing this, Bai Shishi was surprised and her expression grew a bit unnatural. "This is something you risked your life for. What are you giving it to me for?" "Because you're pretty," declared Long Chen. Bai Shishi glared at him, but the moment she saw this sword, she fell for it. She even felt a kind of summons. Her metal energy grew exceptionally active just from looking at it. However, this was something that Long Chen had obtained after risking his life. So, she wanted it but also couldn't accept it. "Just take it. There's no need to repay me with your heart. Just remember that you owe me a favor. If you obtain a treasure that I can use, you can simply give it to me," said Long Chen, forcing her to take it. "Those are the words I expected from a scoundrel like you." Bai Shishi snorted but still received the golden sword. When she touched it, the runes on the hilt and scabbard lit up. Golden runes then flowed around Bai Shishi's entire body. A sharp aura forced back everyone else. A divine weapon accepting a master. This sword really is fated for Fairy Shishi, said Qin Feng enviously. Bai Shishi's entire body was surrounded by revolving runes, and the runes in her body resonated with them. At this moment, the golden light made her appear like a golden goddess, beautiful and sacred. A golden mark gradually appeared in her eyes. It was something that also appeared on the sword. It really accepted her as its master. Long Chen was also envious. This sword's aura was concealed, making it impossible for him to judge what level of weapon it was. But based on how tightly that terrifying expert had been holding onto it, it was definitely a peerless treasure. The quality of this divine weapon definitely wasn't inferior to his king item pill furnace. Furthermore, his pill furnace couldn't even be used yet as the demon moon furnace's item spirit had yet to awaken. However, this sword had instantly accepted Bai Shishi as a master. This kind of luck was naturally something that he was jealous of. Jealousy was a vicious thing. Could it be that divine weapons also chose masters based on looks? Holding the sword, Bai Shishi couldn't help unsheathing it. With a light sound like a phoenix cry, despite only unsheathing a single inch of the blade, golden light erupted, blinding Long Chen and the others. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared. Crackling sounds rang out, and then there was an explosion. Bai Shishi hastily sheathed the sword back. When the light faded, the flying boat that they were on exploded, along with Qin Feng's belt, Qi Yu's arm bracers, and Shu Zishang's metal wristbands. Anything metallic simply exploded. Sorry, Bai Shishi hastily apologized. She hadn't expected this sword to be so domineering. Just pulling out the slightest bit of it caused everything metallic to explode. That was absolutely terrifying. It was as if it refused to coexist with ordinary metal. Its very presence caused them to explode. Good thing I put away my weapon first. Qin Feng and the others were shaken. At this close distance, perhaps even treasure items would have been destroyed. Shishi, I feel like you're still too young, too impetuous. I apologize for this, but I feel like you should return this precious sword to me, said Long Chen with the expression of a mistaken elder. Nice try. Even if you give me your life, I won't give you this sword. Bai Shishi naturally knew that Long Chen was messing around. With his pride, how could he accept something that he had given away? Bai Shishi smiled happily. Bai Shala had never seen her so happy. You don't have to give it, but my boss is lacking a bed warmer idea. Bai Shala wasn't even done speaking before he was kicked by Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi held the sword fondly. Seeing her so happy, Long Chen was in a good mood. Although he couldn't use it himself, equipping his allies was always good. Boss, while you were taking the sword, Qi Yu and I got some of the rust. Take a look. Is it useful? Qin Feng carefully took out a beast hide. Inside was a pile of rust. Staring at this rust, Bai Shishi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. As expected of Long Chen's followers, it really was a case of bandits never returning empty-handed. Of course it's useful. Good job. You have never disappointed me. Long Chen chuckled. This rust is infected by the power of time, so it possesses a terrifying law involving decay. If you made arrows with them, divine lords would instantly lose their lives when shot. Even immortal kings would have trouble with them. I was planning on gathering some myself, but I didn't expect that fellow to be so terrifying. Well done. Bai Shishi took out a new flying boat, and they once more sped off with the deep-sea devil shark. Chapter 3258 Long Chen's Dream. Bai Shishi had obtained a divine weapon, and her smile had yet to fade. She truly loved this new sword of hers to death. To a metal cultivator, obtaining a divine weapon perfectly suited to them was a huge stroke of life. Moreover, this sword didn't dislike her because of her low cultivation base. It was willing to accept her as its master. That showed that the sword had immense confidence in her and her future. Obtaining a divine weapon was like obtaining a close companion, a companion she could have absolute trust in. Bai Shishi was always alone. Although she had built the Heaven-Female Alliance, she didn't have a true friend. So, this companionship was exceptionally exciting for her. Within the flying boat, she was still holding the sword, refusing to let it go. To the side, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, and Shu Zishang had taken out a furnace and were melting the rust. It quickly turned into liquid rust. Qin Feng then poured this liquid into molds. After they cooled down, they had their arrowheads. If Boss Guo Ran saw this, he would definitely die of laughter. Qin Feng bitterly smiled as he eyed these arrowheads. They didn't have any forging arts, so they could only use the lowest level of craftsmanship to make these arrowheads. Without any forging arts, they could only use the most basic methods. Who cares? Although it might be a bit ugly, these things can still take the lives of experts. Adding on Boss's wooden arrow shafts, these things will become absolute killing tools, said Chi Yu. Using a file, he sharpened the tip a bit and smiled. Although the arrows were primitive and actually needed to be filed, showing that it was entirely the work of amateurs, if these arrowheads pierced flesh, it would still take a person's life. They had done a test. An arrow mixed with this rust instantly killed a Divine Lord Realm sea demon when struck, and that sea demon instantly rotted into black water. Although a sea demon wasn't that strong, their life energy was greater than a human expert in the same realm. If it was a human Divine Lord who was struck, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to ask for help before dying. I miss those bosses and our brothers. Speaking of Guo Ran, Qin Feng thought of Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Sha Chen, Wild, and all the others. Don't be in a rush. We've left the heavenly swell domain. In the future, we'll roam the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Wherever we go, we will be the focus point. The brothers that hear of us will naturally come join us. When we're all together again, we can start doing some really big things in the immortal world. The name of the Dragonblood Legion will resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands as the immortal world's #1 legion. Where the Dragonblood Legion is, devils will submit, while immortals and gods will flee. When there is no one else to resist us, we'll create a peaceful world, a world with no slaughter, a world where people don't need to scheme against each other. After kicking out the evil, we'll let the good live peaceful lives. Once we're together, we can live carefree lives. That's true freedom. Long Chen looked out the window with a longing expression in his eyes. He clenched his fists. He had long since grown tired of this world's fighting. However, he had no choice but to fight. If he didn't, he would die. The reason why he had become so strong was because the heavens were forcing him. So far, the world that he liked the most was the spirit world. That was a hidden land of peace. It was a pure land. His greatest desire was to create such a world. Can such a world really exist? Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen curiously. Such a world was something all people long for. Of course it's possible. In this world full of blood and slaughter, you mostly see the ugly side of things. But behind the ugly side, there is definitely beauty. As long as a person is strong enough, they can defy even the heavens. Once I'm strong enough, the laws of the heavenly Taos will no longer be able to bind me. I will smash them to pieces and create the world that I want. Long Chen looked up at the sky. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. If the heavens reject me, I will reject the heavens. I will keep what I like and eject what I don't. However, the prerequisite for this was that he had to be strong enough. Right now, that goal was too far. But Long Chen was confident that if he was given enough time, he could do it. Boss, there's land up ahead, said Bai Shala suddenly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The speed with which they had crossed the Devil Sea was truly astonishing. They had wasted so much time at the ghost ship but still reached the other shore in just a day. Qin Feng also finished the arrows at this time. They had made over 300 arrows. Just like the Luo family, this side of the land was covered in defenses. Anywhere sea demons liked to come onto land had to have experts standing guard. The defenders saw a giant shark charging over on the surface. It was like a cannonball. Sea demon alert. No, it's a sea devil. Startled cries rang out and countless experts were alarmed. This attack came out of nowhere. The commander tower hadn't even given them any warning, but the sea devil was already charging toward land. Prepare the divine crossbows and the dragon cannons. Quickly, a shout came from the commander tower. This terrifying attack caught them off guard, causing chaos. That giant shark smashed into the ground in front of their defenses and then stopped moving. Those panicking experts realized that there was a small flying boat on top of the shark. A few youngsters came, walking off. Everyone, don't panic. I'm sorry that my mount scared you, ha ha ha. Bai Shala walked off and waved toward those shocked experts. Although he said sorry, his expression was not at all apologetic. This fellow was intentionally scaring them to draw everyone's attention, and he had succeeded. Everyone's attention was on him. He dared to use a deep-sea devil shark as a mount. People looked from the deep-sea devil shark that was already dead to the flying boat bound to its fin. They suddenly had a crazy thought. Had these people used the deep-sea devil shark to cross the Devil Sea? However, these people were merely in the Four-Peak realm. Furthermore, they were very young. They couldn't believe it. "Who are you?" shouted a late-stage divine lord from on top of the defenses. He was clearly suspicious about these unknown people. The defensive wall had giant crossbows and divine cannons pointed at them. Bai Shishi casually put away the flying boat. "Who are you? Hurry up and reply, or we won't be courteous," shouted the divine lord again, angry at being ignored. Suddenly, Long Chen and the others vanished. The experts on the wall cried out in shock. After that, space twisted, and Long Chen and the others appeared in front of the divine lord. This elder's expression completely changed, and just as he reached out to grab his weapon, a saber was already pressed up against his neck. "Don't be nervous, we're just passing by. Conveniently, we can ask you for directions." It was Qin Feng's saber pressed against the elder's neck. Long Chen then indicated for him to put away his saber and turn to the elder. Chapter 3259 Come to Pay Respect. As Qin Feng pulled his saber from that elder's neck, the surrounding divine lords relaxed their hostile stances. They then put down their weapons that were originally pointed at Long Chen and the others. Long Chen smiled slightly. Although he didn't care about these experts, it would be difficult to communicate if they were to try and stop his group. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already shocked them. Sometimes giving a strong display of force was the only way to make communication easier. As expected, although this elder was enraged, he could tell that these youngsters were not to be provoked. His expression was ugly, but his tone had improved. "May I know what you wish to know about my Zhang Prefecture?" "Zhang Prefecture? This isn't the Yuha Prefecture," asked Qin Feng. He then looked at Bai Shaola. Bai Shaola was also surprised. "I didn't get the direction wrong. Was it because of the ghost ship?" Cough. Long Chen suddenly interrupted Bai Shaola. However, the words of the ghost ship had come out of Bai Shaola's mouth. As a result, all the experts here were shocked and retreated, as if they were seeing a demon of pestilence. Even that elder's expression changed. The ghost ship was an object of misfortune. Some people said that it was the curse of the devil, and those who saw one would be infected by their misfortune. Moreover, those that interacted with the unlucky people would also run into bad luck. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could there be such a thing as a ghost ship in this world? "Senior, we wish to go to the Yuha Prefecture. May I ask which direction it is?" said Long Chen. "Are you the dual champion of the Heavenly Swell Domain's 9 Prefecture Convention, Long Chen?" Suddenly, another elder cried out. "I wouldn't dare to be called that. But yes." Long Chen cupped his fists. "You really encountered a ghost ship?" asked that elder. "There was no such thing. I just told them some scary stories while crossing the Devil Sea. I told them about the legend of the ghost ships, so this fellow probably pissed himself when he heard it and got the direction mixed up." Long Chen shrugged. The matter of the ghost ship was too bizarre. It would be best not to randomly talk about it. While Long Chen wasn't afraid for himself, he was worried about Bai Shaola and the others provoking something bad. Hearing that, these experts relaxed slightly. Their guard also dropped when they learned that Long Chen was the champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention. They told Long Chen that they had gotten lost. They were very far from the Yuha Prefecture. However, once they learned who he was, they treated his group with warm hospitality, providing him with a mode of transportation and a path that brought them closer to the Yuha Prefecture. Once they were out of the transportation formation, they went off in their flying boat once more. On the way, he told them to keep quiet about the ghost ship. Such a thing was very controversial, and it would be best to be careful about mentioning it to others. Their flying boat quickly approached the Yuha Prefecture. At this moment, Qi Yu tensed slightly. The Yuha Palace was the sect that had raised him ever since he was in the immortal world. He hated Zhang Baihei, but he didn't hate the Yuha Palace. Now that he was returning to the Yuha Prefecture, he felt a bit lost. "Boss, up ahead is the territory of the Yuha Palace," said Qi Yu quietly as he started to see familiar scenery. "Good, let's go down." Long Chen had Bai Shishi put away the flying boat, and they started flying over to the Yuha Palace. As expected, it wasn't long before some experts appeared their way. "Qi Yu, you traitor, you have the face to return. The palace master has ordered you to be executed on sight for massacring your fellow disciples." Dozens of patrolling disciples immediately congregated on them, their leader being a mid-4 peak expert. When Qi Yu saw that expert, his eyes reddened. This was one of his attackers. 2 of the wounds on his body had been left by this person. "Lu Zia, you were the one who killed those disciples. How dare you accuse me?" roared Qi Yu. He then slashed his sword at him. Lu Xia had joined the sect over a year before Qi Yu, so he was Qi Yu's senior apprentice brother. Also, as Qi Yu had just advanced to the first heaven stage of the four-peak realm, he was a bit weaker than Lu Xia. However, when their weapons collided, Lu Xia grunted. Just like that, he was sent flying, his weapon almost leaving his hold. Lu Xia was shocked. It had only been a few days, so how did Qi Yu suddenly become so powerful? Of course, Lu Xia didn't know that Qi Yu had gone through the tempering of the honing heavenly staircase. Because of it, Qi Yu had transformed from the last time Lu Xia saw him. His sharp edge had been honed. The other disciples with Lu Xia took out their weapons, but they suddenly found that they couldn't move. They were shocked to find that space had frozen. The adults are talking. Children, don't interfere. When Bai Shaola's hand seals changed, those disciples coughed up blood and collapsed on the ground, their auras plummeting. Niece, your spatial energy is well controlled. You can count as a first-rate expert now, said Long Chen. Now that Bai Shaola had gotten serious with training, he was definitely not inferior to any heavenly genius. He had good talent, and now that he was working hard, he had actually undergone shocking growth in a short time. Even Long Chen had a newfound respect for him. Bai Shaola was delighted to receive Long Chen's praise. Seeing that, Bai Shishi covered her mouth and smiled. Ever since becoming Long Chen's subordinate, Bai Shaola had truly undergone a shocking transformation. Even with all his efforts, Bai Zantang was unable to raise his son properly. But Long Chen had easily done it. It really was a case of needing the right tools for the right job. With 7 slashes of his sword, Qi Yu managed to break through Lu Xia's defenses and stab his sword into his chest. Qi Yu's face twisted with hatred and anger. You bastard, did you ever think that such a day would come for you? With his sword piercing his chest, Lu Xia was terrified. Junior apprentice brother Qi, don't kill me. I didn't want to be your enemy. I had to listen to senior apprentice brother Baihei's orders. I beg you, don't kill me. It was senior apprentice brother Baihei who forced me to do this. Lu Xia had thought that victory was well within his grasp. But in the blink of an eye, he was the one begging for mercy. The stark fall made him particularly contemptible. Qi Yu, leave him alive. He'll be useful in a bit, said Long Chen. Qi Yu extracted his sword but punched Lu Xia's face, knocking him unconscious. Just then, the sound of an alarm rang out and countless experts rushed over. As soon as they noticed Qi Yu, a hidden alarm was also spread to certain people. Zhang Baihei had long since set up a heaven-encompassing net. As long as Qi Yu dared to return, he wouldn't even have a chance to enter the gates of the palace before being slain. Seeing this, Long Chen sneered and suddenly announced, the 7th branch's dean of the High Firmament Academy, Long Chen, has come to pay respect. Long Chen's powerful voice was like the roar of a god. It echoed throughout this space. Come to pay respect. His voice was echoing, seemingly throughout the entire world. It contained a domineeringness that shook people's hearts. Following that, an ancient voice rang out in the distance. My important guests, you've come a long way. The Yuha Palace is graced by your presence. Please, come in and have a rest in my home. Long Chen waved his hand, bringing everyone along. However, Qin Feng and the others were stunned. When did their boss become the dean? Chapter 3260 Yuha Palace Master. Long Chen's shout dumbfounded the experts that were rushing over. They stared at him. This person who was only at the first heaven stage of the four-peak realm called himself the dean of the High Firmament Academy. It had to be known that the High Firmament Academy was a well-known existence in any domain. No matter how much it declined, its illustrious history remained. The name of the world's #1 academy had yet to disappear. Furthermore, there was an expert within the Yuha Palace replying to him, so now they were stuck. They could only stare at the traitor, Qi Yu, but not dare to attack. Some people started to feel uneasy. They were the ones that had participated in the attack against Qi Yu. Under the gazes of countless experts, Long Chen's group walked straight forward. When those people saw Qi Yu, they were clearly astonished. Qi Yu's heart was also tense as he walked, but Qin Feng patted his shoulder and pointed to Long Chen, indicating not to worry. Their boss was present, so there was nothing to worry about. Qi Yu nodded and took a deep breath. He said, Boss, the one speaking just now is the current palace master. The reason why Qi Yu was so tense was because Zhang Baihei was the palace master's great-grandson. Since that was the case, Qi Yu didn't know how Long Chen would find justice for this matter. Ever since ancient times, every single organization remained biased toward its geniuses. Powerful geniuses would be protected no matter what crimes they had committed. That was because a sect's development depended on them. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. Even if Zhang Baihe had plotted against Qi Yu, a sect wouldn't throw away a genius whom they viewed as their future just because of Qi Yu. When Long Chen and his group arrived in front of the gates slowly opened and disciples lined up to welcome them, forming a path. They could follow this path to the plaza, and from there, they would be able to go to the main palace. However, Long Chen stopped in front of the gates. Qi Yu asked, "Boss, the palace isn't that far. Why aren't you going?" Long Chen smiled slightly. This is such a beautiful place, a treasured land of good feng shui. But while the ground is good, the people are lacking manners. Well, fine, my mood is good today, and we came to pay respect without bringing any good gifts. I don't mind killing someone to increase the good mood. Long Chen grabbed Lu Zia just like that, holding his hair and making a slicing motion in front of his neck with Qi Yu's sword. This action made Qi Yu jump. Long Chen wanted to kill people within the Yuha Palace and a core disciple at that. That would be a huge humiliation to the Yuha Palace, planting an undying seed of hatred. The experts of the Yuha Palace were also shocked. Their killing intent ignited, and they took out their weapons. Just then, space quivered and a white-robed elder appeared in front of the gates. As soon as this elder appeared, all the disciples of the Yuha Palace bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master." Qi Yu also bowed. However, the Palace Master snorted. "You massacred your fellow disciples and still have the face to return. What, have you found a reliable backer?" Long Chen instantly frowned and said, "Old ghost, do you want to die? Or have you grown tired of living and want to drag the entire Yuha Palace down with you to your grave?" Long Chen was angered. He would rather do this peacefully, but the Palace Master was clearly looking down on him. Long Chen had shown his status and came to the gates. Even if the Palace Master himself wasn't there waiting for him, there had to be at least someone with status to welcome them. Did they think that he was a dean only in name? Long Chen naturally couldn't walk in unaccompanied. That would be lowering himself. He had come to find justice, not to suffer this grievance. He had finally forced this person out, but the latter didn't even give Qi Yu any chance to tell his side of the story before calling him a traitor who killed his fellow disciples. Long Chen was naturally enraged. It really was a case of giving face but not receiving face. "How brazen! Where did you come from, brat? You dare to be rude to the Palace Master?" Countless experts of the Yuha Palace cursed Long Chen. He dared to curse their Palace Master. Suddenly, a light sound rang out. As Bai Shishi unsheathed a single inch of her sword, a golden light erupted. It was like a sun had suddenly appeared. Countless experts cried out. Whether it was the weapons in their hands or the ones that they were wearing, everything shattered. When the sword was resheathed, the divine light faded and the expressions of all the Yuha Palace's experts had changed. Anything metallic had shattered, and even treasure items were destroyed. Now, the Palace Master's expression changed as he stared in shock at Bai Shishi's sword. He had never seen such a terrifying metal object. Just relying on its innate divine might, it could shatter treasure items. Just slightly unsheathing a sword stunned everyone. This divine weapon from the ghost ship was truly powerful. "Old fellow, I wanted to talk to you properly, but now I see that you don't want that. Then there's nothing to talk about. Hand over the ones who harmed my brother, or today your Yuha Palace will be flattened," said Long Chen. As expected, the grandpa raised the grandson into his likeness. Both of them were the same, and to have this fellow carry out justice reasonably was impossible. Since reasoning couldn't do shit, they could talk with their fists instead. That was always Long Chen's specialty. "Boss." Qi Yu was shocked. This was the place that had raised him, and he still had gratitude toward the Yuha Palace. "Big words. Even if you have a king item, so what? Since you so arrogantly wish to destroy my Yuha Palace, don't even think about leaving alive," sneered the Palace Master. At this moment, the entire Yuha Palace shuddered as its grand formation activated. The Yuha Palace's experts were shocked. Their Palace Master had actually activated the strongest level of the grand formation. Once it was activated, even immortal kings would be helpless against it. Long Chen and the others were now turtles caught in a jar. The Palace Master eyed Bai Shishi's sword with a hint of greed. He knew that it was a priceless treasure, so he wanted to kill her and take it. That expression was completely obvious in Long Chen's eyes. He sneered disdainfully. This fellow was truly sinister. The palace master had clearly spotted this sword from the beginning and had drawn them to the gates so that he could activate the formation. In other words, he had planned to kill them for the sword from the very start. Long Chen's smile was very dangerous. With this, he no longer needed to have any misgivings. As for Qi Yu, his expression was one of disappointment. Even he could see the palace master's greed. Although he knew that the latter would protect his great-grandson, he hadn't expected him to act like this. At this moment, Qi Yu's loyalty to the Yuha palace faded. "Palace master, you can't." Just then, a group of people ran over. Their leader was a stern-faced elder, and beside him was a beautiful woman. "Qi Yu, are you all right?" This woman immediately rushed over to Qi Yu, her eyes full of worry. Chapter 3261 Yuha Patriarch. Senior Apprentice Sister Yuzan, I'm fine. At this moment, warmth appeared in Qi Yu's hardened eyes. But there were also conflicting feelings behind them. "Qi Yu, I believe in you. You definitely wouldn't do anything like that." That Yuzan was Qi Yu's lover. As soon as she declared this, Qi Yu's eyes reddened. He wasn't afraid of being harmed by others. Mountains of blades, seas of blood, he was unafraid of all of them. But he was afraid of the person closest to him not believing in him. He was touched by her words. To have such a lover, even death would be worth it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. So many people personally saw it, so he was the one to kill those disciples. A sinister voice rang out filled with disdain and contempt. Long Chen turned toward the source of the voice and saw a fair-skinned man standing amongst a group of disciples. He swaggered over here. This person's gaze possessed both a demonic charm and sinister air. No matter how Long Chen looked at him, the latter didn't seem to be a good person. Long Chen instantly knew who he was. As expected, as soon as he appeared, Yu Zan furiously said, "Zhang Baihei, don't slander people. Qi Yu never acted in such a way. He has always acted magnanimously and in an upright fashion. Everyone in the Yuha palace can see that. He has never bullied the weak, nor did he have any enmity with those new disciples. Why would he kill them? You'll have to ask him if you want to know why he killed them." "Why are you asking me?" Zhang Baihei sneered. He was extremely haughty. He then cast a glance at Long Chen and the others. When his gaze fell on Bai Shixi's face, his eyes brightened. Yu Zan was truly beautiful, but compared to Bai Xixi, she lost her splendor. Hence, Zhang Baihei's eyes shone brightly as he eyed Bai Xixi. "Shut your mouth." Zhang Baihei was about to say something to her when Long Chen directly interrupted him. He couldn't be bothered to speak with such a person. "Yu Zan, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Long Chen, whom I always told you about." Qi Yu's mood was good. As long as Yu Zan believed in him, then even if the heavens collapsed, he wasn't afraid. Hearing this, Yu Zan immediately bowed to Long Chen. Long Chen then appraised her. She seemed to be both kind and stubborn, the type to take a personal stance against bad people. Long Chen returned her greeting and smiled. "My brother's vision really is good. The two of you are a good match. I just have one question. If the Yuha palace is destroyed today, will you hate him?" Yu Zan was stunned, and she stared in shock at Long Chen. Although Qi Yu had told her that Long Chen was the strongest person in existence, looking at his cultivation base, she really couldn't believe that he was that powerful. Furthermore, Long Chen was saying such brazen words in front of everyone, including her master. So, she didn't know how to respond to it. The elder that had come with her was her master, the vice palace master. He always treated her and Qi Yu very well. Qi Yu's primal bloodline had been awakened thanks to her pleading with her master for aid. "Ha ha ha, you keep saying that you'll destroy my Yuha palace. As I see it, you've gone mad. I've seen this brat before. He got famous in the Heavenly Swell Domain's 9 Prefecture Convention. Have you forgotten? Does he not know that the 9 Prefecture Convention is a gathering of novices? Here in the Heavenly Star Domain, he is trash." The disciples near Zhang Baihei sneered at Long Chen. Their appearance was like they wished to trample Long Chen beneath their feet. "Shaola, have them shut their mouths. Forever," said Long Chen indifferently. Suddenly, space quivered and those disciples that had opened their mouths suddenly had their heads explode. Over 10 experts died just like that. After that, Bai Shaola slowly undid his hand seals, and the mark of the 3 flower pupils slowly faded. He exterminated those experts effortlessly. Bai Shaola had trained on the Honing Heavenly Staircase and had gone through his mother's training. He had finally become a true warrior. Also, He had fully comprehended that there was no need to have any mercy against enemies, nor did he have to have any misgivings. At this moment, the Yuha Palace's experts were shocked and enraged. This bizarre pupil art killed people out of nowhere. It was terrifying. All those dead disciples were Zhang Baihei's followers, and they were also primals. Such powerful existences had been instantly killed, so how could the others not be afraid? The palace master roared furiously. As he did, the terrifying might of an immortal king erupted and a palm smashed toward Long Chen and the others. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and extended his hand. Just as he was about to summon his bone saber, an ancient voice rang out. Zhang Weizhang, with your current actions, do you feel that you are unrivaled beneath the heavens? You think that you don't need to place anyone else in your eyes, huh? Ancestral Patriarch. When they heard that voice, the senior members of the Yuha Palace cried out in shock. They recognized this voice. This patriarch had not appeared in thousands of years, and they hadn't expected this matter to disturb him. Patriarch, this group of people goes too far. There's someone pretending to be the dean of the High Firmament Academy, and they even killed disciples of the Yuha Palace. They must be executed for their sins, declared the palace master. Suddenly, a stooped elder appeared in front of everyone. He was an exceedingly old person. His snow-white eyebrows drooped down all the way to his chest, and the wrinkles on his face were so deep that they looked like bark. However, his eyes were exceedingly deep. He was old but not decrepit, giving others an unfathomable feeling. With his arrival, everyone from the Yuha Palace, including the palace master, hastily knelt on the ground. This elder ignored their actions. He only looked toward Long Chen and smiled. As the noble sweeper of the academy still doing well, his body is still healthy, and he's still sweeping the ground every day. He is well, said Long Chen. He was surprised by this elder. He hadn't expected the Yuha Palace to have such an existence. His aura could not be judged, and he was a monster that should be called a living fossil. This was something that Long Chen hadn't factored into his calculations. However, based on his tone, this elder seemed to know the sweeping elder. Even so, as Long Chen wasn't sure what this elder's plan was, he said, "Senior, this junior came today not to cause trouble, but to obtain justice for my brother. I have the seal right here. I truly am the dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch. Senior can take a look. You naturally aren't a fake. It was my Yuha Palace that lacked manners. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go chat in the palace?" The patriarch's tone was very polite. "Then I'll disturb you." Just like that, Long Chen followed the patriarch toward the main palace. As for the palace master, his expression was rather ugly, but he could only follow as well. Once they were in the palace and everyone was seated, Long Chen got straight to the point. "Senior, I wish to know, according to the rules of your noble palace, what is the punishment for killing members of the same sect?" Chapter 3262 Wily Old Fox. Long Chen was very direct, so he directly tossed out such a question. He had come to resolve a problem, not to play games. The courteous words ended here. This is an internal matter of the Yuha Palace. We will naturally handle our matters justly. We don't need an outsider like you to interfere, snorted the palace master. How laughable. If you really were capable of handling this impartially, would I, Long Chen, be forced to cross the Devil's Sea just to waste words on you? The Yuha Palace can count as a famous, righteous sect. That is the only reason I came to talk reason with you, hoping that I could resolve this peacefully. I don't know if it's because you think I'm young, but you took me for a fool. Let me say something rude here. I've killed more lifeforms than you've ever seen in your lifetime. Lord Brahma, Enputa, none of them were able to topple me. Do you think that you can scare me? You're too naive, sneered Long Chen, not giving this palace master any face. Long Chen was holding back a belly full of fire due to Chi Yu's matter. He didn't want to be too rigid with the way he handled this thing, but the palace master was truly forcing Long Chen with his unreasonable actions. He actually wanted to kill them for their treasures. If that patriarch had not appeared, Long Chen would have turned this place into a sea of blood. What big words! You dare to come to my Yuha Palace with such impudence? If you're so confident, then do you dare to fight me? Said Zhang Baihei sinisterly. He was claimed to be a genius that came only once every 10,000 years, so he was extremely arrogant. Seeing someone who was even more arrogant than him, he was enraged. "Shut up, you don't know how to properly behave," shouted the patriarch. He thumped his cane on the ground, causing the entire palace to shudder. As a result, the palace master and Zhang Baihe instantly shut their mouths. Only then did the patriarch turn to Long Chen and amicably say, "Great Dean, this old man has not properly raised my children, letting you see such jokes. I've been in seclusion all this time, so I'm not clear on this matter. But I can see that Qi Yu is an upright and good child. His eyes are clear. There are definitely some fishy things when it comes to this matter. I will personally investigate it and find the cause of it to clear this child of all crimes." The patriarch then turned to Qi Yu and smiled kindly. "Child, your talent isn't bad. But your strongest point is your determination. Your willpower is the strongest of all the disciples. Don't worry, I will get justice for you. Furthermore, starting today, no one will dare to make things difficult for you in the Yuha Palace." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baihe's expression grew extremely ugly. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and killing intent flowed within his eyes. The patriarch was actually willing to stand up for Qi Yu just because of these youngsters. He was enraged, unable to understand what this patriarch was thinking. Had he grown muddled with age? How was he such a coward that was biased toward these outsiders? Why was he protecting Qi Yu so much, while abandoning him, a peerless heavenly genius? As for Long Chen, he somehow had a bad feeling. This old man was trying to smooth things over. Seeing the patriarch treat him like this, Qi Yu was overjoyed. He hastily bowed. "Thank you for your kindness. I will listen to the patriarch's instructions." The patriarch laughed. "Good child, what magnanimity. You are a real man. Yu Zhan, your vision isn't bad." Yu Zhan was also beaming after hearing the patriarch praise Qi Yu. Furthermore, the patriarch was going to stand up for him. In the future, he didn't need to fear Zhang Baihe. With just a few words, this crafty old man had completely placated Qi Yu. Long Chen felt like his punch had landed on cotton. Qi Yu had said that he would listen to the patriarch's instructions. If Long Chen started making demands now, it would appear all too overbearing. Having already said this, there was no way Long Chen could force it. It seemed that Qi Yu was still too inexperienced. Long Chen said, "Senior's noble character and integrity are truly admirable. Then this is precisely the result that everyone wants. However, on the way here, I asked Qi Yu what kind of result he wants, and he told me he doesn't want anything else other than to fight the people who participated in the attack against him. Due to their use of poison at the time, he could only watch as those new disciples were slaughtered in front of him, unable to protect them. The guilt from that incident made him swear to kill all those murderers. Most despicable of all, those people actually placed the blame on Qi Yu. Such maliciousness truly makes the heart cold. As his boss, I naturally must help him achieve his heart's desire. There are some things that can simply come to a tacit understanding, but some things cannot be left ambiguous. I won't bother doing a soul search on that wuxia, but all those people who attacked my brother that day must give an explanation. I won't bully you. Last time, they used despicable poison, but this time, we can have a fair battle. Qi Yu can still be one person. They had 16 people, but wuxia is crippled, so have the 15 of them come out. 1 against 15, a life and death match until one side is exterminated. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, this matter can end." Hearing Long Chen's words, Yu Zhan was shocked. Long Chen wanted Qi Yu to fight 15 primals at once. It had to be known that just now, Qi Yu had sent her spiritual messages to explain what had happened. Yu Zhan was now aware that Qi Yu's attackers were all Zhang Baihe's capable subordinates. None of them was weaker than Qi Yu. The only reason he had managed to survive was because they all felt that he was definitely dead, so they didn't want to get dragged down with him. Thus, they held back, giving Qi Yu a chance to escape. Now Long Chen wanted him to fight against 15 of them at once. Was that not sending Qi Yu to his death? She couldn't believe her ears. Qi Yu was patting her back comfortingly. In the past few days, he had exchanged pointers with Qin Feng. He had also gone up the Honing Heavenly Staircase and had completely transformed. He was confident. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Yuha Palace's experts changed. They turned toward Zhang Baihe with some disbelief. Zhang Baihe liked Yu Zhan and hated Qi Yu. This was something that everyone in the Yuha Palace was aware of. But for him to use such despicable means against Qi Yu was truly contemptible. The Yuha Palace was a righteous power, so for such a thing to occur was an immense humiliation. If such a thing was spread, how would the Yuha Palace's disciples have the face to see others? They also thought of how the palace master had protected Zhang Baihe. So, he actually wanted to kill the victim. They didn't know about any of this. Long Chen had explained this matter clearly. Actually, he was blackmailing them. If they wanted to keep this matter secret, fine. But the precondition was to hand over the attackers. As long as they listened, he wouldn't be too hard on them. All those who attacked Qiyu that day, stand up. The patriarch had no choice but to helplessly open his mouth once more. Chapter 3263 The Bravery of a Dragonblood Warrior. When the patriarch opened his mouth, 15 disciples walked out from Zhang Baihei's side. Those disciples all had cold and tough expressions as they looked at Qiyu. Last time, they had been ordered to eliminate him. They weren't even planning on using poison at first, as that would damage their reputation. Although this matter had to be kept secret, they were primals and didn't wish to use such methods. However, Zhang Baihei had ordered them to, as he would not permit any failure. He wanted to secretly eliminate Qiyu at all costs. That was why he had bought off one of the new disciples under Qiyu's lead to poison him. After poisoning him, all those people were killed. It was an easy cover-up. However, after being poisoned and surrounded, Qiyu suddenly managed to grab a spirit beast and flee. Zhang Baihei was infuriated with them for this failure. He was just a little bit off from killing them. But as they were unable to even accomplish such a small matter, they themselves were also angry. Now that Long Chen had brought Qiyu back and was challenging them to a 1-against-15 fight against Qiyu, they felt that he was sending Qiyu to his death. The martial stage was activated and the 15 of them directly entered. At this moment, Yu Zhan held Qiyu's hand nervously. She didn't want him to go as she was afraid. Don't worry, believe in me. Qiyu patted her hand and then walked up to the stage. Qin Feng said, "Brother, boss is here. Bring out the might of the Dragonblood Legion. Whether or not you are in the Dragonblood Legion, you are a Dragonblood warrior." Qiyu suddenly turned back and looked at Long Chen. After he clenched his right fist and struck his chest hard, he smiled confidently. Qiyu stepped onto the martial stage. Its divine light covered them in a barrier, isolating them from the rest of the world. Somehow the barrier possessed a heavy aura. It was said that this barrier was something that even immortal kings would have difficulty breaking. Seeing Yu Zhan extremely nervous, Long Chen was quietly happy for Qiyu. True love endured hardship. Qiyu could also be said to be blessed. Let the competition begin. An elder of the Yuha Palace announced the start of the battle. The 15 primals immediately pounced at Qiyu, launching their sharpest killing blows. 15 weapons whistled toward Qiyu, crashing into his sword. However, with a single sword, he blocked all their attacks, and the result was that both sides were sent flying. That caused startled cries to ring out. Qiyu's realm was the lowest of the fighters. But on his own, he had blocked the attacks of 15 people. How did he do this? Long Chen nodded after seeing that. Perhaps the position of the most foolish people in the Dragonblood Legion could only belong to himself and Wild. In just a few days, Qiyu had started to understand how to use heavenly Dao energy. Long Chen had climbed up the Honing Heavenly Staircase an unknown number of times but had still been too foolish to comprehend this power. If it hadn't been for Luo Zichuan, he probably wouldn't have learned how to control heavenly Dao energy in his entire lifetime. However, Wild was truly foolish, while Long Chen was only this foolish because the heavenly Daos were biased against him, so he hadn't ever tried to grasp that feeling. Qiyu's technique borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, there would have been no way for him to block all 15 of their attacks. Of all the experts present, only the palace master and the patriarch realized this. The power of heaven and earth was normally something only divine lords could start to get a grasp over. Those who could truly control heavenly Dao energy had to be immortal kings. Qiyu had only left the Yuha palace for a few days but was already starting to control the power of heaven and earth. Hence, even the two of them were shocked. Although it was only an embryonic form, he had taken this step in advance of all other four-peak experts. This one step allowed him to stand out within the four-peak realm. Qiyu suddenly stamped on the air. The void shuddered, and he shot out like a meteor toward the 15 of them who had yet to stabilize. The 15 of them had thought that their combined attack would definitely kill Qiyu or at the very least leave him seriously wounded. They hadn't expected to end up in a draw, and they hadn't discussed how to cooperate any further than that. Qiyu arrived in front of one of those experts and slashed at his head. Seeing that he couldn't dodge and that the people around him couldn't help, he stabbed his spear toward Qiyu's chest. The sword was shorter than the spear. Although he attacked second, Just as Qi Yu's sword struck his neck, his spear would definitely pierce Qi Yu's chest. This was a trade, one life for a life, forcing the opponent to change moves if they didn't want to die. However, just as he stabbed his spear forward, his expression changed. He was shocked to find that Qi Yu's sword contained all his power. There was no room for changing techniques. In other words, in order to kill him, Qi Yu no longer wanted his life. That disciple hastily pulled back his spear to block. He didn't want to die. As a result, the hesitation resulted in him pulling back his spear slowly, and Qi Yu cut him in two. Blood then dyed the martial stage. Startled cries rang out. Qi Yu was truly tough, to the point of craziness. This was entirely relying on risking his life without other techniques. It was a competition of whose guts were bigger. After killing that disciple, Qi Yu shot off to the left. Two swords cut the back of his robes, and blood soaked his upper back. At the same time as he dodged, his sword swung through an odd angle. Two more heads soared into the sky. Using the smallest price, Qi Yu exchanged an injury for 2 lives. Normally, 4 peak experts could survive for a while even after having their heads cut off, but Qi Yu's sword contained the power of the heavenly Taos. At the same time as his sword cut off their heads, it also shattered their souls. 3 disciples were killed in an instant. Qi Yu was like a fiend who killed without batting an eye, an existence that had been released from hell. That chilling killing intent of his shook people's souls. The others instantly grew afraid. Even while Qi Yu was injured, they didn't take advantage of that to attack. Instead, they chose to retreat, waiting for an even better opportunity. As a result, that became a fatal mistake. As soon as they retreated, their formation scattered. Hence, Qin Feng shook his head and indifferently declared, "It's over." As if cooperating with his words, Qi Yu moved like lightning, hunting down those remaining disciples. With every swing of his sword, he reaped one of their lives. In just a moment, 5 more of them fell and only 7 remained. Qi Yu was also covered in blood, but his eyes were icy. They didn't contain the slightest emotion as he continued to kill. Junior apprentice brother Qi Yu, don't kill me. We had no choice in the matter. It was senior apprentice brother Baihei who forced us. If you want revenge, kill the person responsible. Let us go. One of those disciples actually knelt on the ground and wept, only to be mercilessly killed by a stroke of Qi Yu's sword. Stop. Finally, Zhang Baihei was no longer able to continue watching. He furiously roared. Favorite. Chapter 3264 Long Chen verses. Zhang Baihei. These people were his important subordinates. If you wanted to beat a dog, you had to look at its master first. But now, these dogs were actually selling him out due to their fear. He could no longer keep watching. He saw that his subordinates had been mentally crushed. It was fear that was in control of them now. Having lost the courage to fight, all of them would be killed if this continued. The moment Qi Yu managed to receive their combined attacks, their defeat was decided. After that, Qi Yu killed them one by one, and they were unable to unleash a combination attack again. Junior apprentice brother Qi Yu, no, Grandpa Qi Yu. I was only listening to orders. I'm willing to be your ox, be your horse. Zhang Baihei's roar was unable to get into the martial stage. But the voices inside the martial stage were clearly transmitted out. At this time, these people no longer cared about dignity. They only wished to keep their lives. They were begging as they fled. However, from the start, Qi Yu's expression was cold, and he continued to kill them one by one. The final disciple despaired and actually charged at Qi Yu. In his despair, he actually self-detonated. Regretfully, other than forcing Qi Yu back, he didn't cause any injuries. After the martial stage's runes slowly faded, Qi Yu walked off, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. It was an astonishing sight. It had to be known that those were not ordinary disciples. They were primals, the future pillars of the Yuha Palace. They had been slain just like that. After a moment of shock, the Yuha Palace's senior experts realized the implications of this, and their expressions grew exceedingly ugly. This was a huge blow to the Yuha Palace. Patriarch, although these disciples acted wrongly, those sins weren't worthy of the death penalty. Don't you think having them killed like this is too far? Can it be that our great Yuha Palace is simply going to be threatened by others? Qi Yu's life is important, but are everyone else's lives worthless? Asked an elder, bowing at the same time. He was extremely angry. This person's position in the Yuha Palace seemed to be quite high. There were quite a few people who agreed with him, thinking that Long Chen's group had gone too far. Seeing this, the patriarch started to get a bad feeling. But before he could say anything, Long Chen directly said, "Senior is correct. Truly well said, all lives are equal, so tell me, since everyone is equal, why was it that Qi Yu's life could be taken from him by others? What about the hundreds of new disciples that Qi Yu brought out hunting and were killed? Hundreds of lives were lost, all due to Zhang Baihe. Since all lives are equal, naturally justice must be obtained for those innocent disciples that died so regretfully. It's not as if Zhang Baihe's life is important, but everyone else's life is worthless." It could be said that Long Chen had managed to grasp the opening in the elder's words and sharply pierce through it. Before this, the patriarch had managed to mediate and gloss over this, while Qi Yu was too naive and really fell for it. If that had happened, Long Chen would have had no choice but to let things go after Qi Yu killed his attackers. Even so, Long Chen didn't want to let Zhang Baihe off. However, the Yuha Palace was the place that had raised Qi Yu in the immortal world. Long Chen didn't want Qi Yu to carry the burden of destroying his own sect. Thus, after killing these people, as long as the patriarch could guarantee that Zhang Baihe would no longer target Qi Yu, this matter would be settled. Even though Long Chen didn't like that result, he could only accept it. However, this elder's angry words had given Long Chen the opening that he wanted. By criticizing Qi Yu as a ruthless murderer and Long Chen for threatening them, Long Chen was given the chance to point to the source of this conflict, Zhang Baihe. It had to be known that he was the true ringleader. If they disagreed with how things were carried out, then fine, Long Chen also disagreed with how things were carried out. You wanted to cause more trouble? Fine, then there would be more trouble. That elder was made speechless by Long Chen's words. He wanted to say that those new disciples couldn't compare to these future pillars of the sect, but his previous words would turn that into a slap to his own face. All those criticizers were left flabbergasted. They had no way to retort. At this moment, the patriarch's expression grew even uglier. He cursed these fools. This matter had originally been settled by him, but they had to cause more trouble. Even he no longer knew how to suppress this matter now. Damnable ants, you've grown tired of living, huh? You want revenge? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Long Chen, come out. I'll give you a chance to fight fairly. Zhang Baihe was infuriated and was no longer able to hold back. He directly challenged him to a battle. Absolutely not, shouted the patriarch. Patriarch, it seems that there's no stopping this. The other side has come right to our door to bully us. If we continue to submit, the reputation of the Yuha Palace that has been built over hundreds of thousands of years would be destroyed overnight. How would we face our ancestors? The palace master also couldn't hold back any longer. Although this patriarch's seniority was immeasurably higher than his, he was the current palace master. He had the authority to decide this matter. Also, he had absolute confidence in Zhang Baihe. That was because within the entire Yuha Palace, he was the only one who knew just how powerful Zhang Baihe was. When Zhang Baihe was just born, he already caught the palace master's eye. Then the latter raised him up himself. Behind his growth was an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears. Although Zhang Baihe was arrogant, he had the power to be so. In his eyes, as long as someone had power, any flaws were unimportant. Thus, the palace master was in full support of Long Chen's battle against Zhang Baihe. He bitterly hated Long Chen and wanted to crush him. The way that Long Chen had repeatedly said that he would destroy the Yuha Palace drove him mad. To say that he would destroy the sect right in front of the palace master's face was no different than slapping his face. Fool, when two tigers fight, there will definitely be casualties. My Yuha Palace has previously received the favor of the High Firmament Academy. It is unacceptable that you wish to harm the relationship between our two sects. Zhang Weizhang, do you dare to not listen to my words now that you've grown up? The patriarch furiously stood up. Within the Yuha Palace, quite a few experts were in support of Zhang Baihe in this challenge. They all hoped for Zhang Baihe to slay Long Chen to win back the face of the Yuha Palace. However, the patriarch's fury made them quiver. Although Zhang Weizhang was the palace master, in the end, all major decisions required the patriarch's approval. Long Chen was surprised. The Yuha Palace had a relationship with the High Firmament Academy. However, after a moment of thinking, he realized that this connection was nothing more than an excuse. The patriarch simply didn't want him to fight Zhang Baihe. Long Chen sighed inside. This old fellow really wasn't ordinary. He seemed to know what Long Chen was thinking and was very apprehensive of him. Today, Between Long Chen and myself, only one can live to see tomorrow's sun. No one can stop it. Long Chen, if you were raised by a father and mother, come out and fight," roared Zhang Baihe. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's calm expression instantly sharpened, his killing intent igniting. The entire palace felt like it had been dropped into an icehouse. That bone-chilling killing intent invaded even their souls, making them quiver. "All right, as you wish." Long Chen spat out his response. Chapter 3265. You're still too immature. Long Chen's response pleased Zhang Baihe. But the patriarch's expression grew exceedingly ugly. Things had progressed to this point, so all his previous efforts were for nothing. Seeing Zhang Weizhang's expression as if victory was in his grasp, the patriarch was ashen with rage. No one could change Zhang Baihe's haughty arrogance. The patriarch knew that he had been spoiled rotten. From his childhood, he had always had Zhang Weizhang supporting him. If the patriarch used his status to forcibly stop this, Zhang Baihe would definitely refuse. He might very likely abandon his status as a disciple of the Yuha Palace just to fight Long Chen. The patriarch could only sigh and stop trying to fight it. Seeing that the patriarch was silent, Zhang Baihe said, "Come, Long Chen. Show me what abilities the dual champion of the 9 prefecture convention has. I'll show you that you are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. In front of me, you being champion is nothing more than a huge joke." Long Chen coldly looked at him. "As you wish. Activate the martial stage. Activate the martial stage. This martial stage is unable to endure my power. Let's fight outside the palace." Zhang Baihe laughed arrogantly and flew out of the palace just like that. His speed left people smacking their lips. Long Chen snorted and also shot off. After that, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qi Yu, Qin Feng, and Xu Zishang followed. When the palace master rose, the patriarch sighed. "Weizhang, your foolishness has finally resulted in the death of your great-grandson." Zhang Weizhang shook his head. "Patriarch, you've been in seclusion for too long, and you don't know what's been happening in the outside world. Zhang Baihe's power is not to be underestimated. You'll definitely be surprised by him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with his power, he can sweep through the heavenly star domain's junior generation." Zhang Weizhang had absolute confidence in Zhang Baihe's power. He didn't think that anyone in the same realm could defeat this great-grandson of his. Moreover, he thought that the patriarch was already so old. As people got older, their guts got smaller. It was no longer his era. "Today, I'll show everyone just how terrifying Baihe is. Just wait and see." Zhang Weizhang laughed and walked out. The elders of the Yuha Palace were shaken inside. Zhang Weizhang no longer seemed to have much respect for the patriarch. He actually dared to leave on his own. That was disrespectful. However, many elders bowed to the patriarch and left as well. These elders could see that the palace master seemed to be dissatisfied with the patriarch's conservative methods. The two of them were starting to conflict. Only a few dozen elders remained. They were mostly the older ones, and in the same vein as the others, they were dissatisfied as well, but not with the patriarch. The palace master was also ignoring them. Yu Zhan and her master, the vice palace master, stayed behind. Yu Zhan then looked at the patriarch's furious expression and knelt on the ground. With a sob, she said, "Patriarch, it was my fault. I was the cause of all of this." Hearing this, the patriarch recovered from his rage and shook his head. He walked over to her and lifted her up. "Good child, although your talent isn't as good as Zhang Baihe's, your heart is pure. You are blessed with good fortune. In the future, I'll probably be depending on you to be the pillar of the Yuha Palace." When the patriarch said this, all the remaining experts' expressions changed. How could he say such a thing? "Patriarch, Yu Zhan's first thought was that the patriarch had gotten muddled with rage. The patriarch waved his hand. "Let's go. We have to watch." Sigh, having big guts is good, but without care, these guts will cause a disaster. This matter is my fault. The outside of the Yuha Palace was filled with mountain ranges spreading beyond the horizon. This was all the territory of the Yuha Palace and also the hunting grounds of its disciples. Long Chen and Zhang Baihe stopped in a mountain valley. Bai Shishi and the others were watching from not too far away. Behind Zhang Baihe were countless experts of the Yuha Palace, and Zhang Weizhang was amongst them. When the patriarch appeared, it caused even further chaos. The patriarch was actually standing beside Zhang Weizhang. When he stood there, Zhang Weizhang maintained a polite expression, but there was a disdainful expression in his eyes. Clearly, He had won this round. The patriarch had no choice but to lower his head to him. Weizhong, do you remember when you were 7 and joined the Yuha palace? Asked the patriarch suddenly. Yes, patriarch. Zhang Weizhong nodded. He looked at the patriarch, not knowing what he was trying to say. However, seeing his flat expression, Zhang Weizhong felt refreshed. It seemed that after this competition, the patriarch was planning on conceding to him. In the future, the patriarch would no longer disturb his matters. The patriarch continued, I remember that up until you were 15, there was no sign of your bloodline awakening. You were always bullied by others. There were several times when others almost killed you. Later on, your bloodline awakened and you soared. Anyone who had targeted you before was killed. At 97, you became an immortal king. You were the 7th genius of the Yuha palace who managed to become an immortal king before 100. You went through a grand journey throughout the heavenly star domain. Eventually, you challenged wild saber Luo Zichuan. However, you were defeated by a single blow of his saber, and your soul was badly wounded. It took 400 years for you to recuperate. Zhang Weizhong's expression sank. He coldly said, that was my carelessness. Luo Zichuan was also despicable. He simply attacked without saying anything. When Zhang Weizhong ascended to the immortal king realm, he saw a boundless future before him. As a result, he challenged Luo Zichuan. However, Luo Zichuan ignored him until he destroyed one of the towers by the Luo family's gates. In his fury, Luo Zichuan almost killed Zhang Weizhong with a single blow. If it hadn't been for a protective divine item protecting him as he fled, he would have lost his life. After returning to the Yuha palace, Zhang Weizhong tucked his tail between his legs and quietly healed. He no longer dared to go out and mess around. That battle had turned him into a laughingstock, one of Luo Zichuan's stepping stones to fame. That was his life's greatest humiliation. Hence, when the patriarch brought this up in front of so many people, he was enraged. The patriarch calmly continued, winning and losing is common among warriors. When you unsheath your sword, you must be ready to resheath it as well. Only someone who understands how to retreat will understand how to go on the offense. After that battle, I found that you had reserved yourself and felt that you had matured. Thus, I recommended you to be promoted to the position of palace master. But I didn't expect history to repeat itself again. You didn't pass on your bloody lesson to your great-grandson. He is just as arrogant as you were back then, and just like you from back then, he lacks any respect. Even the path he is walking is the exact same. Could it be that this identical story was fated? Haha, you lost to Luo Zichuan back then. Do you know that just before this, Long Chen received Luo Zichuan's guidance? He just destroyed the Chu family. Zhang Weizhong's expression changed. He rarely bothered with things outside of the heavenly star domain, so he had no idea about Long Chen's relationship with the Luo family. But he quickly sneered, you mean that Long Chen is Luo Zichuan's apprentice? Then that's excellent. Once Zhang Baihei kills Long Chen, he will avenge the humiliation of that saber blow from back then. Child, you are still too immature. The patriarch sighed. Just then, Zhang Baihei's entire body began to shine brightly. His blood qi raged and he entered his combat state. It's begun. Everyone instantly tensed up. Chapter 3266 Bone Saber's divine radiance starts to show. As Zhang Baihei's blood qi was fully unleashed, his divine might raged and the roar of a fierce tiger could be heard from his manifestation. His blood qi covered the very heavens. Even from a great distance, people could feel his terrifying bloodline pressure. Whistling winds unfurled, slicing through the air like blades. The ground beneath his feet began to disintegrate, and countless boulders were sent rolling. Even those familiar with Zhang Baihei were stunned by this scene. They hadn't expected that Zhang Baihei had been holding back his true power. It was only revealed now. Just this bloodline pressure was enough to crush divine lords. His bloodline power was so strong that it had formed a kind of domain. So powerful, this bloodline pressure is irresistible, exclaimed one of the late-stage divine lord elders of the Yuha palace. Even as a late-stage divine lord, he felt suppressed by this bloodline pressure. Under this pressure, it was very difficult for him to unleash his true power. If he was fighting Zhang Baihei, he would have to flee. Seeing that a late-stage divine lord would give such an assessment of Zhang Baihei, the disciples all stared at him with both fear and admiration. Patriarch, do you see? Baihei's bloodline is so pure that even late-stage primal divine lords will be suppressed. Under this pressure, he can kill them easily. Even I would need to unleash my full power just to guarantee my victory. Would such a genius fear Long Chen? Said Zhang Weizhang confidently as he watched Zhang Baihei arrogantly unleashing his bloodline power. Zhang Weizhang sneered disdainfully. That wasn't just a sneer toward Long Chen but also the patriarch. Zhang Weizhang thought that the patriarch had grown old and his vision was clouded. However, he was surprised when the patriarch shook his head. Do you know why I was disturbed out of seclusion? Zhang Weizhang didn't know how to reply, as he didn't know the answer. He thought that the patriarch was secretly keeping track of what was happening in the Yuha palace. He didn't know that the patriarch was actually deep in seclusion. Just as you were about to attack Long Chen, the Yuha palace's karmic luck divine pillar started changing color. It was on the verge of cracking, said the patriarch. How can that be? Zhang Weizhang and all the other elders of the Yuha palace were shocked. The karmic luck divine pillar was the foundation on which the Yuha palace was built. It was a priceless spiritual treasure, one that possessed the miraculous ability to anticipate the future of the sect's karmic luck. When it gave off a warning, it meant that something that could threaten the Yuha palace was approaching. For it to change color meant that the Yuha palace was in danger of being destroyed. Historically, whenever the Yuha palace was on the verge of a tribulation, the karmic luck divine pillar would accurately predict it, allowing them to safely pass through. However, for it to not have just changed color but also been about to crack, the patriarch jumped in horror and immediately rushed out. That was what resulted in everything afterward. I don't believe that Long Chen has that ability. There's definitely a problem with the karmic luck divine pillar. Zhang Weizhang clenched his teeth. He refused to believe that Long Chen was that powerful. The patriarch indifferently said, "You don't believe it, and I don't believe it either. But I believe that there is no problem with the karmic luck divine pillar. I cannot see through Long Chen's power, but I can tell you that the High Firmament Academy is the oldest academy within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It has been slumbering for countless years and already declined, and yet it still dares to resist Lord Brahma. For a simple disciple, they had a falling out with Enputa. Furthermore, their branch sects were destroyed countless years ago, and yet Long Chen has brought over the seal of the 7th Branch Academy. He is the dean of the 7th Branch Academy. That means that the High Firmament Academy is starting to revive their branch academies, and that they are launching a counterattack against Lord Brahma. Long Chen is their tool for doing so. Without the High Firmament Academy backing him up, what can a small 4-peak disciple like him do? There is no need to question just how important Long Chen is to the High Firmament Academy. If you kill him, do you think that the Yuha Palace can endure the wrath of the High Firmament Academy? Furthermore, Long Chen also has a pair of siblings beside him. They are the grandson and granddaughter of the current dean. Their Bai family has been through 7 generations, with every generation only resulting in a single powerful man. For a divine weapon, you actually wanted to kill them. Do you know how foolish you are? If you killed them, this world would no longer have a Yuha palace. The patriarch's words were flat, but they were like thunder in their ears. They had not been thinking this far, nor did they know that the High Firmament Academy had such a terrifying foundation. Their impression of the High Firmament Academy was a giant tree that had dried up. No matter how big it was powerless to return to the springtime of its youth. All that awaited it was death. Zhang Weizhang's expression was extremely ugly. He knew more about the High Firmament Academy than the rest of these elders. But he had only been thinking about the sword and hadn't paid any attention to Bai Shishi and Bai Shala's identities. Now that the patriarch had revealed all this, he was embarrassed. After all, he was the current palace master. For the patriarch to call him a fool made him lose all face. At the time, I only wanted to scare them a bit. How could I, the palace master, really bother killing some juniors? Raged Zhang Weizhang. After acting wrongly, you don't dare to admit it. You even come up with excuses to cover it up. That only shows that other than being foolish, you are also a hypocrite with an inferiority complex. Other than everything else you did, the most foolish thing was personally causing your great-grandson, a genius that only appeared once in thousands of years of your Zhang family, to die, said the patriarch coldly. Bullshit. Zhang Baihei definitely can kill that brat. You've grown muddled with age, and your mind has decayed. You are no longer suited to take charge of the Yuha palace. Roared Zhang Weizhang. This roar caused everyone to jump, and all their expressions grew ugly. Zhang Weizhang actually dared to curse the patriarch. That was on the same line as killing a master or destroying a sect. It was a grave taboo of the immortal world. Palace Master, you've gone too far. The Patriarch's analysis is correct. For you to curse him for the truth, are you not afraid of being laughed at by others? Demanded Yu Zhan angrily. Zhang Weizhong didn't have any filter over his mouth. For him to have said such disgraceful words, even he was regretful. But having said it, he couldn't take it back. Zhang Weizhong thickened his face and said, "Disciple was wrong to say that. I've offended the Patriarch, so I apologize to you in front of everyone. When we're done here, I will kowtow to you in apology. However, I firmly disagree with your viewpoint. If Baihei loses, I will abdicate the position of Palace Master. However, if Baihei wins, it means that I was right. If so, I hope that you don't interfere in my decisions in the future." The Patriarch looked at Zhang Weizhong, not at all angry. Instead, he simply sighed. Let us let the facts speak then. Everyone turned back to the battlefield. Zhang Baihei's bloodline pressure was still rising, and yet Long Chen did not react. He just calmly watched him. "Have you seen the difference and are despairing?" asked Zhang Baihei with a disdainful smile. "Are you done? In order to let you die fully convinced of your defeat, I've been waiting a long time," said Long Chen indifferently. A bone saber then appeared in his hand. After that, Long Chen swung his saber. A perfect arc appeared in the air before the saber rested on his shoulder. That arc was a crack in the void, and it didn't heal for a long time. When they saw that, everyone's expression changed. Chapter 3267 Psychic Beasts. What kind of divine weapon is that? Long Chen had only lightly swung his saber through the air, but it cut apart the void. Hence, everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying divine weapon before. This blade appeared in front of others for the first time, and its sharpness made countless experts quiver. "I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on your body." "Good, then they'll all belong to me after today." Zhang Baihei's eyes lit up. He was clearly attracted to Long Chen's saber. A divine weapon that was like fine jade was naturally attractive. Greed is one of the original sins. Zhang Weizhong almost caused the destruction of the Yuha Palace because of greed. On the other hand, your Patriarch worked so hard, even willingly lowering himself to talk on the same level as me, a four-peak disciple, just to protect all of you. Your Patriarch managed to drag you back from the gates of hell, but you just had to charge your way there. It seems that you don't know. The first time that I saw you, I saw the darkness and evil in your heart. There is something very loathsome within your soul. The moment I saw you, I wanted to kill you. But in order to not cause trouble for my brother, I was able to endure and let you live. Regretfully, you never thought to let others live. It is precisely this desire of yours that caused you to step onto the path of no return." When Long Chen's words entered the Patriarch's ears, he sighed once more. The other experts of the Yuha Palace looked at him in shock. Could it be that everything really was as the Patriarch said? "You're far too arrogant. Do you know just how naive you are?" Zhang Baihei sneered furiously. In the middle of his sneer, Long Chen's figure vanished, appearing in front of him. He then slapped Zhang Baihei in the face. As a result, a clear and crisp sound rang out. Zhang Baihei didn't even have a chance to react. He was slapped flying. Zhang Baihei then smashed through multiple mountains, reaching all the way to the end of people's vision. Long Chen had his saber in his right hand, and his left hand was still in the slapping posture. He simply stood there as if he had done something incredibly minuscule. As for the Yuha Palace's experts, their hearts clenched. They could only hear the sound of their heartbeats in their ears. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. "I really dislike your way of showing off. I don't even know where you get that confidence from. I'm giving you a chance to recover. Otherwise, you would already be dead beneath my saber," said Long Chen coldly. "Boss really is the boss. This face-slapping art is still as divine as ever in the immortal world. No one can block it," said Qi Yu. His blood heated up just from witnessing this. That old feeling he had been missing finally resurfaced within his heart, igniting his own battle intent. As the earth exploded, a giant gate appeared and an enormous figure charged out of it. This was a giant ape with golden eyes and golden fur. Its wild aura radiated throughout the world, shaking heaven and earth. This was a 5th-rank beast. But it was no ordinary beast. It was a psychic beast from another world. Psychic beasts were capable of being summoned through a spiritual contract. That contract opened the path to the other world for them, allowing them to come out into this world and assist someone in battle. The Chu family's altars had also been set up for a similar contract but for lifeforms of the netherworld. Unfortunately, Their contract was a one-shot deal. The lifeforms would accept their offerings and do some work for them, and once that work was done, the two sides would have nothing to do with each other. However, spirit psychic bloodline arts were for long-term usage. It was just that such bloodlines were exceedingly rare in this world. Furthermore, even if you possessed such a bloodline, you still needed to go to that other world and capture psychic beasts for yourself, forcing them to form contracts. If you wanted a psychic beast that was even stronger than you could only use some sinister schemes to subdue it and trick it into forming a contract. This golden ape's terrifying pressure shocked countless experts. They had seen Zhang Baihe summon other psychic beasts, but they had all been of the 4th rank. However, those 4th rank beasts of his were all very terrifying. Some were even comparable to immortal kings. Today, he had summoned a 5th rank psychic beast, something that was not just comparable to an immortal king but could equally match an immortal king's power. This golden ape is something that even I would have to use my full power to fight. Tell me, how is Long Chen going to fight it? Zhang Weizhong was pleased with this change. He eyed the patriarch, but he was disappointed to see that the patriarch didn't react to this shocking golden ape at all. At this moment, the golden ape roared. Just the sound shattered the nearby mountains. Countless people were struck by that sound wave, and blood poured out of their ears. They temporarily lost their hearing and felt the world shaking. Man and beast unite. After that, Zhang Baihe appeared on top of the giant ape's head. He formed hand seals, and just like a rune, he left himself branded on its forehead. A golden scepter then appeared in the ape's hand. It was so big that when it lifted the scepter, it was like even the heavens would be pierced through. With a furious roar, the scepter smashed down from the heavens. Every expert felt their heart shaking. Although this attack wasn't targeting them, the terrifying pressure had crushed their mental strength. Bai Shishi's expression also changed. She hadn't expected Zhang Baihe to be so terrifying. Compared to him, Hu Wuya and Gui Yun were practically trash. The golden ape actually spat out the human language. In this merger state, everything was controlled by Zhang Baihe. Seeing this scene, Long Chen smiled coldly. He slowly raised his bone saber in front of him and patiently awaited the scepter's fall. In front of countless shocked gazes, that giant scepter smashed down like a heavenly pillar crushing an ant. Long Chen appeared absolutely minuscule in front of it. As a result, chi waves exploded and fragments of spacetime blew through the air. All the experts present, even divine lords, almost coughed up blood from the impact. Dust and rubble flew through the air. However, they were shocked to find that under the giant scepter, Long Chen had not budged. His bone blade was stopping the scepter just like that, and his face was as expressionless as ever. An arc of light had appeared on top of his bone saber, and people could see another arc from the scepter as well. Those two arcs then rubbed against each other, emitting explosive sounds that hurt people's souls. It felt like their souls would be torn apart by that sound. I understand. It seems that you don't know your own power. Alright then, I'll help you force it out. Long Chen suddenly became covered by dragon scales and golden light erupted. A dragon cry then resounded through the air. Chapter 3268 Underworld Ghost Seed. The giant golden ape was sent reeling back. The Yuha Palace's experts were stunned. That golden ape was a 5th rank psychic beast, equivalent to an immortal king. Ignoring its shocking blood chi, just its giant body and shape were enough to tell people that it was an existence specializing in brute power. However, even something this terrifying was knocked back by Long Chen. At this moment, golden dragon scales appeared all over Long Chen's body. Flames ignited on top of them as if the scales themselves were burning. Right now, Long Chen appeared to be a golden warrior burning with divine flames. Furthermore, the current Long Chen was different from before. When he activated the power of his divine flames, he managed to absorb a bit of heavenly Dao energy to assist him in battle. The majority of the heavenly Daos were against Long Chen, and only a small portion could be summoned to assist him. But this small amount was enough to make Long Chen feel as if he had been freed from a heavy set of shackles. Only now did he realize just how heavy those shackles were. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. In the Four-Peak realm, he would slowly break free from those shackles dragging him down. Although his cultivation base was only at the first heaven stage of the Four-Peak realm, he could already feel a portion of the heavenly Daos assisting him. The seals that this world had on him had weakened. He was experiencing what Luo Zichuan had taught him. Only by learning how to borrow the power of the heavenly Daos could he understand more about the heavenly Daos, and only then could he swim freely within this vast ocean. Long Chen slashed his bone saber forward, and the golden ape was sent reeling back. With every step, the void collapsed behind it. The dragon is the emperor of all beasts. I possess dragon blood, so your psychic beast's bloodline suppression is completely ineffective against me. Instead, it is the one suppressed by my dragon blood. If I had to rely on brute force against an ordinary immortal king, perhaps they would have a chance. But you have no chance. Long Chen continued to send the golden ape tumbling back. No matter how it roared, it was unable to stabilize itself. Suddenly, Long Chen vanished, and the force he was using to push back the golden ape also vanished. The ape was caught off guard, and it stumbled forward. A thin red line then appeared in the void. When that thread reached the ape's waist, it roared and its body was cut in two at the waist. The red thread slowly stopped, and only then did Long Chen's figure reappear. That red thread was the cutting edge of the bone saber. Blood-red flame runes had appeared on the edge of the blade. When they slowly faded, the bone saber returned to its normal appearance. This bone saber has found the right master. Only in my hands can it unleash its full potential. A fiery light shone in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at his bone saber. When flame energy was inserted into the saber, its sharpness instantly soared to an absolutely terrifying realm. Just now, he had only been testing its sharpness. He hadn't expected that when Huo Linger's power was merged with the bone blade, it would unleash such power. This immortal king beast was unable to stop it. Impossible. Zhang Weizhong was shocked. He didn't believe his eyes. He had personally fought this ape before. With that king item, the golden scepter, even he was forced to stay away from it. With its powerful physical body, even a king item couldn't possibly cut it in two. After Long Chen sliced the ape in two, he now raised his saber. When pointing the tip at the heavens, its edge once more reddened. He once more slashed it down, not giving Zhang Baihe any chance to recover. On the other hand, Zhang Baihe was in control of the golden ape, and he suffered the same pain of having his body cut in two. After enduring the pain, he swept out his golden scepter to receive Long Chen's attack. The bone saber was stopped, but a chilling wind still hacked down, and the ape's body, which had yet to separate, was sliced through once more, turning into 4 pieces. With it slain, Zhang Baihe screamed and flew out of its head. The golden scepter was sent flying into the distance. Zhang Baihe was covered in blood, which was from the golden ape. His eyes were bulging, and veins throbbed on his forehead. He had endured the pain of the golden ape being slain, and it almost caused his mind to collapse. The sensation of death had been all too real. "Watch out behind you," Zhang Weizhong suddenly shouted. At some point, Long Chen had appeared behind Zhang Baihe like a phantom. Regretfully, his warning was too late. When Long Chen's saber fell, Zhang Baihe's body was cut apart. The Yuha Palace's experts all felt their heads buzz and turn blank. The leading heavenly genius of the Yuha Palace had been slain just like this. Zhang Weizhong exploded with killing intent. Just as he was about to attack Long Chen, a hand slammed into his back. As a result, his roiling blood qi instantly froze and his cultivation base was frozen. Zhang Weizhong turned back. It was the patriarch who had stopped him. His eyes instantly reddened. The patriarch's hand once more struck him, and his body stiffened. He was unable to even speak. "Just watch. Something major is happening." The patriarch's expression was surprisingly grave. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. Long Chen had cut Zhang Baihe in two. However, everyone was startled to find that Zhang Baihe didn't die. The two parts of his body were connected by countless black threads. Just as his body was split apart, they were bound back together. What? The Yuha Palace's experts were all dumbfounded. Today, they were seeing something that they couldn't imagine. However, some particular elders amongst them, who were so old that they were 1 foot in the grave, were especially horrified. Could it be? Those elders collapsed on the ground, not daring to believe their eyes. After cutting Zhang Baihe apart, Long Chen didn't continue attacking. He rested his saber on his shoulder and watched Zhang Baihe fuse his body back together. A hint of shock appeared on his face. "No wonder I was so disgusted by your aura. So you are an underworld ghost seed." Underworld ghost seed. When they heard that, countless people were horrified. Some of them even began to quiver uncontrollably. Chapter 3269 Lifeform of the Ghost Tao. Underworld Ghost Seed, an ancient secret. Legend was that they were the source of all the chaos in the immortal world. They were part of the Ghost Tao and had always been infiltrating the immortal world. Those people who had underworld ghost seeds implanted in them became puppets for the ghost Tao but appeared normal on the surface. Many experts were even completely unaware that they were underworld ghost seeds. It was similar to a slave seed rooted deep within their soul. Furthermore, it would silently accumulate a mysterious power. The legend was that many invaders of the ghost Tao had infiltrated the immortal world back in ancient times. The underworld ghost seeds then became lackeys for the ghost Tao, allowing them to attack the immortal world from the inside and outside, dealing serious damage. The current immortal world still had many ancient battlefields overflowing with ghost chi. Also, people didn't dare to set foot there because countless lifeforms of the ghost Tao were buried there. The lifeforms of the ghost Tao were absolutely terrifying, which was why all their expressions changed when Long Chen mentioned an underworld ghost seed. Zhang Baihei's eyes had turned black, and he emitted a sinister light. Now, black chi revolved around him, and his aura had completely changed. His current appearance was chilling. When Zhang Baihei extended a hand, the giant golden scepter flew into his hold, transforming into a 9-foot-long form. Damnable human race, you ruined all my work. I'll definitely kill you today. Zhang Baihei's voice had also changed, becoming sharp and thin. It pierced people's ears like a needle. The current Zhang Baihei was no longer human. His consciousness had been completely dominated by the underworld ghost seed. That will depend on whether or not you have that ability. Speaking of which, let me ask you something. I once encountered a ghost ship and saw many death spirits on top of it. Are those the same as you? Asked Long Chen lightly. Zhang Baihei's black eyes seemed shocked. He coldly said, "Brat, you really have big guts. You even dare to enter a ghost ship. You've been infected by immense karma. You and your family, everyone connected to you, will die miserable deaths." Hearing that Long Chen had entered a ghost ship, the Yuha Palace's experts were stunned. They felt a chill on their backs. When others saw ghost ships, they instantly fled, afraid of being infected by misfortune just from an extra glance. However, Long Chen was actually aboard one of those ghost ships. What were his guts made out of? TCH, I've seen many secrets, so I'm not afraid of trouble. No wonder I felt Zhang Baihei was so loathsome and I wanted to crush him. So it was you. I'm curious. Legend says that when underworld ghost seeds appear, calamity will descend, and the people will be in peril. So does your arrival indicate that the immortal world's era of peace is coming to an end? Asked Long Chen. In the Luo family, Luo Zichuan had mentioned that the immortal world's peace was about to be broken. Long Chen was still unclear on what that meant. Luo Zichuan had only mentioned it and not explained it. But with the ghost ship he had seen on the Devil Sea and this underworld ghost seed here, Long Chen felt like he had gotten a sniff of something unusual. No matter how your human race cultivates, you will still be livestock to be slaughtered. Asking so many questions is meaningless, sneered Zhang Baihei. Long Chen smiled. Ah, no wonder people say ghosts are shrewd. It seems that the lifeforms of the ghost Tao really are smart. So you won't leak any useful information. Then let me see just how powerful the lifeforms of the ghost Tao are. Long Chen suddenly slid forward. Despite moving in an arc, he gave people the feeling that he was going straight. Just as he attacked, Zhang Baihei also made his move. Black chi erupted from his body and coiled around his scepter. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. The bone blade and the golden scepter collided, unleashing an explosion of black chi and golden light. Long Chen rapidly pushed back Zhang Baihei. This is the power of a cultivator of the ghost Tao. It doesn't seem to be anything special, said Long Chen disdainfully. Suddenly, a pair of bat-like wings appeared on Zhang Baihei's back. After that, the void shuddered and his retreat came to a stop. Those bat wings spread, unleashing a wave of sinister aura. Two sharp bone nails then appeared on the tips of the wings, and they stabbed toward Long Chen. Those 3-feet-long nails unleashed an ear-piercing sound, as if the 10,000 Daos were even pierced by them. Long Chen shoved him back and retreated, just narrowly avoiding those bone nails. If it weren't for the suppression of the laws here, how could you even receive 3 blows from me? Shouted Zhang Baihei. With his wings spread and his golden scepter, he pressed the attack against Long Chen. Moreover, countless eye designs appeared on his wings, which continued to emit black chi. The air of death filled that black chi. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were being corroded. Attacks rained down from Zhang Baihei's wings and scepter. Surrounded by black chi, he was like a ghost king. He repeatedly forced Long Chen back. That black chi seems to contain a similar aura to the auras on the ghost ship. They really are from the same place. Long Chen's heart shook. If Luo Zichuan was correct and the immortal world's era of peace was about to come to an end, then this fellow and the group behind him were one of the causes. Zhang Baihei's sudden eruption of power and Long Chen's forced retreat left the Yuha Palace's experts with complicated expressions. At this point, they didn't even know who they should be cheering for. If Zhang Baihei had turned into an underworld ghost seed, then he had to be killed. The underworld ghost seed had fully merged with him already, and they could no longer be separated. If they left him alive, he would cause a calamity. Furthermore, if news spread that the Yuha Palace dared to keep an infected Zhang Baihei, countless sects would join forces to wipe them off the map. They all knew that this Zhang Baihei was no longer the old Zhang Baihei. He was already under the control of a life form of the Ghost Dao. All that remained of him was this husk. Long Chen's bone saber danced as he fought. He quickly began to take back the advantage. Even against 3 terrifying weapons, he was still fighting freely. The Patriarch once more pressed a hand against Zhang Weizhang. After that, the bindings on him vanished and he regained his freedom. However, his face was ashen now. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. He knew that Zhang Baihei was already dead. The genius of their Zhang family that appeared only once every 10,000 years was dead. Despite him being filled with hatred and resentment, the Patriarch said, who would have thought that Zhang Baihei's body would have an underworld ghost seed planted inside. However, all things have their own karma. If Zhang Baihei's heart was firm, how could he have been infected by a ghost seed? Your vision was short-sighted as you only wanted a quick return. If you had properly taught him, instead of helping him clean up his messes, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. When he was 15, due to some unintentional words, he cruelly slaughtered someone, and you suppressed that matter. At 17, he assaulted and killed the woman of the Meng family. You were the one who went out and secretly gave them compensation to settle. You were unaware that your conduct drove him step by step into the abyss. Only then did the underworld ghost seed choose him. Patriarch, you, Zhang Weizhang was startled. Not mentioning it doesn't mean that I didn't know about it, said the Patriarch. Then, why didn't you stop it? If you had, Zhang Weizhang's voice quivered. Would stopping it have any use? I even came out of seclusion this time just to stop things, but what did you do? In the end, good and bad will get their retribution. The bitter wine that you brewed will have to be swallowed by you. You can't blame others. The Patriarch shook his head and sighed. Just then, an immense explosion shook the battlefield. Zhang Baihei suddenly raised his head and roared. Death Qi swirled beneath his feet. When people looked at the current Zhang Baihei, all their expressions changed. What monster is that? Chapter 3270 Clash of King Items. Following Zhang Baihei's roar, his entire body turned black. Countless spots appeared on his body as if he was a corpse. After that, his mouth grew and a set of sharp teeth could be seen. Also, 2 bumps appeared on top of his head. Bone spurs grew out of them until they became white horns on his head. Similar spurs appeared on his elbows, shoulders, and palms. They were all similar to the bone nails on his wings and were incomparably sharp. They emitted a sharp light that made people's hair stand on end. This was no longer Zhang Baihei. It was a truly terrifying life form with black qi gushing out of his entire body. His current state horrified people. They had never seen a creature with such an ominous appearance. It was even more terrifying than the nightmare ghosts of legends. As for Long Chen, he suddenly nodded with comprehension. So you are using your core energy to summon a domain where you can resist the suppression of the laws of the immortal world. That really is the same principle as the ghost ship's innate dark domain. I suppose that's what it means for it to sail through the Tao. Long Chen thought of when he had encountered that ghost ship. Despite it clearly being a clear and sunny day, that ghost ship caused the surroundings to turn into night. It was just like the current Zhang Baihei. You really have seen a soldier transport ship? Asked the monster Zhang Baihei. A trace of shock appeared in his vertical pupils. A soldier transport ship. In other words, Yin soldiers through the Tao really exist. It seems that you set up this scheme a long time ago. Is it to wage war against the immortal world? Asked Long Chen. Just then, a black gate appeared in the black qi gushing out of Zhang Baihei. Not good, he's going to run. The Patriarch's expression changed. Just like everyone else, he thought that Zhang Baihei had entered this state in order to fight Long Chen. Unexpectedly, this life form of the Ghost Dao was extremely crafty. This was nothing more than a bluff for his retreat. The Patriarch was just about to move when the black gate exploded, destroyed by a black sword. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. They stared in shock at that gate. A young maiden wrapped in black lightning runes had appeared within the gate. You want to play tricks with me? Too naive. In my eyes, your tricks are incredibly childish. Remember, in this world, it is humans whose hearts are the most difficult to read. Your tricks might be able to trick ghosts, but it's far from enough to trick humans, sneered Long Chen. Although this ghost Dao lifeform had put on an act of putting everything on the line, Long Chen had sensed him stealthily merging a portion of his power into the void. At that moment, Long Chen knew that he was up to something. According to his guess, this could only be used for a strange attack or to escape. But in order to be safe, he had Lei Linger conceal herself in the void while he drew all the attention. In truth, Zhang Baihei's fierce attacks were also nothing more than bait to draw Long Chen's attention so that he wouldn't notice him preparing to escape. However, the result was the opposite of what he had attempted. This lifeform was instead schemed against by Long Chen. Lei Linger's appearance terrified Zhang Baihei. He sensed terrifying power from her body. Suddenly, Zhang Baihei rushed toward Long Chen with his scepter. When strange marks flowed on top of it, a destructive aura erupted. Even the patriarch's expression changed. He's going to detonate his king item. Logically, Zhang Baihei didn't possess the power to control a king item. He couldn't unleash a king item's true power, nor could he order it to detonate. However, in the hands of this lifeform, some secret technique had been activated to force it to detonate. It had to be known that this golden scepter was one of the two supreme treasures of the Yuha Palace. If it detonated here, then all the surrounding space would be blasted out of existence. That kind of destructive power was something perhaps only a few people here would be able to survive. Moreover, the majority of the Yuha Palace's people were gathered here. If it was allowed to detonate, the Yuha Palace would truly be done for. They would never be able to recover from such a thing. Just as Zhang Baihei's face was twisted in a sinister and ruthless expression, as if he wanted to drag everyone down with him, Long Chen extended his left hand. A golden pill furnace appeared. After that, the pill furnace smashed into Zhang Baihei's scepter. The clash of two king's items caused a deafening ringing. Zhang Baihei was surprised that Long Chen also had a king item. Furthermore, when these two king items clashed, their runes formed a terrifying resonance, and ripples spread, flattening the mountain range. The surrounding experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. Cracks appeared in their bodies. A clash of king items unleashed terrifying shockwaves. Even if it was just a simple collision, it still activated the self-protective powers of the king items. Long Chen's arm turned numb from the impact and was bleeding. He almost lost hold over the pill furnace. However, this attack also destroyed one of Zhang Baihei's arms. The scepter was then sent flying into the distance. Long Chen had managed to stop the detonation of the scepter. With his other hand, he swung his bone saber, and the red pattern once more appeared on its edge. On the other hand, black blood sprayed as Zhang Baihei's head flew into the air. Just then, Lei Linger's lightning sword slashed onto his body, blasting it apart. Zhang Baihei's body was destroyed. Although black runes floated out, he was unable to merge the tiny pieces back together. The black runes slowly turned to dust. Long Chen had previously managed to cut Zhang Baihei's body apart, but the latter had managed to fuse the pieces of his body. However, after Lei Linger's attack this time, his physical body was truly destroyed. Now, all that remained of Zhang Baihei was a single head, which looked at Long Chen. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot toward him. When that blood arrow appeared, Long Chen's heart quivered. He didn't dare to block it, so he dodged to the side. The blood arrow shot through the air and exploded into the distance. Black blood then filled that space. A black hole was corroded into the void. Looking at that black hole, people were horrified. That black hole was like a devil's eye. Even the heavenly Daos were corroded, so this thing could not be touched by normal human. Even a weapon would probably be corroded if it touched the blood. Seeing that this underworld ghost seed was able to unleash such a terrifying attack even when all that was left of him was a head, everyone turned icy cold. This lifeform was absolutely ferocious. As soon as it spat out the blood arrow, Lei Linger sliced through its head. After that, its head exploded, revealing a black crystal. Long Chen was just about to reach out and grab it when his expression completely changed. He swung his bone saber toward the black crystal. Chapter 3271 Ominous Omen. That black crystal was the underworld ghost seed. It was the seed that had germinated within Zhang Baihei's body. Long Chen wanted to grab and study it. He wanted to know the secrets of the ghost Dao. But when he went to grab it, an intense sensation of danger filled his entire body. He instinctively gave up on grabbing it and swung his saber. The crystal exploded, but a strange black figure appeared within it. Lei Linger then slashed her sword through that figure, destroying it. That lifeform's final roar rang out through the air. You've been infected by the ghost Dao's karma. It won't be long before you become the next underworld ghost seed. With a one-handed seal, Lei Linger caused lightning to ravage this space, instantly purifying this black chi. The lightning of a heavenly tribulation was a supreme yang force, and it countered all evil and demonic forms of energy. Thus, while this life form of the ghost Dao could struggle against Long Chen, it was completely unable to stop Lei Linger's attacks. TCH, what nonsense. You even have to scare me as you die. Fortunately, Boss San's guts aren't small, sneered Long Chen. After purifying the black chi, Lei Linger returned to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen then waved his hand, and the pill furnace flew back to him. The bone saber was also sent to the primal chaos space. The battle had ended, but the Yuha Palace's experts were still shaking. The youngsters in particular were horrified. They had been frightened by Zhang Baihei's final form. Looking at it was enough to make their souls want to flee. They couldn't summon the courage to fight it. Legend was that every time the ghost Dao invaded the immortal world, endless calamities followed. This lifeform's appearance was so frightening that it naturally drew out the fear deep in people's hearts. That could easily cause a heart devil. As a result of this, the few images of the lifeforms of the ghost Dao were kept secret and not publicly disseminated. Now that they saw one of these lifeforms in person, the seniors who had read about them felt cold. Bai Shishi couldn't help sighing when she saw those terrified expressions. In comparison, Long Chen was a true expert. He didn't have such fear. Climbing on top of the ghost ship had been a tempering experience for her. Although she also felt some fear toward Zhang Baihei's appearance, it wasn't enough to make her lose her courage. Even Bai Shala wasn't in a state as bad as the Yuha Palace's disciples. It could be seen that people's guts were trained through tempering. Moreover, Qin Feng and Qi Yu's expressions were both calm as if nothing had happened. The two of them knew that Long Chen definitely wouldn't lose. They had absolute confidence in him. At this moment, the scepter flew into the patriarch's hand. His expression was a bit ugly. He didn't know what secret technique this lifeform had used, but the king item was now infected with death chi. Perhaps it was part of the secret technique that had allowed the lifeform to control this king item, forcing it to obey his will and detonate upon his command. The detonation of the scepter had been prevented by Long Chen, but this king item was still damaged. It would take a huge amount of time and resources for it to recover. However, in any case, the golden scepter had been returned. That was already something fortuitous. It's all thanks to Dean Long's supreme might and wisdom. You managed to see through the underworld ghost seed. Otherwise, once he grew up, my Yuha Palace would be destroyed by him. The Yuha Palace will remember this favor, said the patriarch, putting away the scepter, his expression a bit complicated. Long Chen had killed Zhang Baihei, and the patriarch actually had to thank him. Even after living countless years, he felt extremely embarrassed by this. Ultimately, he still retained his rationality. He knew that if Long Chen hadn't come, Zhang Baihei's identity as an underworld ghost seed wouldn't have been exposed. Once he grew up, he would definitely gain control over the Yuha Palace. At that time, the Yuha Palace might very likely become a stronghold for the ghost Dao's invasion to the immortal world. At that time, the Yuha Palace would no longer exist. Hence, although the patriarch found it a bit hard to accept, he still had to thank Long Chen. Everyone within the Yuha Palace had to thank him. No need for thanks. My goal in coming here was to find justice for my brother. It was all a coincidence. I've long since gotten used to bad luck. As for whether others thank me or hate me, I don't really mind. I can permit other people to have different views of me, and I can respect every person's opinion. Of course, the condition for that is that they don't provoke me or my brothers. Green rivers don't change, clear water flows long. Hopefully if we meet again, we can drink together happily, not viewing each other with hostility. Goodbye. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the patriarch and turned away. Bai Shishi, Bai Shala, and Xu Zishang immediately followed. Qin Feng then patted Qi Yu's shoulder and smiled. Good brother. Boss didn't say anything to you because he's worried that you would abandon your lover. Remember, the Dragonblood warriors are brothers for life. If you need anything, just send us a word. No matter how far apart we are, we'll immediately come. Take care of yourself, brother. Qin Feng then started walking away with Long Chen and the others. Qi Yu watched as they left. He then looked toward Yu Zhan and sighed. Now do you understand why the karmic luck divine pillar would crack? Long Chen not only possesses immense power, but he even possesses a king item pill furnace. If he had unleashed this power in the Yuha Palace, then a clash of king items would have destroyed the sect. There's even that bone saber, which isn't a king item but is on the same level. If I were to take action, at most I would be able to beat him but not kill him. At that time, the only survivors from the Yuha Palace would be us, two old fellows. Now do you think that I was wrong to stop you? Said the patriarch lightly as he watched Long Chen and the others leave. Disciple admits his wrongs. Zhang Weizhang was pale. It looked as if he had aged countless years, and his expression was miserable. But there was also overwhelming hatred in his eyes. Even he himself wasn't sure whether he should hate Long Chen or himself. He had indulged Zhang Baihei too much. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that an evil flame within him was stoked to the point that an underworld ghost seed set its sights on him. If he had been more strict with Zhang Baihei, perhaps none of this would have happened. However, in this world, there were not so many ifs or buts, nor was there any medicine for regret. Starting today, go into seclusion and reflect on yourself. Qing He will temporarily take over the position of palace master, said the patriarch. Zhang Weizhang's position was stripped from him just like that. Although there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, he nodded. Disciple understands. The patriarch then nodded as well. To another elder, he said, disseminate the news of an underworld ghost seed appearing in the Yuha Palace. All sects should raise their guard. Sigh, perhaps the immortal world's era of peace will end with our generation. The patriarch led everyone back to the Yuha Palace. Everyone was gone, leaving behind a ruined battlefield. As a gust of evil wind blew by, the whistle of sand blowing in the air sounded like the cries of ghosts. No one knew whether or not this was an ominous omen to far more terrible things. Chapter 3272 Qi Yu returns. As Long Chen brought by Shishi and the others away, Qin Feng looked at the distant palace and sighed. There's nothing to sigh about. Qi Yu has found a home for himself, and he's accompanied by a great woman. We can be at peace with that, said Long Chen. Although that was what he said, in the end, he didn't know what he felt about Qi Yu staying here. By staying here, it was fated that Qi Yu wouldn't climb as high. However, every person had their own will. Long Chen couldn't force it, especially not when it came to love. Yu Zhan had helped Qi Yu out immensely, so for Qi Yu to stay behind was only right. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting, and Long Chen and the others saw Qi Yu rushing over to them. Long Chen's expression sank. Although he found it a bit hard to accept that Qi Yu would leave the Dragonblood Legion, it would be even more unacceptable for him to simply abandon his companion. Boss, listen to me. I explained it to Yu Zhan, and she agreed with me, said Qi Yu hastily. I told her that the appearance of an underworld ghost seed indicates that a great tribulation will likely befall the immortal world. Once the war starts, who will be safe? When the time comes, would I have to watch as the Ghost Dao's experts slaughter everyone I care about? What if we have children and I can only watch as they are killed? We cannot endure such unimaginable pain. So, Yu Zhan has agreed with my decision. I have to get stronger, and only then can we live with dignity. If we aren't strong enough, then even if we hide in the Yuha Palace, we will be powerless to resist when calamity strikes. She loves me, and I love her. She has promised to wait for me until I can provide a safe and stable home for her. Hearing that, Long Chen's face softened. You aren't lying, boss. How could I have the courage to do such a thing? She really has agreed with me. She isn't here herself because she's worried that she won't be able to handle saying goodbye. So I came by myself. Qi Yu's eyes reddened slightly. Clearly, he was also unwilling to part with Yu Zhan. Yu Zhan had helped him pass through the most difficult days of his life. He was unwilling to part with this warm and gentle woman, but there was also no helping it. He wasn't the only one who sensed how serious the problem was. Just from the expression of the patriarch, it could be seen just how grave the implications of an underworld ghost seed were. It was precisely due to this that everyone in the Yuha Palace was deeply worried, and Yu Zhan was no exception. Thus, she didn't stop Qi Yu from leaving. Long Chen then nodded and patted Qi Yu's shoulder. He smiled slightly. Brother, welcome back. Seeing that Long Chen didn't decline, Qi Yu was overjoyed. He had been worried that Long Chen would reject him due to Yuzan. Good brother, let's all work hard so that we can live with dignity. When we climb to the peak with boss, we'll create our own peaceful world. Then we can all marry and have children. We can spend our days drinking and eating, playing with our children. Qin Feng laughed. He was delighted that Qi Yu had returned. The heavy atmosphere from encountering an underworld ghost seed lightened due to everyone's joy at Qi Yu's return. After that, they went to a nearby valley and killed some pheasants. They wanted to cook them by the river for celebration. Boss, what is an underworld ghost seed? You should know a bit about them, right? After eating, Qin Feng couldn't help asking this question as he poured a bowl of wine for Long Chen. Everyone's ears perked up. Even Bai Shishi put down her wine and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen finished his wine and solemnly said, "This matter is an ancient secret, and there are only some fragmentary mentions within the records of the Academy. Some of what I know came from those fragments, while some are what I guessed based on the questionable period within history. When speaking of the ghost world, it is not too different from the netherworld. However, the netherworld and the ghost world are two different worlds. Based on the 6 Taos, you would have the Hell Tao and the Hungry Ghost Tao. But if you view them purely based on the 6 Taos, it would be a bit contradictory and wouldn't make sense. Thus, all you need to know is that the ghost world possesses its own independent world with its own laws just like the netherworld. The netherworld is where living creatures go to when they die. However, based on what I know, not every life form goes to the netherworld after dying." When Long Chen mentioned this, he thought of Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu. They were gods in control of a netherworld. Long Chen knew more about the netherworld than others. But when it came to the ghost Tao, it was such a mysterious existence that even he was unable to come into contact with it. Long Chen continued, "Furthermore, it appears that speaking of the ghost Tao is taboo in the immortal world. I've gone through many texts, and whenever the topic starts to shift to this area, they will simply brush it off and not give any details. As for the underworld ghost seed, I don't really know much. I wanted to grab Zhang Baihei's underworld ghost seed to study it, but it really was ruthless. I almost got injured by it." Hearing that vague explanation, everyone was disappointed. But Long Chen smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. What will come, will come. Worrying won't help, but based on what we saw today, the immortal world will very likely be flipped on its head soon. What we need to do is gather all the brothers of the Dragonblood Legion before that day comes. Otherwise, if we are all scattered when the calamity strikes, we'll be beaten one by one," said Long Chen. Qi Yu nodded. In the Yuha Palace, the patriarch's worried expression had told him that the immortal world was not the free world of gods and immortals that he had imagined. In this place, there was also fighting, there was also killing. In fact, this place might be worse than the Martial Heaven continent. At the very least, on the Martial Heaven continent, people cared about relationships. That didn't hold so strongly in the immortal world. People in the immortal world possessed long lifespans, and an ordinary cultivator could live for thousands of years effortlessly. So, they could reproduce tens or even hundreds of generations of people. They might not even know how many children they had, let alone care about their relationships. It was precisely due to this merciless immortal world that Qi Yu cherished the warmth that Yuzan had given him. That was why he had to get stronger to protect her. Within this chaotic world, he would create a peaceful home for her. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to follow Long Chen. The other Dragonblood warriors were the same. They had to join forces in order to protect themselves. "Now what?" asked Bai Shishi. Long Chen's smile suddenly turned mischievous. Bai Shishi stared at him oddly, not knowing what this smile indicated. All of a sudden, Long Chen waved his finger and pointed behind him. Bai Shishi instantly understood. When a sword came flying out of its sheath, golden light exploded. It slashed in the direction that Long Chen pointed. Chapter 3273 Vile Dragon Domain. Blood mist exploded where that golden light passed through. They didn't even see the person before they were killed. Bai Shaola and the others stared in confusion, not knowing what was going on. They had no idea that someone had been spying on them while they were eating. Amazing. Even without hitting them directly, the shockwaves of the sword chi were enough to kill a late-stage divine lord. Long Chen raised his thumb. A giant ditch was left in the ground, which was covered in golden powder. Following this simple slash, the earth's metal energy was actually drawn out. No wonder Bai Shishi loved this sword so much. Long Chen was unable to imagine just how terrifying it would be once Bai Shishi was able to unleash its full power. Who was that? Asked Bai Shishi. She hadn't noticed this person at all. She hadn't sensed anything, but Long Chen had made a cutting motion to her and pointed in that direction. Who else could it be? Those sinister fellows from the Bloodkill Hall, they really have some ability. They already found us, said Long Chen disdainfully. He had to admit that the Bloodkill Hall had some skill. Long Chen and the others had been traveling in secret and had only revealed their whereabouts when they arrived at the Yuha Palace. But the Bloodkill Hall had caught up to them so quickly. They really were like prairie dogs. Their noses were exceptionally sharp. However, Long Chen wasn't prey, he was the hunter. When his prey sent themselves to him, he wouldn't show mercy. We've been exposed so quickly. Then what about the mission? Asked Bai Shishi, her expression changing slightly. Long Chen smiled. Foolish girl, I already revealed my status as the 7th Branch Academy's dean in the Yuha Palace. This is no longer a secret mission. Call me a foolish girl again. Bai Shishi glared at him, but she also couldn't help asking, why did you do that? The deputy dean told you that this was an absolutely secret mission. By waving a flag and announcing it to the world, aren't you allowing the other side to prepare in advance? TCH, they have their plans, and I also have my own plans to deal with them. The Academy has been playing chess against Lord Brahma for so many years, and yet there's been no improvement after all this time. Why would I play using the same style? In this world, not all things should be done after coming up with a plan. If you just act according to your own heart, you'll be able to react faster. Well, it's not like I know how to play chess anyway. If I wanted to play against them, I'd be crushed in an instant, no? Said Long Chen. Then how are you planning to do this? Asked Bai Shishi. We're going to the Vile Dragon domain and take a look at the situation, said Long Chen. Just like that, Long Chen nodded. With no plan at all. Bai Shishi's eyes widened. What kind of plan could I have? Do you think that a few of us are capable of completing this mission? You're too naive. Long Chen shook his head. He had her summon the flying boat, and they set off once more. Long Chen, don't tell me that you don't care about this matter at all. Bai Shishi looked at him seriously. Bai Shishi knew just how important this matter was to the High Firmament Academy, so Long Chen's lax attitude made her heart sink. It couldn't be that Long Chen had simply accepted the position of dean to play around, could it? Long Chen laughed and looked at Bai Shishi. Her flawless face was so close to him. Enjoying her beauty at such a close distance was a blessing. Being stared at, Bai Shishi angrily said, talk seriously. Your skin is great, said Long Chen seriously. Bastard, I told you to talk seriously. Stop talking nonsense, said Bai Shishi, so angry that her jade-like face reddened. I already told you, I have my own methods. My path is different from most people's, so if you feel that my methods are wrong, you can leave. I don't like being questioned all the time, nor am I used to explaining myself to others. Those who approve of me will follow me through water and fire without asking about the future. There are also many others who don't approve of me. We all walk our own paths, and we shouldn't disturb each other. Long Chen spoke indifferently, turning to look out the window. These words weren't very polite, but Long Chen also had no way around it. Bai Shishi was stubborn and had her own viewpoints. She wanted to know what the next step was, what the overall plan was, and what they were doing. Putting it frankly, she was someone used to being in control. However, Long Chen was always unconstrained, doing whatever he wanted without preparing complicated plans in advance. So, he was getting angry with Bai Shishi for pressing him on this issue. The heavens had no second sun, and an army had no second leader. There could only be one head commander. If someone didn't listen to that commander, then sooner or later, it would cause things to collapse. Bai Shishi was stunned. She hadn't expected Long Chen to become hostile just over this, so her expression sank. Seeing this, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, and the others hastily ran to another cabin, closing the door to avoid being implicated. Meanwhile, Long Chen pretended not to see Bai Shishi's change in expression. He continued staring out the window. However, he was shocked to find tears dripping down Bai Shishi's face. This stubborn girl actually had times when she cried. He then turned to look at Bai Shishi, not knowing what to do. Bai Shishi also didn't say anything. She turned away, not looking at Long Chen. Everyone within the flying boat was silent. After a while, Long Chen awkwardly handed her a handkerchief. Bai Shishi ignored him at first, but after a bit, she reached out and accepted it, blotting her tears. In all my years, It's my first time being driven to tears due to rage at someone, said Bai Shishi coldly. That's because if it was someone else, you'd have killed them before getting to this point, said Long Chen, shrugging helplessly. With just that, Bai Shishi chuckled. But after that, she seemed embarrassed again and turned away. You bastard. Bai Shishi was vexed and embarrassed, yet also puzzled. She then reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Long Chen's waist. Long Chen screamed. Qin Feng and the others who were eavesdropping exchanged glances. They didn't know how to help. Long Chen looked at his waist. There was a large bruise now. Bai Shishi truly was vicious. She had actually used her metal energy. Seeing Long Chen look at her, Bai Shishi seemed pleased. It seemed that she had at least vented. Alright, you really are alright. I'm not going to quibble with you over this. But this matter has to be clear to you. Since you've come with me, there's no need to bring a brain. Just listen to me. I won't repeat myself, said Long Chen angrily. Bai Shishi didn't reply, not agreeing or disagreeing. After several days and several transportation formations, their flying boat finally reached the Vile Dragon domain. However, they had just entered this domain when they heard furious roars shaking the heavens, startling all of them. Chapter 3274 The Fisherman Prophets. Damn, those are immortal king devil beasts. Those roars caused Qi Yu's expression to change. It had to be known that they were barely on the edge of the Vile Dragon domain, but there were already immortal king devil beasts here. Then what about deeper? The Vile Dragon domain was an extremely dangerous land. The majority of it was occupied by various devil beasts, and the human race was at the bottom of the food chain here. Only some special places here possessed auras that devil beasts disliked, allowing the human race to establish cities. Such places were paradise for adventurers. This giant domain was filled with devil beast territories and very few people. That meant countless precious medicines and fruits were just waiting to be plucked. Some people might be lucky to encounter some rare immortal grass and instantly soar. Thus, the Vile Dragon domain had countless adventurers gathered within it. However, countless people also died within the wilderness. This was a dangerous land filled with allure. Right now, Long Chen and the others already heard roars right as they entered. They didn't know if this was simply an intimidation tactic to dissuade them from entering. There are so many of us. We're not afraid of immortal king devil beasts, right? After all, boss even slew Zhang Baihei's psychic beast, said Bai Shala. However, Long Chen shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Zhang Baihei's psychic beast should be called the most foolish psychic beast at the immortal king realm. Otherwise, with his spiritual strength, there would have been no way that he could control it. Although its blood chi was shocking, it didn't possess any divine abilities. To put it frankly, it could only be used to scare others. If Zhang Baihei wasn't controlling it, then any one of you could have easily slain it if you simply didn't fight it directly. There are also differences amongst devil beasts and humans. For example, despite both being in the four-peak realm, is your combat power on the same level as an ordinary disciple of the academy? No, Bai Shala was left at a loss for words. He truly had been thinking too simply. Just like amongst humans, there were differences between devil beasts. Despite being in the same realm, the difference between their combat powers could be as great as a heavenly chasm. However, Shala's chance has come. If we can obtain a youngling of an immortal king devil beast, Shala will have an immortal king mount. Hehe, are you moved? Qin Feng smiled. Bai Shala's eyes instantly lit up. Last time, he had wanted one of the six-horned sea serpents as a mount, but Long Chen had killed them all. Now that they were in the Vile Dragon domain, his chance had come. Qin Feng's reminder made him feel anxious and start looking. His three flower pupils were able to control any devil beast, as long as his spiritual strength was strong enough to endure the impact of the devil beast's mental energy. The flying boat slowly entered the domain, and they no longer dared to fly so quickly. If they charged into the territory of an immortal king devil beast with full speed and couldn't beat it, they might not be able to run. The spiritual chi here is surprisingly dense. Bai Shishi looked outside. There were quite a few places where immortal mist lingered. The immortal spiritual chi was dense, making this place perfect for cultivation. But why did no powerful sect set up roots here? It was curious. Hey, can you speak? Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen, who was silently staring out of the window. Speak? About what? Asked Long Chen. Only then did Bai Shishi realize that she hadn't even asked her question. Seeing his confused look, she was embarrassed. I was saying, the spiritual chi here is very dense, and it's suitable for cultivation. Why are the large sects not setting up a base here? The spiritual chi is dense but also contains a wild aura. That's due to the influence of the devil beast's bloodline pressures. If you cultivate here and absorb too much of the spiritual chi, you will become irritable and easy to anger. And when you attack higher realms, heart devils can easily appear. Moreover, any large purification formations that are set up here will affect the cultivation of the devil beasts, so they will attack. Unless you are prepared to drive out all the devil beasts in the vile dragon domain, no one dares to do such a thing, explained Long Chen. The berserk aura within this spiritual chi was suitable for the cultivation of devil beasts but not humans. Hence, purification formations that affected this aura would definitely not be allowed by the devil beasts. Then you mean that our academy is prepared for such a thing? Asked Bai Shishi in shock. She hadn't expected that the academy that had always been low-key would have such daring. Most likely. I also don't know why the academy would choose the 7th branch academy. The academy naturally has its own considerations. I can't read their intentions, but that doesn't matter. The main thing is that this move definitely isn't easy to make. If we try to do it through normal means, it definitely won't work. So let's just see what will happen, said Long Chen. He was unable to see through the thoughts of the academy. As the world's #1 academy, they could endure all the way to this point. But he also knew that they definitely had their own terrifying trump cards that they relied on behind this. Otherwise, if the High Firmament Academy really had declined to the point that it appeared to, Lord Brahma would have conquered it by now. As for the intentions of those old monsters in the academy that had lived for countless years, it would be strange if Long Chen could see through them. Hence, Long Chen didn't even bother trying to read them. He just needed to do his own work. Accomplishing this mission was all that was required of him. After flying for a while longer, Long Chen had Bai Shishi put away the flying boat, as the sound it made as it passed through the air was too loud. They had already heard several warning roars. The flying boat's sound had clearly disturbed them. Furthermore, a flying boat could not maneuver fast enough. It would be better for them to travel without it. They then began flying individually. All of a sudden, Long Chen waved his hand, and they all came to a stop. He made a gesture to not make any sound. After a bit, there was still no movement. But the earth then began to quiver and a distant mountain exploded. An enormous figure came out of the earth. It was a giant python and it had actually been hidden beneath the earth. When it came out, its target was a leopard. The leopard had been resting on the mountain peak, but the sudden sneak attack sent it flying into the air. It then clawed the python in the head. Although it had been sneak attacked, it reacted shockingly fast. As a result, the python's head smashed into the ground. The mountain range collapsed, and astral winds blew the nearby trees and boulders to dust. Just at this moment, the ground beneath Long Chen and the others' feet also exploded. A long tail whipped out from underground, passing by Long Chen and the others. It then wrapped around the leopard. The leopard managed to avoid the toxic fang but not that tail. Its body was instantly bound. It's done for. Long Chen knew that this leopard was essentially doomed after being bound. They were both immortal king devil beasts. That leopard was clearly smaller than the python, and the python also clearly viewed the leopard as weaker, which was why it became the target for the python's hunt. As expected, the leopard was unable to escape this time, and the python's fangs stabbed into its body. The leopard roared, but its body was bound. It was unable to break free. Suddenly, Long Chen made his move. With a flash, he appeared on top of the python's head. A red glow appeared on his bone saber, and he stabbed it into the python's head. As a result, its body quivered and its aura slowly faded. Damn, is my luck so good today? Long Chen took advantage of the python not being on guard toward him to launch a killing blow. He was almost unable to believe it. Did he really gain 2 immortal king devil beasts' corpses just like this? Just as he was excited, an alarm rang in his heart. The next moment, his body swayed, and a silent arrow flew right by his neck. Chapter 3275 Local Gang. There's someone here. Long Chen was startled. This arrow came without any warning and only narrowly missed his neck. Long Chen also smelled a stinging medicinal fragrance as it shot by. That arrow was actually poisoned. If struck, it would instantly take the life of its target. Hence, Long Chen's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Someone else was secretly watching this battle, so he turned in a certain direction. At some point, hundreds of figures had appeared atop a distant mountain. These people were wearing camouflage, which made them blend into the trees and rocks. Even their faces were painted. Even if you were looking carefully, as long as they arranged themselves properly, it would be very difficult to notice them. They were all experts of disguise. They also seemed to have some other item that caused their auras to merge with the aura of this place. Because of that item, Long Chen's attention was drawn to the immortal king devil beasts, and he actually hadn't noticed them. Hundreds of them had their arrows pointed right at him. Bai Shishi and the others also walked over and glared coldly at that group. Around half of those people were divine lords, and the others were at the peak of the four-peak realm. Unexpectedly, Long Chen and the others had run into such a large group of experts as soon as they entered the vile dragon domain. "Brat, where did you come from? We are the ones to discover these two devil beasts, so hand over your weapons and scram." Their leader was a large middle-aged man. He eyed Long Chen's bone saber greedily. "You found them, so you mean you don't care to talk reasonably, right?" Long Chen slowly pulled his bone saber out of the python's head. "Where did this brat come from? You want to talk reason with our Azure Dragon gang? But that girl isn't bad. Maybe we should capture her and offer her to the leader. We'd definitely be rewarded," said one of the divine lords, almost drooling as he looked at Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi actually smiled rather than getting angry. That beautiful smile stunned that group of people. "I like that you don't talk reason. It just so happens that I don't talk reason either. Was it you who shot that arrow?" Long Chen pointed his saber at the speaker. "That's right, it was." That person was still smiling when his chest was pierced by the bone saber. Long Chen's bone saber had instantly extended hundreds of meters to stab him. When Long Chen had obtained this bone saber, it was originally hundreds of meters long. He had then activated its runes to shrink it. So, now he was able to control its size freely. If it was too large, he couldn't wield it in combat. But shrinking it didn't affect its power. Now he simply allowed it to grow back to its original size, killing that person. Even Bai Shishi and the others had never seen this move before. "It's good that it was you. I was worried about killing the wrong person." With a single quiver, that person's body exploded and his blood splashed the people beside him. The leader of this group was shocked. Seeing the clothes of Long Chen's group, he had assumed them to be some foolish, inexperienced group of disciples who had come to the vile dragon domain to adventure. It had to be known that the vile dragon domain's infamy was quite resounding. Every year, it attracted a large number of heavenly geniuses. Moreover, many of those heavenly geniuses hadn't come to harvest the precious herbs, but to make a name for themselves. Because of it, many of the arrogant heavenly geniuses in the surroundings came to the vile dragon domain. If they could bring back some powerful devil beast corpses, they could brag about them in the future. Hence, there were always some fools unafraid of death who entered the vile dragon domain just to lose their lives. However, those prideful heavenly geniuses usually didn't die to devil beasts. Instead, they died at the hands of other people. The vile dragon domain was a chaotic and dangerous place, with many gangs constantly fighting each other for territory and treasures. Hence, there were often unimaginable schemes in the undercurrents. This was a world of darkness, a completely different extreme from the outside world. Most of the people who gathered here were traitors of some sects, or perhaps chased by powerful enemies and had no other place to go, or perhaps they were simply naturally violent and liked to kill. In any case, this was a lawless place. There was no king to make laws. It was a place where talking reason was the least reasonable thing. In this place, killing people for their treasures was as common as eating food or drinking water. Originally, these people had set their sights on the leopard. They had arranged a trap over a month. But just as their preparations were completed, that earth element python came out of the underground and attacked. The leopard was then poisoned and dying, while the python was killed by a single blow from Long Chen. If they didn't come out to take advantage at this time, then this wouldn't be the vile dragon domain. Just looking at the clothes of Long Chen's group, they assumed these young people to be nothing more than a group of fat sheep. However, they hadn't expected Long Chen to be even more ruthless than them and directly kill one of them. "Kill them all," shouted the leader. "Qi Yu, Zishang, you can kill them." Long Chen waved his hand. Hearing the command, Qi Yu and Shu Zishang instantly attacked. "What about us?" Bai Shaola was just about to attack when he heard that Long Chen only wanted Qi Yu and Shu Zishang to fight. "Of course, you're just watching. It is a training session for them." Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Qi Yu was like a wild tempest moving through their midst. Over 10 people were killed at the same time by a single stroke of his sword. Shu Zishang followed behind Qi Yu. The two of them were like tigers falling upon a flock of sheep. Those people's arrows were originally shot just to scare Long Chen and the others. They had assumed that Long Chen would submit and beg for mercy. But as soon as Qi Yu and Xu Zishang charged in, they no longer dared to unleash their arrows. Because at such close range, they could easily injure their own people. That one moment of hesitation resulted in their numbers being rapidly cut down. The leader's expression changed. As soon as Qi Yu and Xu Zishang started fighting for real, he got a bad feeling. Although the two of them were only in the early four-peak realm, their actual combat power was astonishing. That leader could barely receive a single blow from Qi Yu. But his sword was sent flying and he coughed up blood. Their leader was a late-stage divine lord, so the result of his exchange with Qi Yu caused all his allies' expressions to change. Then they saw Long Chen, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and Qin Feng just standing there watching. Seeing this, they instantly realized that they had provoked people that they shouldn't have provoked. In an instant, the same thought ran through all their heads. In just the first clash, almost 100 of them had died. This was no battle, this was a one-sided slaughter. Seeing that even their leader couldn't handle it, without hesitation, these people fled in every direction. Once they fled, Qi Yu and Xu Zishang were left dumbfounded. All these people had split up in every direction, so they had no way to chase them all down. The funniest thing was that the leader who had gone all out to receive a single blow from Qi Yu had used the resulting force to flee the earliest out of them all. However, after running, he realized that something was wrong. He was at the frontmost of the retreating group, and yet somehow he saw that he was moving toward Long Chen. Long Chen then smiled at him and gave him a deeply emotional slap, sending him tumbling back. Smelly little fellow. Chapter 3276 Zhao Qinglong. The leader of this group was sent flying back, coughing up blood with his teeth flying through the air. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that he would run into such a terrifying group. Despite clearly only being in the four-peak realm, their power was so great that this leader despaired. He didn't even know how this was happening. He had clearly been moving away yet somehow ended up going toward Long Chen. Also, Long Chen's slap left his head too dizzy to even think about how this had happened. "Boss, should I bring the others back too?" asked Bai Shaola. It was him who had used spatial energy to move this fellow back. "No need, they're all small fries, only this one is a bit bigger," said Long Chen. He then kicked the ringleader. The ringleader grunted and his body began to spasm. It seemed that he was in unimaginable pain, and his eyes looked like they were going to pop out. Yet, he didn't make a sound. At this time, Qi Yu and Xu Zishang returned. The other side had too many people and had fled in every direction. Hence, they really were unable to chase them all down. As a result, dozens of them still escaped. "Boss, we failed," said Qi Yu dejectedly. "It's fine, I wasn't planning on killing all of them. If a few small fries didn't escape, how would they report this to the big fry? Zishang, next time, be more nimble. There's no need to make your movements too big. That will reduce your efficiency. If this was a true life and death battle, this habit of yours will cause you to lose your life. But overall, your display was still acceptable." Long Chen smiled slightly. Although Xu Zishang was still lacking immensely compared to Qi Yu, his improvement was good. With how long Long Chen had been with Wild, he was profoundly aware that the bloodline of the barbarian race affected their intelligence. Hence, for Xu Zishang to have made this much progress was quite good. Xu Zishang was very pleased to hear Long Chen's approval. In this group of people, he was the weakest. He had always had a slight fear that Long Chen would drive him away one day. So even though he was a bit foolish, he still worked as hard as he could. Furthermore, whether it was Qin Feng or Qi Yu, they always taught him seriously. Hence, he was very moved by this, and he also cherished this opportunity to learn from all of them. Because of this, obtaining Long Chen's approval made him so emotional that he couldn't even speak. Qin Feng then waved him over, and they began to separate the corpses of the two devil beasts. 2 cores then entered their pockets. This was a large sum of money. It was their first time seeing cores at the level of an immortal king. The cores were so large that they were like hills. Spatial runes were stuck to them, and they shrank to the size of a fist. Holding those cores, they felt an awe-inspiring destructive power. 1 wind element core and 1 earth element core. In the academy, they can be traded for countless resources. Bai Shishi looked at the 2 cores and sighed in admiration. Their luck really had been excellent this time. These kinds of cores are normally used to forge king items or embedded into king items to increase their power. Regretfully, they aren't that useful to us. Extracting the wind and earth element energies for cultivation requires a large amount of manpower. We don't have that time. We'll have to see if we can trade them for something useful, said Long Chen, putting them away. Although cores were treasures, they weren't that valuable to Long Chen. It was too bad that Guo Ran and Sha Chen weren't here. Otherwise, whether they were used for forging or setting up formations, those cores could be very useful. Moreover, Qin Feng and the others had to spend a great deal of effort to strip the hide off of the python. If it weren't for Long Chen's bone saber, they wouldn't have been able to break its defenses. Long Chen planned to use the hide to create armor for everyone. This kind of armor was so tough that even without runes, treasure items couldn't break it. After taking out the cores and the snakeskin, Long Chen tossed the corpses into the primal chaos space's black soil. Life energy then bloomed, and the wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. Just 2 corpses provided even more energy than all the sea demon corpses he had gathered from the Luo family. The wood foundation divine trees continued to grow thicker and thicker. They were already 300 meters thick. The bark also had a pattern similar to dragon scales, and the quality of the wood had increased. Even the thinnest branch was as tough as iron. As expected, devil beasts that have reached the immortal king level have far more energy. I wonder if I can get some more. Long Chen was delighted to see them grow so crazily. But after thinking about it, he found that this wasn't very realistic. The corpses of devil beasts that had reached this level were all valuable treasures. The cores, hides, flesh, blood, bones, tendons, etc. They were all treasures. People would always split the corpses on this level into its parts. Some didn't even waste a single strand of their fur. They could turn the fur into blankets as luxury products, or use it as a display of status and position. Thus, the chances of him buying fresh and complete corpses on this level were very low. Even if there were some on the market, he would be taken for slaughter by the sellers. After dealing with the corpses, Long Chen finally walked over to that ringleader from the Azure Dragon gang. He kicked him in the coccyx. The ringleader finally managed to make a sound, and it was a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was truly hair-raising. Shut up, I have a few questions for you. If you dare to conceal anything from me, I'll do the same thing until you die from the pain. Long Chen sat on a rock, crossed his legs, and nibbled on a stalk of grass indifferently. Upon seeing this, that person's scream stopped as if severed by a knife. He was absolutely terrified now. Just then, he felt like he had been dropped into boiling lava filled with blades. His soul and flesh felt like they were being burned and cut at the same time. He had never experienced that kind of pain. Most terrifying of all, this pain didn't allow him to pass out. It came through exceptionally clearly, and every breath felt like 100 years of agony. He was absolutely terrified of this seemingly innocent young man in front of him. This young man was a devil. Tell me, what kind of status do you have in the Azure Dragon gang? Asked Long Chen. This lowly one is the Azure Dragon gang's manager. His voice was hoarse, and it quivered. Manager. Then who is your boss? What cultivation base do they have? Asked Long Chen. Our master is Zhao Qinglong. He is an immortal king. The Azure Dragon gang was founded based on his name. He created it, that person answered hastily. Then let's go. Bring me to your master. Let's see if your Azure Dragon gang is recruiting others. I also want to try being a gang leader for some fun. Long Chen smiled mischievously. Just like that, he brought that person along deeper into the Vile Dragon domain. Chapter 3277 Zhaoming Ancient City. The manager of the Azure Dragon gang explained what he knew about the Vile Dragon domain. There were 4 major forces here, and the Azure Dragon gang was one of them. Both the boss and the vice boss were immortal kings. And coincidentally, this vice boss was actually a traitor who was expelled from the High Firmament Academy 1300 years ago. Long Chen was a bit surprised that the academy hadn't mentioned this to him. A traitor had actually managed to rise to the immortal king realm. That was a bit strange. According to reason, anyone who could ascend to the immortal king realm had to be very talented, such as an outstanding primal. They were elites amongst elites. How could the High Firmament Academy expel such a person? He really was unable to see through the High Firmament Academy. Furthermore, after encountering immortal kings one after another, he found something odd. The immortal kings that he had seen didn't give him a feeling of too much pressure. On the other hand, Bai Zhantang and his wives all gave him a mightier sense of pressure. On the surface, they only had the power of divine lords. But the 9-star hegemon body arts senses were always amazingly accurate. Due to this, he had a feeling that Bai Zhantang and the others were likely sealing their true power. It seemed that the High Firmament Academy's power truly wasn't something that he could imagine. The title of the world's #1 academy was not for nothing. From the manager, Long Chen learned that this traitor's name was Chu Yong. He was given the moniker of the Little Spirit King because he was a rarely seen spirit cultivator, and his flying sword controlling art had reached perfection. The Azure Dragon Gang had the Little Spirit King Chu Yong and the Dragon Claw Zhao Qinglong. They were both famous existences in the Vile Dragon domain. The Azure Dragon Gang had 2 immortal kings standing guard over it, and its gang contained 1 million members. Yet, with so many experts, they were not powerful enough to dominate the Vile Dragon domain. They were only one of the 4 major forces. The other 3 were the Blood Drinking Alliance, Dragon Slaughter Guild, and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. These 4 powers constantly fought each other, but their powers were evenly matched, so no side was able to get an advantage over the others. Amongst these 4 powers, the Azure Dragon Gang and the Dragon Slaughtering Guild were mortal enemies. Of course, just from their names, it could be seen that these 2 factions were opposing each other. In every encounter, they would almost instantly start killing each other with no room for talking. When it came to disciples like Long Chen and the others who came from outside the domain, they were usually from rich families and had come out to adventure. As they had quite a few protective treasures, they were viewed as sheep for the slaughter by these people. So, killing them for their treasures was often seen here. As for poor disciples that came here, they were usually forced by their enemies to flee here or had to risk their lives here in a gamble to get stronger. If those disciples had decent aptitude and guts, the 4 powers would take them in to strengthen themselves. As a result, the Vile Dragon domain had gathered a bunch of ruthless figures. Although their cultivation bases weren't incredibly high, they would make sure no kind people existed in this place. The other 3 powers also had immortal kings standing guard over them, and not just one. In other domains, such figures would be enough to be sect masters. But they lived in the shadows here. It was said that these people all possessed secret backgrounds. According to the manager, the Little Spirit King Chu Yong had done something taboo, which was why he was chased out of the High Firmament Academy and fled here. As for the boss, Zhao Qinglong, he had once been the master of a sect. Due to offending the Bloodkill Hall annihilated his sect overnight, and he fled here, no longer daring to leave. It was said that the violent aura here had a large effect on assassins. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins wouldn't stay here for a long period. That was something that Long Chen understood. Assassins focused on cultivating their concealing arts, so they had techniques to slow the flow of their blood and lower their temperature, which allowed them to conceal themselves and keep their heads cool. This was where the term cold-blooded assassins came from. As for the Vile Dragon domain's violent aura, it not only affected their blood chi but also their mind. That was why they didn't set foot in this domain. Zhao Qinglong was definitely the safest here. The most interesting thing about these 4 powers was that their headquarters were actually in the same place. That was because within the Vile Dragon domain, the safest area was Jiaoming Ancient City. It was said that this was a remnant of an ancient city. Although its original buildings had long since crumbled, for some reason, the devil beasts did not dare to enter the ruins of that area. They didn't even dare to get close. Even if people provoked immortal king devil beasts, as soon as they fled into the area around Jiaoming Ancient City, those devil beasts would stop and silently leave. Jiaoming Ancient City was split into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. Those 4 regions were each occupied by one of the 4 major powers. The 4 powers all respected one rule: no matter their enmity and grudges, they would not fight within the city. That was because they didn't know what was causing the devil beasts to be scared of the city. If the city was damaged in battle and whatever scared them away was broken, the devil beasts could invade and everyone would die. Thus, at the very least, Jiaoming City could be counted as a somewhat safe place. People didn't dare to fight there because no one wanted to be killed. On the way there, Bai Shala caught a storm eagle. He then made it fly at full speed for a full day and night, driving it to the point where it almost spat out blood. But thanks to it, they finally saw the figure of an ancient city ahead. As expected, when they saw that ancient city, the storm eagle that Bai Shala had caught no longer dared to go any further. Even if it was beaten to death, it refused to go further. Bai Shala could not force it. Due to it having carried them all this way, Bai Shala simply released it. While carrying the sullen manager of the Azure Dragon Gang, they continued onward. But as they went further, the trees grew sparser and the land grew flatter. Through a grassy underbrush, they could vaguely see some bricks of the ancient era. Those bricks were covered in moss. They were simply lying there, as if trying to tell a story. Upon reaching the edge of the ancient city, Long Chen and the others felt an ineffable mourning feeling. Long Chen, Qin Feng, and Qi Yu came to a stop at the same time. They exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in the others' eyes. They had experienced this feeling before. It was the feeling that they had felt on the martial heaven continent when Ku Zhongying, the old man, Ling Yunzi, Hu Feng, and the others fell one by one. It was that feeling of powerlessness, that will to only fight to death, and the sorrow of eternal rest. It seems that this really is an ancient city with its own story, sighed Long Chen as he looked at these ruins. Long Chen and the others had just appeared when they heard a shout from up ahead. Boss Long San has honored us with his presence. Call out the boss of your Azure Dragon Gang to come kowtow in greeting. Before Long Chen could reply, Bai Shala was already shouting impatiently. As a result, countless figures came out from all over the ruins. How brazen, juniors, did you come from so far away just to die? A cold snort rang out. After that, a vast aura rose, and a group of people walked over. Chapter 3278. Do you have an opinion? Long Chen saw the boss of the Azure Dragon Gang, Zhao Qinglong. He wasn't tall, but he was exceptionally well built and there was a long scar covering half of his face. A piece of his cheekbone was also missing. It was said that this scar was left by an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. At that time, the dagger had been aiming to kill him, but he had managed to dodge. His appearance had already been a bit sinister looking before that assassination attempt. Now with this scar, he was positively ominous. His eyes were like those of a bloodthirsty beast, and killing intent filled every part of him. It had sunk deep into his bones and soul, giving people the feeling of a merciless, murderous beast. Beside Zhao Qinglong was a tall middle-aged man with a sword on his back. His face was much better looking. This person was the vice leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, also the traitor who was expelled from the High Firmament Academy, the Little Spirit King Chu Yong. When standing beside Zhao Qinglong, this deputy was much easier to look at. However, when Long Chen looked at him, he found him to be worse. In his eyes, Long Chen saw a twisted warped soul. Behind the two of them were thousands of experts, all of them divine lords. It went without saying that such a group would definitely be a supreme sect in another domain. These people all had violence in their natures. It could be that their auras had been infected by the aura of this place, or they were simply this bloodthirsty from the get-go. The small fry that had escaped from the slaughter last time clearly managed to send word back to the Azure Dragon Gang, so they knew that Long Chen and the others were coming. Qin Feng then kicked the manager in the butt, sending him tumbling to the front of Zhao Qinglong. Your mission has been completed. We said that as long as you led the way, we'd spare your dog life. We've fulfilled our promise, said Long Chen indifferently. The High Firmament Academy's people. Chu Yong narrowed his eyes as he eyed Bai Shishi and Bai Shala's robes. A touch of sinister light appeared in his eyes. That's right, I am the Dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch. I've come here to clean up the sect, so I'll be taking your dog life. I like to do things directly, so what do you think? Do you want to cut off your own head and give it to me, or are you going to make me personally take it? After Bai Shala took out a chair, Long Chen plopped himself on it and crossed his eyes, looking at Chu Yong indifferently. Ha ha ha, Chu Yong laughed, his voice full of disdain. It was as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. The 7th Branch Academy, the Dean, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The High Firmament Academy's branches have long since become history. The High Firmament Academy has already declined and is on the verge of collapse. Now, you actually call yourself the Dean of a branch academy that was destroyed tens of millions of years ago. Are you an idiot? Tens of millions of years? Has it been so long? Long Chen was surprised. He really hadn't known that the branch academies had been destroyed so long ago. You don't even know this history yet claim to be the Dean. Truly courting death, sneered Chu Yong. Just as he sneered, his vision darkened as Long Chen's hand had struck his face. Who told you to laugh? I am the Dean. Do you have a fucking opinion on that? The two sides were less than 300 meters apart, and they were just chatting. Hence, no one had expected the seated Long Chen to suddenly attack. As a result, Chu Yong was sent flying like a spinning top, and his blood sprayed along with a dozen teeth. He was sent so far that he smashed into the large group of people at the rear. They then coughed up blood, their appearances truly wretched. It happened all too suddenly. The vice boss of the Azure Dragon Gang, a grand immortal king, was slapped in the face in front of everyone. Even Zhao Qinglong jumped in shock. By the time he reacted, Long Chen had returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Zhao Qinglong had originally not placed Long Chen and the others in his eyes. He had been debating himself whether or not this was some sinister scheme from the Dragon Slaughtering Guild. As a result though, when Long Chen made his move, his expression instantly changed. Even with his cultivation base, he was unable to see through Long Chen's movements. If just now it hadn't been a slap but had been a saber or sword, would Chu Yong still have his life? However, in truth, he had overestimated Long Chen. Long Chen's face-slapping technique's principle was based on lacking any killing intent. It could not be a killing blow, but if he was close enough, he could strike before others could even react. If it was a weapon, or an attack containing more than just simple physical power, the very thought of doing such a thing would naturally produce killing intent. When the other side sensed the mortal danger, they would automatically react. So slapping people was alright, but killing people wasn't. It was simply because outsiders were unable to comprehend that. Instantly, they simply thought that if Long Chen could slap them, he could also kill them as he pleased. It went without saying that this move of Long Chen truly had many uses. Chu Yong crawled up and spat out blood. When people saw him, they cried out in shock. Chu Yang's head was now deformed and there was a clear handprint on his face. It was astonishing. Long Chen's slap had almost shattered his head. I didn't expect a spirit cultivator to have such a weak body. Even Long Chen was surprised. Just now, if he had just used just a bit more power, perhaps he would have directly killed Chu Yong. Chu Yong circulated his power, healing his wounds. As his face twisted, a venomous light filled his eyes. He then slammed his hands together in front of him and prepared hand seals. Stop! Zhao Qinglong shouted and turned to Long Chen. Friend, just who are you? Why are you targeting us? You're still young, so don't get used by others. You'll regret it in the end. Considering that Zhao Qinglong was the leader of such a powerful force, he couldn't possibly just be a fighter. He felt that Long Chen's arrival was too sudden. There might be some scheme behind it. Furthermore, considering that they dared to enter the vile dragon domain at such an age and were still able to maintain their calm in front of so many experts showed that they were extraordinary. There was no way to fake the calm and indifference in their eyes. That was the confidence of true experts. That kind of thing was completely different from the fools who rushed in. He had no choice but to be cautious. Who would be using them? Zhao Qinglong, the longer you live, the more useless and cowardly you are. Do you think that junior brother is being used by me to come find trouble for you? Just then, a sweet and soft voice rang out. A slender woman with dual hook weapons on her back appeared in the air, looking disdainfully at Zhao Qinglong. When Long Chen saw that woman, he smiled slightly. Based on her appearance, he knew her status. Chapter 3279 Cleaning Up the Sect. This woman looked to be around 30 and wore skin-tight leather with half her chest exposed, giving people a panoramic view of two snow-white mountains in a mountain valley. She possessed the grace of a mature woman, to the point that people almost wished to take a juicy bite of those honey peaches. Her eyes seemed to draw people's souls in. However, this extremely alluring woman was a vicious figure. She was the leader of one of the four major powers in the vile dragon domain, the Dragon Slaughtering Guild. Yet, she went by the sweet name of Zhang Yuhei. The lotus within the rain swayed ever so gently. Its beauty was moving. However, this lotus was not so tender. There were poisonous thorns beneath its leaves, and its poison was lethal. Considering that she had created her own power within the vile dragon domain, and even after being mortal enemies with the Azure Dragon Gang she was still living well, it could be seen that this woman was not simple. She was also an immortal king, and her aura even felt a bit stronger than Zhao Qinglong's. Right now, there was another immortal king behind her along with two half-step immortal kings. The Azure Dragon Gang's experts tensed up as soon as they saw her. All of them were ready to fight. Although they all followed the unwritten rule of not fighting within this remnant of the ancient city, no one entrusted their lives to this rule. Junior brother, are you here to find trouble for the Azure Dragon Gang? If so, Big Sister supports you. Zhang Yuhei smiled at Long Chen sweetly. How will you support me? Will you help me destroy the Azure Dragon Gang? Asked Long Chen, smiling with just as much sincerity. Oh, do you need Big Sister's help to destroy the Azure Dragon Gang? I feel like there's entirely no need. Why don't you simply kill those two and take over the Azure Dragon Gang? You can be the leader then, and Big Sister will warm your bed for you. Then you would be in control of two major forces. Doesn't that sound good? Zhang Yuhei winked at Long Chen. It went without saying that her skill wasn't bad. In addition to her fiery build, she was full of ripened charm that would move any man. She was capable of drawing out a man's most primitive desire. However, just who was Long Chen? Which one of his women wasn't a peerless beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation? Hence, Long Chen was almost immune to this kind of woman. He simply smiled at Zhang Yuhei. He knew that she schemed deeply. She was using this method to probe him. Just as he was about to reply, he felt a slight pain in his waist. Seeing Long Chen and Zhang Yuhei practically flirting with their eyes, Bai Shishi reached out and pinched him. Long Chen was instantly made speechless. Seeing that small action of Bai Shishi's, Zhang Yuhei laughed. Little sister, this is no good. Men should be wild and uncontrollable. Even if they have a heavenly fairy waiting for them at home, they still want to taste wild game. Furthermore, I only mentioned warming his bed, not marrying him. Why are you getting so emotional? Shut up, who is emotional? Bai Shishi frostily glared at this woman. She was merely dissatisfied with Long Chen staring at this woman for so long and had disciplined him. Hence, for this woman to speak so bluntly, Bai Shishi's face almost reddened. Haha, then I'll keep my mouth shut. Big Sister was just joking with you. In any case, if you need help, then go ahead and ask. Zhang Yuhei laughed, not angry at all. She then simply stood there, seemingly intent on just watching. At this moment, Long Chen could almost sense other experts secretly watching from a distance. The other two major forces were probably lurking in the dark. But they didn't have great enmity with the Azure Dragon Gang, so they didn't come out directly like the Dragon Slaughtering Guild. Zhao Qinglong's expression sank. He didn't know Long Chen's origins, but based on Zhang Yuhei's tone, the two were not acquainted. That made him feel a bit better. Since no one is acquainted, why would you come here to provoke my Azure Dragon Gang? There must be a reason, right? Demanded Zhao Qinglong. Long Chen smiled. A reason? Why do you want a reason? I came to the Vile Dragon domain to do something big. I am going to restore the 7th Branch Academy. But I don't know where it is, so I came to this city to find a few knowledgeable people. And coincidentally, some small fries from your Azure Dragon Gang offended me, so I came here. Then even more coincidentally, I encountered a traitor of my High Firmament Academy. I feel like this is a good chance to make my name here and shake all of you. By slaughtering Chu Yong, I can clean up my sect, as well as kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. It is 2 goals with 1 move, 2 birds with 1 stone, 2 prey with 1 arrow. Ignorant brat, you are courting death. Chu Yong roared. Long Chen's tone was exceedingly arrogant. He actually turned Chu Yong into a tool for his own fame, and that was unacceptable for Chu Yong. We can discuss whether or not I'm courting death later. First of all, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. I know that some others are watching in the distance. I will not beat around the bush. Now that I'm here, you'll have to listen to me in the future, said Long Chen calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Qinglong laughed furiously. In all his years, he had never seen someone so arrogant. Today, his eyes had been opened to the world. Listen to you. Based on what? Zhao Qinglong's expression was disdainful. He was afraid of the power behind Long Chen, but based on Long Chen's arrogant words, it didn't seem that he had other experts backing him. Is your head full of shit? This is the Vile Dragon domain. Everyone here talks with their fists. Why ask what this is based on? Long Chen eyed Zhao Qinglong like he was an idiot. He then looked at the gloomy Chu Yong who was erupting with killing intent. Oh, youngster, if I personally attacked you, it would be bullying you. Even if I killed you, you wouldn't accept your defeat. In order to let you die fully convinced, I'll pick someone else for you. As long as you can endure 10 exchanges against her, I'll spare your dog life. Long Chen then turned to Bai Shishi, and she immediately walked out very obediently. She coldly looked at Chu Yong. I've heard of your name. You killed fellow disciples while gaining experience in a secret realm to take their treasures. The academy then announced a kill order for you but didn't expect you to run here. Today, I will represent the academy in cleaning up the sect. Although Long Chen had read quite a bit in the academy, when it came to the history of the academy, especially history that was kept secret, Bai Shishi knew more than him. Thus, as soon as she had learned Chu Yang's identity, she made the decision to kill him. Ha ha ha, Chu Yang laughed. Ripples spread from his body, and a terrifying aura was unleashed. A group of idiots who don't know how high the heavens are. Today, I'll show you that you're nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. As Chu Yang formed hand seals, the sword on his back flew out. At the same time, endless swords appeared in the air, forming an endless sea of swords. All those swords were pointed at Bai Shishi, their sharp auras slicing through the void. Bai Shishi then looked at Chu Yang frostily and slowly reached for the hilt of her sword. When a golden mark appeared in her eyes, a chilling killing intent erupted. Chapter 3281 Sword to Slay an Immortal King. Golden light flowed around Bai Shishi's entire body. Within her manifestation, a beautiful golden goddess appeared and merged with her. She appeared sacred, holy, and untouchable. In the face of an immortal king, Bai Shishi didn't hold back. Her metal energy was circulated to her peak state. With her at the center, everything within 1,000 miles turned golden. At this moment, Bai Shishi's sword quivered. Its runes seemed to come to life, and they began to move on top of the sheath. This was Long Chen's first time seeing Bai Shishi going all out since the 9 Prefecture Convention. Her metal energy was truly terrifying. When she activated it, the power of the heavenly Taos automatically assisted her. She was like a golden sun illuminating the world. Even Zhang Yuhei, Zhao Qinglong, and the other experts that hadn't revealed themselves felt their hearts shake. They had never witnessed someone with such terrifying metal energy. Upon seeing this, Chu Yang's expression changed. He suddenly had a bad feeling as a sense of fear that he could not suppress rose within his heart. Chu Yang's hand seal suddenly changed, and millions of spirit swords condensed into a torrent flooding toward Bai Shishi. Originally, it should have been forbidden to attack in this place. He had only unleashed his aura in order to extinguish the flame of Long Chen's arrogance, and the true battle should have been fought outside. However, he was unable to wait. He attacked in advance, while Bai Shishi's aura was still climbing. He wanted to interrupt her. In return, the golden sword came out of its sheath and golden light erupted. It slashed down, passing through the torrent of swords, going straight against the flow to slash at Chu Yang. The flow of millions of swords was cut apart. By golden sword light, the divine radiance annihilated all those swords. In front of the golden sword, they were unable to endure the slightest contact. Suddenly, the golden light vanished. And with a light sound, Bai Shishi's sword returned to its sheath. The golden light illuminating the world vanished without a trace. After that, Bai Shishi's own golden light vanished, revealing her true appearance. But then, her face was as pale as paper, and blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the others were startled. Bai Shishi was injured. Could it be that she was unable to endure a single blow from Chu Yang? Why bother? Even if it has recognized you as its master, its power isn't something that you can control yet. You injured yourself just to kill him. Long Chen reached out to support the tottering Bai Shishi. He knew that this one blow had sucked up all her energy. It had to be known that this was a king item. Only world kings were capable of creating such a thing. How could a little 4-peak novice control it? Bai Shishi had actually tried to activate the runes of this king item. As a result, she only managed to activate a single king item rune. She then unleashed one attack that used up all her energy, to the point that she didn't even have anything left to resist the backlash. Long Chen gave her a medicinal pill, and only then did her complexion improve slightly. Long Chen then sat her down where he was originally sitting. Only then did everyone turn to look at Chu Yang. He was just standing there. Suddenly, the sword in his hand broke. It fell to the ground and shattered into golden dust. As for his own body, from the top of his head down to his abdomen, a golden line appeared. Everyone stared at him in horror. Only now did they realize that his spiritual fluctuations had long since vanished. He was already dead. Suddenly, Chu Yang's body exploded, like a statue packed in golden sand. As he collapsed, the golden powder scattered. This golden powder slowly merged into the earth until nothing was left. It was as if the little spirit King Chu Yang had never existed. Whether it was Zhao Qinglong or Zhang Yuhei, they were terrified. That sword was something that would kill whoever it touched. A little 4-peak disciple actually possessed such power. It had to be known that the sword in Chu Yang's hand was also on the level of a king item. Although it was considered to be a defective good amongst king items, it was still a king item. For it to have been broken like that, just what level was Bai Shixi's sword? For a moment, the world was silent. Everyone stared at the pale Bai Shixi who was in the midst of recovering. Zhao Qinglong, your little spirit King Chu Yong has died, and my friend has temporarily lost her combat power. Why don't you try seeing if you can avenge your comrade? Long Chen had given Bai Shixi his chair, so he took out another one and lazily sat on it. Zhao Qinglong's expression was ugly. He was infuriated inside. Just how was he so unlucky? He was just sitting at home when calamity descended from the heavens. Moreover, this calamity came all too suddenly. Why did it have to come for him? Although Bai Shixi was injured and had lost her combat power, Long Chen appeared far too calm for Zhao Qinglong to think that he could take advantage of this. He was completely suppressed by Long Chen's demeanoringness. After all, he was no blind man. He could see that Long Chen was the true leader of this group, and the leader was definitely the strongest. Even after all his years of experience, he had no idea what to do in this situation. Friend, what do you want? Just tell me. If you really want to go too far, then I, Zhao Qinglong, will definitely accompany you to death, said Zhao Qinglong coldly. For him to say such a thing, anyone with a brain could tell that he was afraid. He had no intention of avenging Chu Yong. As long as Long Chen didn't continue killing, he would let this matter go. I didn't expect that the world-shaking leader of the Azure Dragon Gang would also have a day when he waved his tail and begged for mercy. Don't you remember the day you became sworn brothers? Didn't you say that you would die together? What, after your brother died, are you not planning on accompanying him? Zhang Yuhei immediately threw some stones at him while he was down. Hearing this, Zhao Qinglong was ashen with rage. However, Long Chen's group was too frightening. He was unable to see through their true power, so he didn't dare to do anything. With no way to retort to Zhang Yuhei's mocking, Zhao Qinglong directly pretended as if he couldn't hear it. He simply looked at Long Chen. Seeing that, Long Chen laughed. As expected of the leader, you know to avoid calamity. Being able to suppress your anger means that you can live longer. I really am inferior to you in this regard. Alright, Chu Yong is dead, so my academy has cleaned up its mess. We've also finished killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Other people like to use diplomacy before fighting, but I prefer to first fight and then talk peacefully. Now we can properly chat. I have some business I would like your cooperation with. Also, you two big shots, isn't it time for you to come out and greet me now that you've watched for so long? Long Chen's final sentence was shouted toward the inside of the Jiaoming ancient city. It was for the heads of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group and the Blood Drinking Alliance to hear. Greet you, sorry, but you don't have the qualifications. A disdainful sneer came from within the city. Hearing this, Qin Feng and the others' expressions sank. Some people still couldn't judge the situation properly. Long Chen smiled and stood up from his chair. He indifferently said, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, then starting now, the Vile Dragon Domain will no longer have a Blood Drinking Alliance and Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Boss Long San never says any empty words, but if you don't believe it, you can try it. 1. Chapter 3281 Immortal King Tears. Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the Jiaoming ancient city. It was calm, but that calmness contained powerful confidence. It was not a threat, and it was not done to scare others. It was like he was just stating a fact yet also like announcing a heavenly edict. Long Chen didn't give them any time to consider this and directly started counting. The atmosphere instantly grew intense. All the experts within the city held their breaths. This youngster was far too domineering. He was trying to subdue the entire Vile Dragon Domain in one go. Just as Long Chen was opening his mouth to count to 3, the void shuddered and 2 figures appeared in front of Long Chen. One was a tall and thin man in blood-colored armor. He had a spear on his back and emitted soaring blood chi. The other one had sideburns and a beard. His eyes were like copper bells. Also, he had a huge hatchet on his back, and his killing intent was particularly stifling. The one with the spear was the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's leader, while the one with the beard was the master of the Blood Drinking Alliance. Both of them looked at Long Chen coldly. The mercenary leader sinisterly said, Brat, are you not afraid that the two of us would join forces and kill you all right here? In the end, Long Chen managed to force both of them out. However, they were both infuriated. Since I dare to come here and call myself boss, I naturally must have the ability to be the boss. If I didn't have the ability to, Control everything. I wouldn't come here and embarrass myself. If the two of you feel that just killing Chu Yong wasn't enough, then I welcome any of you to come and provoke me. I don't mind killing 2 more, said Long Chen indifferently. You're crazy, said the mercenary leader coldly. Just this is called crazy. No, no, no. That's because you still haven't seen when Boss Long San is really crazy. Even a world king like Enputa isn't placed in my eyes. I'll say something that you won't like to hear. In front of a few mortal-tier immortal kings, there's entirely no need for me to go crazy. I know that you are all ruthless characters, and I myself am specialized at killing ruthless people. It seems that my friend's sword alone was unable to shake you. Then I'll give you another chance. Anyone who doesn't submit, come out and challenge me. Of course, it would be no problem even if all 4 of you came at me together, said Long Chen. After hearing this, their expressions changed. Long Chen was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight all 4 of them together. Foolish little brother, with how handsome you are, how could big sister be willing to fight you? Zhang Yuhei was the only one who smiled. Zhang Yuhei was quite smart. She didn't do anything that she wasn't assured of. As she was unable to see through Long Chen, she didn't make any rash decisions. Being the first to give up on this challenge was quite a smart decision. It both gave face to Long Chen and a way out for her. As for Zhao Qinglong, he didn't say a word. He had lost his little spirit King Chu Yong and was now the weakest of the 4 major powers. He had no right to be arrogant at this time. He wished for the Blood-Drinking Alliance and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's leaders to attack Long Chen. That way, he could see just how strong Long Chen was. However, he was disappointed that the 2 of them were no fools. Although they acted tough, they had only come to test the waters. To have them challenge Long Chen while Zhao Qinglong and Zhang Yuhei merely watched. They wouldn't do something so foolish. What do you want? Demanded the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's leader. Although his tone was cold, he very clearly didn't want to do something he couldn't win. I don't want much. I just want to cooperate for something big. I was originally going to talk with you with good intentions, but you didn't seem to want to. When I was little, my mom made me read books. She said after reading books, you can talk reason with others. When I grew up though, I learned that while I could talk reason, others wouldn't listen. I realized that this method was no good, so I started cultivating with all my power just so that I could force people to talk reason with me. So killing people isn't the goal. The goal is to make others sit down and talk reason. So I want to know, are you willing to talk reason with me now? Asked Long Chen. The 4 leaders were left rattled by Long Chen. They were confused and had no idea what he wanted. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yuhei who said, of course we can talk reason. As long as others aren't taking our food, anything can be discussed. Don't you think so as well, little brother? Long Chen smiled. I, Long Chen, have walked in this world for so many years, but I've never taken other people's food. Of course, that's other than my enemies. That's another story. Don't worry, I am not interested in your position, nor do I want a portion of this place where even birds don't crap. I simply want to collaborate. The collaboration will be mutually beneficial, and I won't take your rice bowls. I'll even add some extra meat into your bowls. Really, the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group didn't fully believe him. I, Long Chen, disdain lying. As for why I went to such pains just to eliminate a single Chu Yong, it was just so that we could properly talk. If there's no need to kill more people, then let us simply sit down and chat. Long Chen waved his hand. A table then appeared along with 4 seats. The 4 of them hesitated slightly, but they all sat down. This indicated that they were willing to listen to Long Chen. The 4 of them had only just sat down when the space around them vanished. They jumped in shock and instinctively reached for their weapons. No need to worry. This matter relates to certain secrets. I can't let outsiders listen is all, said Long Chen indifferently. Only then did they realize that they were in a peculiar space cut off from the outside world. They also took note of Bai Shala who was behind Long Chen. As they recognized his 3 flower pupils, their hearts pounded hard. Bai Shala appeared completely unremarkable behind Long Chen, but he actually possessed such a terrifying divine ability. This one move from Bai Shala further shook them. In truth, this was also done intentionally by Long Chen. Only by intimidating them could they properly discuss the future. Little brother, what kind of good thing did you come here for that requires our collaboration? Asked Zhang Yuhei. She giggled. It couldn't be collaborating with me to have children, right? Bai Shishi glared at Zhang Yuhei. She felt her to be just like Lu Mingxuan. However, Lu Mingxuan only had a dirty mouth, but this Zhang Yuhei was capable of actually following through. Furthermore, her clothes that revealed a full view of the mountain valley were definitely a bit unacceptable to a rather conservative woman like Bai Shishi. In the face of Zhang Yuhei's teasing, Long Chen smiled. When it comes to making children, we can consider that later. I want to ask the four of you, if I could offer you a chance to advance from a mortal tier immortal king to a spirit tier immortal king, would you grasp that chance? As soon as Long Chen said this, the four of them shot up, staring in shock at him. Chapter 3282 Spirit King Pill. The Immortal King realm was different from other realms. It was the one where talent mattered the most. In the Immortal King realm, a person's spirit root condensed into crystal form. It was the Immortal King crystal. It was a bit similar to the cores and nidans of devil beasts and demonic beasts. The Immortal King crystals were split between heaven, earth, spirit, and mortal tiers. The mortal tier was the worst. For ordinary disciples, the Divine Lord realm was their limit. Only primals who had awakened their bloodline could advance to the Immortal King realm, as only they could condense an Immortal King crystal with the support of their primal bloodline. Furthermore, the Immortal King crystal absorbed their bloodline to condense. The result was that over 80% of all Immortal King crystals ended up being mortal tier. Only a small portion managed to condense spirit tier crystals. As for the earth tier and heaven tier, they were mostly all cultivated to that level through later effort. Someone who could condense an earth tier Immortal King crystal right as they advanced to the Immortal King realm was qualified to be called a peerless heavenly genius. They would definitely become an overlord once they grew up. As for anyone who could condense heaven tier Immortal King crystals, they were essentially the peak figures of the immortal world. It was said that Lord Brahma, fallen Daynite, and the likes of them had directly condensed heaven tier Immortal King crystals when they advanced to this realm. An Immortal King crystal was called innate when it was first condensed. If it was later cultivated to a higher level through talent, resources, pills, and the various treasures of the world, then they were called acquired Immortal King crystals. Other than the likes of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite, geniuses that might not appear once in a million years, most people advanced with acquired Immortal King crystals. Thus, this kind of differentiation was rarely used in the immortal world, as there were essentially no innate Immortal King crystals to speak of. Most people acquired higher tiers through effort, not talent. Hence, the majority of Immortal Kings were in the mortal tier. They had an awkward position in this realm. That was because their realms would stop in the early Immortal King realm. They didn't dare to further cultivate. Once they advanced to the mid-stage, it meant that the quality of their Immortal King crystal was set in stone. No matter what they did in the future, they would never be able to progress to the spirit tier. In other words, their cultivation base would forever stagnate at the mid-Immortal King stage. It would be impossible for them to advance any further. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, the thing that they feared the most was seeing the end of their future. That was a despair worse than death. Thus, the majority of mortal tier Immortal Kings were stuck at the early stage of their realm. If they advanced to the spirit tier, they could reach the mid-stage. And if they advanced to the earth tier, they could reach the late stage. Only a heaven tier Immortal King dared to advance to the full circle of the Immortal King realm in preparation for breaking through to the World King realm. Furthermore, different tiers of Immortal Kings possessed vastly different combat powers in the same realm. Due to this tier difference, a spirit tier Immortal King could crush a mortal tier Immortal King effortlessly. Back in the Yuha Palace, the Patriarch had been able to easily suppress Zhang Weizhong because the Patriarch had advanced to the spirit tier. Even if Zhang Weizhong wanted to revolt, he didn't have the power to fight the Patriarch. There was a huge difference between the mortal tier and the spirit tier. Thus, Zhang Yuhei and the others were unable to even speak when they heard Long Chen's words. They were profoundly aware of just how difficult it was to advance to the spirit tier. They had tried countless spirit medicines and had meditated upon countless rare lands, all without the slightest sign of advancing. Thus, they helplessly came to the Vile Dragon domain. The Vile Dragon domain was even less suitable for breaking through, so they had accepted their fates. In any case, they were all mortal tier Immortal Kings, and they were all helpless against each other. Thus mutual restraint was the safest. They were prepared to spend a lifetime here with no intention of advancing. But they hadn't expected Long Chen to toss out such alluring bait as soon as he came. Their heads buzzed. For a while, they were unable to reply. "Are you being serious?" asked the mercenary leader, his voice heavy. If anyone else simply tossed out such an offer, he would directly beat them up for lying. Not even a child would believe such a lie. But when it came from Long Chen's mouth, his intuition told him that Long Chen wasn't the kind of person to lie about this. I'm very busy. I have no time to waste. I wouldn't tell a lie that is so easy to see through. Long Chen took out a simple case and put it on the table. He indicated for them to take a look. The four of them exchanged a glance. In the end, it was the mercenary leader who couldn't help reaching out and opening the case. Inside the case was a pill covered with spots and wrinkles. It looked very ugly. The mercenary leader was enraged, thinking that Long Chen was duping them. But Long Chen indifferently said, "That is the pill veil. If you take off the pill veil, you'll see its true appearance." Following his instructions, the mercenary leader carefully pinched the pill. With a light sound like a walnut's exterior being cracked, a pure white pill appeared in front of them. This pill was as bright as a full moon. It emitted a gentle light that made everyone's eyes brighten. Zhang Yuhei and the others stared at the pill thirstily. Even Bai Shaola and the others could hear their hearts pounding wildly. There was a halo of light around the pill that was connected to the interior of the pill. The light spun, and its orbit seemed to contain the profundities of heaven and earth. Just looking at the pill refreshed the mind. The more they stared, the more they wanted to look at it. Moreover, Zhang Yuhei and the others clearly felt their king crystals quivering inside of them. The thirst that their king crystals felt for this pill was even greater than what they felt themselves. Spirit King Pill. The mercenary leader swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and spat out 3 words. He recognized this treasure that countless immortal kings dreamed of obtaining. It was something capable of increasing the quality of a king crystal. A Spirit King Pill could allow their immortal king crystal to directly advance to the spirit tier. This was a heaven-defying treasure, one that could change their fates. Hence, Spirit King Pills were incomparably precious. They were priceless treasures that didn't even exist on the market. Well, if there were any available, they were held in the hands of the supreme sects. People like the likes of them were unable to obtain them. They had bitterly tried, using all kinds of methods over countless years, all without obtaining a single Spirit King Pill. Eventually, they gave up and came here to grow old. Now that a Spirit King Pill had sent itself right to them, how could they not go crazy? If it was someone else offering it to them, they would have started fighting over it. But in front of Long Chen, they didn't dare to. Long Chen had even taken out a Spirit King Pill, so they felt even more reverence for him now. The 4 of them were fully subdued by him. Only one. Do you want the 4 of us to kill each other so that you can gain full control over the vile dragon domain? Asked the leader of the Blood Drinking Alliance. As soon as he said this, the other 3 cooled down and looked at Long Chen warily. Is there something wrong with your head, or are you deaf? Didn't I already say that I'm not interested in your powers? Your subordinates are trash. I wouldn't want them even if you were to give them to me. Let me repeat myself, and for the last time because I'm very busy. Do you want to work together or not? If not, then scram, said Long Chen frostily. Long Chen's tone was not at all polite, but hearing him say this put the alliance head at ease. Little brother, why don't we get straight to the point? What did you come here for? How can we serve you? Zhang Yuhei finally looked away from the Spirit King Pill and looked at Long Chen solemnly. Do you know where the ruins of the High Firmament Academy's 7th Branch Academy are? You couldn't be. That is impossible. The 4 of their expressions instantly changed. Terror filled their eyes. Chapter 3283 Terrifying Place. Long Chen hadn't expected the 4 of them to react so strongly. All of them seemed terrified. What, is that place very frightening? Asked Long Chen. The 4 of them looked at each other, seemingly not knowing just how to respond. It was Zhang Yuhei who said, Little brother, didn't you say that you are the dean of the 7th Branch Academy? How could you not know about the state of the 7th Branch Academy? I really don't know. Big sister, please explain it. If you can, said Long Chen. He naturally didn't know. The academy had not given him any information at all other than that the 7th Branch Academy was within the vile dragon domain. Zhang Yuhei looked at him oddly. It seemed that he really didn't know. Your High Firmament Academy is the oldest academy in the immortal world, so your branch academies are older than most sects. The 7th Branch Academy was destroyed millions of years ago, and its ruins are located on the south side of the vile dragon domain. That is exactly the opposite of Jiaoming Ancient City. With one south and one north, the two are very far apart. Little brother, the south is a land of death. That is where the vile dragons roam and tree demons run rampant. Most frightening of all, there is a deep hole there. Every night when the moon is up, you will hear the roaring of fiends. The curious thing about that fiendish roar is that sometimes it's like ghosts howling, sometimes it's like a woman crying. There are also times when it sounds like singing. The most terrifying one is the singing. It causes a person to lose their mind. Take a look at this. Zhang Yuhei suddenly pulled down her robe, revealing a triangular black hole. It was as if she had been pierced by something, and the resulting wound could not be healed. Bai Shaola and the others quickly turned away when she pulled down her robe. However, Long Chen was shocked to feel a strange aura residing within this wound. It was what was stopping her from healing. After showing Long Chen, she pulled her robe back up, seemingly not embarrassed at all. She continued, I was schemed against by a certain person there, resulting in me being drawn in by that devil music. I ended up lured into that region, and then I was stabbed by something while I was affected by the music. The pain woke me up. Fortunately, I was still on the outer edge, and I managed to flee. After that, I established the Dragon Slaughtering Guild. Zhang Yuhei glanced at Zhao Qinglong with killing intent. It was clear that the person she was referring to was Zhao Qinglong. This was the origin of their enmity. Zhang Yuhei had come after the Azure Dragon Gang, the Blood Drinking Alliance, and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group were built. Naturally, the original inhabitants did not want new threats to establish themselves in their territory. However, the Blood Drinking Alliance and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group had felt that while she was a threat, she wasn't worth any drastic actions. On the other hand, Zhao Qinglong was quite sinister, taking advantage of her lack of experience with the vile dragon domain to con her. But he hadn't expected her to survive. As a result, his scheming had gained him a new mortal enemy. The Blood Drinking Alliance and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group were not allies with the Azure Dragon Gang, so they were quite happy to have someone restrict Zhao Qinglong. As a result, the Dragon Slaughtering Guild was born. It had already been many years, but when she mentioned this terrifying matter, her heart still pounded with fear. The same thing happened every time she thought about it. There's such a thing. It seems that it's going to be quite hard to be the dean then. Long Chen frowned. This matter was even thornier than he had thought. It's not just that, it is essentially impossible to even get close to that region. The legend is that there is some ancient giant corpse buried there. It has infected the soil there and even changes the laws of the heavenly Taos. A suicidal adventurer went there and saw that corpse chi had condensed into a giant spatial hole. From that hole, he saw a fiendish world. However, after fleeing back, he didn't even finish explaining his whole story when black blood suddenly gushed out of all his orifices, and he died. Starting then, no one dared to go in that direction. There are also too many devil beasts there. Even the countless precious medicines that can be found there aren't alluring enough for people to risk that danger. The ruins of your 7th branch academy are at the core of that region. Your academy wants you to be the dean of that branch. Are you sure that they weren't sending you to your death? Zhang Yuhei looked at him curiously. What nonsense. Don't try to sow dissension. Raged by Shishi. This woman was actually questioning the relationship between Long Chen and the academy. Long Chen said, no, you misunderstand. I was the one who wanted the position of the dean of the 7th branch academy. Now that you've said all this, I really am curious about that place. Will you accompany me there? The 4 of them spoke at the same time. All 4 of them had the same attitude toward that place. You're so cowardly, scoffed Long Chen. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group's leader shook his head. It's not a question of cowardice. Although our lives are spent on top of a bloody blade, we're not going to do something that is sure death. That is pure stupidity. Although your Spirit King pill is very enticing, it's not enough for us to simply throw away our lives. Clearly, they were extremely terrified of that place. Even the Spirit King pills were not enough for them to risk it. After all, it wasn't as important as their lives. If you give us the Spirit King pills and let us advance to the Spirit tier, perhaps we can talk about it, said Zhao Qinglong. Long Chen smiled. A nice idea, it makes sense, but even if I gave you the Spirit King pills, due to having stagnated at your level for so long, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for you to advance to the Spirit tier. I can't wait that long. How about this? You will accompany me to take a look. If you encounter any danger, you have the right to retreat at any time. Even if we don't succeed, I can give you half of the Spirit King pills as the reward. I'll give 2 pills to the 4 of you. If 2 people absorb a single pill, there is still a 30% chance that you can advance. If we do find the ruins of the 7th Branch Academy, it'll be enough if I can just see it. If so, I'll give all of you a complete Spirit King pill. Your lives are important, and our lives are also important. If it really is impossible, we won't force it. What do you think about that? The 4 of them were moved. Just accompanying them to take a look would get them 1 Spirit King pill each. Although some of the medicinal effects would be lost if it was split, it still had a great effect. Furthermore, Long Chen's words were very reasonable. This was a group of heavenly geniuses. They wouldn't just foolishly charge forward into sure death, so they all felt that it was possible to risk it. Are you sure that you won't eat your words? Asked the mercenary leader. Long Chen waved his hand, and a case flew toward the mercenary. He then found another Spirit King pill inside. After that, Long Chen gave the Spirit King pill on the table to Zhang Yuhei. Looking at all of them, he said, "The word of Boss Long San is definitely not inferior to that of the Wyan Trading Company. Count this as your advance payment. 1 pill for 2 people." Now that they were holding the Spirit King pills, Zhang Yuhei and the mercenary leader were both moved. Long Chen's money spending style was truly shocking. "All right, since junior brother is so generous, big sister will accompany you," said Zhang Yuhei solemnly. She was prepared to gamble. Chapter 3284 Ghost Wailing Ape. As soon as Zhang Yuhei agreed, the other 3 also nodded. This offer didn't come at any loss to them. Furthermore, they had the right to leave at any time. As long as they were careful, there should be no problem. Moreover, they had all seen that Long Chen was someone with extraordinary means. He should cherish his life even more than others. However, Zhao Qinglong also added that if they did fail, he would not split a Spirit King pill with Zhang Yuhei. Clearly, he was worried about her doing something to it. He couldn't trust her. As a result, their agreement was complete. If they didn't find the ruins of the 7th Branch Academy, Zhao Qinglong and the mercenary leader would share 1 Spirit King pill. With this matter settled, they came to a mutual understanding. As long as there was no risk to their lives, the 4 of them would lead the way for Long Chen and the others. The 4 of them were delighted to have obtained these 2 Spirit King pills. However, they couldn't consume them now. If they were lucky and found the ruins, then they would each obtain a complete Spirit King pill. A complete Spirit King pill gave them a 100% chance of advancing to the Spirit tier. So, unless they reached the point where there was no more hope, they wouldn't be splitting these 2 pills. However, they were unaware that these 2 pills had been personally refined by Long Chen. He had intentionally made them appear old just to dupe them. Originally, the main ingredient of the Spirit King pill was the 100 Spirit Tree Peony stamen. This was a plant that bloomed only once every 1,000 years. Moreover, only the smallest part of its stamen could be used. Adding on the high difficulty and failure rate of refining the Spirit King pill, this pill was a priceless commodity that rarely appeared on the public market. Long Chen didn't have the 100 Spirit Tree Peony, but he had the Wood Foundation Divine Trees, which were also spiritual objects of heaven and earth. By extracting its essence and merging it with the Divine Whisker Daffodil, he added completely different secondary ingredients to refine the Spirit King pill. Although he had failed an unknown number of times, he had limitless ingredients, so he didn't mind the failures. For him to have really refined the Spirit King pill with his own unique formula, everything had been worth it. His original plan had simply been to sell them for money. After all, when the Dragonblood Legion was gathered once more, he would need money to raise them. It was unacceptable for him to not have any money. Right now, amongst all the medicinal pills that he had, the Spirit King pill was the most valuable. Since the supply didn't meet the demand, he had made it his goal. However, he hadn't expected that as soon as he finished experimenting with the new formula, he would be able to use it. A few Spirit King pills were enough to make several immortal kings help him, so it was definitely worth it. In order to be safe, they discussed it and chose the Iron Blood mercenary group's leader to be the main leader. That was because he had been in this domain the longest. He had more understanding of that region than the others. At the same time, they also brought their most capable subordinates. Zhao Qinglong's right-hand man had been killed, so he could only bring a half-step immortal king as his attendant. They discussed the plan and then decided to rest for a single night. The next day, Bai Shishi had fully recovered, and they went on their way. It went without saying that as the local tyrants, these experts were well aware of the terrain in the nearby land. However, even the likes of them traveled carefully. They avoided the territories of quite a few powerful devil beasts. The devil beasts that they could beat in this domain had essentially been killed. And since the remaining devil beasts in this region couldn't be beaten, they went far around them. There were some places where they could fly and some where they had to stealthily sneak through. Due to there being no transportation formations, they needed to be careful, and it took them 3 days to reach the area that they mentioned. Long Chen clearly sensed a strange aura in this place, and Zhang Yuhei and the others' expressions gradually grew more and more serious. We're entering the dangerous area. Other than terrifying devil beasts, there are also tree demons that can suddenly strike and take your life without any warning. Let me just say this, if we end up disturbing something terrifying and our lives are in danger, I'm going to run immediately. Don't tell others that I was lacking morals afterward, said the mercenary leader. Morals. Long Chen laughed. This laugh made the mercenary leader's face blush. This was the vile dragon domain, a place with slaughter and blood everywhere. Where was there such a thing as morals? Don't worry, if there's danger, I won't need you. You just need to lead the way, said Long Chen indifferently. Although these experts didn't know where the ruins were exactly, they knew the general location. This region was too big for Long Chen to search for it without them. The mercenary leader then nodded, and they continued onwards with their weapons in hand. They maintained the highest level of alert as they moved forward. The jungle grew denser the further they went, and the light in this region also faded. Previously, they had been able to hear birdsong and insects chirping. However, in this region, all sounds faded. It was a frightening silence. Zhao Qinglong and the others might be immortal kings that normally killed people without batting an eye, but at this time, they were all tense. Even their palms were sweaty. It had to be known that this was a well-known danger zone. One slip-up could be fatal. The mercenary leader continued to lead the way. He was holding a special compass and constantly checking their position. In such a tense environment, even their sense of direction was being muddled. There seemed to be some mysterious energy here that suppressed people's divine sense. Wait a moment, Long Chen suddenly called out. Everyone paused and looked at him. Long Chen took out a bow. With a twang of the string, a ray of light shot out. After that, in the distance, blood splashed. A strange monster that looked to be a cross between a human and a monkey with a pair of wings on its back was killed by Long Chen's arrow. Everyone approached it and took a look. This monster had scales that looked like tree bark, and it had been hiding behind a large tree. Even so, they had been unable to sense it at all. They didn't know how Long Chen had managed to notice it. Ghost wailing ape. The mercenary leader's expression changed as he recognized this lifeform. It was not a lifeform of the immortal world. There was no record of them. Instead, it was the vile dragon domain's experts that had given a name to this strange lifeform. They weren't actually that powerful. Instead, it was their ghost whale that was terrifying. It was able to befuddle a person's mind, and even divine lords would be severely affected. It was said that the ghost wailing apes liked to eat people's heads. Once they befuddled people's minds, their sharp teeth would split open their heads and directly suck out their brains. It was an extremely vicious style of killing. Furthermore, they specialized in concealing themselves. The mercenary leader and the others had not noticed this one at all. Furthermore, with it being behind the tree, it wasn't even in their line of sight. There are still 3 more. Long Chen shot 3 more wooden arrows. In the distance, 3 light sounds rang out. They looked over to see 3 more ghost wailing apes with arrows through their heads. All right, the threat's been handled. Let's continue. Long Chen put away his bow. Right now, the mercenary leader and the others stared at him in shock. Long Chen's ephemeral archery arts shook their hearts. This calm youngster was truly terrifying. They continued advancing in the jungle for several hours. Just as they went past a large tree, countless vines on top of the tree silently fell toward them. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.